Qin Dalong, where's the money in my pants? Did you use it to buy alcohol again? You call yourself a man? You don't even earn money for me to spend, but now you're stealing mine to buy liquor? How did I end up with such a useless man like you? In a rundown courtyard in Qinji village, Daocheng City, Yang Fong stood holding a rattan whip, screaming at the man before her. Qin Dalong, already drunk, staggered as he clutched a bottle of Ergo light liquor and chuckled. Even if I don't buy liquor, you'll just gamble it away anyway. So why not let me drink it? I earned this money myself. I can do whatever I want with it. Without me, you'd have starved long ago. With that, she swung the whip and lashed out at Qin Dalong. He didn't resist, drunk and numb. He barely felt the pain. Inside the room, Qin Hanchu held his 6-year-old sister Qin Xiaoyu's ears tightly, watching the scene unfold in the yard with a grim expression. Big brother, I'm scared. Though her ears were covered, Qin Xiaoyu could still hear Yang Fang's furious shouting. She hugged her brother's leg and sniffled. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Qin Hanchu said softly, kneeling down and pulling his sister into his arms. Once I start earning money, they'll take you somewhere else to live. Okay? Okay. I want to stay with Big Brother forever. Scenes like this played out every few days. At only 6 years old, Qin Xiaoyu had already been deeply scarred by life in this family. As he looked at his little sister's innocent face, regret filled Qin Hanchu's eyes. Fate had given him a second chance to relive his life. This time, he would protect Qin Xiaoyu and prevent the tragedy of their past from ever happening again. Yes, the current Qin Hanchu was a reincarnator. It had taken him several days to fully accept this reality. In his previous life, on December 10th, Yang Fong had inexplicably taken Qin Xiaoyu to someone else's house to gamble. That night, something terrible happened to his little sister. By the time Yang Fong realized what had occurred, it was too late. Enraged, Qin Dalong had tried to seek justice, but years of drinking had hollowed out his body. He not only failed to avenge his daughter, but ended up badly beaten himself. When Qin Hanchu returned home from school and learned the truth, fury and guilt consumed him. If he hadn't stayed up all night at an internet CAF, Yang Fong wouldn't have taken Qin Xiaoyu gambling. He blamed himself, believed he had killed his own sister. Driven by rage, he stormed into the man's house and took a life. For that act, Qin Hanchu was sentenced to 10 years in prison. During his time behind bars, he studied hard and eventually earned a college degree through self-study. Despite having a diploma, his criminal record made finding decent work impossible. Eventually, he became a web novelist. Through writing novels, he managed to earn some money. But years of sleepless nights caught up with him. His heart gave out while he was alone in a rented apartment. Unlike others who were reborn with systems or magical powers, Qin Hanchu had nothing like that. All he had was 30 years of advanced life experience. He knew housing prices would skyrocket. He knew the internet revolution was coming. But did he have the money to invest? Now, he had a plan. He would return to his old trade and write novels to make his first fortune. The year was 2003, the dawn of online fiction. Qidian Network launched its first batch of paid books this year. Although Qin Hanchu had never become rich from writing in his previous life, maybe this time things would be different. Back then, the web novel industry wasn't mature yet, and there weren't many writers around. In today's highly competitive era, even he could make a living writing novels, so this era should be even easier. He had 6 months until the tragic incident involving his sister. In that time, he needed to earn enough money to escape this hellish family. Bang! The door burst open violently. Qin Dalong stumbled inside, drunk and staggering. He glanced at the siblings briefly, then collapsed onto the bed and passed out. Moments later, Yang Fong entered, still seething with anger. This is your weekly allowance for next week. It starts tomorrow. Keep it safe. Don't let this drunk fool of a father take it for more liquor. She placed 20 yuan in front of Qin Hanchu and walked out. Looking at the 20 yuan on the table, Qin Hanchu fell silent. Yang Fong might be addicted to gambling, but at least she still paid for his schooling. Even if she had to borrow money, she always gave him his allowance. From that perspective, she wasn't beyond redemption. This time, he would change not only his sister's fate, but also his parents. He refused to believe he couldn't help them quit drinking and gambling. This 20 yuan had to be used carefully. It was his startup capital. How else would he afford internet fees? From memory, Qidian started its paid content system in October. It was now the end of August, over a month left before that. He'll aim to be one of the first authors to go paid. Then I can finally start earning real money. With that thought, he turned to Qin Xiaoyu and said, "Come on, let's play in Big Brother's room." "Okay." She nodded, tightly holding his hand as they walked to his room. Just as they were playing, Qin Hanchu suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, I haven't done my summer homework yet." In this timeline, the former Qin Hanchu was a school bully who got into fights constantly. As for academics, she was dead last in class all year round. It wasn't until after his sister's death that he truly changed during his time in prison. Xiaoyu, you play by yourself for a bit. Big brother needs to finish his homework. Reborn, he no longer wanted to be a failure. He wanted to be a role model for his sisterdo, become someone who studies hard. Okay, big brother, go get him. Qin Xiaoyu smiled. For Qin Hanchu now, middle school homework was incredibly easy. He finished all of it within 2 hours. Big brother, I'm hungry. Qin Xiaoyu rubbed her stomach, her eyes gleaming with hunger. I'll cook for you. Qin Hanchu smiled gently, ruffling her hair. Qin Xiaoyu happily nodded. Okay. Chapter 2. The beginning of writing in the early morning, Qin Hanchu wandered through the campus. At that moment, a striking figure swiftly brushed past him. This captivating silhouette was none other than his classmate, Tang Siwei. During their school days, Tang Siwei was the object of Qin Hanchu's secret affections. However, the former Qin Hanchu lacked the understanding of how to communicate with girls. In a bid to capture Tang Siwei's attention, he often resorted to pranks. He would either tug at her braids or place a snake inside a water bottle, leaving it on her desk. Because of Qin Hanchu, Tang Siwei had shed countless tears. Siwei, Qin Hanchu called out, hastening to catch up with her. Tang Siwei glared at him, her eyes brimming with disdain. What do you want? I'm sorry for the things that happened in the past. The present Qin Hanchu possessed a proper moral compass. He recognized the extent of his previous misdeeds. He owed Tang Siwei an apology. What? Tang Siwei was taken aback by his words. What was going on? Was he actually apologizing? Could this be a new form of prank? I promise I won't prank you again. I sincerely apologize for my past actions, Qin Hanchu declared earnestly. Tang Siwei was rendered speechless by his unexpected sincerity, leaving her at a loss for words, only managing a soft "oh." Seeing her nod, Qin Hanchu smiled slightly before continuing on his path. As she watched his retreating figure, Tang Siwei scratched her head in confusion. What just happened? Inside the classroom, students who had completed their homework gathered to share amusing stories from their summer break, while those who had yet to finish were engrossed in copying assignments. Upon entering the classroom, Qin Hanchu made his way directly to the seat in the far corner. Hey, do you want to copy my homework? I've finished it. Called out his deskmate, Yu Yang, a chubby boy. No need. I've completed it, Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. Yu Yang's face lit up with surprise. You finished your homework? Yes, I did. Qin Hanchu nodded affirmatively. Got it. Someone must have done it for you, right? I won't keep you. I still have 2 papers to copy, Yu Yang said, returning to his task. At that moment, Tang Siwei entered the classroom. She glanced in Qin Hanchu's direction before taking a seat in the front row. It's time to get to work. I need to earn some money. Let us go. Qin Hanchu proclaimed, pulling out his notebook to begin drafting an outline for his novel. In this era, the regulation of online novels was quite lenient. Most stories contained explicit content, and some even marketed such material as a selling point. Indeed, this type of content proved to be immensely popular. If one desired quick financial gains, writing such material would be entirely appropriate. However, Qin Hanchu had no intention of pursuing that path. As a reincarnated individual, he was acutely aware of the stringent regulations that would govern future online literature. He did not wish for his work to be banned. Moreover, there was a paramount reason: his reputation. Should he become a renowned author, any association with inappropriate content would tarnish his name. Thus, he resolved to succeed through the quality of his content. As a reincarnator, Qin Hanchu had naturally perused numerous divine tomes. He had read Dopa, Zhetian, and Xian countless times. In fact, he could replicate the overarching narratives from memory. However, Qin Hanchu was reluctant to do so, for he held the belief that plagiarism was a shameful act. In the realm of future online literature, intellectual property would emerge as the paramount treasure. Thus, he regarded the cultivation of IP as his foremost ambition. The genres most lucrative for IP sales were undoubtedly fantasy, urban, immortal chivalry, and historical fiction. In his previous life, Qin Hanchu had been a fantasy author, and he had mastered the art of writing in that genre with remarkable ease. To enhance the value of his IP, he chose to place greater emphasis on character and plot development. Qin Hanchu, where's your math homework? The voice of Tang Siwei broke through his deep contemplation. Here, he replied, retrieving his cloth bag and producing the math assignment to hand over to Tang Siwei. She pointed at his notebook with curiosity and asked, "What is this?" "Nothing much, just some random scribbles." Qin Hanchu smiled in response. Tang Siwei accepted the math homework and then turned to Yu Yang, saying, "Yu Yang, your math homework." "Just wait a moment, I'll be done shortly," Yu Yang replied, engrossed in his copying. "I need it before the second class." Tang Siwei instructed before moving on to the next student. Once Tang Siwei departed, Qin Hanchu inscribed the 4 characters Wushuang Zhanshan onto his notebook. Shortly thereafter, the school bell rang. The first class was Chinese, and the teacher, Wang Gang, also served as the homeroom teacher. Wang Gang was slender, clad in a black suit. He had always held a disdainful attitude towards Qin Hanchu. As long as Qin Hanchu did not disturb other studies, he could do as he pleased. In order to meet the VIP requirements of a certain online Chinese platform, Qin Hanchu was determined to write diligently and secure a contract. Neither Wang Gang's lecturing voice nor the classmates' readings could distract Qin Hanchu. By the end of the class, he had finally completed the outline for the first volume. Next, he would begin writing the first chapter. "Hanchu, what are you writing?" After the teacher left the classroom, Yu curiously inquired, glancing at Qin Hanchu's notebook. "I'll tell you later," Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. "Is it a love letter? Have you taken a liking to someone?" Yu teased with a mischievous grin. Chapter 3. The astonished English teacher. A gentleman values wealth and acquires it through righteous means. Though Qin Hanchu's physical form was merely 16 years of age, his soul bore the wisdom of an adult. He possessed a clear understanding of what actions were permissible and which were not. Even in times of financial hardship, he resolved never to resort to such methods again. "Keep your money. If anyone asks you for it, simply say you have already provided it," he declared before striding towards the classroom. Observing Qin Hanchu's retreating figure, Wang Bin muttered to himself, "What is happening? Has he truly laid down his weapon?" The second class is English. The English teacher is a woman in her 40s, not particularly tall, exuding a delicate aura. Each time she conducts a lesson, she wields a teaching stick. Qin Hanchu, though fearless of other teachers, holds a deep-seated apprehension towards this English instructor. In other classes, Qin Hanchu dares to doze off. But in English class, he refrains from such audacity. While the teacher explains the lesson, Qin Hanchu discreetly engages in writing the first chapter. As long as he stays awake, the English teacher is unlikely to notice him. "Keep an eye on the teacher and give me a signal," Qin Hanchu whispered to Yu Yang responded with an affirmative gesture, then leaned against the wall, observing the English teacher at the podium. Whenever the teacher descended from the stage, Yu Yang would gently nudge Qin Hanchu. Upon receiving the cue, Qin Hanchu promptly concealed his notebook beneath his English book. Unbeknownst to them, the class was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, the English teacher directed her gaze towards Qin Hanchu. "Qin Hanchu, please stand up and read this passage." At that moment, Qin Hanchu was oblivious to her call. Yu Yang hurriedly nudged him and pointed to a segment in the textbook, whispering, "She wants you to read this part." Upon hearing this, Qin Hanchu quickly rose to his feet. During his time in prison, he had self-studied and acquired a level 4 English certificate. After his release, he continued his studies and successfully passed level 5. In this era, the English teacher's proficiency is merely at the level 4 standard, which means Qin Hanchu surpasses her. Reading a segment from the English text was a trivial task for him. Grasping the textbook, Qin Hanchu began to read fluently. As he spoke, all his classmates were taken aback. The English teacher, equally astonished, gazed at Qin Hanchu. The former Qin Hanchu struggled to articulate a few words. Yet now he read the English text with remarkable fluency. Most astonishingly, his pronunciation was impeccable, leaving even the English teacher feeling inferior. When did Qin Hanchu's English become so impressive? Is my hearing intact? Is this truly Qin Hanchu reading English? Can anyone explain what is happening? His classmates murmured in hushed tones while observing him. At that moment, Tang Siwei also looked at Qin Hanchu with wide-eyed astonishment. Even as a top student, she could not match his fluency. Today, Qin Hanchu seemed like a transformed individual. Witnessing the shock on everyone's faces, Qin Hanchu recalled that he had once been a poor student. To temper their astonishment, he deliberately began to read with difficulty. Nevertheless, this still left everyone quite amazed. Compared to his past self, Qin Hanchu's English had improved tremendously. His proficiency was undoubtedly no longer at the level of scoring in the teens. The English teacher had called upon Qin Hanchu to read merely to enliven the classroom atmosphere, and she had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. Once Qin Hanchu finished reading, the English teacher clapped her hands with a smile. Seeing their teacher applaud, the other students joined in. "Indeed, I did not expect that after just one holiday. Your English proficiency has risen so significantly. Share with your classmates how you accomplished this," the English teacher inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Han initially perceived this as an excellent opportunity. Aspiring to attend a prestigious high school, he recognized the necessity of improving his academic performance. "During this holiday, I have engaged in profound reflections on life. If I neglect my studies any further, my future will be irrevocably compromised. To secure a chance at marrying a beautiful wife, I must gain admission to university. Throughout the holiday, I diligently listened to English tapes, Qin Han confessed, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Is this a miraculous occurrence? Has Qin Han truly grasped such profound wisdom? A nearby student, Yu Yang, gazed at Qin Han in astonishment. We had agreed to languish at the bottom together. Yet you have secretly dazzled us all. The English teacher expressed her sentiments, stating, I am genuinely pleased to witness your newfound awareness. It is never too late to learn, provided one possesses the desire. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to approach me. Thank you, teacher, Qin Han acknowledged. Aware of the English teacher's unwavering sense of responsibility, she was the only one who had not given up on them, the underperforming students. Tang Siwei, please make an effort to assist Qin Han, the English teacher requested. Tang Siwei nodded. Understood, teacher. The teacher's words left the boys in the class feeling disheartened. They had not anticipated that diligent study could yield such rewards. Tang Siwei was not only the class beauty but also the school's belle, capturing the affections of countless boys. The idea of the school beauty tutoring Qin Han was a source of envy. As the bell rang, the English teacher picked up her textbook and advised Qin Han. Study diligently, and your future will shine bright. After the teacher departed, Tang Siwei approached Qin Han and said, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Chapter 4. Free Internet Access. In 2003, computers were yet to permeate the rural towns. Aside from a handful of affluent households that possessed a computer, the majority of the populace remained unfamiliar with the device. Even the so-called internet cafes offered merely a dozen machines. Arriving late often meant there were no available spots. Typically, one individual would be engrossed in gameplay while a few others looked on. Qin Hanchu and Qin Kai had skipped their evening study session, but upon their arrival, the establishment was already teeming with patrons. Reluctantly, they were compelled to queue for a computer. The year 2003 marked the zenith of the game legend, with more than half of the CAF's occupants absorbed in its virtual world. A few adults, meanwhile, were engrossed in watching adult films from the distant land of Japan, drawing a crowd of captivated onlookers. Growing impatient with the wait, Qin Hanchu's gaze suddenly fell upon a solitary computer in the corner. To his recollection, this particular machine had been out of order for quite some time. The proprietor, a man in his 40s, was not particularly adept with technology, resulting in the computer remaining unfixed. After his release from prison, Qin Hanchu had undertaken various jobs to make a living, acquiring skills in computer repair and surveillance installation. With only 20 yuan to his name, he resolved to be frugal. If he could obtain services without cost, that would be ideal. With this thought in mind, he exited the room and approached the owner. Xiao Qin, not playing today? The owner greeted, familiar with Qin Hanchu as a regular patron. Is that computer in the corner still unrepaired? Qin Hanchu inquired. I haven't had the time to take it to the city for repairs, the owner replied. Lacking a machine means you're losing business daily. How about this? I'll fix it for you, and in return, I get to use it for free for a month? Qin Hanchu suggested with a smile. Really now? You can fix computers? If you break it, you'll have to pay me, the owner retorted skeptically. Rest assured, even if I can't fix it, I won't break it, Qin Hanchu assured him. After a moment of contemplation, the owner responded. All right, if you can repair it, I'll let you play for free for a month. But only for 2 hours each day. Not a problem, Qin Hanchu affirmed. Just remember, if you break it, you'll need to compensate me, the owner warned. Agreed, Qin Hanchu replied, confidently returning to the back room. The issue with the computer was that while the CPU powered on, the monitor remained unresponsive. In such cases, the first step is to check whether the video cable is securely connected. Once assured that the cable was intact, Qin Hanchu opened the case. Inside, layers of dust testified to its prolonged neglect. Detaching the cables, he carried the main unit to the owner. Could I have a hairdryer, please? Qin Hanchu requested. Without questioning, the owner handed him the hairdryer. Stepping outside, Qin Hanchu used the appliance to blow away the dust from inside the casing. Once the dust was cleared, he removed the memory stick, wiped the gold connectors, and reinstalled it. Completing these tasks, he returned to the room with the chassis. After reconnecting all the necessary cables, he pressed the power button. The screen illuminated normally, signaling that it was ready to start. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Qin Hanchu's mouth as he shouted outside, Boss, the computer is fixed. What the hell? You can actually repair computers. Qin Kai, who had been engrossed in a film, exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Qin Hanchu's call. Is it just a lucky fluke? Others browsing the internet also looked at Qin Hanchu with surprise. At that moment, the internet CAF owner hurriedly walked in. Upon witnessing that the computer was indeed repaired, he exclaimed, "It's really fixed? You've got some skills. Enjoy a month of free play, 2 hours each day. You won't try to cheat me, will you?" Qin Hanchu asked with a smile. "Do I dare to cheat you? Afraid you'll dismantle my CAF?" The owner replied, "From now on, when the computer breaks down, you come to fix it. Each time you repair it, I'll let you play for free." The owner was well aware of Qin Hanchu's character. He dared to try anything. Besides, Qin Hanchu had indeed repaired the computer. Sending it to the city for repairs would be quite costly. If Qin Hanchu could handle the repairs, it would save him a substantial amount of money. "All right, it's settled then. I'll make you the network administrator." Qin Hanchu chuckled. "A month of free play? You really have a way with things," Qin Kai remarked enviously. Qin Hanchu smiled and then logged on to a certain Chinese website, which had just completed its second version update, presenting a very clean interface. This layout had once been imitated by major portal sites. At present, the number of authors on the site was limited, and they had yet to implement a VIP plan. Qin Hanchu first found the contact information for the website's editor and added them through a messaging application. After submitting a friend request, he began registering an account on the site and applied for the author's backend. He created a book and filled in the synopsis. Once everything was set, Qin Hanchu took out a notebook and began typing. "I didn't expect you to type so proficiently." In this era, many people were still stuck at a basic typing level. Qin Hanchu's fingers flew across the keyboard, producing a cacophony of sounds. Years of writing experience had equipped him with remarkable typing speed, without the need for contemplation. He could easily produce 3,000 words in an hour. His swift typing astonished and envious Qin Kai and others. Chapter 5. Astonishing click-through rate in a mere 500 words. The author has adeptly established the protagonist's background and the central storyline. Following this succinct introduction, the narrative swiftly plunges into the unfolding of the first conflict. Such a writing technique displays a level of sophistication that even surpasses that of the seasoned authors known to him. Within just 2 chapters, Lin Jianfeng has resolved to sign on Qin Hanchu's book. Opening the chat window with Qin Hanchu, Lin Jianfeng inquired, "Is this your new pseudonym? What was your previous alias?" Although the Certain Point Chinese network had only recently been established, online novels had been evolving for some time. The early era of online literature was characterized by forums, where numerous literary enthusiasts serialized their works. A number of authors began to gain recognition during this period. Albeit without substantial financial reward, their endeavors were driven purely by passion. They were not particularly famous, and one might not even recognize their names. Before long, Qin Hanchu responded. Sensing that Qin Hanchu preferred not to elaborate, Lin Jianfeng directly addressed the matter at hand. "I have read your novel, and it is truly excellent. Are you considering signing a contract?" "Of course," came Qin Hanchu's reply. "I will send the contract document to your email. Please print it, sign it as instructed, and return it by mail." After a brief conversation, Qin Hanchu successfully received the contract document. As the internet CAF owner also operated a printing service, Qin Hanchu approached him directly. "What is this?" the owner asked, puzzled by the contents of the contract. With a smile, Qin Hanchu replied, "It's a contract for writing novels. Soon my work will be available online." "You write novels?" The owner regarded Qin Hanchu with skepticism. What student who skips class to surf the internet excels academically? They can hardly manage a coherent essay, let alone write a novel. "Isn't it possible that I possess extraordinary talent?" Qin Hanchu quipped. "Certain Point Chinese Network, peerless war god. I'll take a look at your skills when I have the time." The owner chuckled. Qin Hanchu then stated, "You shouldn't feel embarrassed to charge me for the printing, should you? It's just a few sheets of paper. I won't take your money," the owner replied gallantly. Once the contract was printed, Qin Hanchu also made a photocopy of his identification card. Having obtained this ID just a week prior spared him considerable trouble. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis, Lin Jianfeng had summoned other editors to join him. "I believe this book has great potential. Take a look," Lin Jianfeng said as he opened Qin Hanchu's Peerless War God for his partners to review. Gathered around the computer, the group meticulously read through Qin Hanchu's novel. "It's truly impressive. In our library, this is undoubtedly top-tier quality," remarked Hochin. "Whose work is this? Has it been signed yet?" one of them asked. Lin Jianfeng nodded. "The contract has already been sent. Please communicate with him and encourage him to write as swiftly as possible. We aim to have him among the first batch of VIP titles." The speaker, Wu Hui, was a significant decision-maker at Certain Point Chinese Network. The splendor of online literature was intricately linked to his influence. However, in the future, he would become a capitalist, and his demeanor would incite disdain among many. They had already discussed it, and he assured that a daily update of 4,000 characters was entirely feasible. Lin Jianfeng replied. After signing the contract, he would immediately arrange for recommendations to gauge the reader's feedback. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Qin Hanchu and Qin Kai left the internet CAF, pedaling their bicycles home. As soon as he entered the house, he spotted Qin Xiaoyu sitting in the courtyard. As for Yang Fong, she was clearly not home again. "Brother, you're back," Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully as she ran over to Qin Hanchu. "Is mother out again?" Qin Hanchu inquired. Qin Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes. Have you eaten?" Qin Xiaoyu rubbed her stomach. "I had a little noodle, but now I'm hungry again. Here, have some candy first. I'll go out and find some vegetables and come back to cook for you." He handed a piece of candy to Qin Xiaoyu and turned to leave the house. At this time of year, there were plenty of vegetables in the garden. Since Qin Hanchu's family did not cultivate any, he had to go to others' yards to pick some. Before long, Qin Hanchu returned home. He turned on the gas and skillfully prepared 2 dishes. After setting aside a portion for Qin Xiaoyu, he placed the remaining food on the table in Qin Dalong's room. After all, he could not be indifferent towards his biological father. "Brother, your cooking is really delicious," Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, devouring the stir-fried peppers and beans like a starving refugee. "I also picked some tomatoes and tender cucumbers. If I get hungry at home, I'll wash a few to eat. Soon enough, brother will be able to earn money." Qin Hanchu gently reassured her. Qin Xiaoyu continued to eat her meal with her head bowed. The next day, before dawn, after having breakfast with Xiaoyu, Qin Hanchu set off for school. Before the morning study session, they had to do their running exercises. On the playground, various classes had already begun to assemble. By the time Qin Hanchu and the others arrived, the front classes had already started running outside the school. "Qin Hanchu, why didn't you attend evening study last night? Didn't you say you wanted to study hard?" Tang Siwei's expression was somewhat displeased upon seeing Qin Hanchu. She had believed he was genuinely trying to change for the better, only to discover he had skipped class. "I will study diligently, but I had personal matters to attend to last night," Qin Hanchu responded. Tang Siwei huffed. "Don't think I don't know. You were just playing games online, weren't you?" Chapter 6. The postage of 10 yuan at 10 o'clock in the morning. During a brief intermission, Qin Hanchu departed from the school. Directly across from the institution stood the post office. In this era, villages and towns relied solely on postal services for the delivery of items. The postage amounted to 10 yuan. Upon hearing the staff's quotation, Qin Hanchu's expression darkened. Yang Fong had provided him with a total of 20 yuan. And in the past couple of days, he had already spent several yuan on meals. If he were to part with this 10 yuan, his living expenses would barely last 2 days. Yet, one must be willing to invest to reap rewards. Reluctantly, Qin Hanchu surrendered the money to the staff. After filling out the recipient's address, he submitted the contract to the attendant. With the dispatch of the contract, Qin Hanchu officially embarked on his journey as an online writer. The next step was to diligently craft words and amass followers. During this period, acquiring 500 devoted fans could allow Qin Hanchu to earn over 1,000 yuan monthly. In 2003, the average monthly salary for a laborer was approximately 700 yuan. As he entered the school gates, the bell signaling the start of class rang. Qin Hanchu swiftly made his way towards the classroom with the speed of a sprinter. Upon arriving, he found the English teacher already positioned at the podium. In previous times, he would have faced reprimand for his tardiness. However, due to his earlier performance, the teacher's demeanor had softened considerably. "Quickly, take your seat." Hurriedly, Qin Hanchu returned to his desk. As was customary, he whispered to Yu Yang, who responded with an okay gesture, indicating all was well. Casting another glance at the English teacher, Qin Hanchu resumed his writing. Just after composing a few hundred words, he heard the teacher call out his name, requesting him to recite vocabulary. As someone proficient at English, he effortlessly recalled the simple words. The teacher, pleased with Qin Hanchu's fluent recitation, posed another vocabulary question. Once again, Qin Hanchu answered with ease. Tang Siwei turned to look at him, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had initially assumed Qin Hanchu was merely feigning knowledge to placate the teacher. However, it appeared he had genuinely begun to study, as evidenced by his remarkable fluency in vocabulary. "Excellent. Keep up the good work," the English teacher remarked with a smile. Once seated, Yu Yang exclaimed in surprise. "Your English is impressive. You managed to recite such difficult words?" "Do not idolize me. I am merely a legend," Qin Hanchu replied with a grin. Yu Yang's eyes lit up at this statement. That was quite boastful. "I like it." It then dawned on Qin Hanchu that this phrase would not become popular until several years later. Allowing Yuan to continue basking in admiration, he returned to his writing. As the bell rang for class dismissal, the English teacher picked up the textbook and called out, "Qin Hanchu, come to my office." Taken aback, Qin Hanchu wondered what the reason could be. Would he be summoned for punishment after successfully reciting the words? Despite his confusion, he obediently followed the teacher to the office. Upon entering, he noticed the gazes of teachers from other subjects fixed upon him. The homeroom teacher, Wang Gang, inquired, "What trouble have you gotten into now?" However, do not misunderstand, Qin Hanchu did not come to be reprimanded. I must inform you that Qin Hanchu has made significant progress in English. The English teacher, noticing the misunderstanding among others, quickly clarified. Is that so? Wang Gang expressed his surprise. Indeed. He can now not only read an entire English passage fluently, but has also memorized the vocabulary I have questioned him on, the English teacher praised. But he cannot focus solely on English. He must also excel in other subjects, the mathematics teacher interjected. Wang Gang nodded in agreement, saying, "Correct, if one neglects other subjects, they will not secure a place in a good high school. Rest assured, teachers, I will strive to improve in all areas. I am determined to rise above the bottom ranks in this month's examination," Qin Hanchu proclaimed confidently. "Very well, it is commendable to have such resolve. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek us out in our office." Although unsure of the veracity of Qin Hanchu's claims, the teachers felt compelled to commend him for his declaration. "Are there any topics from earlier lessons that you find unclear? Speak up, and I shall assist you in your studies," the English teacher offered as he took a seat. Qin Hanchu scratched his head. To assert that he understood everything seemed somewhat unrealistic. However, admitting to any confusion would certainly mean he would have to attend remedial classes. After much contemplation, Qin Hanchu casually selected a passage and remarked, "This sentence does not read smoothly. After class, teachers also need a respite. Those who wish to engage students in learning beyond class hours are indeed responsible educators." Previously, Qin Hanchu would have chastised teachers for wasting his time, but now he has learned to appreciate their efforts. In a mere 10 minutes, the English teacher elucidated several challenging points for Qin Hanchu. As the bell rang, the English teacher advised, "If you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me. Now, return to your class." "Thank you, teacher," Qin Hanchu responded before turning to leave. Remarkably, it seems that Qin Hanchu has undergone quite a transformation. Once he had departed, Wang Gang remarked, "This child has a good nature. It is his home environment that has influenced him." The teachers were well aware of Qin Hanchu's family background. Living in such circumstances, how many children emerge as well-behaved? With a father who is an alcoholic and a mother addicted to gambling, how could the child receive a proper education? It appears he has begun to understand certain truths. Chapter 7. Collecting eggs with my sister at 9:30 in the evening, Qin Hanchu returned home. As he pushed open the iron gate, he was greeted by the sight of Qin Xiaoyu joyfully rushing toward him. "Brother, you're back." Her voice rang like the sweet chime of silver bells. Each day, her greatest anticipation was to see Qin Hanchu, the only source of warmth in her life. In this household, Qin Dalong was perpetually inebriated, while Yang Fong either sought to earn a meager income or squandered time at the gambling table. From them, Qin Xiaoyu felt no trace of affection. Setting down his bicycle, Qin Hanchu enveloped Qin Xiaoyu in his embrace and asked with a smile, "Have you eaten?" Lowering her gaze, she replied with a hint of sorrow, "I had a piece of steamed bun. How about I make you some scrambled eggs with tomatoes?" Qin Hanchu suggested. At 6 years of age, Qin Xiaoyu was noticeably frail due to inadequate nutrition, her complexion bearing a slight pallor. Holding her close, Qin Hanchu's heart ached with compassion. He longed to prepare a hearty meal for her, yet current circumstances did not permit such indulgences. In his heart, he vowed that upon receiving his first payment, he would treat Qin Xiaoyu to a nourishing bone broth. "I love the meals you make, brother," Qin Xiaoyu said, wrapping her arms around his neck with a bright smile. Gently setting her down, Qin Hanchu took her hand and led her to the kitchen. Upon seeing the cold, dry steamed bun on the countertop, a wave of sorrow washed over him. "Is this all you've been eating? Has mother not returned?" he inquired. "She came back once and then hurriedly left again," Qin Xiaoyu murmured softly. Anger flared within Qin Hanchu at the thought that she could not spare even a moment to tend to her child for the sake of gambling. Suppressing his ire, he affectionately ruffled Qin Xiaoyu's hair, saying, "Sit tight. I'll have dinner ready for you shortly." With that, he opened the cupboard, only to be met with emptiness. A sigh escaped his lips. The household was devoid of even eggs. "Xiaoyu, how about we venture out to collect some eggs?" he proposed. In the countryside, free-range chickens often laid eggs amidst haystacks. and if fortune favored them, they might find one or two left behind by negligent farmers. Sounds great, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed. While most children her age attended kindergarten, Yang Fang was reluctant to spend money on such matters, keeping her at home instead. Qin Hanchu was apprehensive about her playing outside alone, so he always reminded her not to wander off. Despite her boredom, Qin Xiaoyu obeyed her brother's wishes, never straying from the yard. Naturally, she yearned for the thrill of outdoor play. Thus, the prospect of collecting eggs filled her with immense joy. Qin Hanchu retrieved an old silver flashlight, taking Qin Xiaoyu's tiny hand as they stepped outside. In this era, rural villages lacked streetlights, leaving the night cloaked in darkness. The flashlight cast a warm yellow glow, illuminating the shadowy path ahead. I remember that chickens often lay eggs around here, Qin Hanchu remarked. Do you think we might find a chicken? I want to eat chicken, Qin Xiaoyu chimed in. Qin Hanchu gently ruffled Qin Xiaoyu's hair and said, If you wish to eat chicken, brother will earn money to buy it for you. However, those chickens belong to someone else. Taking them would make us thieves. And thieves are bad people. Do you want to be a bad person? Qin Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously. No, I do not want to be a bad person. All right, just hold on a little longer. Brother will soon be making money, Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. When I grow up, I will also earn money to buy delicious food for you, Qin Xiaoyu declared. Qin Hanchu nodded with a smile. Very well. As they spoke, Qin Hanchu spotted an egg. And Qin Xiaoyu joyfully exclaimed, Brother, there's an egg. Qin Hanchu picked up the egg and said, Let us search for more, so you can have plenty to eat. In the darkness of night, the siblings scoured the haystacks throughout the village. Ultimately, they discovered 5 eggs. Upon returning home, Qin Hanchu promptly scrambled 3 of the eggs with tomatoes. During this time, Qin Dalong woke up, glanced at the siblings, and then lowered his head as he walked out. Qin Hanchu understood. He had gone out to drink again. Qin Dalong dared not keep his alcohol at home, for if Yang Fang discovered it, she would shatter it. Thus, he concealed his liquor. As the scrambled tomatoes and eggs were being prepared, Qin Dalong returned. With his entrance came a wave of the scent of alcohol. Qin Hanchu had intended to invite Qin Dalong to join them for dinner, but upon catching the whiff of the liquor, he felt a surge of disdain and turned his head away, pretending not to see him. Once a good father, Qin Dalong had lost his way due to his addiction to alcohol, disregarding all else. Though he had been drinking, the effects had not yet taken hold, and his mind remained clear. Noticing his daughter cowering in fear behind his son, who wore a look of disgust, Qin Dalong felt a pang of guilt within. He entered the room, head bowed, and collapsed onto the bed again. Brother, why does father always get drunk? Qin Xiaoyu tugged at Qin Hanchu's sleeve, inquiring. Qin Hanchu suppressed his feelings of revulsion and smiled. Father is unwell. Once we have earned money, we will help him get better. I want father to be like other fathers who play with me. Qin Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Qin Hanchu once more ruffled Qin Xiaoyu's hair, saying, Let us eat. Once seated, Qin Xiaoyu placed several pieces of scrambled egg into her bowl. Observing this, Qin Hanchu asked, You can eat directly. There is no need to transfer it to your bowl. Father is sick. He needs to eat some eggs too, Qin Xiaoyu replied. Chapter 8. Do not speak recklessly. Just learn together after dinner. Qin Hanchu boiled some hot water. He first washed little fish's feet and then instructed her on how to clean herself properly. In contemporary rural areas, hygiene is often overlooked. However, as someone who has been reborn, Qin Hanchu understands the paramount importance of cleanliness for a young girl. Although he is Little Fish's elder brother, there are certain matters he cannot assist with. Fortunately, Little Fish is quite sensible, and a little guidance is all she requires. Besides teaching her personal hygiene, Qin Hanchu also demonstrated the importance of brushing teeth to ensure her dental health. At 11 o'clock, the siblings finally retired for the night. Upon waking in the morning, Qin Hanchu boiled the remaining 2 eggs. During breakfast, he said to Qin Xiaoyu, I will leave these 2 eggs at home. When you feel hungry, you can peel and eat them. This thermos contains warm water. Drink from it when you are thirsty, and avoid cold water, understood? Qin Xiaoyu nodded while eating. I understand. After finishing their meal, Qin Hanchu rode his bicycle to school. Hanchu, you are in for it today, Yu Yang whispered as the students gathered on the playground for morning exercises. Puzzled, Qin Hanchu asked why. Last night during self-study, there was an English class. The English teacher was looking for you, Yu Yang replied. Surprised, Qin Hanchu exclaimed, but I thought last night was geography and history? The geography class was borrowed by the English teacher, Yu Yang explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanchu felt disheartened. Knowing the English teacher's temperament, he anticipated trouble. It seemed that the early self-study session today would indeed be for English. After their exercises, the students returned to the classroom, and as expected, the English teacher had arrived early. "Qin Hanchu, step outside," the teacher said with a stern expression. Feeling awkward, Qin Hanchu walked into the hallway. "Why did you skip last night's class?" the English teacher inquired. Having prepared an excuse, he replied, "I had to return home to take care of my sister, which is why I missed the evening study session." The English teacher fell silent upon hearing this. She was well aware of Qin Hanchu's family circumstances. His father was an alcoholic, and his mother was often absent, leaving his 6-year-old sister in a pitiable state. "Rest assured, teacher, I will self-study at home and will not fall behind in my studies," Qin Hanchu assured her. Upon hearing his declaration, the teacher's demeanor softened considerably. Previously, Qin Hanchu had ranked at the bottom of his class. Now, his newfound ambition was commendable. As long as he was willing to learn, he could still make progress even without attending evening study sessions. "Very well, you must strive hard. With only a year left. If you wish to enter high school, you must exert several times the effort compared to others," the English teacher advised. "I understand," Qin Hanchu replied. The teacher nodded. "You may return." Back in the classroom, the English teacher commenced the lesson. Previously, there were times when she would not call on Qin Hanchu at all during class. However, since he had expressed his determination to study diligently, the frequency with which she called upon him had noticeably increased. In just one lesson, he was asked 3 questions. To the amazement of many, regardless of whether it was memorizing vocabulary or reciting English texts, Qin Hanchu demonstrated remarkable proficiency. His English skills had already surpassed those of more than half of his classmates. Witnessing Qin Hanchu's progress, the English teacher grew increasingly confident in his abilities. Such significant advancement could not have occurred without diligent effort behind the scenes. Tang Siwei regarded Qin Hanchu with a newfound respect, astonished by the extent of his improvement. In just a few days, his English proficiency had soared. As the morning study session concluded, Tang Siwei approached Qin Hanchu. "Qin Hanchu, may I ask you something?" she inquired. Qin Hanchu smiled in response. "What is it? How have you practiced your English? Your progress is astonishing." Tang Siwei expressed her curiosity. With a grin, Qin Hanchu replied, "You are the real academic star. I should be seeking your guidance." Tang Siwei countered, "Yet, it seems your spoken English surpasses mine. Speaking requires practice. You should find someone to converse with in English," Qin Hanchu suggested. "Can you join me? Let us practice our speaking after lunch," Tang Siwei proposed. Upon hearing this, Yu Yang's eyes brimmed with envy. What a splendid opportunity it was to practice speaking one-on-one with the school beauty. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. Just as Qin Hanchu contemplated declining, he noticed Tang Siwei's smile and heard her say, "It's settled then. We'll head to the playground after lunch." Feeling unable to refuse her, Qin Hanchu acquiesced. With a radiant smile, Tang Siwei departed. "Wow, my friend. It seems you're on the verge of winning her heart," Yu Yang whispered with a chuckle. If Qin Hanchu were not a reincarnated soul, he would undoubtedly feel ecstatic. However, at this moment, he felt rather indifferent. Though Tang Siwei was undeniably beautiful, there existed a psychological gap of several decades between them. In Qin Hanchu's eyes, she remained a naive young girl. "Let us not get carried away. It's merely a study session," Qin Hanchu remarked. "I wish to join as well. Count me in." Yu Yang chimed in with a grin. Qin Hanchu scoffed. "Do you truly wish to practice speaking? Come on, let us go eat," Yu Yang replied. "I've already eaten at home." "You go ahead," Qin Hanchu responded. As a boarding student, Yu Yang needed to have breakfast at school. Accepting Qin Hanchu's words, Yu Yang proceeded to the cafeteria with other classmates. Just as they departed, Wang Bin appeared at the classroom door, timidly calling out, "Qin Ge." Qin Hanchu stood and walked to the entrance, puzzled. "What is the matter?" he asked. Wang Bin lowered his head and murmured, "My money was borrowed by Monkey." Frowning, Qin Hanchu inquired, "How did he know you had money?" Wang Bin scratched his head, explaining, "I mentioned to a classmate that you hadn't taken my money. And they must have told Monkey." Monkey was known for his penchant for fighting and troublemaking. Previously, Qin Hanchu often sparred with him. Having dealt with Monkey a few times, he knew that as long as Qin Hanchu was involved, Monkey would not dare to act. Where's Monkey? Though Qin Hanchu was reluctant to resume his days of brawling, he felt obligated to repay the debts owed to Wang Bin. Wang Bin said, "It should be in the cafeteria. Follow me." After speaking, Qin Hanchu stepped outside. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the cafeteria. From a distance, Qin Hanchu spotted the monkey emerging with a few classmates. "Monkey, over here," Qin Hanchu called out from afar. True to his name, the monkey was sharp-featured and appeared rather unscrupulous at first glance. Chapter 9. practicing oral English with the school bell. Upon seeing Wang Bin arrive with Qin Hanchu, the monkey understood their purpose immediately. Hanchu, you. Before Wang Bin could finish his sentence, Qin Hanchu raised his foot and playfully kicked the monkey. You dare to touch my people? Are you looking to practice again? As he spoke, Qin Hanchu put his arm around the monkey's shoulder and gently inquired, You said you didn't want him. Even if I don't. It is not for you to take. Qin Hanchu, still holding the monkey, spoke in a low tone. I won't interfere with others, but you cannot bully Wang Bin, understood? The monkey's eyes reflected a hint of fear as he nodded in acknowledgement. Return the borrowed money to Wang Bin, Qin Hanchu instructed. Reluctantly, the monkey reached into his pocket and handed 10 yuan back to Wang Bin. Let's play football together sometime. We must be on our way now, Qin Hanchu said, patting the monkey's shoulder before departing with Wang Bin. On their way back, Wang Bin handed the 10 yuan to Qin Hanchu, saying, Brother Qin, this 10 yuan is for you. Keep it. The monkey and his friends won't borrow money from you anymore. Qin Hanchu smiled. Seeing that Qin Hanchu refused the money, Wang Bin hurriedly ran towards a nearby convenience store. Shortly thereafter, he returned with some snacks and offered them to Qin Hanchu, saying, Let me treat you. Qin Hanchu chuckled, selecting a few snacks suitable for Qin Xiaoyu before accepting them, replying, Thank you. Wang Bin, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head as he followed Qin Hanchu back to the classroom building. The first lesson was mathematics, and Qin Hanchu was utterly engrossed in his writing when the math teacher unexpectedly called his name. At that moment, Yang was sound asleep, leaving Qin Hanchu at a loss. Fortunately, Chen Wan, sitting in front, nudged his desk with her back, jolting him back to reality. Come up and solve this problem. The math teacher instructed as Qin Hanchu stood up. He approached the podium and, with chalk in hand, deftly unraveled the problem. The astonishment in his classmates' eyes was palpable. Had Qin Hanchu truly made such diligent progress? Not only had his English improved, but his mathematical prowess had also blossomed. In the past, his mathematical skills barely reached double digits, yet now he could tackle such challenging problems with ease. The math teacher was equally taken aback. Qin Hanchu's performance exceeded his expectations. Well done. Keep up the good work, he commended. Qin Hanchu smiled and returned to his seat. As he passed Chen Wan, he whispered, Thank you. Chen Wan was a girl of dark complexion. Although she might not seem remarkable now, she was destined to blossom into a beauty. As the saying goes, a woman transforms beautifully with age, and Chen Wan epitomized the transformation from an ugly duckling to a graceful swan. Throughout the morning, Qin Hanchu penned 3,000 words of a manuscript. He planned to write more in the afternoon, aiming to compile a chapter's worth of material. As a reincarnated web novelist, he understood the significance of consistent updates. No one could guarantee that life would unfold as planned every day when unexpected events arose. A lack of prepared material would result in missed updates. To ensure a steady flow of content, it was imperative to have some manuscripts on hand. As soon as school let out for lunch, Tang Siwei approached Qin Hanchu and said, Let us meet on the playground after lunch. Qin Hanchu nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal, he made his way to the playground, where Tang Siwei was already quietly reading her English textbook. Upon seeing him approach, a smile graced her face. How should we practice? She inquired as he reached her. Let us start with a passage from the English textbook and practice reading it together. Once we're familiar, we can converse in English, Qin Hanchu suggested. Tang Siwei nodded. Sounds good. Let us read this one. The two found a step to sit on and proceeded to engage in their spoken English practice. After lunch, students typically enjoyed playing on the playground, and many were taken aback to see Qin Hanchu, a notorious underachiever and school troublemaker, sitting alongside Tang Siwei, the school's renowned beauty and academic star, practicing English together. After 20 minutes of reading, Qin Hanchu said to Tang Siwei, Let us call it a day for now. Shall we continue tomorrow? She asked. Qin Hanchu nodded, Of course. If you have any questions about your homework, feel free to ask me. All right, I will definitely come to you if I don't understand something, Tang Siwei replied. They chatted casually on their way back to the classroom, where some students had already laid their heads down on their desks, drifting into slumber. After returning to his seat, Qin Hanchu rested his head on the desk for a brief moment. The afternoon was filled with 2 consecutive essay classes, providing him with a rare opportunity to write his novel without reservation. He first completed his essay in 10 minutes, and then devoted himself entirely to his creative writing. As he immersed himself in his novel, Yu Yang beside him had already succumbed to slumber. In the tranquil classroom, a faint sound of snoring unexpectedly emerged. Noticing that Wang Gang was drawn to the noise, Qin Hanchu hastily nudged Yu Yang with his elbow. Startled, Yu Yang opened his eyes promptly. What's wrong? He inquired, glancing at Wang Gang before whispering. You were snoring, Qin Hanchu replied. Yu Yang awkwardly acknowledged this and requested, keep an eye on me. By the time school dismissed in the afternoon, Qin Hanchu had penned a total of 7,000 words. Due to the extensive writing, his wrist felt somewhat sore and numb. The moment school ended, he dashed into the internet CAF. Once logged in, he accessed his account on Little Penguin. Just as he came online, a message from Lin Jianfeng arrived. I'll arrange a small recommendation for you first. Once the contract arrives, I'll ensure a homepage feature. Thank you, Big Boss. Although it was merely a small recommendation, every little bit counts. Each recommendation could usher in new readers. After a few days of growth, Qin Hanchu's total collection had reached 1,500. Such an achievement was undoubtedly remarkable. Keep it up. Qin Hanchu sent his message, and Lin Jianfeng quickly responded. Without replying further, Qin Hanchu commenced typing again. He uploaded 4,000 words and saved the remaining 3,000 in his email. At that moment, the CAF owner approached him and remarked, could you possibly update a bit faster? I'll give you an extra hour for free if you write another chapter. Chapter 10. The little fish does not want her brother to go hungry when Qin Hanchu was printing a contract. The internet CAF owner jokingly remarked that he wanted to read Qin Hanchu's novel. With time to spare today, he curiously retrieved the novel, and upon reading, he found himself utterly captivated. In this era devoid of short videos and social media, novels have emerged as one of the most fashionable forms of entertainment. Qin Hanchu's work is characterized by vivid character portrayals and a brisk narrative tempo, rendering it irresistible to the internet CAF owner, who was new to online literature. After devouring the latest 2 chapters, the CAF owner was eager to uncover the unfolding plot and rushed over to request an update from Qin Hanchu. I can't update today. I need to go home, Qin Hanchu replied, needing to save some drafts and thus would not add more content recently. Then tell me, when does the villain die? The CAF owner inquired. A young man standing behind Qin Hanchu chuckled. I know. Having observed Qin Hanchu type, he was privy to an additional 3,000 words compared to the CAF owner. In those 3,000 words, the first minor antagonist met his demise. Spoiling the plot is shameful, Qin Hanchu remarked. The young man responded with a smirk. I want to say anything. I didn't expect your novel to be this engaging. Write faster. I'm eagerly waiting to read more, the CAF owner urged. Qin Hanchu shut down his computer and said, I'm heading home now. All right. Come early tomorrow for updates, the CAF owner replied. Just as Qin Hanchu was about to leave, he suddenly paused. He recalled that the CAF owner would soon be acquiring 2 new computers. Are you planning to buy 2 new computers? He asked. The CAF owner, taken aback, responded. How did you know? What will happen to the old computers? Qin Hanchu continued. I'll sell them as used, the CAF owner replied. Save one for me and sell it at a lower price, Qin Hanchu suggested. Computers in this era were still quite expensive. A machine with similar specifications would cost more than 3,000. Even with the possibility of earning some fees from his writing, 3,000 was still a considerable sum. Hence, Qin Hanchu requested the CAF owner to reserve an old computer for him. Even an old computer would still cost around 1,000. Do you have that much money? The CAF owner inquired. Perhaps in a few months, Qin Hanchu replied. The CAF owner pondered for a moment and said, when you have the money, choose any old machine you want. By then, I will also acquire a new one. Agreed, Qin Hanchu affirmed before departing the CAF. At 9 in the evening, Qin Hanchu returned to the village. As he approached his home, he could hear Yang Feng's furious shouting. The neighbors, already accustomed to the commotion, refrained from intervening. Upon entering the yard, he saw Qin Xiaoyu anxiously clinging to his leg. Brother, Mom is hitting Dad again, she cried. After placing his bicycle aside, Qin Hanchu picked up Qin Xiaoyu and said, That's an adult matter. It has nothing to do with you, my little one. I brought you some snacks. Let us enjoy them secretly without letting Mom and Dad know, shall we? Upon hearing about the snacks, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Okay. Qin Hanchu closed the door behind them and carried Qin Xiaoyu into the house. All you do is drink. Why don't you just die? What purpose do you serve by living, only to cause us distress? In the room, Yang Feng wielded a wrought tin stick, striking it against Qin Dalong's body. At that moment, Qin Dalong was utterly inebriated, deeply asleep. Even as the wrought tin struck him, he merely turned over and continued to slumber. A drunken person is inherently oblivious to pain, and given that Qin Dalong was still clothed, Yang Feng's blows were futile, serving only to vent her frustration. Qin Hanchu understood that Yang Feng had lost money again. The connection between Qin Dalong's alcoholism and Yang Fang's gambling was inseparable. Casting a glance at Yang Fang, Qin Hanchu carried Qin Xiaoyu into his own room. He placed her on the Kong and retrieved the snacks purchased by Wang Bin, smiling as he said, "These are all for you. Do you like them?" Upon seeing the snacks, Qin Xiaoyu was overjoyed. However, her smile soon faded. Noticing her expression, Qin Hanchu hurriedly inquired, "What's wrong? Brother, do you have enough money for food after buying these snacks?" Little Fish didn't want her brother to go hungry. Feeling famished was unpleasant, and she could forego the snacks. Though she spoke these words, her gaze remained fixed on the treats. Hearing her concern, Qin Hanchu felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his eyes misting slightly. His sister's thoughtfulness warmed his heart. He tore open a snack and held a piece of cookie to Qin Xiaoyu's mouth, assuring her, "Don't worry, brother won't go hungry. These snacks were given to you by a big brother." "Really?" Qin Xiaoyu asked. Qin Hanchu nodded. "Go ahead, brother wouldn't deceive you." With a soft she opened her mouth and accepted the cookie. As she savored it, she picked up another piece and offered it to Qin Hanchu, saying, "Brother, you should have one too." Qin Hanchu smiled. "Brother doesn't like cookies, you enjoy them." Understanding her brother's intention to leave them for her, Qin Xiaoyu insisted, "If you won't eat, then I won't either." Seeing her resolve, Qin Hanchu finally smiled and ate the cookie. Meanwhile, the sounds of quarrels continued next door, yet the siblings shared a moment of warmth and laughter. After a few minutes, perhaps exhausted, Yang Fang ceased her shouting. Soon, Qin Hanchu heard the sound of the iron door. Yang Fang had ventured out again to gamble. After finishing the snacks, Qin Hanchu prepared hot water for Qin Xiaoyu. Chapter 11. The Red Carp. In the ensuing days, Qin Hanchu's life was marked by a meticulous routine. Each morning, he accompanied Little Fish for breakfast before embarking on his journey to school. Upon arrival, he immersed himself in his studies in the craft of writing. Ever since Qin Hanchu declared his intent to dedicate himself to his studies, his teachers across various subjects began to take a keen interest in him. Consequently, he found it increasingly challenging to fully engage in his leisurely writing pursuits. For his core subjects, he was compelled to allocate significant time for his studies. Additionally, each afternoon after lunch, he practiced spoken language with Tang Siwei. While Qin Hanchu remained indifferent to this practice, Tang Siwei's affection for him grew steadily stronger. Her tone in conversations became increasingly casual. During this period, the data pertaining to his novel saw a steady rise. With the support of minor recommendations, his readership expanded significantly. By Saturday noon, his collection had surged to 6,000, despite the fact that his novel contained only over 20,000 words. Such an achievement would be considered exceptional even on a prominent Chinese literary platform 2 decades hence. Typically, only established authors manage to garner nearly 10,000 collections within such a brief time frame. On Saturday afternoon after school, Qin Hanchu first ventured to an internet CAF. Over the past few days, he had composed 4 chapters, merely needing to copy them from his email for upload. Once his work was uploaded, he swiftly rode his bicycle home. Seizing the opportunity of the weekend, he planned to take Little Fish out for a day of fun. Upon returning home, he was greeted by Little Fish, who ran towards him with a small shovel in hand. "Brother, I want to dig for sand," she exclaimed. "All right, you dig for sand, and I shall catch fish. Tonight, I will prepare a delightful feast of fish for you," Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. "Great," Little Fish responded joyfully. After setting down his bicycle, Qin Hanchu retrieved the fishing gear from their home. Kanjiakan village, nestled near a reservoir, boasted an abundance of fish resources. Whenever there was a flood release, the men of the village would venture out for fishing. Before Qin Dalong succumbed to his addiction, he too had participated in these fishing excursions, resulting in a variety of fishing nets being stored at home. Equipped with a casting net, a trap, and a pole net, Qin Hanchu set out with Little Fish, who clutched her small shovel and water bucket, as they followed the village path towards the river beyond. In this era, the river's waters were remarkably clear, with fine sand lining the riverbed. In time, this sand would contribute to the rise of local tycoons. With their newfound wealth, the once humble river would eventually vanish. As they journeyed, Little Fish was brimming with excitement, chattering away like a lark. Listening to her cheerful voice brought Qin Hanchu immense joy and tranquility. They soon found a tranquil cove, where Qin Hanchu placed the tools aside, while Little Fish eagerly began her play in the sand. Be careful not to run around, and stay away from the water's edge. Also, keep an eye out for any large snakes, Qin Hanchu cautioned. In the northern dialect, snakes are often referred to as longworms. Although the snakes in this area are non-venomous, Qin Hanchu felt it necessary to remind little fish. In 2003, sightings of snakes around the riverbanks were not uncommon. Though merely 6 years of age, Qin Xiaoyu, a child of the countryside, harbored little fear of snakes. "I have a small shovel. I am not afraid of it," she declared with a smile. With a gentle grin directed at her, Qin Hanchu turned his attention to his tasks. He first took the fish trap to the waterway's outlet. This was a narrow stream, scarcely 2 meters wide, and as Qin Hanchu approached, he observed schools of fish leaping and creating splashes. He recognized them as small white strips. Fish no longer than the span of a hand, ideal for frying to a crisp. The trap he had prepared was specifically for them. Upon reaching the stream, Qin Hanchu positioned the trap within its bed and secured its sides with stones, ensuring that the fish could only swim into it. Once caught, they would become his supper for the evening. With the trap set, he proceeded upstream with a net, choosing a spot where the current was gentle to lay it out. This arrangement, with the trap beneath and the net above, would allow him to catch fish effectively. Next, he skillfully cast the net, which not only served to catch fish, but also created a disturbance in the water, startling the fish into the traps. With a swift motion, he gathered the net, exerting force from his waist to throw it out. The net spread wide, resembling a lid descending onto the surface of the water. Nearby, Qin Xiaoyu cheered, "Brother, you are amazing." Her words brought a joyous smile to Qin Hanchu's face. As he pulled in his first catch, he was delighted to find 5 small crucian carp, each just the size of his palm, perfect for frying. The waterway was expansive, home to larger carp left behind during flood releases. If he could catch one, he could prepare a savory braised carp for dinner. Time passed swiftly as he fished, and before he knew it, 2 hours had elapsed. His bucket now held 2 to 3 kilograms of fish, including a crucian carp weighing over half a kilogram, which would be reserved for soup rather than frying. With the trap and net still in place, his main tools, Qin Hanchu suddenly sensed movement within the net. He realized he had caught something substantial. "Little fish. I've caught a big one," he exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 12. The reunion dinner. 10 minutes later, Qin Hanchu gathered the net and the fish trap. He was delighted to find that the net had caught a carp. Although the fish weighed merely over 2 pounds, it was ample for preparing a savory braised carp. Carrying the fishing net and a bucket of water, Qin Hanchu walked ahead, while Qin Xiaoyu, with a small shovel and a little water bucket in hand, joyfully followed in his footsteps, her body dusted with sand from an enjoyable day of play. Upon returning home, Qin Hanchu cleaned out an unused water tank. After the cleaning, he placed some water plants and algae, replete with soil and roots, at the bottom of the tank before filling it with water. With these aquatic plants, the tank would generate oxygen. Without them, the carp would likely not survive until morning. All right, when you have nothing to do, just blow air into the water with this straw to provide it with oxygen, okay? Qin Hanchu smiled at Qin Xiaoyu after completing the task. Qin Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I'll take good care of it." Qin Hanchu found a straw for her to play with, encouraging her to blow into the water tank. He then turned to prepare the other fish for dinner. Today's catch was plentiful, and without a refrigerator at home, any uneaten fish would go to waste. Since they could not consume so much themselves, he decided to share some with others. Finding a bag, Qin Hanchu filled it with some white strips and crucian carp before stepping outside. As he emerged, he spotted his neighbor, Aunt Wang, who was returning from the fields on her bicycle, a hoe attached to the bike. "Hello, Aunt Wang," Qin Hanchu greeted with a smile. Aunt Wang was several years older than Yang Fong and had a daughter who had been a childhood companion of Qin Hanchu. However, her daughter had entered high school last year, attending the best school in the city. Though Qin Hanchu had a less than stellar reputation in the village, he harbored no ill will towards Aunt Wang's daughter, so Aunt Wang had no objections to their friendship. "What brings you out today?" Aunt Wang inquired with a smile. "I caught some fish and brought them to share with you." Qin Hanchu offered the fish to her. Aunt Wang was taken aback. When did Qin Hanchu become so considerate? Moreover, she sensed a distinct change in him today. "No need. You should keep them for yourselves," Aunt Wang replied with a smile. Qin Hanchu insisted, "I caught plenty. We have enough at home. My parents have been arguing incessantly, which has affected your family as well. Consider this a small gesture of my apology." Aunt Wang paused, surprised by his words. His tone resembled that of an adult, and she wondered when he had become so perceptive to the complexities of human relationships. "All right. I shall accept them then. But remember, you must not follow in your parents' footsteps. You have a younger sister who relies on you," Aunt Wang said as she accepted the fish. Qin Hanchu smiled. "I understand. By the way, how is Qin Han doing in school?" "Quite well," Aunt Wang responded. "Well, I must return home to prepare dinner," he said before turning back toward his house. As Qin Hanchu gazed at the retreating figure of Qin Dalong, Aunt Wang sighed softly, lamenting, "The child is a good one. It is merely his parents who are disappointing." Upon returning home, Qin Hanchu began to gut the fish. At that moment, Qin Dalong emerged from the shadows. Although still slightly inebriated, his mind remained alert. "Hold off on drinking for now. Allow me to prepare the meal first. And we shall feast before indulging," Qin Hanchu stated with a serious tone. Qin Dalong, who had been about to step outside, hesitated. "Father, we caught a beautiful red carp." "Look," exclaimed the little fish, addressing Qin Dalong. A stiff smile crept across Qin Dalong's face as he approached Qin Xiaoyu and glanced at the splendid red carp in the water tank. "It truly is magnificent," he remarked. "Brother said you were unwell and that you must eat well to recover," Qin Xiaoyu said earnestly. A bitter expression filled Qin Dalong's eyes as he remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. It was a rare occasion that Qin Dalong heeded Qin Hanchu's words. He suppressed his craving for alcohol, sitting in the courtyard, observing the joyful antics of Qin Xiaoyu. Just then, Yang Fong returned home. Noticing that Qin Dalong was still upright, she appeared somewhat surprised. "What is going on today?" Yang Fong began, intending to hurl a sarcastic remark at Qin Dalong, but was abruptly interrupted by Qin Hanchu. "Please, let us enjoy a quiet meal as a family, not just for your sake, but for little fish as well." Yang Fong opened her mouth, yet ultimately acquiesced to Qin Hanchu's plea. With the fish in hand, Qin Hanchu proceeded to the kitchen. "Father, come help me with the fire," he called out. Upon hearing Qin Hanchu address him as father, Qin Dalong trembled slightly. It had been a long time since Qin Hanchu had uttered that word since his descent into alcoholism. Qin Dalong hurriedly rose and entered the kitchen, stoking the flames. After applying a layer of oil to the bottom of the pot, Qin Hanchu placed the large crucian carp inside to fry. The oil from the carp shimmered and, once simmered, produced a broth as white as milk. With Qin Dalong tending the fire for the fish soup, Qin Hanchu began to fry the white strips and small crucian carp. Half an hour later, both the fish soup and fried fish were ready. Next, Qin Hanchu prepared a dish of braised carp. Both Qin Dalong and Yang Fong were astonished. When had Qin Hanchu acquired such culinary skills? Yang Fong, as a woman, could scarcely prepare such a fish soup. The braised carp was a sight she had never encountered before. "Let us dine," Qin Hanchu announced as the dishes were placed on the table. The family sat down, and Qin Hanchu addressed Qin Dalong. "Bring in the wine. Let us enjoy the fried fish with a drink." "You still intend to let him drink?" Yang Fong could not help but interject. Qin Hanchu responded, "He will drink sooner or later. We cannot control it. If that is the case, it is better he enjoys a meal while sipping a bit. At least it lessens his discomfort." Qin Dalong attempted to voice his thoughts, yet the words faltered on his lips. "Go fetch it. Do not waste such splendid dishes," Qin Hanchu urged. Qin Dalong, already tormented by his craving for alcohol, could hardly resist the temptation. Soon, he returned with a small half-bottle of erguotu. Qin Hanchu handed him a cup, and he poured himself a drink. "Hanchu, from whom did you learn such culinary skills?" As Yang Fong savored the braised fish she had prepared, she inquired with astonishment. Qin Hanchu replied, "I learned from a chef." "A chef?" she asked. "A friend I know in town," he casually deflected. Turning to Qin Xiaoyu with a smile, he asked, "Is it delicious?" Qin Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. "Yes. It's very good. Eat slowly, and if there are any bones, be sure to spit them out," he cautioned, even though he had already removed the fish bones for her. Having never tasted such exquisite fish before, Qin Xiaoyu nodded in agreement as she relished the morsels Qin Hanchu offered. Although the meal was quite silent, it nonetheless represented a family reunion. It had been several years since the family last dined together. In recent years, even during the Spring Festival, Qin Dalong would be found intoxicated on the Kong, leaving only Yang Fong and the two children to share the festive dinner. Chapter 13. Astonishing monthly exam results in the depths of Xiaoyu's memory. This marked her very first reunion dinner. It was evident that she was filled with joy. After the meal, Qin Hanchu turned to Qin Dalong and Yang Fong, saying, "I shall wash the dishes. You two should either retire for the night or indulge in a game of cards." His words stirred a sense of guilt in Qin Dalong and Yang Fong, albeit a fleeting one. Under the influence of alcohol, Qin Dalong soon succumbed to slumber on the bed, while Yang Fong, unable to contain her restlessness, dashed out to play cards. As Qin Hanchu washed the dishes, Qin Xiaoyu stood by the water tank, observing the fish within. Engrossed in the sight, she engaged in conversation with Qin Hanchu. Once the dishes were cleaned, the siblings returned to their room. Qin Hanchu retrieved a notebook and a pen, proposing, "Shall I teach you how to write your name, dear sister?" "Yes," replied Qin Xiaoyu with a smile and a nod. Thus began Qin Hanchu's instruction in writing simple characters, commencing with one that had the fewest strokes and was easiest to replicate. At 5 o'clock the following morning, Qin Hanchu rose quietly. He mounted his bicycle and made his way to the internet CAF. "What brings you here at this hour?" inquired the CAF owner, bleary-eyed and lounging on the sofa. "I came to update my work. I have tasks ahead," Qin Hanchu replied. The owner yawned and said, "Just boot up a machine. I'll catch a few more minutes of sleep." In the early hours, a few dedicated night owls remained in the CAF. Qin Hanchu set up a computer for himself, first responding to messages from his readers before commencing to write. By 7 o'clock, he uploaded the latest chapter. Once the update was complete, he pedaled his bicycle back home, where Qin Xiaoyu was still asleep. "Brother." Qin Hanchu was in the kitchen preparing noodle soup when he suddenly heard Xiaoyu's call. "Awake, are you?" he shouted back. "MHM," Qin Hanchu instructed. "Dress yourself. Breakfast will be ready shortly." After a considerable wait, Qin Xiaoyu emerged, having recently learned to dress herself. Though her pants were slightly askew, Qin Hanchu approached her and adjusted her clothing. "Brother, what shall we do today?" Qin Xiaoyu asked eagerly, as he served the rice. Qin Hanchu responded, "How about a hike?" Qin Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, "Yes." Just then, Yang Fang returned home, her spirits evidently lifted, likely due to a winning streak at cards. "There is still some rice in the pot. Eat a little before resting," Qin Hanchu suggested. Yang Fang paused, sensing a change in Qin Hanchu. Nodding, she served herself a portion of rice. After hastily finishing her meal, she handed Qin Hanchu 25 yuan, saying, "This is for next week's living expenses." Qin Hanchu accepted it with a nod. Once Yang Fang had given him the money, she retreated to her room to sleep. After washing the dishes, Qin Hanchu took Qin Xiaoyu on his bicycle and left the house, passing by a convenience store. He spent 1 yuan 50 to buy his sister a small bottle of Waha drink. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Fangjia village, nestled at the foot of the mountains. This village serves as a gateway to the heights above. Securing their bicycles to a tree, the siblings set forth together on their ascent. Time, filled with joy, seemed to slip away swiftly. At noon, they finally returned home. After a morning of play, Qin Xiaoyu succumbed to slumber post-lunch, while Qin Hanchu rested for an hour before turning to his homework. Once his tasks were completed, he began to write. By the time Qin Xiaoyu awoke, Qin Hanchu had already finished a chapter. Another week has passed, and Qin Hanchu's routine resumed, attending classes, writing, assisting Tang Siwei with her spoken English practice, uploading chapters at the internet CAF, and caring for his sister. Each day followed this familiar cadence. Unbeknownst to them, the time for the monthly exam had arrived. Both teachers and classmates were curious about the results Qin Hanchu would achieve. Once the exam concluded, in the office, they sought out Qin Hanchu's paper, eager to discover how much he had improved. Wang Gang remarked to the mathematics and English teachers that these 3 subjects were fundamental. By examining their scores, they could gauge Qin Hanchu's overall progress. The 3 teachers retrieved his paper and began their evaluations. 5 minutes later, the mathematics teacher exclaimed in astonishment, "Qin Hanchu scored 90. Previously, he had never exceeded 30 points in mathematics. Such a score would undoubtedly place him among the top 20 in the class. The progress was remarkable." The English teacher, equally incredulous, reported, "Qin Hanchu achieved 120. Staring at the exam paper, he wondered if it could be the result of cheating. Was this truly Qin Hanchu's own work? In the past, he had relied on sheer luck to score points, often failing to surpass even 10. Yet now, he had soared to a perfect 120. This was no mere improvement. It was akin to being propelled by a rocket. 120? How could this be? Did he copy someone else's paper? Wang Gang and the mathematics teacher expressed their shock. The English teacher interjected, "It seems unlikely that he cheated. His recent classroom performance has been exceptional. Though this score is astonishing, it is not beyond the realm of possibility." "Wang, how did he fare in Chinese?" the mathematics teacher inquired. Moments later, Wang Gang took a deep breath and stated, 105. Upon hearing this score, all 3 were left in utter amazement. Chapter 14. The novel goes live. Upon returning home that evening, Yang Fang was unsurprisingly absent. Although the teacher wished to see her, Qin Hanchu had no intention of venturing out to find her. Whenever he encountered her again was a matter for another time. As he was assisting Qin Xiaoyu with her nightly routine, the iron gate of the house suddenly clanged. Shortly thereafter, Yang Fang entered with a stern countenance, and Qin Hanchu instantly discerned that she had lost money. "Mom, the teacher wants to see you," he informed her. Aware of her foul mood, he felt compelled to convey the message. Whether she chose to go or not was entirely her decision. What trouble have you caused this time? Can't you spare me some worry? Yang Fang exclaimed, her voice tinged with irritation, given that Qin Hanchu had a history of mischief. She frequently found herself summoned by the teacher for reprimands. Given her financial loss that night, her temperament was already soured. Upon hearing that the teacher wished to meet her, Yang Fang erupted in anger. Her outburst startled Qin Xiaoyu, who instinctively hid behind Qin Hanchu. Anticipating Yang Fang's reaction, he replied nonchalantly, "This time it is not a reprimand. I have not caused any trouble, so it is entirely up to you if you wish to attend." Not a reprimand? Is it a commendation then? Yang Fang retorted angrily. Qin Hanchu chose not to respond further and picked up Qin Xiaoyu, stating, "Let us go to bed." Wait, Yang Fang found her words trapped in her throat as she watched Qin Hanchu leave directly. "Brother, did you really not cause any trouble?" Qin Xiaoyu inquired softly in the dimly lit room. Qin Hanchu smiled and said, "Your brother achieved excellent grades. The teacher wishes to commend me." "Really? You're amazing, brother. When I go to school, I will strive for good grades too," Qin Xiaoyu giggled. "Indeed, you must study hard. In the future, I will take you to the big city. There are zoos and amusement parks there." Curious, Qin Xiaoyu asked, "What are zoos and amusement parks?" "In a zoo, various animals are kept. Elephants, monkeys, and even tigers and lions," he explained. "Is that true?" Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. "When have you ever lied to me? I will take you to see the big tiger one day." At this, Qin Xiaoyu quickly shook her head. "No, the big tiger will eat people." Qin Hanchu chuckled at her response. "The big tigers in the zoo are all caged. They cannot reach you, little fish." As the siblings engaged in their quiet conversation, they unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, as was his routine, Qin Hanchu prepared breakfast. After they had eaten, he departed the house under Qin Xiaoyu's watchful gaze. After the first class of the morning concluded, Qin Hanchu glanced out the window. It was then that he spotted Yang Fang cycling into the campus. Exiting the classroom, he made his way towards her. "You had better not have caused any trouble, otherwise you will bear the consequences," Yang Fang remarked coldly upon seeing him. Qin Hanchu remained silent, turning to lead Yang Fang to the teacher's office. Upon entering, he addressed Wang Gang, "Teacher, my mother has arrived." Yang Fang stepped into the office, her demeanor a bit reserved as she greeted, "Hello, teacher. Has Qin Hanchu gotten into trouble again?" Wang Gang quickly replied with a smile, "You are mistaken. Qin Hanchu has not caused any trouble." "Did you cause any trouble?" Yang Fang initially believed that Qin Hanchu was lying, only to discover that he had not summoned her due to any mischief. But if it wasn't trouble, then what was the reason? Wang Gang presented Qin Hanchu's examination paper, stating, "In recent times, Qin Hanchu's academic performance has shown remarkable improvement. This is his paper from the recent monthly exam, and he ranked 18th in the class across all subjects." "What? 18th? How is that possible?" Yang Fang could scarcely believe her ears. Qin Hanchu had consistently been at the bottom of the rankings. How could he suddenly attain the 18th position? Even if it were the 18th from the bottom, she would still find it hard to accept. Moreover, Wang Gang was referring to the class's 18th position. The progress of Qin Hanchu is evident to us teachers. Based on his classroom performance, we are confident that this achievement is genuine. I believe you, as a mother, need to show more concern for your child. Qin Hanchu is striving for improvement now, and I hope you, as a parent, will support him." At that moment, Yang Fang was still in a state of shock. She gazed at Qin Hanchu's examination paper, her emotions surging with excitement. Although she had not shown much concern for him, she felt immense joy at her son's significant progress. As the bell rang for class, Qin Hanchu returned to the classroom. Meanwhile, Yang Fang remained engaged in a conversation with Wang Gang. Qin Hanchu recognized that Wang Gang meant well, yet he held no hope for this discussion. Whether gamblers or alcoholics, they could not be persuaded by mere words. Qin Hanchu's primary focus remained on writing novels. With just over a week until the VIP system launched, he was determined to ensure the quality of his work, confident that it would yield financial rewards. That evening, upon returning home, Qin Hanchu immediately spotted Yang Fang. "You're back," she exclaimed. Qin Hanchu merely acknowledged her with a sound before setting aside his bicycle. "Study diligently. As long as you can gain admission to high school, I will borrow money to support your education," Yang Fang declared. "Understood," Qin Hanchu replied. Once his novel was published, he would have his own income, rendering Yang Fang's financial assistance unnecessary. Although she did not voice it, Qin Hanchu was aware of her debts outside. Chapter 15. The piracy controversy. As time progresses, the data is bound to increase. In fact, achieving a subscription of 500 is already quite commendable. With 500 subscriptions, delivering 4,000 words daily results in a monthly remuneration of at least 2,000 yuan. Back in 2003, the wages for manual laborers were merely 600 or 700. 2,000 yuan is undoubtedly a lucrative salary. Even the principal of a school does not earn such an amount at this time. Today, the comments section of the novel is particularly lively. This marks the first instance in history where novels are charged for, and naturally, many individuals find it difficult to comprehend. Consequently, numerous people are waiting for pirated versions. Those with a stable economic foundation are less concerned about such matters. There are even 6 chapters available. It is utterly delightful. Is there any more to update? A few more chapters would be perfect. Subscribing in support, encouraging the author to write diligently. Keep it up. I have subscribed. After responding to several comments, Qin Hanchu finally shut down the computer. He resolved to check the results again tomorrow evening, hoping for a subscription count to exceed 1,000. With 1,000 subscriptions, delivering 4,000 words daily could yield a monthly income of 3,500 yuan. With this money, Qin Hanchu could purchase a second-hand computer. As for the remaining funds, he could pay for his sister's kindergarten tuition, allowing her to attend. Although current kindergartens may not impart extensive knowledge, they provide an opportunity for Qin Xiaoyu to play with other children, which is vital for her development. In the bustling metropolis, at the editorial office of a certain online literature platform, all the editors gathered around a computer, anxiously monitoring the recharge and subscription records. The implementation of a VIP system is a crucial strategy for the platform's profitability. Without profit, the website cannot sustain its operations. The subscription count for Invincible War God has surpassed 800. This book is truly remarkable, with its subscription count exceeding that of other works by a factor of 2. If this momentum continues, it is highly likely to surpass 1,000. The faces of the editors radiate excitement. Both Invincible War God and other paid works have achieved commendable results. The website's backend is continuously generating recharge orders, signifying the commencement of revenue generation. It is at this moment that a crisis quietly descends. With the introduction of fees on the platform, piracy websites see an opportunity. They first subscribe to the novels, then transcribe the content before transferring it to their own sites. Early the next morning, all paid books appear in pirated form. Qin Hanchu's work is no exception. Even many paying members, upon discovering the existence of pirated versions, have departed from the platform, resulting in a significant reduction in traffic. When Qin Hanchu logs in again, he finds the subscription count stagnated at 1,000. This outcome exceeds his expectations. He had anticipated a figure above 1,500, yet it stands at merely 1,000. Just then, Qin Hanchu recalls a rumor circulating in the online literature community that a certain author, Frog, once elevated this platform to prominence with a single pen. The timing seems to coincide with this very moment. In response to the reader attrition caused by piracy, Frog had previously modified the latest plot developments. Thus, the narrative of the pirated version could not seamlessly connect with the latest developments. Consequently, many subscribers found themselves reverting to a previous point in the storyline. In order to retain subscriptions, Qin Hanchu deemed it necessary to take action. At that moment, an editor from his team sent a message, stating that due to the pirated versions, the growth of his readership had stagnated, but they were devising a solution to this issue, urging him to focus on his creative endeavors. Qin Hanchu responded, suggesting that he could amend the latest plot, making it difficult for the readers of the pirated version to keep pace with the story, potentially coaxing them back. While it was indeed a viable strategy, he was cautioned not to compromise the quality of the novel. After their discussion, Qin Hanchu commenced revising the storyline. Altering the plot proved to be a torturous endeavor, as it would alter the originally intended trajectory of the narrative. However, for the sake of financial gain, Qin Hanchu felt compelled to proceed. Meanwhile, the editorial department was reaching out to other authors, hoping they might employ Qin Hanchu's approach to contend with the piracy issue. Due to the cumbersome nature of plot modification, many authors were reluctant to adopt this method. Ultimately, only the author known as Frog was willing to make adjustments. In fact, this strategy had initially been his own idea. Starting at 6 o'clock in the evening, Qin Hanchu dedicated 2 hours to revising the already published chapters. Following this, he modified his stored drafts and uploaded them to the website. By this time, it was already 9:30. When he returned home, the clock struck 10. "Brother, why are you back so late today?" Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully as she saw Qin Hanchu enter. "I was held up by some matters. Have you been waiting outside?" he inquired, setting down his bicycle. Qin Xiaoyu nodded, Yes. The evening air is beginning to grow colder. You mustn't wait for me in the yard anymore. Or you might catch a cold. Do you understand? Qin Hanchu admonished, concerned for her well-being. It was already October, although the days remained warm. The nights had turned refreshingly cool. I understand, Qin Xiaoyu affirmed. Have you eaten? Qin Hanchu asked. She replied, yes, I had 2 eggs. Then hurry and wash up. I have homework to finish tonight, Qin Hanchu stated, though in truth, he intended to work overtime to finalize the subsequent plot developments. Chapter 16. The first payment for manuscript. By that time, Yang Fang would undoubtedly indulge in gambling with even greater abandon. Presently, she still ventured out to work and earn money. However, once Qin Hanchu began to reap financial rewards, there was a strong likelihood that he would spend his days ensconced at the gambling table, regardless of how much he earned. Qin Hanchu had no intention of disclosing it to Yang Fang. After the morning exercises concluded, the students walked together towards their classroom. Qin Hanchu quickened his pace and approached Tang Siwei. Tang Siwei, I have some matters to attend to during lunch today, so I want to be able to practice speaking with you, Qin Hanchu said. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered across Tang Siwei's face as she nodded in understanding. I see. Qin Hanchu acknowledged her with a nod and hurriedly made his way to the classroom. In pursuit of his novelesque success, he needed to exert himself over the next few days. The time he would have spent practicing speaking with Tang Siwei could be dedicated to penning 500 or 600 words instead. Throughout the morning classes, which were primarily core subjects, Qin Hanchu surreptitiously managed to write 1,000 words. After lunch, he immediately returned to the classroom to continue his writing. At this moment, Qin Hanchu's social circle was exceedingly limited. Aside from Tang Siwei, Yu Yang, and Zhao Wan, he seldom interacted with other classmates. His time was primarily consumed by attending classes and crafting his novel. Although his classmates were aware of his writing endeavors, they did not pay much heed. They remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Hanchu's novel had already been published online and was generating income. As the afternoon school bell rang, Qin Hanchu dashed out of the school with the speed of a sprinter. Upon entering the internet CAF, the owner remarked, "You rascal, you've changed the plot? That's not fair." "There's no choice. It's all for the sake of profit," Qin Hanchu replied. "Using my internet for free while you pocket my money? How shameless." The CAF owner, having discovered the plot discrepancies, begrudgingly subscribed to the novel. During this period, Qin Hanchu had helped the CAF owner repair several computers, which allowed him to continue enjoying free internet access. "I'll treat you to a meal later," Qin Hanchu assured him, before settling himself at a computer. Once he logged into the author's backend, he was delighted to see the subscription numbers rise to 2,000. This approach is indeed effective, he thought, closing the backend and logging into his messaging app to respond to the editor's comments. After a brief exchange with the editor, he began to type fervently. To augment his earnings this month, Qin Hanchu updated 6,000 words that day. Each additional chapter would yield a higher number of new subscriptions. At 9 o'clock in the evening, he finally exited the internet CAF, just as school was letting out. Not long after leaving, he unexpectedly spotted Tang Siwei. At that moment, she was being obstructed by 2 young men. Though numerous classmates were present, none dared to intervene on her behalf. Riding his bicycle closer to Tang Siwei, Qin Hanchu confronted the 2 men. "What do you think you're doing?" he asked, placing himself protectively behind her. "Xiaoqin, this doesn't concern you," one of the young men replied, as they were familiar with Qin Hanchu from their visits to the CAF. "This is my classmate. How could it not concern me?" "Show some respect and refrain from harassing her," Qin Hanchu retorted coldly. "Fine, we'll give you face," the young man conceded. 2 young men understood the temperament of Qin Hanchu. Though they were together, they did not wish to confront him openly. After their exchange, the 2 youths turned and departed. Once they had walked a considerable distance, Qin Hanchu turned to Tang Siwei and inquired, "Were you frightened?" Tang Siwei, evidently shaken, replied, "Thank you. In the future, it would be wise to bring more people along." As they approached the vehicle, Qin Hanchu said, "I will drive you home." Grateful yet apprehensive about the possibility of the 2 men returning, Tang Siwei nodded quietly and took a seat on the back of the bike. Her residence was in town, and within 4 minutes, they arrived at her doorstep. "Goodbye," she said to Qin Hanchu. He waved and pedaled away. Tang Siwei stood at the threshold, watching as his figure faded into the night before she finally entered her home. On Saturdays and Sundays, Qin Hanchu would accompany Qin Xiaoyu on outings. During the rest of the week, his life followed a remarkably structured routine. As time elapsed, the performance of his novel improved significantly. By the end of October, the average readership had reached 3,000. In the future, this figure would become the benchmark for quality literature on a certain Chinese online platform. In the current era, 3,000 was considered a leading achievement on the site. On the first day of November, Qin Hanchu felt a surge of excitement. The previous month had concluded, and he was about to receive his first payment for contributions. Given the inadequacy of the current accounting system, he was unaware of the total earnings from the prior month. After 3 days of anticipation, that evening, as he logged into the platform, a message from the editor appeared. The royalties have been calculated. You earned 7,500 yuan last month. We will remit the payment before the 10th, and I will notify you once it has been transferred. Reading the message in the chat box, Qin Hanchu's heart raced. 7,500 yuan. In 20 years, many would not see such a sum as their monthly salary. Currently, most people would need to forego food and drink for an entire year to earn that much. Within less than a month, Qin Hanchu had earned what an average person would make in a year. With this newfound wealth, he could afford to move Qin Xiaoyu into town and purchase a computer with an internet connection. Chapter 17. Renting a house quickly leave. I am eager to see how you will survive. Qin Hanchu's attitude only fueled Yang Fang's already simmering anger. Leaving this home? Such words rolled off the tongue with ease. Though she was engrossed in mahjong, without her financial support, could Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu even afford a morsel of food? How could they sustain themselves if they departed from this household? In the room, Xiaoyu looked up at Qin Hanchu and inquired, Brother, when shall we move out? In a few days, I will take you to the town to attend kindergarten. There, you will find many little friends to play with, Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. Nodding in agreement, Qin Xiaoyu nestled her head in Qin Hanchu's embrace. Meanwhile, Yang Fang continued to hurl insults at Qin Dalong from the adjacent room. Qin Dalong was hopelessly inebriated, rendering her tirade akin to playing the lute to a cow. The following day, Qin Hanchu arrived at school early. As he stepped onto the playground, Tang Siwei approached him, presenting a bag of candy with a smile. This is a token of my gratitude. There is no need for such formality, Qin Hanchu declined politely. I heard you have a younger sister. This candy is for her, Tang Siwei insisted, pressing the confectionery into his hands. Unable to refuse, Qin Hanchu smiled and said, I shall convey my thanks on her behalf. Are you free at noon today? Tang Siwei inquired. Considering this delightful gift, I must find time, Qin Hanchu replied with a grin. Tang Siwei beamed. In that case, I should prepare a few more bags. That won't be necessary. I genuinely have matters to attend to, Qin Hanchu responded. While they conversed, the sports committee member called for everyone to line up. To Qin Hanchu's surprise, Tang Siwei switched places with the person beside him. May I see your novel? She asked. Qin Hanchu shook his head immediately. No. It is intended for male readers. It would be best if you refrain. Could it be? Tang Siwei gazed at him in astonishment. Do not misunderstand. I write fantasy, the kind filled with battles and adventure. That's fine. I can still take a look, she replied. Qin Hanchu remained resolute. No. Reading novels will distract you from your studies. The high school entrance examination is approaching. I cannot let my writing hinder your academic performance. All right. I will wait until after I am accepted into high school. By the way, which high school are you planning to apply to? They continued their quiet conversation while jogging. At noon, Qin Hanchu met Tang Siwei at their usual spot. In addition to practicing spoken language, they exchanged questions about English vocabulary. The day passed swiftly, and once again, Qin Hanchu found himself at the internet CAF. Upon logging into Little Penguin, a stranger sent a friend request. The individual's note identified them as an editor from a certain Chinese website. Qin Hanchu recognized this as an attempt to poach him. A newcomer would likely accept the request and be lured away by the enticing offers. However, as a reborn individual, Qin Hanchu had no intention of choosing any other site. Among the same batch of novel websites, only a select few have survived, and one has emerged as the industry leader and benchmark. Declining a friend request, Qin Hanchu glanced at the data. As time progressed, the back-end metrics steadily improved. As of today, the metrics have reached a commendable 3,500. Given the current traffic of the site, his performance has entered a plateau. To achieve significant enhancement, he must await a surge in website traffic. Presently, his results are quite satisfactory. Saving 5,000 a month would accumulate to 60,000 in a year. In 2004, 60,000 could secure an old residence in the city. With the rise of the real estate market, this investment could yield a remarkable return of 600,000. As the success of his novels escalates, the monthly royalties will also increase correspondingly. With ample funds, he could acquire several old houses in a big city, eventually becoming a landlord and living off rental income. As he began writing, the editor Jian Feng sent a message. Payments will commence the day after tomorrow. You can check after 3 in the afternoon. All right. Noted, Qin Hanchu replied, feeling elated upon receiving this news. After uploading a chapter, he approached the internet CAF owner, stating, I'll be buying a computer the day after tomorrow. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Got some money now? The CAF owner chuckled. Qin Hanchu smiled. Having my own computer will be more convenient. Sure. Bring the money and choose anyone you like. By the way, if your computer breaks down, you'll need to come to me for repairs. I might charge you a repair fee, the CAF owner remarked. No problem, Qin Hanchu agreed. Then continued, I need to ask you for another favor. The CAF owner responded. Go ahead. Could you check if there are any independent houses for rent nearby? Also, how much is the current internet fee? How much would it cost to lay a line for a year? Qin Hanchu inquired. I'll look into it for you. As for the internet fee, it's 200 a month, over 2,000 for the year, the CAF owner replied. Qin Hanchu nodded. All right, please find out the rental prices for me. What are you planning, kid? Do you want to? The CAF owner began, but Qin Hanchu interrupted. Don't jump to conclusions. I am, after all, an upright young man. Upright? The CAF owner scoffed. The following evening, Qin Hanchu returned to the internet CAF. Chapter 18. Taking care of everything. The following day proved to be of utmost significance for Qin Hanchu. Although it was not his inaugural experience receiving a manuscript fee, he felt an undeniable sense of anxiety and anticipation. During class, he found himself gazing out the window, where he could clearly see the postal savings bank across the street. With his mind preoccupied, time seemed to drag on interminably. At 3:30 in the afternoon, seizing the opportunity during a break, Qin Hanchu dashed out of the school. Hello. Could you please check the balance on my card? Qin Hanchu inquired as he approached the counter, presenting his bank card to the staff member. Please input your password. She instructed. With bated breath, he entered his password and eagerly awaited her response. You have 500 yuan, the staff member exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had not anticipated that a middle school student would possess such a substantial sum. In this era, being a household with 10,000 yuan was quite remarkable, as many families struggled to scrape together enough for their children's tuition. I'd like to withdraw 600 yuan, Qin Hanchu declared. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to withdraw this money. Your parents must come to collect it themselves, the staff member responded. Suspecting that Qin Hanchu had stolen his family's card, producing his identification card, he handed it to her, stating, This card belongs to me, and I have the right to manage my own funds. After verifying his identity, she acknowledged that he was indeed the rightful owner of the card, leaving her with no grounds to refuse him. Before long, Qin Hanchu exited the post office with 600 yuan in hand, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Upon returning to school for another class, he hurriedly made his way to the internet CAF. This is 1000 yuan. The computer is now mine, he declared, placing the prepared sum before the CAF owner. Wow, you actually brought the money? It's not stolen, is it? The owner responded, astonished. I have no desire to end up in prison. I would never engage in such activities, Qin Hanchu replied confidently. All right, go ahead and set up the computer. The owner acquiesced. Qin Hanchu was well versed in the specifications of these machines. He proceeded to select the computer he had chosen earlier. Please help me transport it to my rented room. The computers at that time still featured bulky monitors, making it impossible for him to carry both the tower and the monitor alone. I can lend you the tricycle at the door. My aunt is out, and I cannot leave this place, the owner offered. That works. Qin Hanchu nodded in agreement. He loaded the computer onto the tricycle, securing it with cardboard. In just 3 minutes, he arrived at the rental apartment. After knocking on the door, his aunt emerged. After exchanging greetings, he carried the computer inside. Aunt, here is 600 yuan. Please write me a receipt for the rent, Qin Hanchu requested. His aunt counted the money and replied, I can only write my name. Just draft a note, and I will sign it. Qin Hanchu retrieved paper and pen, crafting a simple rental agreement. After reading the content, Aunt Sin chuckled, saying, You, young lad, though not yet of age, display a certain maturity in your endeavors. With that, she affixed her signature and, upon handing over the keys, departed with the money. Once she was gone, Qin Hanchu retrieved the new lock he had prepared in advance and secured the computer in his home before riding his tricycle back to the internet CAF. Although he now possessed a computer, he had yet to connect it to the internet, necessitating a visit to the CF for uploading his work. He planned to visit the service center the following noon to arrange for broadband installation. With a computer at his disposal, Qin Hanchu envisioned writing at home. allowing him to care for his younger sister while also earning an income. Upon returning home that evening, he found Yang Fang scolding Qin Daolong once more. Ignoring her, Qin Hanchu carried Qin Xiaoyu back to his room. "Little fish, tomorrow I shall pay your tuition, and on Monday, you shall begin school, all right?" he whispered to her. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" Qin Hanchu nodded with a smile. "Yes, on Sunday evening, I will take you to the town, and from then on, we shall reside there. What about Dad? Who will keep him company if I'm not home?" Qin Xiaoyu inquired. "Father is an adult. Even if he were to indulge, he can manage on his own. Once we earn money, we will take him to the hospital and help him quit drinking," Qin Hanchu reassured her. Xiaoyu nodded. "I, too, will study diligently to earn money for Dad's treatment." Qin Hanchu affectionately ruffled her hair before helping her wash up and settle down for the night. The next afternoon, Qin Hanchu rushed out of school without even eating. He first withdrew 3,000 yuan and then made his way to the internet service center. Merely for the internet fee, he paid 2,400 yuan. The cost of internet access was exorbitant. In the entire town, few could afford to use a computer for online activities. Determined to use this investment for profit, Qin Hanchu gritted his teeth and committed to the installation. Since there were few requests for internet lines at that time, they promptly scheduled an installation for him after school that day. Consequently, he would be online within 24 hours. After leaving the service center, Qin Hanchu proceeded to the kindergarten. The current state of kindergartens was rather informal. They resembled private daycare facilities more than educational institutions. For 200 yuan a year, teachers engaged the children in games and basic counting. After conversing with the kindergarten staff, Qin Hanchu paid the tuition for an entire year. Chapter 19. Moving. Qin Hanchu's response left Yang Fang momentarily stunned. She finally realized that Qin Hanchu was not jesting. After a brief pause, she huffed, "Fine, just leave. If you have the guts, don't take a single penny from this house. Once you depart, don't ever return. I can easily divorce this drunkard and find another man without any burdens. Ideally, someone who enjoys playing mahjong." With that, Qin Hanchu stepped into the house. Inside, Qin Xiaoyu looked on with a hint of fear in her eyes. Qin Hanchu embraced her, saying, "Let us go, we'll live in town." "Will Mom and Dad really get divorced?" Qin Xiaoyu asked. "That's a matter for adults. It doesn't concern us. Perhaps divorce is a blessing in disguise. Dad won't have money for liquor. He'll have to earn it himself. If Mom leaves, the little shop won't extend credit to him anymore." As he spoke, Qin Hanchu carried Qin Xiaoyu out of the house. Qin Xiaoyu nodded, seemingly understanding, yet not fully grasping the situation. "Brother, what about the little red fish?" she inquired, pointing at the red carp in the water tank as they passed by. "We'll take it with us." Qin Hanchu first set Qin Xiaoyu down, then fetched a bucket. After laying some aquatic plants at the bottom, he filled it with water and placed the red carp inside. Since Qin Hanchu would be riding a bicycle, he ensured the water only covered the fish's body. Fortunately, the journey was not far, and the fish should manage just fine. He hung the bucket on the handlebars and lifted Qin Xiaoyu onto the back seat. Yang Fang glared at Qin Hanchu, furious at his every move. As she saw him mount the bicycle and prepare to leave, she exclaimed angrily, "Fine, I'll see how long you can last." Qin Hanchu offered no reply as he rode away from that home with Qin Xiaoyu. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their rented accommodation. Setting Qin Xiaoyu down, Qin Hanchu announced, "Xiaoyu, this is our home." Qin Xiaoyu gazed at the yard with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with delight. Qin Hanchu opened the iron gate and carried the bucket inside, with Qin Xiaoyu following closely behind. In the yard, there was also a water tank. Qin Hanchu placed the aquatic plants at the bottom, poured in water, and released the little red fish to swim there. "I'll just put the bicycle away," he said before stepping out of the yard. As he exited, he heard the sound of a neighbor's iron gate. To his surprise, he saw Tang Siwei emerge. At that moment, she too spotted Qin Hanchu and exclaimed, "I recognized your voice. I can't believe it's really you." Qin Hanchu replied with astonishment, "This is your home? Didn't you come here before? Have you forgotten?" Tang Siwei asked. Qin Hanchu had indeed escorted her home once, but it had been nighttime, and he hadn't retained the route in his memory. Moreover, the path taken by the internet CF owner was different, so he was unaware that he lived next door to Tang Siwei. "It was too dark at night. I didn't remember the way," Qin Hanchu admitted. Feeling a bit awkward, Tang Siwei pointed to his yard and inquired, "How did you end up here?" "I've rented this yard. My sister and I will be living here from now on," Qin Hanchu explained. "Really? That is wonderful," Tang Siwei replied with a smile. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu emerged, calling out, "Brother." Xiaoyu, you should address her as Sister Siwei, Qin Hanchu instructed. Sister Siwei? Is she the one who gave me candy? Qin Xiaoyu inquired. Qin Hanchu nodded affirmatively. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu beamed at Tang Siwei and exclaimed, Hello, Sister Siwei. Thank you for the candy. You're welcome. What is your name? Tang Siwei asked, gazing at Qin Xiaoyu with fondness. My name is Xiaoyu. You are truly adorable, Tang Siwei replied with a smile. Sister, you are so beautiful. Qin Xiaoyu remarked. Tang Siwei, in the bloom of her youth, couldn't contain her delight upon receiving such praise from Qin Xiaoyu, bursting into laughter. I want to take Xiaoyu to buy a couple of outfits. We'll chat more when we have time, Qin Hanchu stated. I would also like to stroll through the market. Let's go together. When it comes to buying clothes for girls, it is best left to us girls, Tang Siwei suggested, just as Qin Hanchu was about to decline. Qin Xiaoyu clapped her hands and said, Yes, I want to go to the market with Sister Siwei. Seeing Qin Xiaoyu's enthusiasm, Qin Hanchu nodded. All right. I will put the bicycle away, and then we can go together. After securing the bicycle in the yard, Qin Hanchu emerged and locked the iron gate. Subsequently, Qin Xiaoyu held Qin Hanchu's hand on one side and Tang Siwei's hand on the other as they chatted leisurely on their way to the market. The bustling market was filled with numerous stalls selling children's clothing. How about this one? Qin Hanchu pointed to a pink jacket. Tang Siwei, holding Qin Xiaoyu's hand, asked the vendor, Do you have her size? Yes, the vendor replied, promptly retrieving an item for her. Tang Siwei took it and helped Xiaoyu put it on. It looks nice, Tang Siwei said, nodding with approval before turning to Qin Xiaoyu. Do you like it? It was Qin Xiaoyu's first time buying new clothes since she could remember, and she joyfully nodded. Yes, I like it. How much is it? Qin Hanchu inquired. 35. The vendor replied. Although aware of the current monetary stability, Qin Hanchu still considered 35 to be quite reasonable. Just as he was about to pay, Tang Siwei interjected. 30. If you sell it for that price, we will take it. All right. The vendor chuckled. Such a young one already knows how to bargain. Chapter 20. Is there internet here? Upon hearing Qin Hanchu's words, Tang Siwei nodded and said, All right. When my parents return, I will let them know. Engaging in casual conversation, the trio arrived at the doorstep. Qin Hanchu suggested, We should head back to tidy up. I'll call you when the meal is ready. I'll go rest for a bit and come over to assist you later, Tang Siwei replied. Aware that his refusal would be futile, Qin Hanchu nodded in agreement. Parting at the entrance, Qin Hanchu led Xiaoyu back home. After a long day of shopping at the market, Xiaoyu felt somewhat fatigued. As soon as she lay down on the Kong, she drifted off to sleep. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon, and Qin Hanchu set about preparing the ingredients. Additionally, there were numerous condiments still to be purchased. Securing the front door, he rode his bicycle to a nearby convenience store. Less than 5 minutes later, he returned home. He sliced the potatoes, picked the green beans, and soaked the ribs. After completing these tasks, 40 minutes had elapsed. At that moment, Tang Siwei arrived. Did you cut these potato shreds? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the neatly prepared vegetables. The fact that Qin Hanchu could cook astonished her, and she was taken aback by his impressive knife skills. As a girl, Tang Siwei felt a bit inferior. What time will your uncle and aunt be back? Qin Hanchu inquired. They should return around 5, Tang Siwei responded. Her mother was a teacher at the local primary school, while her father served as the principal of the village school. During this period, teachers' salaries were not particularly high, but in the future, the profession was regarded as a coveted position by many. Tang Siwei belonged to what is commonly referred to as a dual-income family. Glancing at the time, Qin Hanchu declared, Then I shall begin cooking. Lacking wooden utensils at home, he opted for a gas stove. He first set one burner to steam rice while using another pot to stir-fry. The first dish he prepared was braised pork, which required a lengthy simmer, thus necessitating its early preparation. In contemporary rural areas, braised pork was indeed a rare culinary delight. Observing Qin Hanchu's actions, Tang Siwei curiously asked, What dish are you making? Braised pork, Qin Hanchu replied. It looks quite appetizing. Who taught you how to cook? She inquired with genuine interest. Qin Hanchu chuckled. That's my little secret. He then shifted the conversation. Is there anything you need help with? No. Everything is prepared. I can manage on my own, he assured her, as he placed the caramelized meat into the pot to simmer. Have you finished your homework? He asked, covering the pot. I still have English and math left, but I can finish them by tomorrow morning, Tang Siwei answered. Do you want to go online? We have a computer at home. There is nothing here that requires your attention, Qin Hanchu replied. Tang Siwei looked at him in astonishment once more. You have internet access here? And a computer? As a classmate of Qin Hanchu, she was well aware of his family's circumstances. She knew that his father was an alcoholic and his mother a gambler. It is precisely for this reason that she comprehends why Qin Hanchu brought his sister out to reside with him. Today, Qin Hanchu expended a considerable sum on clothing for Xiaoyu, which left her utterly astonished. However, she was taken aback to discover that there was a computer in Qin Hanchu's rental apartment, and it was connected to the internet. Both of Tang Siwei's parents were educators. Yet even they could not afford to purchase a computer or install an internet connection. A single computer costs around 3,000 yuan, and the internet connection exceeds 2,000 annually. For the average person, a computer is merely a tool for entertainment. To spend over 5,000 yuan for leisure is undoubtedly a lifestyle reserved for the affluent. Where did Qin Hanchu acquire such wealth? Noticing Tang Siwei's shocked expression, Qin Hanchu smiled and remarked, "My relatives own an internet CAF, and this computer is a discarded one. But the internet connection isn't cheap either. Where did you get the money?" Tang Siwei inquired with curiosity. Qin Hanchu replied, "That's a secret. I shall tell you later. You have quite a few secrets." Tang Siwei noted. Since Qin Hanchu chose not to elaborate, she refrained from further questioning. Half an hour later, the enticing aroma of braised pork wafted through the air. Tang Siwei's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "What a wonderful smell." Qin Hanchu responded, "Wait a moment. I will let you have a taste." Hearing this, Tang Siwei nodded with a smile. After a while, Qin Hanchu emerged with a pair of chopsticks and 2 pieces of meat. He handed the chopsticks to Tang Siwei, grinning as he said, "Give it a try." Tang Siwei picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth, her eyes widening in surprise. "This is incredibly delicious." At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu came out, patting her little belly and saying, "Brother, I am hungry too." Tang Siwei approached Qin Xiaoyu with the chopsticks, offering the remaining piece of meat near her mouth. "Eat slowly. It's a bit hot." Qin Xiaoyu nodded and took a bite. "Brother's cooking is the best," she declared, promptly finishing the rest of the meat. Having not tasted pork in quite some time, how could a child resist such a temptation? Qin Hanchu retrieved a few more pieces, advising Qin Xiaoyu, "You can only have these for now. We must wait for our guests, you know?" Qin Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes, I understand." After transferring the braised pork from the pot to a bowl, Qin Hanchu began preparing the next dish. He heated oil and proceeded to fry the green beans before removing them from the pan. Tang Siwei, once again taken by surprise, asked, "What dish is this?" "Dry-fried green beans," Qin Hanchu replied. Chapter 21. The banquet upon her return to Qin Hanchu's side. Tang Siwei found him preparing a dish of 3 fresh ingredients, a culinary creation she had never encountered before. "Have you arrived?" Qin Hanchu inquired upon seeing her. Tang Siwei's gaze was fixed on the pot, and she nodded, "Yes, I will join you shortly." Qin Hanchu acknowledged her with a nod. "All right. Is there anything you would like me to do?" "The newly purchased chopsticks have yet to be washed. Could you please take care of that?" he suggested. Tang Siwei nodded and proceeded to unwrap the chopsticks he had just acquired. After completing the 3 fresh ingredients, Qin Hanchu began to fry tofu, which he then simmered in a delightful broth. As he prepared the final dish, garlic-flavored spare ribs, Tang Siwei's parents entered the room, carrying beverages. "Hello, uncle and auntie. I am busy cooking, so I won't come to greet you," Qin Hanchu remarked while flipping the ribs in the pan. "There's no need for formality. Please continue with your work," Tang's mother responded with a smile. "Hello, uncle and auntie." Qin Xiaoyu mimicked Qin Hanchu's greeting. "You are truly adorable," Tang's mother exclaimed, beaming at Qin Xiaoyu. At that moment, Tang's father chimed in, "What delectable dishes you have prepared. It smells wonderful." Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. "These are garlic-flavored spare ribs." "Spare ribs can be made with garlic?" Tang's father asked curiously. "It will be ready shortly. Please take a seat," Qin Hanchu reassured them. A few minutes later, the garlic-flavored spare ribs were finished. He first placed the spare ribs on the table, followed by the previously prepared dry-fried green beans, 3 fresh ingredients, tofu soup, vinegar-stirred shredded potatoes, and braised pork. Upon seeing the 6 dishes, Tang's parents were taken aback. "Xiaoqin, did you prepare all these dishes yourself?" Tang's mother asked in astonishment. Qin Hanchu smiled and nodded. "Yes, please try them and let me know how they taste. I will serve you rice. I will assist you," Tang Siwei offered as she stood up. Qin Xiaoyu cheerfully encouraged, "Uncle and auntie, please enjoy. My brother's cooking is exceptionally delicious." Tang's father, a true food enthusiast, couldn't contain his excitement upon seeing the rare dishes. "All right, I will sample them first." With that, he picked up a piece of garlic-flavored spare rib and tasted it. His eyes widened in surprise and delight as he exclaimed, "This is truly delicious. I never knew spare ribs could be prepared like this." In this era, it was common for rural families to prepare spare ribs in a stew. Although Tang's father had dined at restaurants, none in town offered such a dish. You're quite greedy, Tang's mother teased, noticing her husband didn't wait for Qin Hanchu to eat first. He quickly offered a rib with a crunchy bone to Tang's mother, saying, "You must try this piece. It is truly delightful." Unable to resist the enticing aroma, Tang's mother accepted it with her chopsticks and tasted a bite. The moment the morsel entered her mouth, she was equally astonished. No wonder Tang Siwei claimed Qin Hanchu's cooking was excellent, compared to his culinary skills. Her own creations were merely edible. "Is it delicious?" Tang Siwei inquired as she approached with 2 bowls of rice. "Delicious," Tang's mother nodded repeatedly. Tang Siwei handed a bowl of rice to her parents, then first served a piece to Qin Xiaoyu before placing another morsel into her own mouth. "Ah, this is truly a delicacy of the world," Tang Siwei exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Qin Hanchu approached with a bowl of rice, smiling as he said, "There is no need for such exaggeration. I assure you, it's not an exaggeration. This is the most delectable pork rib I have ever tasted," Tang Siwei replied. "Indeed, these ribs are exquisite," praised Tang's father. "Your culinary skills are worthy of a chef." Qin Hanchu distributed rice to Tang Siwei and Xiaoyu before taking his seat and suggesting, "Do try the other dishes." Thus, Tang Siwei's family began to savor the various offerings, each dish provoking further admiration. Tang's father, holding rice in one hand and vegetables in the other, ate heartily. "Could you not display such gluttony?" Tang's mother admonished upon witnessing her husband's table manners. He chuckled. "I've never encountered such delightful dishes before. Are you implying that the meals I've prepared over the years are unappetizing?" Tang's mother shot him a frosty glare. His expression froze, and with a strong will to survive, he quickly reassured her, "Of course not. Your cooking is my absolute favorite." The interplay between Tang's parents filled Qin Hanchu with envy. This was the ambience a family ought to possess. "Xiaoyu, here is a drink for you," Tang Siwei said, opening a bottle of Waha and inserting a straw for Qin Xiaoyu. "Thank you, Sister Siwei," Qin Xiaoyu beamed. "You're welcome," Tang Siwei replied, handing a bottle of Sprite to Qin Hanchu. "Sha Qin, what will happen to Xiaoyu when you go to school?" Tang's mother inquired. "I have already enrolled her in kindergarten, and she will start on Monday," Qin Hanchu explained. "But you leave so early. The kindergarten won't even be open yet." To this, Qin Hanchu responded, "It's fine. She can sleep a bit longer at home. I'll return after my early self-study to take her to school. There is no need to go through such trouble. If you trust me, simply lend me a key to your home. I can drop her off at kindergarten on my way to work," Tang's mother offered. Qin Hanchu felt a bit embarrassed as he replied, "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" "Not at all. My route conveniently passes by the kindergarten." "Doesn't it? It's right next to the elementary school," Tang's mother clarified. Qin Hanchu nodded. "Yes. I work at the elementary school, so it's perfectly on my way," she added. At this moment, Tang Siwei interjected, "Let my mom take Xiaoyu. It will be quite rushed for you to make the round trip in just half an hour after early self-study. Just come home for lunch and dinner with Siwei. It will also provide you both some companionship. If it had been for you last time, Siwei would have been bullied." Hearing this, Qin Hanchu nodded. "All right. Then I will provide you with 100 yuan for living expenses each month." "What are you talking about? Just preparing such a delightful feast for us each month is sufficient," Tang's father chuckled. Tang Siwei nodded vigorously. "That sounds good." Understanding that Tang's mother would not accept money, Qin Hanchu simply agreed. Subsequently, the 5 of them continued to enjoy their meal while engaging in pleasant conversation. During their casual conversation, Mr. and Mrs. Tang observed Qin Hanchu's demeanor. They were taken aback by his composed behavior and articulate speech, which seemed remarkably mature for someone of his age. Although perplexed, they found it within themselves to accept this anomaly. It is not uncommon for children from impoverished backgrounds to mature early, given Qin Hanchu's circumstances. His level of maturity was indeed understandable. The meal extended over 2 hours, during which they devoured 6 delectable dishes. Tang Siwei intended to remain and assist Qin Hanchu with the cleanup, but he graciously declined her offer. After bidding farewell to Tang Siwei's family, Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu sat in the courtyard washing the dishes. Inside the Tang household, Mr. Tang remarked, "Qin Hanchu is quite an impressive young man. He is both considerate and an excellent cook." To which Mrs. Tang retorted, "Look at you, lacking ambition, as if you have never experienced a meal in your life." Tang Siwei chimed in, patting her stomach, "I can't take any more. I feel quite full. Let us go for a stroll." Chapter 22. What a coincidence. The following morning, Qin Hanchu rose early to prepare breakfast. After the meal, he suggested to Qin Xiaoyu, "You can take a nap." And when Aunt Tang arrives to fetch you, you shall accompany her to kindergarten. While at kindergarten, refrain from bullying others, yet do not allow yourself to be bullied. If someone strikes you, strike back. If you cannot, simply inform me. As he assisted Qin Xiaoyu in putting on her clothes, he imparted this advice. Qin Xiaoyu nodded, I understand. After finishing her meal, she expressed, Brother, I wish to draw. I do not wish to sleep. Qin Hanchu provided her with paper and pencils, then added, I will secure the main door. Aunt Tang possesses the key and will unlock it to come in and collect you. Got it. Qin Xiaoyu replied just as a voice from outside called, Hanchu, are you ready to leave? Goodbye, he said to Qin Xiaoyu before hastily stepping outside. Good morning. Qin Hanchu greeted Tang Siwei before locking the door behind him. Currently residing in the town, he no longer needed to ride a bicycle. The two walked together towards the school. With the monthly exam approaching, do you think we can make it into the top 10? Tang Siwei inquired. Qin Hanchu nodded. That should be feasible. Let us strive to attend the same school, Tang Siwei jested. Agreed, Qin Hanchu smiled in response. Along the way, numerous classmates cast astonished glances at Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei. How did these two end up walking to school together? It appears they are coming from Tang Siwei's home. Having accumulated several days' worth of drafts, and with the aid of his computer, Qin Hanchu no longer felt the previous tension. During main lessons, he refrained from clandestinely writing novels. Although he was well-versed in much of the content, he still needed to review diligently to secure a place in a reputable high school. He only took the opportunity to write more during art and music classes. As the final class of the morning concluded, Tang Siwei turned to Qin Hanchu and said, Let us go, it's time for lunch. Coming, Qin Hanchu replied as they exited the classroom together. Inside, their classmates gazed in astonishment at the retreating figures. Going home for lunch? What is this all about? Yu Yang remarked, bewildered. Tang Siwei had always returned home for lunch, but previously, she hurried back to school after eating to practice her spoken English with Qin Hanchu. Now, they could enjoy lunch together without the rush. Upon arriving at Tang Siwei's home, they found her mother had already prepared lunch. Hearing the return of the two, Qin Xiaoyu joyfully ran out, calling, Brother, Sister Siwei. How was kindergarten? Qin Hanchu inquired with concern. How did it go, Xiaoyu? Qin Xiaoyu beamed. It was wonderful. I met many new friends, and we played games together. That is splendid. Qin Hanchu smiled in response. Little Qin, my culinary skills cannot compare to yours. Please do not be picky, Tang's mother said with a laugh. How could I possibly complain? Aunt Tang's home-cooked meals are the best, Qin Hanchu quickly replied. You certainly have a sweet tongue. I enjoy hearing it. Tang's mother chuckled happily. After dinner, Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei began to converse in English, exchanging questions about vocabulary. Witnessing their joint study, Tang's mother felt immense joy. After half an hour of learning, Qin Hanchu finally took Qin Xiaoyu home. Upon returning, he uploaded the day's chapter to his computer. Having completed the update, he allowed himself a brief nap of half an hour. When noon arrived, Qin Hanchu escorted Qin Xiaoyu to Tang Siwei's home, and the two set off to school together. Not long after, Tang's mother also took Qin Xiaoyu towards the kindergarten. Engaging in light conversation, they entered the classroom. Under the gaze of their classmates, Qin Hanchu returned to his seat. Bro, what's going on? Why are you two commuting together? Upon seeing Qin Hanchu settle down, Yu Yang inquired with curiosity. Qin Hanchu replied, I've moved to town and coincidentally, I'm Tang Siwei's neighbor. Such a coincidence? Yu Yang questioned skeptically. Qin Hanchu responded, What do you think? What was the meaning of going home for dinner? Yu Yang pressed on with his inquiries. Tang's mother invited me for lunch. It's as simple as that. Qin Hanchu explained. Wow. Yu Yang's face was filled with admiration. Starting today, Qin Hanchu also participated in evening study sessions. In the classroom during these sessions, he could write his book as well. As for Qin Xiaoyu, she was taken care of by Tang Siwei's mother. Qin Xiaoyu was quite obedient. She stayed at Tang Siwei's house watching television without causing any trouble. In the evening, Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei walked home together. With Qin Hanchu accompanying her, Tang Siwei's parents felt even more at ease. At that moment, a figure emerged from the alley, blending in with the students as she followed Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei from a distance. This person was Yang Fang. Though Yang Fang was captivated by the gambling table, she was still a mother. Even if she was somewhat heartless, it was impossible for her to lack maternal affection entirely. Concerned after Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu had spent a night away from home, she trailed behind him to see how they were faring. Before long, she followed Qin Hanchu to the rented accommodation. From afar, She observed Qin Xiaoyu emerging from Tang Siwei's home, joyfully returning with Qin Hanchu to their own residence. Yang Fong was curious about how Qin Hanchu could afford to rent a place. Did this house belong to a classmate who was allowing him to stay for free? Was it this female classmate who was also providing their meals? Was Qin Hanchu acting as a child groom for someone? Chapter 23. No need. I can repay it myself. That evening, Mr. Tang did not return home but went straight to Qin Hanchu's place. As soon as the dishes were served, he eagerly sampled a bite. Delicious, Mr. Tang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. If you were to open a restaurant, you'd undoubtedly make a fortune. How did you come to enjoy such fine cuisine? You're a grown man, yet you behave like a child. Just then, Mrs. Tang entered, catching sight of Mr. Tang devouring sweet and sour pork. She glared at him, saying, "What do you think you're doing?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Mr. Tang replied, "I'm just helping young Qin taste the seasoning." "Get out of here," Mrs. Tang retorted, exasperated. Mr. Tang chuckled sheepishly and exited the kitchen with the dish in hand. "Xiao Qin, is there anything I can assist you with?" Mrs. Tang inquired as she approached. Qin Hanchu smiled and replied, "No need. I just need to pour out the bone soup. With all this meat and large bones, you must have spent quite a bit. You siblings have it tough. There's no need to overspend," Mrs. Tang kindly cautioned. Qin Hanchu smiled and said, "Aunt Tang, I won't squander money." Mrs. Tang glanced outside the kitchen, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Xiao Qin, tell me the truth. Where does your money come from? We must not engage in any illegal activities." "Rest assured, Auntie, I won't do anything unlawful. If I were to get caught, there would be no one to look after Xiaoyu," Qin Hanchu reassured with a smile. "Then do tell me, where does this money originate? Whether it's for the internet or living expenses, it's certainly not a trivial sum. I know a bit about your situation. Your family could not possibly provide you with such funds. You can trust me. I won't tell anyone, not even your uncle." Mrs. Tang whispered with a smile. Qin Hanchu glanced outside before replying, "All right, I'll tell you." "Good." Mrs. Tang nodded with a smile. "I'm writing novels and have signed a contract with a website. I receive a monthly stipend. Your novels are profitable?" Mrs. Tang was aware of Qin Hanchu's writing endeavors but was astonished to learn they could yield income. Qin Hanchu nodded with a smile. "Yes. How much can you earn?" Mrs. Tang asked, lowering her voice in curiosity. "About 600 a month," Qin Hanchu replied, not disclosing the full truth. One must not be overly candid. 600? Mrs. Tang gasped. Her salary as an elementary school teacher was around 900. Here was a middle school student earning over 600 a month through writing. Qin Hanchu gestured for silence and continued, "Auntie, you must keep this a secret. If my mother finds out I'm making so much money, she'll surely ask me for it to gamble." Aunt Tang nodded eagerly. "Understood. This will be our little secret." "Mom, what are you two talking about? What little secret?" At that moment, Tang Siwei walked in, her curiosity piqued. "Nothing, I just need some chopsticks," Mrs. Tang replied, grabbing the chopsticks and heading out. As Tang Siwei entered the kitchen, she asked curiously, "What were you discussing with my mom?" "What little secret?" "There is nothing significant. I will first bring out the large bones." With that, Qin Hanchu poured the large bones from the pot into a basin and carried it outside. Tang Siwei, following closely behind, inquired with curiosity, "Tell me, and I promise I won't tell anyone." Qin Hanchu merely smiled, refusing to divulge anything to Tang Siwei. The more he withheld, the more her curiosity grew. During the meal, she persistently questioned him, yet both Qin Hanchu and Tang's mother remained tight-lipped. Tang's father, having heard of a little secret, was equally intrigued but was left in the dark. Tang's mother was well aware of her husband's propensity for loose lips. If he were to discover that Qin Hanchu earned 600 a month through writing novels, the news would swiftly spread throughout Tang's father's school. By then, it would undoubtedly reach Yang Fong's ears. After finishing their meal, the group sat together for a while before parting ways. The following morning, Qin Hanchu first took Qin Xiaoyu to the bustling market. Approaching noon, he returned to Qinjiakan with her. Despite their parents' erratic behavior, the present Qin Xiaoyu needed their presence. Just as they were nearing home, Qin Hanchu spotted Qin Dalong. At that moment, Qin Dalong sat on the doorstep, appearing somewhat pitiable from a distance. Upon seeing Qin Hanchu and the girl, he quickly stood up. On his face, Qin Hanchu discerned a joyful smile. You are back?" As Qin Hanchu halted the vehicle, Qin Dalong asked with a face full of remorse. "Did you refrain from drinking today?" Qin Hanchu inquired. Qin Dalong lowered his head and replied, "After you left, I began to quit drinking. Can you stay here?" I am truly trying." "Is that true?" Qin Xiaoyu asked with delight at the prospect of Qin Dalong quitting drinking. Qin Delong nodded vigorously. Yes, I will do my utmost. We are living quite well in town. And Xiaoyu is about to start kindergarten. Once you have genuinely quit drinking, we will consider returning. Qin Hanchu remained skeptical that Qin Dalong could truly overcome his addiction. At present, he was merely suppressing his cravings to encourage his children to come home. Once Qin Hanchu brought his sister back to stay, he would likely succumb to his addiction once more. Nevertheless, the fact that he could refrain from alcohol for a week for the sake of his children indicated that he still cared for them. Given this, Qin Hanchu felt even more resolute about not returning. I will try my best. Chapter 24. This is called confidence, not narcissism. Although the family gathered around the dining table, Qin Hanchu felt no warmth of familial affection. The memories from his previous life filled him with resentment and disdain for his parents. Were it not for their irresponsibility, his sister would not have suffered, and he would not have spent a decade in prison. Such emotions made him reluctant to engage in any meaningful conversation with Qin Dalong and Yang Fang. Were it not for the sake of Qin Xiaoyu's mental well-being, Qin Hanchu would have preferred not to return to this home. After the meal, Qin Hanchu drove Qin Xiaoyu away from Qin village. On the road, Qin Xiaoyu, seated in the back, wrapped her arms around Qin Hanchu's waist and inquired, "Brother, can Dad quit drinking? Don't hold out too much hope. Given his willpower, it will be a challenging feat." Qin Xiaoyu, puzzled, asked why. Once addiction takes hold, one becomes powerless. Qin Hanchu sighed. Never mind. Discussing this with you is futile. You will understand when you grow up. Upon returning to the rented apartment, Qin Hanchu began to write. From 2 in the afternoon until 5:30, he toiled away, but due to a creative block, he could only produce 2,000 words in 3 hours. For an online novelist, experiencing writer's block is a torment. When inspiration wanes, one writes and deletes and writes, struggling to conjure even 2,000 words in a day. At such moments, having a backlog of manuscripts becomes invaluable, preventing interruptions and updates. What delicious dish shall I prepare tonight? Just as Qin Hanchu was about to start dinner, Tang Siwei entered through the iron gate. Qin Hanchu smiled. I haven't started yet. Weren't you going to make hot and sour noodles? I'm eagerly awaiting it, Tang Siwei said, a hint of bashfulness in her voice. All right. Let us make hot and sour noodles tonight. You keep Xiaoyu entertained while I step out to buy some ingredients. Oh, and invite uncle and aunt to join us. With that, Qin Hanchu rode his bicycle to the butcher shop. At this time in the village, few were aware of the existence of hot pot. Consequently, there were no places selling hot pot meatballs in town. Qin Hanchu first purchased meat, followed by eggs and sausage. Upon returning home, he chopped the meat into filling and began making egg dumplings. Tang Siwei curiously observed from the side and asked, What are you making? What does it resemble? Qin Hanchu inquired. Tang Siwei replied directly, Dumplings. Indeed, these are called egg dumplings, Qin Hanchu smiled. They will be added as a topping in the hot and sour noodles. How many other unique dishes can you make? Tang Siwei asked, her curiosity piqued. Countless. Qin Hanchu replied with a grin. At 6:30, Tang's father and mother arrived together. By this time, Qin Hanchu had prepared all the ingredients and was boiling sweet potato vermicelli in a pot. You little girl. Why are you here again to mooch off a meal? Tang's mother approached Tang Siwei, giving her a stern look. Tang Siwei chuckled. He said yesterday he would make hot and sour noodles, and I just wanted to know what it is. Tang's father, standing nearby, laughed. A girl grows up and is easily lured away by a few meals. Not at all, Tang Siwei quickly retorted. The simplified version of spicy and sour noodles is remarkably easy to prepare. Qin Hanchu was merely delayed by the preparation of egg dumplings. In less than 5 minutes after the arrival of Tang father and Tang mother, 5 substantial bowls of spicy and sour noodles were served at the table. Since Qin Xiaoyu was still quite young, Qin Hanchu prepared a non-spicy bowl for her. Having consumed stewed vegetables and vermicelli for most of his life, it was his first encounter with such a delightful method of enjoying vermicelli. The elder remarked on the spicy and sour noodles and egg dumplings in his bowl. This is quite a delightful meal, Qin Hanchu declared. Tang father was the first to dig in. Cough, cough. Tang father slurped the noodles as if they were strands of spaghetti, but the spiciness of the noodles caught him off guard, causing him to cough. So spicy. Tears streamed down his face as he exclaimed. You rushed me, Tang mother added mockingly. The more sour and spicy, the more one craves it, Tang Siwei remarked, gasping for air. After tasting a spoonful, Tang mother found herself unable to stop, expressing her delight repeatedly. Few women can resist such delights as spicy hot pot and spicy sour noodles. In addition to the egg dumplings, Qin Hanchu had also included ham sausages, fried peanuts, and mushrooms in the spicy and sour noodles. The combination of these ingredients with the tangy broth made it even more delectable. This is simply divine. Is there any more? Tang father inquired after finishing his bowl. Indeed, I shall prepare more vermicelli for you, Qin Hanchu replied, turning to Tang mother and Tang Siwei. Would you two like some? I do, Tang Siwei immediately responded. Tang mother, a bit shy, added, a little more would be fine. Soon, Qin Hanchu provided each of them with an additional bowl. As they continued eating, Tang Siwei remarked, I think I've had a bit too much tonight. At this rate, I shall surely gain weight. Qin Hanchu. This is all your fault. Huh? How is this my fault? Qin Hanchu said, bewildered. If you didn't cook so deliciously, how could I possibly eat so much? Thus, my potential weight gain is undoubtedly linked to you. After saying this, Tang Siwei slurped another bite of noodles. Qin Hanchu reached over to take Tang Siwei's bowl. Since you say so, you should not finish this bowl. What if you cannot find a husband due to weight gain? Wouldn't I be guilty of a grave sin? No. Tang Siwei hurriedly snatched her spicy sour noodles back, asserting, I am so beautiful that even if I gain weight, many will still adore me. You are rather self-absorbed. Qin Hanchu smiled. This is called confidence, not narcissism. At this juncture, Tang Siwei turned to Qin Xiaoyu and asked, Xiaoyu, do you agree with me? Qin Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, Sister Siwei is the most beautiful. Hearing Qin Xiaoyu's compliment, Tang Siwei beamed with even greater joy. In the days that followed, everything remained tranquil. Qin Xiaoyu had fully acclimated to life in kindergarten, experiencing immense happiness each day. Every Saturday, Qin Hanchu would prepare a lavish feast to treat Tang Siwei's family. By Sunday, he would take Qin Xiaoyu home to dine with his parents. Just as Qin Hanchu had anticipated, Qin Dalong was unable to resist the torment of his craving for alcohol. On Sunday, although he remained alert, Qin Hanchu could detect the scent of alcohol emanating from him. However, Qin Hanchu chose not to comment on it. The fact that he managed to stay sober on a Sunday was commendable. To truly assist Qin Dalong in overcoming his addiction to alcohol, it would be necessary to seek the services of a professional hospital or institution. As December arrived, Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu had donned their winter attire. That afternoon, filled with anticipation, Qin Hanchu made his way to the postal savings bank. This time, he refrained from seeking the assistance of the staff, as the bank had installed an ATM. With a few deft maneuvers, the balance on his bank card illuminated the screen. A sum of 16,000 yuan brought immense joy to Qin Hanchu. After deducting the original 3,000 yuan, last month's earnings had reached an impressive 13,000 yuan. Chapter 25. Qin Xiaoyu's fever. 13,000 yuan may not seem substantial, yet one must consider the current era. With the sum, Qin Hanchu undoubtedly qualifies as a modestly wealthy individual. He is determined to strive for the opportunity to purchase an apartment in Kyoto by 2004. Although properties in the county are more affordable, their potential for appreciation is limited. If circumstances allow, acquiring a residence in Kyoto remains the priority. Presently, a 100 square meter apartment costs merely 400,000 yuan. In 2 decades, such a property will be worth at least 8 million, whether for personal residence or investment. This is the optimal choice. After school, Qin Hanchu departed with Tang Siwei. They planned to buy some provisions before returning home. What are we purchasing? Tang Siwei inquired. Some pig's head meat to enjoy, Qin Hanchu replied. Curiosity piqued, Tang Siwei asked, where did you acquire this money? With a mysterious smile, Qin Hanchu chose not to answer. After being so familiar, are you still keeping secrets from me? She teased. I'll tell you later. The time isn't right just yet, Qin Hanchu responded. As they chatted, they arrived at the stall selling pig's head meat. What do you like to eat? Qin Hanchu asked Tang Siwei. Anything but pig intestines, she replied. Then let us get 5 pig's trotters and some pig liver. The trotters will help replenish collagen for you and Xiaoyu, he exclaimed. Tang Siwei, puzzled, asked, what is collagen? It can make your skin smoother and more elastic, Qin Hanchu smiled. Tang Siwei retorted, do I even need pig trotters? Am I not naturally beautiful? Qin Hanchu nodded with a smile, teasing, indeed, it's hard to disagree with that. Her spirits lifted by his words, the two exchanged laughter as they returned home. Upon entering, Aunt Tang greeted them, saying, Hanchu, Xiaoyu seems to have a fever. At this, Qin Hanchu hurried into the room. Brother, Xiaoyu beamed upon seeing him. Qin Hanchu acknowledged her with a nod and placed his hand on her forehead. Are you feeling uncomfortable? He asked. Xiaoyu shook her head, not uncomfortable. Open your mouth. Let me take a look. Obediently, Qin Xiaoyu opened wide. He examined her mouth and checked her hands and feet. After confirming there were no sores, he finally sighed in relief. As long as it's not hand-foot-mouth disease, His actions garnered Aunt Tang's admiration. At such a young age, he demonstrated more care for a child than some adults. You two eat first. I will take her to the clinic for some medication, Qin Hanchu said as he handed the pig's trotters to Aunt Tang. I can take Xiaoyu to the clinic. You both should eat first. You still have school after. Aunt Tang replied. That is too much trouble for you, Qin Hanchu said, feeling embarrassed. Aunt Tang took Qin Xiaoyu's hand, saying, Why be so formal with me? I will take care of her. You focus on your studies. With that, Aunt Tang led Qin Xiaoyu to the clinic. While Qin Hanchu was indeed concerned for Qin Xiaoyu, he did not indulge her excessively. Her fever likely stemmed from inflammation, and there was no need for undue worry. Handing a pig's trotter to Tang Siwei, the two enjoyed a meal together at home. Just as they were preparing to attend their evening study session, Aunt Tang returned with Qin Xiaoyu. As Qin Hanchu had surmised, Qin Xiaoyu was suffering from a fever caused by throat inflammation. Aunt Tang had procured some medicine for her at the clinic. Aunt, how much is this medicine? Qin Hanchu inquired. It's not much. You need not concern yourself with it, Aunt Tang replied. Qin Hanchu produced 10 yuan and solemnly handed it to her, stating, One must settle their debts. I cannot neglect the cost of medical care. Faced with his earnestness, Aunt Tang reluctantly accepted the money. Xiaoyu, you must refrain from consuming greasy foods for now. The pig's trotter I bought is not for you. Once you recover, I shall buy you some. Qin Hanchu gently reassured Qin Xiaoyu. Okay. Despite her obedience, the prohibition on the pig's trotter left her somewhat disheartened. Be good. If you indulge in the pig's trotter, your illness may worsen, Qin Hanchu admonished. Qin Xiaoyu nodded. Mem, I understand. I won't eat it. Aunt Tang, could you please prepare some rice porridge for her? Qin Hanchu requested. Certainly. Leave it to me, Aunt Tang responded. Having raised Tang Siwei to such an age, she naturally knew how to care for the children. After bidding farewell to Qin Xiaoyu, he and Tang Siwei headed to school together. Tonight is English class. How about we switch seats? Tang Siwei suggested as they walked. Wouldn't that be a bit improper? Would your classmate prefer sitting next to that rascal Yuan? Tang Siwei smiled. I'll speak to my classmate about it. Upon arriving at school, Tang Siwei discussed the seat change with her classmate. Qin Hanchu was unaware of how she managed the conversation, but ultimately, her classmate agreed. Just as he settled beside Tang Siwei, the English teacher entered the room. The teacher immediately noticed the seat swap, but chose not to comment. Mid-lesson, darkness enveloped the classroom. The power is out. In that instant, the students erupted in cheers. Typically, a power outage during evening study signified an early dismissal. Qin Hanchu even caught a glimpse of Tang Siwei's exuberant cheers. Even this academic achiever wished for an early end to the day. However, the students' jubilation was premature. Just as their cheers began to fade, the lights flickered back to life. Chapter 26. Then you should sleep a bit more in the past. Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu would sleep in separate beds. However, tonight was a different tale. They found themselves sharing the same blanket. At midnight, Qin Hanchu suddenly opened his eyes. He could feel the intense heat radiating from Qin Xiaoyu's body. She had a fever again. Hastily, he reached for the thermometer beside him. Xiaoyu, let me take your temperature, he said softly, placing the thermometer in her armpit. Cool, Qin Xiaoyu murmured with a hint of tears in her closed eyes. Hold it tight. Don't let it fall out. After saying this, Qin Hanchu turned on the light. With a click, the white lamp illuminated the room. Unbeknownst to them, the power had returned. 5 minutes later, Qin Hanchu took the thermometer out. Qin Xiaoyu's temperature registered at 37.5 degrees Celsius, a level that did not necessitate antipyretics. He made his way to the kitchen and boiled a pot of water. After diluting it with warm water, he brought a basin back to the bedside. Dipping a towel into the water, he began to gently sponge Qin Xiaoyu down. After 2 thorough wipes, her temperature finally began to decrease. Pouring the remaining hot water into a thermos, Qin Hanchu then climbed back into bed. Throughout the night, Qin Xiaoyu had 3 episodes of fever. Each time, Qin Hanchu would rise to soothe her with a sponge bath. At 5 in the morning, he opened his eyes again. The very first thing he did was place his hand on Qin Xiaoyu's forehead. She should be fine now. Retracting his hand, he let out a yawn and sat up. After a night of unrest, he was utterly exhausted. Just as he finished preparing breakfast, he heard Tang Mu's voice from outside. He opened the door to find her entering the room, asking about Xiaoyu's condition. She had a few episodes last night, but I managed to cool her down. Qin Hanchu responded. After such a long night, you needn't wake her for breakfast. Once you leave, I'll keep her company. When she wakes up, I'll prepare something for her to eat. That would be a great help, Qin Hanchu replied, feeling reassured knowing Tang Mu would be watching over Qin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is fortunate to have you as her brother, a blessing from a past life. Tang Mu smiled warmly. After breakfast, Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei headed to school. As the morning self-study session began, fatigue overtook him, and he unknowingly succumbed to sleep at his desk. Of course, he was not the only one dozing off. A mere 20 minutes into his slumber, Wang Gang peered into the classroom through the glass of the back door. Upon noticing Qin Hanchu asleep at his desk, his brows furrowed in concern. As the self-study session concluded, the boarding students left the classroom for breakfast, yet Qin Hanchu remained, continuing his nap. In that moment, Wang Gang entered the classroom. Knock, knock. Wang Gang rapped on Qin Hanchu's desk, prompting him to awaken. Seeing Wang Gang, Qin Hanchu shook off the remnants of sleep. Teacher, though your grades are improving swiftly, you must not let your guard down. Did you not sleep last night? Wang Gang inquired. My sister had a fever last night, so I didn't rest well, Qin Hanchu replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang remarked, so that's how it is. You should sleep a little longer. Excelling in your studies certainly earns you the benevolence of the homeroom teacher. Qin Wan turned her head and responded. Qin Hanchu stifled a yawn. No, I must sleep a bit more. Just as he rested his head on the desk, he succumbed to slumber. At that moment, Tang Siwei returned from outside. Noticing that Qin Hanchu was still asleep, she gently draped her coat over him. This scene evoked feelings of envy among many boys. It was not until the class bell rang that Qin Hanchu awoke. Upon seeing the coat draped over him, he recognized it as Tang Siwei's. When he looked at her, he found her smiling back at him. Seizing the moment before the teacher's arrival, Qin Hanchu hurriedly returned the coat to Tang Siwei, smiling as he said, Thank you. I was worried you might catch a cold. No one is here to look after you, Tang Siwei replied. Qin Hanchu smiled, saying nothing further. As time passed, the weather grew increasingly colder. Before they knew it, the final examinations had arrived. Once the exams concluded, a winter break of over 20 days would commence. When the final grades were announced, Qin Hanchu's performance had placed him among the top 5. His remarkable progress over the semester was nothing short of meteoric. His achievements were celebrated by teachers across all classes, and he consequently became a celebrated figure throughout the school. In Kanjiakan, Yang Fong was engaged in a game of mahjong with her fellow villagers. Young Fong, your son is truly impressive. I heard he ranked 5th in class, remarked a man seated opposite her. 5th? You must be mistaken, replied a woman to Yang Fong's left. This is what my son told me himself. It cannot be wrong. Qin Hanchu is now a role model in the eyes of the teachers, the man insisted. If this is true, he could certainly gain admission to Yizhong. Yang Fong, you should start preparing for the tuition fees. If he gets into Yizhong, his future will be bright, and you will enjoy the benefits as well. Hearing the praise for Qin Hanchu filled Yang Fong with pride. She smiled and said, As for his tuition, I will rely on your contributions. Let me win a bit tonight. That depends on your skill. Years ago, Qin Hanchu received another payment for his writing, this time amounting to 15,000. Coupled with his previous savings, he now had over 30,000 yuan in his account. Chapter 27. It's all right. I don't mind you in this era. It is uncommon for rural folk to venture into the city. Even Aunt Tang seldom makes the trip. When Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei were still middle school students, they could easily lose their way in the bustling streets. Moreover, with the prevalence of deceitful individuals nowadays, caution is paramount. Aunt Tang, why not accompany us? We could go into the city to buy new clothes. I shall reimburse your travel expenses. Qin Hanchu smiled warmly. Very well, I shall join you, Aunt Tang replied. There is no need for you to cover the fare. As a woman, she found it impossible to resist the allure of shopping. Upon hearing Qin Hanchu's invitation, Aunt Tang readily agreed. Wonderful. We're going to the city, Tang Siwei exclaimed joyfully, thrilled at her mother's acceptance. The group quickly gathered their belongings and set off for the bus station. Once aboard the passenger bus, they journeyed towards the county town. For both Tang Siwei and Qin Xiaoyu, it was their first visit to the city, and their excitement was palpable. In contrast, Qin Hanchu remained composed. Having lived in the county town for many years in his past life, he was all too familiar with it. Brother, is the county town big? Qin Xiaoyu inquired curiously. Qin Hanchu smiled and replied, compared to a small town, the county town is indeed larger. However, when juxtaposed with a metropolis, it appears quite diminutive. I want to visit a big city in the future, Qin Xiaoyu declared. Certainly, I will take you to see the Forbidden City in Kyoto one day. Qin Hanchu assured her with a smile. Don't forget to bring me along. Tang Siwei chimed in eagerly. Aunt Tang glanced at her daughter and remarked, Are you going to follow Qin Hanchu wherever he goes? What are you implying? Tang Siwei retorted, her cheeks flushed. Aunt Tang, aware of her daughter's sentiments, chose not to reveal the truth. An hour later, the four arrived in the city. Qin Hanchu hailed a taxi, and they soon found themselves on the bustling commercial street. As the year-end approached, the streets were alive with activity, resembling a vibrant market. Qin Xiaoyu and Tang Siwei gazed around in wonder, their faces alight with joy. Qin Hanchu held tightly to Qin Xiaoyu's wrist, unwilling to let her stray from his side for even a moment. In these times, the streets were rife with tricksters, pickpockets, and human traffickers. In such a throng, if a child were to get lost, it would be an arduous task to locate them. The Fashion World was the largest clothing mall in the county town, and it would remain so for over 2 decades. Upon entering, the array of garments dazzled the senses. "Siwei, does this dress look good?" Qin Hanchu asked, holding up a yellow cotton coat. "It's quite lovely," Tang Siwei replied with a smile. Aunt Tang suggested, "Why not try it on?" Tang Siwei removed her outerwear and slipped into the new coat. "Aunt, what do you think?" Qin Hanchu inquired. Aunt Tang nodded approvingly. "Not bad at all." With her tall stature and delicate features, Tang Siwei naturally wore clothing well. This particular coat was a new style for the year, and its vibrant hue accentuated her already striking presence. Standing before the mirror, she twirled and beamed. "I think it looks great. How much is this outfit?" Noticing Tang Siwei's fondness for the coat, Aunt Tang asked. 99 yuan. The young lady was strikingly beautiful, and the outfit accentuated her allure even further. The salesperson remarked with a smile. Upon hearing the price, Tang Mu's gaze faltered slightly. In this day and age, 99 yuan is no trifling sum. An adult could purchase a coat for only 60 or 70 yuan. "How about 80? We shall take it," Tang Mu suggested. "That won't do. The lowest I can offer is 90, the salesperson replied. "Aunt Tang, we have just arrived. There is no rush to buy," Qin Hanchu said with a smile. "Let us wander elsewhere. Perhaps we shall find something even more appealing." Aunt Tang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. As the four prepared to leave, the salesperson called out, 85 is the best I can do." Qin Hanchu waved his hand dismissively, and the group continued on their way. Time seemed to fly as they strolled through the marketplace. By the time they exited the clothing mall, it was already noon. Aunt Tang purchased a coat and a pair of trousers for Tang Siwei, while Qin Hanchu acquired a festive outfit for Qin Xiaoyu. Naturally, he also indulged in a new ensemble for himself. "Aunt, allow me to treat you to some ramen," Qin Hanchu said, holding Qin Xiaoyu's hand. "Afterward, we can continue shopping before heading home." "Sounds good," Tang Mu agreed. Under Qin Hanchu's guidance, the four arrived at a bustling halal ramen shop, teeming with shoppers and diners alike. After a brief wait, they secured a table. Once seated, Qin Hanchu ordered 3 bowls of ramen. "Hanchu, have you visited the city before? You seem quite familiar with it," Tang Mu inquired. Qin Hanchu nodded. "I've been here once or twice." "Brother, when did you come? Why didn't you take me along?" Qin Xiaoyu asked. "Wasn't I bringing you now?" Qin Hanchu replied. As they conversed, the 3 bowls of ramen were served in succession. Qin Hanchu took 1 bowl and scooped some noodles from it to share with Qin Xiaoyu. He also offered her the mere 3 small slices of beef that adorned his bowl. "Eat first. If it's not enough, I'll get you more," he assured her. Qin Xiaoyu nodded and began to eat with her chopsticks. At that moment, Tang Siwei turned to Qin Hanchu and said, "What if I can't finish this large bowl?" "If you cannot, you can give it to Aunt Tang," he replied. Tang Mu shook her head. "I can't finish my own either." Chapter 28. The debt collector arrives on the eve of the Lunar New Year. Qin Hanchu returned to Qin village with Qin Xiaoyu. Their purpose for coming back was merely to hang up couplets. He had no intention of staying the night. Ever since Qin Dalong succumbed to his alcoholism, Yang Feng had ceased even the custom of putting up couplets. While other families adorned their homes festively, the ambience in Qin Hanchu's household remained as mundane as ever. During the new year, more people gathered to play cards. Yang Feng spent her nights gambling and her days sleeping, neglecting to prepare a proper New Year's Eve dinner. From a distance, Qin Hanchu spotted Qin Dalong squatting at the entrance. Upon seeing his son and granddaughter return, he rose to his feet. Qin Hanchu understood that his father cared for them, yet he was powerless against his addiction. He felt both resentment and pity towards him. Although he had recently earned some money, it was still insufficient. Once his earnings increased, Qin Hanchu planned to send Qin Dalong to a rehabilitation center, where perhaps he could find a cure. "Dad." Upon seeing Qin Dalong, Qin Xiaoyu joyfully ran over to him. Qin Dalong lifted her into his arms, his face brightening with a hint of a smile. "Have you not been drinking today?" Qin Hanchu's tone was cool, yet tinged with concern. Qin Dalong nodded apologetically. "I haven't tea drunk today. Let us hang the couplets first. Make sure you don't get drunk tomorrow morning. I'll come over to help you hang the family tree scroll," Qin Hanchu instructed. Qin Dalong nodded. "Understood." Qin Hanchu first hung the chicken, duck, fish, and meat he had bought beneath the eaves, then took out the couplets he had prepared. Although Qin Dalong had not been drinking, his body had already been ravaged by his addiction. Qin Hanchu dared not let him climb the high stool, so he enlisted Qin Xiaoyu to assist him. As they were busy hanging the couplets, Yang Fong returned from outside. Upon seeing the father and son at work, her expression reflected a mix of emotions. "Are we having dinner at home tonight?" Yang Fong inquired. While applying paste to the wall, Qin Hanchu replied, "I have something to attend to tonight. We'll eat at home tomorrow." "As you wish," Yang Fong responded. Just then, several individuals approached from a distance. Upon seeing them, Yang Fong's expression darkened considerably. "Is it the debt collectors?" Qin Hanchu asked. Yang Fong remained silent, yet her face conveyed the answer. "How much do we owe this year?" Qin Hanchu pressed. "It's none of your business," Yang Fong replied. As they spoke, the debt collectors had already arrived at their doorstep. "I see you're hanging couplets. It's rare that Dalong isn't drunk today. Fong, with the new year approaching, shouldn't the debts be settled?" One of them remarked. "It's easier to borrow when one repays well. If you continue to evade payment, who will lend you money in the future?" Yang Fong forced a smile. "Just give us a few more days. I assure you we will repay you after the new year. Do you take us for fools? This past year, whether you've won or lost remains uncertain. What if you lose more and end up with even less to repay?" Yang Fong responded with a smile. "But what if we win? Then we can repay you with both principal and interest. Enough talk. If you don't pay us for the new year, we won't allow you to have a comfortable celebration either," one of the collectors said. "I am presently devoid of funds," Yang Fong lamented. "How can one celebrate the new year without money?" Upon hearing Yang Fong's response, one of the men approached the couplet posted by Qin Hanchu, reaching out to tear down the newly affixed decoration. At that moment, Qin Hanchu coldly inquired, "How much does she owe you?" The middle-aged man replied, "She owes me 500, 800, 300, 1,000. Several voices chimed in succession. Qin Hanchu turned to Yang Fong and asked, "Is this true?" "So what? It is of no concern to you," Yang Fong retorted. Ignoring her words, Qin Hanchu withdrew 3,000 yuan from his pocket. The sight of such a sum astonished both Yang Fong and Qin Dalong. "Where did you acquire this money?" Yang Fong asked, incredulously. "You claim to be broke, yet it appears you have entrusted your funds to your son." With the money in hand, the group's expressions transformed into smiles. "Hold your joy for a moment," Qin Hanchu interjected. Hearing his words, their smiles faltered. "Listen closely. From this day forth, no one is permitted to lend money to my mother. Any further loans will be considered a lost cause. Those who agree may come to me for funds with a signed note. Those who do not may seek repayment from my mother directly," Qin Hanchu declared coldly. "Fine, I shall no longer lend her money," one man replied. Qin Hanchu then instructed Qin Xiaoyu, "Little fish, go inside and fetch some paper and a pen." Qin Xiaoyu scampered back home and soon returned with the requested items. Qin Hanchu took up the pen and composed a promissory note. Upon completion, he announced, "Signing this document will grant it legal standing. Should anyone lend money directly or indirectly to my mother thereafter, my family will not acknowledge the debt. Those who accept this condition may step forward to sign and receive payment." The man who had lent Yang Fong 300 yuan approached first, signing the document before handing over the note of debt to Qin Hanchu. The principal was merely 250, with the additional 50 representing interest. It appeared that others had similarly inflated their amounts. Qin Hanchu did not dwell on this discrepancy. He tore up the note and handed over 300 yuan to the man. Witnessing this, others began to approach to sign as well. "Yang Fong, your son is about to take his high school entrance examination. With his current grades, he is capable of entering a prestigious school. It is time for you to cease gambling. Dalong, you too must give up drinking and consider your children as future." Chapter 29. Must we still keep secrets? After affixing the couplets, Qin Hanchu carried Qin Xiaoyu back to the town. They needed to adorn their modest abode. While Qin Hanchu diligently hung the couplets, Qin Xiaoyu busily assisted, chattering away. "Brother, may I set off firecrackers?" she inquired eagerly. Qin Hanchu smiled. "Wait until the Lantern Festival, and I shall buy you some sky rockets." Qin Xiaoyu beamed with delight. "Wonderful. I also want little bees." Just then, Tang Siwei stepped out of her home. "Would you like to buy fireworks? Come back to the town and we can play together," she suggested with a smile. "Yes, I want to play with Sister Siwei," Qin Xiaoyu replied. Qin Hanchu nodded in agreement, and Tang Siwei was visibly pleased by his response. "Are you staying at home for the Spring Festival?" Tang Siwei asked. "I will stay at home. We must keep vigil on New Year's Eve. We'll return on the morning of the first day," he replied. While most families visit relatives during the spring festival, Qin Hanchu need not do so. It was not that he lacked relatives, but rather that familial ties had been irrevocably damaged by Yang Fang. The relatives, fearing her propensity to borrow money, had severed connections with Qin Hanchu's family. Even his grandparents, under the influence of Qin Hanchu's uncle, had completely cut ties. Consequently, they inherited their estate without any share for Qin Dalong, who, in turn, was not obliged to provide for them. Given Qin Dalong's current circumstances, no one could rely on him for support in their old age. Then I shall come over tonight, and we can watch a movie together, Tang Siwei proposed. The following morning, Qin Hanchu returned to Qin family village with Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Dalong indeed behaved, refraining from alcohol that morning. Not only did he abstain, but he also retrieved the family genealogy scroll in advance. The father and son worked together to hang it up. Once the scroll was in place, Qin Hanchu arranged the chickens, fish, new chopsticks, fruits, firecrackers, and other items he had purchased. With these arrangements, the atmosphere of the new year intensified within the home. It was evident that Qin Dalong was somewhat moved by the preparations. Just as they completed their tasks, a girl's voice echoed from outside. "Hanchu, are you at home?" Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu smiled. Sister Qin Han is back. Qin Han, the daughter of their neighbor, Aunt Wang, had successfully gained admission to the prestigious City No. 1 high school, the very institution that was also the aspiration of Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei. Stepping out of the house with Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Hanchu spotted Qin Han standing outside, clad in a black cotton coat. Though she may not have seemed particularly beautiful at the moment, she would blossom into a stunning woman after university. However, in the future, she would find herself entangled with a deceitful boyfriend. She invested her own money to help him start a business, only for him to squander it on an affair. Qin Han had once confided in Qin Hanchu, tearfully recounting her plight while inebriated. If circumstances allowed, Qin Hanchu wished to assist her in evading the treacherous man in this lifetime. "When did you return?" Qin Hanchu asked with a smile. "I came back just after you left," she replied. Qin Han smiled and asked, "Have you truly moved to the town?" Qin Hanchu nodded in affirmation. "Shall we take a stroll?" Qin Han suggested. "Let us go." Led by Qin Hanchu, the trio wandered towards the horizon. The stroll Qin Han referred to was, in reality, a leisurely walk through the streets. Qin Hanchu often accompanied Qin Han for such delightful conversations. "I have heard that your studies are going exceptionally well now, ranking among the top 5 in your class. Is this true?" Qin Han was astounded upon hearing this news. Having grown up alongside Qin Hanchu, she had always known him as the academically challenged student. After half a year apart, he had miraculously transformed into one of the top scholars. It was simply unbelievable. Qin Hanchu nodded. "Indeed, diligent study leads to progress. Has your mind finally awakened?" She teased. "With your current grades, you stand a good chance of being admitted to the first high school. We could be in the same school again." "All right. Then you will look after me," Qin Hanchu replied. "Brother, what about me if you go to school in the county?" Qin Xiaoyu inquired anxiously. "Of course. I will take you with me. I will rent a place in the city for you to attend kindergarten," Qin Hanchu assured her. "I also heard that you helped Aunt Yang repay over 2,000 yuan in gambling debts. Where did you acquire such a sum?" "Renting in the town isn't cheap, is it?" The news of Qin Hanchu assisting Yang Fang with her debts had spread throughout the village. He had become quite the topic of interest, with everyone curious about the source of his money. Was it truly a loan? Who would lend money to a middle school student? His living expenses, rent, and debt repayment would amount to at least 5,000 yuan. In this era, borrowing such an amount was exceedingly difficult, even for an earning adult, let alone a student. "I cannot divulge everything now. You will understand in due time," Qin Hanchu replied. "Must you keep this a secret from me?" Qin Han questioned. "The fewer people who know about this, the better." "Rest assured, the money is obtained legally," Qin Hanchu clarified. Upon hearing this, Qin Han nodded. "Very well. I shall refrain from further inquiries." After circling the village, the two returned home as noon approached. At the doorstep of Qin Han's home, the trio parted ways momentarily. When Qin Hanchu arrived home, Yang Fang was already busy harvesting vegetables. Chapter 30. New Year's Eve before his imprisonment, Qin Hanchu harbored a profound resentment towards Qin Dalong. However, during his years behind bars, he came to understand many truths. In his childhood, Qin Dalong was a good father, diligently working to provide for the family and taking Qin Hanchu fishing and rabbit hunting. Yet, the income he earned was insufficient to cover Yang Fang's gambling losses. It was from that point onward that Qin Dalong developed a penchant for alcohol, seeking solace in inebriation. The more Yang Fang berated him, the deeper he sank into his vices, ultimately succumbing to alcoholism. In the face of Qin Hanchu's accusations, Yang Fong seethed with anger yet found herself at a loss for words. The primary responsibility for this family's current state rests with you. You need not concern yourself with tuition. If you can quit gambling, our lives will undoubtedly improve, Qin Hanchu continued. At that moment, Qin Dalong unexpectedly burst into tears, his years of pent-up grievances finally finding an outlet. Initially, his descent into drunkenness was indeed a response to familial pressures, but it later spiraled into an inescapable addiction. What does this mean? Am I to blame for everything? Yang Fong shouted, her voice tinged with humiliation and fury. Brother, I am frightened, Qin Xiaoyu whimpered, retreating behind Qin Hanchu at the sound of Yang Fong's outburst. Qin Hanchu turned to Yang Fong and said, let us eat. You two need only manage yourselves. I will take care of myself and Xiaoyu. Although a lavish meal awaited them, the atmosphere within the home was far from harmonious. It was merely a superficial gathering. Qin Xiaoyu, still a child, was momentarily startled but soon found joy in Qin Hanchu's playful antics. After their meal, Qin Hanchu spent some time playing in the snow with Qin Xiaoyu. Once she fell asleep for her afternoon nap, he began the task of making dumplings. Having lived alone in his previous life, he had to acquire every skill he could. While he was engaged in this endeavor, Yang Fong entered the room and offered, do you need help? Qin Hanchu initially intended to decline, yet he ultimately nodded in agreement. The mother and son worked in silence, one rolling the dough, the other filling it, creating an atmosphere laden with discomfort. After a prolonged silence, Yang Fong finally spoke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You are right. Your father's current state is my fault, and I never anticipated it would come to this. I do not expect either of you to earn vast sums. I only desire a healthy family environment for myself and Xiaoyu. You know what needs to be done, so I shall refrain from saying more. Witnessing Yang Fong's acknowledgement of her faults softened Qin Hanchu's tone. Having been reborn, he yearned to alter the course of his family. Helping his father quit drinking and his mother cease gambling were tasks he aspired to undertake, although the two seemed to express a degree of remorse. Their willpower alone would likely prove insufficient. Therefore, Qin Hanchu harbored little hope. He understood that he needed to earn money to send them to a professional institution for rehabilitation. By the time they finished making dumplings, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Upon entering the room, he found that Qin Dalong had awakened. At this moment, he was preparing paper money for the deity. Once everything was in order, Qin Hanchu, alongside Qin Dalong, made their way to the cemetery. Do you wish to quit drinking? He inquired, the crunching snow beneath their feet emphasizing his words. Qin Dalong nodded, I want to, but I know it will be difficult. If I were in your position, I would find it equally insurmountable. However, one must take action. How can one know the outcome without attempting? When the desire to drink arises, think of Xiaoyu. Envision the grandchildren of the future. After the new year, I shall procure some tea for you. When the urge strikes, indulge in a cup of tea instead. Observing Qin Dalong's earnest determination to abstain, Qin Hanchu softened his tone significantly. I will do my best, Qin Dalong affirmed, nodding in agreement. Upon reaching the cemetery, they fortuitously encountered their uncle, who was also visiting the graves. Surprised to see Qin Dalong participating in the rituals, Qin Xiaolong remarked, Uncle, since we have crossed paths, I must greet you. I hear you are now among the top 5 in your class. Qin Xiaolong continued. Qin Hanchu nodded, indeed. Well, it is commendable that you are making progress. Keep striving. In the future, you will rely on your own efforts. With that, they took their leave. Having finished setting off firecrackers, Qin Xiaolong departed with his son. After Qin Xiaolong's exit, the father and son duo also burned paper money and lit firecrackers before returning home. Upon arrival, Yang Fong had already prepared dumplings, filling the air with the festive spirit of the new year. At that moment, the village was alive with the sound of firecrackers. Following their midday conversation, the atmosphere had noticeably lightened. Yang Fong, along with Qin Dalong, exchanged smiles and engaged with Qin Xiaoyu, who radiated joy. After the meal, Qin Hanchu handed 50 yuan to Qin Dalong, saying, tonight, please give this 50 yuan to Xiaoyu as her lucky money. It should be her first time receiving such. Hearing this, Qin Dalong felt a deep sense of guilt. His daughter was already 6 years old, and he had yet to bestow upon her any lucky money. This time, he relied on his son to provide the funds. Gazing at the 50 yuan in his hand, Qin Dalong resolved that he must seek work in the coming year. He could not continue in this manner. After finishing their meal, the clock struck 7. In just 1 hour, the Spring Festival Gala would commence. However, Qin Hanchu's household lacked even a television, as the old set had been sold by Yang Fong. Chapter 31. breaking the habit in the early days of the Qin and Han dynasties. Qin Dalong finally stepped out of his home. After a brief moment, he arrived at Qin Kai's residence, where a considerable gathering had already assembled. The attendees were engaged in a game of cards while watching the Spring Festival Gala. The sudden appearance of Qin Dalong left the adults present momentarily stunned. Dalong, what brings you here? A rare guest indeed. Qin Kai's father was the first to respond, chuckling. Qin Dalong managed a somewhat stiff smile. Come, have a seat. The people present were all childhood companions of Qin Dalong. Since succumbing to his addiction to alcohol, he had seldom mingled with them. Dalong, have you not been drinking today? Someone inquired. Qin Dalong nodded. I wish to quit drinking. The revelation elicited surprise among the group. It was unexpected to hear such words from a habitual drinker. That's a good thing. Seeing you inebriated all the time has made us concerned. It is never too late to seek sobriety. With your son excelling in his studies, you truly cannot afford to falter. You are blessed with both a son and daughter. Do cherish this fortune. In this era, the spirit of competition was not as pronounced, and the bonds among neighbors remained genuinely warm. Upon hearing of Qin Dalong's intention to quit drinking, the group expressed their delight and extended their support. Is there anything we can assist you with? Qin Kai's father inquired. After the new year, could you take me along to work? I wish to earn some money. Qin Kai's father, a contractor in the village, led a team to construct houses, and Qin Dalong had previously worked alongside him. Certainly, no problem. However, there is one condition. You must quit drinking. If you continue to indulge, do not expect any leniency from me. You understand that our line of work involves climbing and descending, which carries certain risks. If you are intoxicated and an accident occurs, I cannot bear the responsibility. Qin Kai's father stated firmly. Qin Dalong nodded. I understand. I will strive to quit drinking in the coming days. Alcohol can be enjoyed, but in moderation. Who among us does not indulge in a few drinks? After work, one should relax and rest accordingly. Others chimed in to offer encouragement. Well, you all continue your game. I shall take my leave, Qin Dalong announced. Why the rush? We are just short of a player to complete the game. What else will you do at home? If you are idle, you'll only be tempted to drink. To quit drinking, you must divert your attention. Meanwhile, Yang Fong returned to her own domain. Observing the group eagerly playing mahjong, she felt an irresistible urge to join. She repeatedly reminded herself that she was merely there to watch and would not partake. However, she overestimated her self-control. Invited by her friends, she eventually succumbed and joined the game. At 11 o'clock that night, Qin Hanchu returned home with Qin Xiaoyu. Shortly after their arrival, Qin Dalong entered from outside. Did you go out to have fun? Qin Hanchu asked. Qin Dalong nodded. I went to Qin Kai's house. I plan to work with them after the new year. Well, in the meantime, focus on overcoming your drinking habit. Although aware that Qin Dalong's chances of success were slim, Qin Hanchu felt compelled to offer some words of encouragement. After all, what if Qin Dalong did succeed? Time swiftly approached 11:50. As the clock neared midnight, Yang Fong had yet to return. Where's Mom? Qin Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes, already feeling drowsy. Qin Hanchu understood that Yang Fong must have become engrossed in her activities again. He suggested, let us set off some firecrackers first. After they had set off the firecrackers, Qin Hanchu burned some paper and lit incense. At that moment, Yang Fong finally returned. Upon seeing Qin Hanchu, her gaze was somewhat evasive, betraying her guilt. Did you lose? Qin Hanchu inquired. I didn't initially intend to. Yang Fong began, but Qin Hanchu interjected. There are plenty of informal mahjong games in the village. If you're itching to play, you could join one of those. There is no need to gamble with money, is there? And even if you do choose to play for money, it could be a small amount. With that, Qin Hanchu stepped into the house. The family settled down, and Qin Hanchu handed chopsticks to Qin Xiaoyu, saying, Xiaoyu, let us have a little competition to see who can eat the most money, shall we? All right. Qin Xiaoyu responded gleefully. Let us begin. With that, Qin Hanchu started devouring dumplings. Soon, Qin Xiaoyu joyfully pointed to her mouth and produced a 10-cent coin from it. You're amazing, Xiaoyu, Qin Hanchu smiled. This delighted Qin Xiaoyu even further as she continued to eat her dumplings. Before long, she found another coin. It was that Qin Xiaoyu was particularly lucky. Rather, Qin Hanchu had intentionally placed the dumplings with coins in her bowl. This was done to bring her joy. After finishing their New Year's Eve dinner, Qin Hanchu instructed Qin Xiaoyu, wish your mom and dad a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Mom and Dad. Qin Xiaoyu cheerfully exclaimed. Qin Dalong took out the 50 yuan that Qin Hanchu had given him and handed it to Qin Xiaoyu, saying, this is your New Year's money. Qin Xiaoyu glanced at Qin Hanchu, who smiled and encouraged her. Take it. Tonight, place it under your pillow. Once we return to town, I will buy you a little piggy bank for you to save it in. Okay, Qin Xiaoyu nodded happily. After dinner and exchanging New Year's greetings, Qin Hanchu finally helped Qin Xiaoyu wash up. Just as she laid down on the Kong, she fell asleep, while Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu slept soundly. The two in the adjacent room found themselves unable to rest. One was restless with impatience, and the other was craving alcohol. Chapter 32. The listing of the Penguin Group in the days that followed. Qin Hanchu devoted most of his energy to writing. During this time, Qin Xiaoyu busied herself with drawing and writing. When Tang Siwei returned from visiting relatives, she invited Qin Xiaoyu over to watch television. Since the beginning of the third year of junior high, Qin Hanchu had maintained a rigorous schedule of writing late into the night. This frequency of updates significantly boosted his subscription numbers. Time seemed to slip by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, it was the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. Early that morning, Tang Siwei arrived at Qin Hanchu's residence, where he and Qin Xiaoyu were enjoying breakfast together. Have you eaten? Would you like to have some more? Qin Hanchu inquired. What are you having? Tang Siwei asked with curiosity. Scallion pancakes and steamed egg custard. Qin Hanchu replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Siwei chuckled. I've already eaten. Will you two have enough? We have plenty. Don't worry, he reassured her, prompting Tang Siwei to sit down happily and savor the scallion pancakes. Ever since you moved in, I've gained weight, she remarked. I'm not responsible for that. Qin Hanchu quickly defended himself. Don't try to pin this on me, Tang Siwei retorted playfully. Indeed, Qin Xiaoyu chimed in with a smile. Hearing this, Tang Siwei laughed. See? Even Xiaoyu thinks so. Are you planning to buy fireworks? Qin Hanchu shifted the topic. Tang Siwei nodded. Aren't you both going as well? Yes. We'll go together after breakfast, Qin Hanchu replied. At 8:30 in the morning, the three of them arrived at the market. Today, half of the stalls were selling fireworks. The colorful varieties like sky rockets, DD gold, little bees, and fire wheels were particularly popular among children. Qin Hanchu purchased 3 sky rockets and 3 DD golds, while Tang Siwei opted for 3 boxes of little bees and 2 boxes of fire wheels. Although Qin Hanchu was financially well off, he refrained from spending excessively on fireworks, wishing to instill a sense of prudent consumption in Qin Xiaoyu. By 7 in the evening, darkness had fallen. Calling out for Tang Siwei from the courtyard, Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu exited together. The trio met at the entrance and strolled toward the main street of the town. The main street was spacious, devoid of flammable materials, and many youths and children were enjoying fireworks. Qin Hanchu lit a sparkler, and soon the three of them joined in the festivities. Whoosh! The ignited little bee spun and soared into the night sky. Qin Xiaoyu watched with delight, her laughter ringing out. Qin Hanchu handed a DD gold to Qin Xiaoyu and helped her ignite it. In the dark, the DD gold emitted a dazzling light. Wow, how beautiful! Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, her hands swaying gently with joy. Light one for me too, Tang Siwei said with a smile, holding the DD gold. Amidst the laughter and cheer, the fireworks they had purchased quickly ran out. At that moment, the town government displayed 7 or 8 clay mounds. This traditional type of firework resembled a clay mound and, once ignited, shot forth in a spectacular fountain-like display. A cluster of clay piles ignited together, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Qin Hanchu and 2 others stood nearby, smiling as they admired the beauty before them. At that moment, Tang Siwei discreetly glanced at the profile of Qin Hanchu. In this enchanting scene, a unique smile graced her lips. How splendid! Just then, the fireworks from the clay piles reached their zenith, with the vibrant flames soaring several meters high. This mesmerizing display lasted but a fleeting moment before gradually descending, ultimately dissolving into a wisp of white smoke. Beauty is often ephemeral, yet memories can endure eternally. The following day marked the official commencement of the school year, and the adults busied themselves once more. With only a few months remaining until the crucial high school entrance examination, the academic demands for Qin Hanchu in his 3rd year intensified. To secure admission to a prestigious high school, he devoted more time to his studies. During this period, a significant event unfolded on a certain Chinese web platform. Under the influence of certain individuals, a plethora of online gaming novels began to emerge, significantly impacting the website's traffic. Although Qin Hanchu's works, as the flagship of the site, were minimally affected, the new titles found their existence squeezed. It was then that a novel titled Ascending Dragon made a stunning debut. The arrival of this book, coupled with strategic adjustments to the website, contributed to a resurgence in traffic. Qin Hanchu was well acquainted with the author of Ascending Dragon. In fact, he possessed a deep understanding of the esteemed authors on the certain Chinese web platform. He was acutely aware of the moments these figures emerged: Zhangxi, Sanshao, Xinji, Tadou, Zhi Jin, Wang Yu. All were pioneers who established their own genres within online literature. By virtue of his rebirth, Qin Hanchu had also ascended to such heights. In April, Qin Hanchu's monthly manuscript fee officially surpassed 20,000 yuan. After several months of accumulation, he had amassed nearly 70,000 yuan in savings. By June, his savings reached an impressive 110,000 yuan. With only half a month remaining until the entrance examination, one evening, Qin Hanchu opened Baidu to search for information. At that moment, a news headline caught his eye. The Penguin Group had officially listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Upon reading this news, Qin Hanchu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hastily looked up the stock price of the Penguin Group, realizing that it was not particularly high at that moment, but he was surprised to find it was only a little over 3 yuan per share. Chapter 33. Moving into the county town on this day, Yang Fang arrived at the town with a borrowed sum of 1,000 yuan. However, the home of Qin Hanchu was locked. At that moment, Tang Siwei emerged, carrying a bag of garbage. Where are Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu? Although Yang Fang was unaware of Tang Siwei's name, she recognized her as a classmate of Qin Hanchu. It seemed that the funds Qin Hanchu had borrowed also came from this family. Who are you? Tang Siwei inquired, having never encountered Yang Fang before. Yang Fang hesitated, finding it difficult to express herself. I am their mother. Hello, auntie. Although aware that Yang Fang was an inadequate mother, she was nonetheless Qin Hanchu's parent and thus deserved a modicum of respect. Hello, Yang Fang responded, and then asked, where have they gone? Hanchu took Xiaoyu into the city. Tang Siwei explained. Into the city? Yang Fang echoed, perplexed. Hanchu is looking for a place to stay and needs to find a new kindergarten for Xiaoyu, Tang Siwei elaborated. Having previously heard Hanchu mention these matters, when will they return? Yang Fang inquired further. Tang Siwei shook her head. It may take 2 or 3 days. Could you please help me deliver this money to him? Yang Fang requested, extending the cash to Tang Siwei. Tang Siwei quickly waved her hand. Auntie, you should keep the money for now. You can give it to Hanchu when he returns. This. Just then, Tang's mother appeared. Siwei, who is this? She is Hanchu's mother, Tang Siwei replied. Hello. Tang's mother smiled at Yang Fang. Upon seeing Tang's mother, Yang Fang felt a twinge of discomfort, as she harbored the uneasy notion that Tang's mother intended to take her son as a son-in-law. Could you help me pass this money to Hanchu? Yang Fang addressed Tang's mother. It would be better if you gave it to him yourself, Tang's mother suggested. Holding the money, Yang Fang remarked, if I keep this money, I fear it may not last until his return. She was acutely aware of her own shortcomings, fearing she might succumb to temptation at the gambling table. In response, Tang's mother said, very well, I will write you a receipt, and you can sign it. I will ensure the money reaches Hanchu. Whether he accepts it is another matter. All right, thank you, Yang Fang replied gratefully. Tang's mother counted the money, and then provided Yang Fang with a receipt. With the receipt in hand, Yang Fang departed from the town. This money is likely borrowed as well, Tang Siwei remarked. The fact that she can bring money indicates she still possesses some maternal affection, Tang's mother observed. Meanwhile, Qin Hanchu had already brought Qin Xiaoyu to the county town. The campus of the first middle school is located on the northern outer ring of the county. At that time, the area was still undeveloped, surrounded by dilapidated villages. Over a decade later, this place would undergo demolition and transformation. In addition to the first middle school, the experimental center and Guangbao Road Primary School were also constructed nearby. The residential complexes in this vicinity would soon become sought-after academic properties. After a day of exploration, Qin Hanchu gained an understanding of the rental prices. A standalone house required a monthly rent of over 300 yuan, totaling nearly 4,000 yuan for the year. 3 years are required for high school, and the rent amounts to approximately 13,000. After conducting some research, it was discovered that the price of an old house ranges from 30,000 to 40,000. Upon calculation, it seems more prudent to directly purchase an old house. Investing 30 or 40,000 now would yield a building post-demolition. Recently, having just received a manuscript payment, Qin Hanchu found himself in possession of around 40,000 in liquid assets. With this realization, he made a decisive choice. The following day, Qin Hanchu began to seek potential properties for purchase. By noon, he finally identified a house that piqued his interest. The property had already undergone renovations, and both its size and location perfectly aligned with Qin Hanchu's expectations. Guided by the villagers, he met the owner of the house. Are you here to buy the house? The owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s, asked in surprise. Qin Hanchu nodded. Yes, how much are you selling it for? 40,000, and I'll include all the furniture, the owner replied carelessly, clearly doubting Qin Hanchu's purchasing power. 38,000, if you agree to sell. We can sign the contract tomorrow, Qin Hanchu stated firmly. Are you sure? The owner was taken aback by Qin Hanchu's earnestness. Qin Hanchu affirmed, of course. I'm not here to waste your time. The owner, eager to sell due to his family's impending move abroad, found 38,000 to be an acceptable offer if Qin Hanchu was indeed serious. All right, as long as you can provide the payment tomorrow for the transfer. I will sell it for 38,000, the owner conceded. After agreeing on the terms, Qin Hanchu left the village with Qin Xiaoyu. As they walked along the path, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, Brother, can we eat now? I'm hungry. In response, Qin Hanchu asked, Sure, what do you want to eat? I want fried noodles. Qin Xiaoyu giggled, nodding. Qin Hanchu replied, All right, I will buy you fried noodles. They took a bus and arrived in the city. After their meal, Qin Hanchu took Qin Xiaoyu to a law firm. Purchasing a house is a significant matter, and having never bought real estate in his previous life, Qin Hanchu was unfamiliar with the purchasing process. To avoid any potential pitfalls, he decided to enlist a lawyer as assistance. After consulting with the lawyer, Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu visited the county zoo. Following their excursion, they meandered through a supermarket. They eventually returned to their hotel by 8 in the evening. The next day, Qin Hanchu returned to the village accompanied by the lawyer. Inside the house, they met with the owner once again. Qin Hanchu pointed to the lawyer beside him, saying, This is Lawyer Wang. I have enlisted his help to manage the purchasing procedures. The owner chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so professional. First-time home buying is much less daunting with a professional present, Qin Hanchu replied. Mr. Chen, please show me the property certificate, identification, and other relevant documents, Lawyer Wang requested of the owner. Without further ado, the owner presented the documents to Lawyer Wang. The lawyer first verified the authenticity of the documents before leading the three of them to the housing authority. The purpose of visiting the housing authority was to check for any existing mortgage or property disputes associated with the house. Once it was confirmed that there were no issues, Lawyer Wang produced the prepared contract. The two parties first executed a contract and subsequently proceeded to the real estate bureau to complete the transfer of ownership. Following a successful transfer, Qin Hanchu accompanied the property owner to the bank, where, in the presence of a lawyer, he handed the payment to the original owner, who then signed a receipt. At this point, the property officially belonged to Qin Hanchu. Next, he merely needed to settle the taxes before obtaining the new property deed. A day later, accompanied by his lawyer, Qin Hanchu paid the taxes and subsequently processed the new property deed. Upon receiving the deed, Qin Hanchu finally felt a sense of relief. This was his first house, a home of his own, with the property deed in hand. Qin Hanchu took Qin Xiaoyu to the China Unicom Service Center. As a web novel author, how could he possibly be without internet access? Chapter 34. The astonished Tang family. In the following 2 days, Qin Hanchu began to organize his new residence. The furniture and television left by the previous owner were all functional, thus he did not need to make additional preparations. After tidying up, he purchased several potted plants, which infused the home with a touch of vitality. Once the internet connection was established, Qin Hanchu brought Qin Xiaoyu back to the town. Upon their return, Tang's mother and Tang Siwei approached with money in hand. This money is from your mother. I have already written her a receipt. If you wish to return it, please remember to retrieve the receipt for me, Tang's mother said with a smile. Qin Hanchu accepted the money and nodded. Understood. Why did you take so long to come back? Did you find no place to rent? Tang Siwei inquired. Qin Hanchu replied, I calculated that renting was not cost-effective, so I directly purchased a courtyard. It took time to process the property deed and set up the internet. What? You actually bought a courtyard? Tang's mother exclaimed in surprise. Qin Hanchu smiled and said, It cost 38,000, located in the village across from the school. 38,000. Tang Siwei gasped. For her, even 3,000 was a significant sum, and the fact that Qin Hanchu spent 38,000 on a courtyard was astonishing. Even Tang's mother and father could not easily afford to buy a house in the city. Do you truly have such a large sum of money? Although aware that Qin Hanchu earned money through writing, she never imagined he could accumulate so much. 600 a month would hardly allow for such savings. It's selling quite well, so I have a bit of spare cash, Qin Hanchu explained. What exactly are you doing to earn so much? Tang Siwei's curiosity was piqued. She wondered where Qin Hanchu's wealth originated. This time, Qin Hanchu did not conceal the truth. He said, I signed a contract with a website for my novels. and they are pay-per-read, which allows me to earn. Your money is truly from writing novels? Tang Siwei had pondered this direction before, but always thought it impossible to earn so much from writing. She was astonished to discover that Qin Hanchu genuinely made a profit through his literary endeavors. Keep it confidential. I do not wish for my family to know. Qin Hanchu made a shushing gesture. Tang's mother lowered her voice and asked, "How much do you earn in a month now?" "About 7,000. In reality, Qin Hanchu's monthly earnings had surpassed 20,000, but he refrained from revealing the full truth. 7,000. Tang's mother's eyes widened in disbelief. Together, she and Tang's father earned only about 4,000 a month. Qin Hanchu was earning more than both of them combined. Just over half a year ago, he made 600. Now he was making 7,000. The rate of growth was astonishing. "I want to write novels too. I want to make money," Tang Siwei exclaimed enviously. "After graduation, I may not even earn that much, yet you are already making so much." "I fear it might affect your studies," Qin Hanchu cautioned. "I want to write, but how does one even go about doing that?" Upon witnessing Qin Hanchu's success, Tang's mother felt a twinge of envy. As a primary school Chinese teacher, she believed her writing skills were quite commendable. However, writing a novel is distinctly different from composing an essay. Qin Hanchu did not conceal his insights. He shared some techniques of novel writing with Tang Mu. As for whether she could produce a work of merit, that hinged upon Tang Mu's innate talent. There are two types of online authors: those endowed with extraordinary gifts, who achieve remarkable success with their debut works without extensive study, and those devoid of such talent, yet who, through perseverance, come to master the intricacies of storytelling. Qin Hanchu's innate ability was not particularly strong. It took him several years of part-time writing to achieve modest success before he transitioned to being a full-time author. Had it not been for his previous experience as a full-time writer, Qin Hanchu's works would undoubtedly not have gained such popularity. In the afternoon, Qin Hanchu returned to Qin village with Qin Xiaoyu. Upon entering the home, he found Qin Dalong lying on the Kong, utterly intoxicated. The promise made during the new year ultimately succumbed to his addiction to alcohol. At that moment, Yang Fong returned from outside. "You're back," she said to Qin Hanchu, her expression a mixture of emotions. "Who did you borrow money from? I will accompany you to return it." Qin Hanchu understood Yang Fong's temperament. If the money remained in her possession, it would undoubtedly find its way to the gambling table. Thus, he felt compelled to accompany her in returning the funds. "This money is for your education," Yang Fong stated. "I have already resolved the tuition issue," Qin Hanchu replied. "What? Do you wish to sever our mother-son relationship? If you still regard me as your mother, then leave this money with me," she retorted, her anger palpable. "Is there any interest on this money?" Qin Hanchu inquired. Yang Fong's gaze wavered, indicating that the money was not borrowed out of goodwill. "Interest compounds. Can you repay it?" "Ultimately, it will be the son who repays the mother's debt. As long as you are free of debt, that is the greatest support for my education," he asserted. "Now, tell me, who did you borrow this money from?" Qin Hanchu asked with seriousness. In the end, Yang Fong accompanied Qin Hanchu to return the money. Though it had only been borrowed for a few days, the interest had already accrued to 3 yuan. After receiving the receipt written by Tang Mu from Yang Fong, Qin Hanchu handed her a note. "We will move to the city tomorrow. This is my landline number. Call me if you need anything." Upon returning to the town, Qin Hanchu began to pack his belongings. The most essential item was, of course, his computer, followed by bedding and clothing. While he was organizing, Tang Siwei came over to assist with the packing. "How will you transport all this to the city?" Tang Siwei inquired. "Foolish, there are plenty of vans on the street. Renting one will only cost about 100 yuan, Qin Hanchu replied. "Rich people certainly speak differently," Tang Siwei remarked with a smile. "That is a necessity," Qin Hanchu affirmed. "How many rooms does your house have? May I move in with you?" Tang Siwei asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Qin Hanchu cleared his throat. "Perhaps not. Aunt Tang might feel uneasy about it. It would be inappropriate for a man and woman to share a space. But we have Xiaoyu. The 3 of us living together hardly constitutes a man and woman alone," Tang Siwei countered. "Xiaoyu doesn't tea-count. She holds no authority over me," Qin Hanchu replied. Tang Siwei huffed. "Tonight, I will talk to my mother. Since she trusts you so much, she might just agree. You are overthinking it. Regardless of Aunt Tang's trust in me, it is inconceivable for you to reside in my home." After assisting Qin Hanchu with his belongings, Tang Siwei returned home. That evening, the family of 3 gathered for dinner. Tang Siwei addressed her mother, saying, "Mother, Hanchu's house has several rooms. May I move in with him? He can prepare delicious meals for me and accompany me while I study." Upon hearing this, Tang's mother immediately replied, "Don't even think about it. You must stay in your dormitory. Why not? Hanchu is not a bad person. Are you not at ease with him? Tang Siwei countered. This is not a matter of trust, but rather a question of principle. While I hold great affection for Hanchu, you are still young and lack the discernment. Tang's father stated solemnly. Chapter 35. Enrollment. On the morning of the second day, Qin Hanchu sought out a delivery van on the streets. Just as he finished loading, his third aunt arrived on her bicycle. Returning the keys to her, Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu climbed into the van. See you at the start of school, Tang Siwei called to Qin Hanchu. Qin Xiaoyu waved goodbye to Tang Siwei, saying, Farewell, Sister Siwei. Under the watchful eyes of the Tang family, the van gradually departed. We shall have no more delightful meals, sighed Tang's father. I can still go to mooch meals, Tang Siwei replied cheerfully. However, Tang's mother, with a serious demeanor, stated, You may go, but you must find someone to accompany you. If you cannot find a companion, do you understand? With a huff, Tang Siwei turned and retreated to her room. I must tell you, this matter is quite serious. Tang's mother followed her inside, imparting the importance of self-respect to her daughter. As they chatted along the way, they soon arrived in the county town. The driver assisted Qin Hanchu with carrying the luggage into the house. When it came time to pay, Qin Hanchu handed a pack of mutant cigarettes to the driver, who smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work. Upon seeing the cigarettes, the driver gave Qin Hanchu a thumbs up, exclaiming, This young man knows how to handle matters. He has a bright future ahead. After the van left, Qin Hanchu and his sister began to tidy up their home. Qin Hanchu first assembled the computer before making the bed. In addition to setting up his own room, he prepared Qin Xiaoyu's room as well. In a few days, he planned for Qin Xiaoyu to sleep independently. Now approaching the age of 7, it was time for Qin Hanchu to no longer share a bed with her. At noon, everything was in order. Just then, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, Brother, I'm hungry. Let us go. I'll take you to the supermarket, he replied, locking the door. The two took the bus into the city. They first dined on noodles at a noodle shop before Qin Hanchu led Qin Xiaoyu to the supermarket. Vegetables, meats, fresh milk, snacks. After a visit to the supermarket, Qin Hanchu spent over 100 yuan. Upon returning home, he opened the refrigerator. This appliance, like the television, was left behind by the previous owner. Having a refrigerator was convenient, as it allowed vegetables and meats to be stored for an extended period. The busyness of recent days had depleted Qin Hanchu's savings. The following day, he commenced diligent work. With a television now in the house, Qin Xiaoyu no longer felt bored. Every Saturday and Sunday, Qin Hanchu would take her into the city for shopping. Acquiring ingredients and snacks was secondary. The primary goal was to take Qin Xiaoyu out for enjoyment. Time flew, and the 2-month holiday was drawing to a close. During this period, Qin Hanchu received another payment for his writing. Setting aside 10,000 yuan as working capital, he invested the remainder in stocks of the Penguin Group. On this day, he dressed Qin Xiaoyu in clean new clothes, and they left the house hand in hand. Within 5 minutes, they arrived at the kindergarten. After paying the tuition, Qin Xiaoyu was guided by her teacher into the classroom. The city kindergarten was indeed different, as they had already begun playing with building blocks and other toys. Moreover, the teacher would instruct them in addition and subtraction, along with other fundamental knowledge. Most importantly, the kindergarten in the city provides lunch and snack services. This allows Qin Hanchu to enjoy a meal at school without the need to rush to pick up the children. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Qin Hanchu arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten, where many parents had already gathered. Before long, the children emerged with their teachers. Brother, spotting Qin Hanchu, Qin Xiaoyu joyfully ran over. Say goodbye to the teacher, Qin Hanchu prompted, holding Qin Xiaoyu's hand. Qin Xiaoyu turned to her teacher and said, Goodbye, teacher. See you tomorrow. The educators in the city are more professional, exhibiting greater tolerance towards the children. Hand in hand, the siblings walked along the path. Qin Hanchu inquired, Did you have fun? Qin Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically. Yes, the teacher played games with us and even taught us to recite ancient poems. Does the teacher ever scold the children? Qin Hanchu asked, concerned about the possibility of his sister encountering a temperamental teacher. The teacher makes disobedient children stand in a corner, but she doesn't hit anyone, Qin Xiaoyu reassured him. With this response, Qin Hanchu felt relieved. Children should be guided when they err. Even a light smack on the palm is acceptable to him, as long as it does not constitute abuse. On the third day of kindergarten, high school commenced as well. After dropping Qin Xiaoyu off at kindergarten, Qin Hanchu took the opportunity to head to school for his registration. He waited at the school gate for over 10 minutes before spotting Tang's father, who was carrying a suitcase. Tang Siwei was also laden with numerous bags. Upon seeing them, Qin Hanchu hurried over to greet them. Have you missed me after all this time? Tang Siwei smiled brightly upon seeing him. I've missed you terribly. Is that answer satisfactory? Qin Hanchu replied with a grin. Not too shabby, Tang Siwei chuckled. All right, you two stop bantering and hurry up to register, Tang's father interjected. Let me help you with one, Qin Hanchu offered. Taking a bag from Tang Siwei, and together the three of them entered the school. It took them a full 2 hours to complete the registration process for new students. What delighted Tang Siwei the most was that she and Qin Hanchu were assigned to the same class, allowing them to continue as classmates. Dad, you can head back now. Hanchu will help me take my things to the dormitory, she informed her father after receiving the dorm address. Chapter 36. Is there enough money to spend? Tang Siwei's words left Qin Hanchu in a state of confusion. What could his intentions possibly be? I will head to the classroom first and discuss it later. After bidding farewell to others, Qin Hanchu turned to leave. Upon arriving at the classroom, he found 5 or 6 individuals already seated. These were local students who, like him, did not require accommodation and thus had arrived early, as it was the first day of school and the teacher had yet to assign seats. Everyone was free to choose their own. Qin Hanchu settled in the middle of the second row and temporarily reserved a spot for Tang Siwei. As time passed, more and more classmates entered the classroom. Half an hour later, over 20 students were present. At that moment, Tang Siwei walked in. Finally, a beautiful girl. She was undoubtedly a campus belle. Behind Qin Hanchu, 2 boys whispered amongst themselves. Upon seeing Tang Siwei, Qin Hanchu raised his hand in greeting. She smiled and took a seat beside him, saying, Were you waiting long? Not too bad, Qin Hanchu replied. I wonder if we can be desk mates, Tang Siwei sighed. It's unlikely, Qin Hanchu retorted, then asked, Have you spoken to your roommate? Yes, I have, she replied. Qin Hanchu continued, Do you need me to clarify my intentions? Tang Siwei shot him a playful glare and said, I was just teasing you. I'm not foolish. I know you want me to become acquainted with my roommate more quickly. Their conversation caused many boys to hear the sound of their own hearts breaking. By 10 in the morning, all the students had arrived. Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei had introduced themselves to those around them. At that moment, a woman in her late 20s entered the room. With her flowing long hair, she was striking in both figure and appearance. The once noisy classroom fell silent with her arrival. Hello, everyone. I am your homeroom teacher and English instructor. My name is Yu Jing. As she spoke, she wrote her name on the blackboard. After setting down the chalk, Yu Jing continued, For the next 3 years, we will spend time together as if we are family. I hope we can create wonderful memories for each other. After her speech, she pulled out a roster and added, Now we will begin roll call. When your name is called, please introduce yourself briefly. The roll call and self-introductions took over half an hour to complete. With so many students, it was impossible to remember everyone at once. However, certain individuals were easily memorable. The first category was the beauties, such as Tang Siwei, Jin Hailu, and Xia Qiangwei. The second category consisted of handsome boys like Jiang Tao and Jing Yuanfei. Qin Hanchu's appearance was above average. He was the type that grew on you but was not conventionally handsome. The final category featured individuals with distinctive traits, either in looks or names, such as Wu Erqi and Du Zai. The name Du Zai easily evokes the imagery of hunger, as it bears a homophonic pun. Wu Erqi is a plump boy, resembling a large white creature, exuding a certain charm. Subsequently, Yu Jing began to rearrange the seating. Unsurprisingly, Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei found themselves separated. Tang Siwei's deskmate turned out to be Jin Hailu, bringing together 2 of the class's most beautiful girls. Qin Hanchu noticed that Xia Qiangwei's deskmate was also an attractive girl. Yu Jing had skillfully gathered the beauties in one place. A moment's reflection allowed Qin Hanchu to comprehend Yu Jing's intentions. Seating boys alongside these lovely girls would undoubtedly distract from their studies. Qin Hanchu's deskmate was none other than the endearing Wu Erqi. Those who gained admission to the prestigious First High School were hardly lacking in academic prowess. Yet, in any school, there exist both top performers and those who lag behind. As for where he would rank in class, that could only be determined after the first mock examination. Now it was time for lunch. The afternoon would be free for activities, and all necessary preparations needed to be made. With the official commencement of school tomorrow, boarding students were required to participate in morning exercises and early study sessions, while day students needed to arrive by 7:45 a.m. After reiterating the schedule, Yu Jing finally announced the dismissal. Hanchu, let us go to the cafeteria to get our meal cards, called out Tang Siwei. Go ahead. Qin Hanchu said to Wu Erqi before making his way to Tang Siwei's side. Accompanying Tang Siwei was also Jin Hailu. Are you two from the same place? Jin Hailu inquired. Tang Siwei nodded. Yes, we were in the same class in middle school. As they chatted, the trio arrived at the cafeteria, which was bustling with activity as many new students queued to obtain their meal cards. While they were in line, Qin Hanhua approached from a distance. Hanchu. Qin Hanhua greeted with a smile as he reached Qin Hanchu's side. How did you know I was here? Qin Hanchu asked with a grin. I also came over as a new student, so of course, I knew you would be here for your meal card, Qin Hanhua replied cheerfully. Qin Hanchu smiled, then introduced Tang Siwei and Jin Hailu to Qin Hanhua. After exchanging greetings, Qin Hanhua glanced at the queue ahead and said, let us go. Today's meal is on me. We can get our cards after lunch when the lines are shorter. Isn't that a bit excessive? Tang Siwei said, feeling somewhat shy. Not at all. I'll treat you to a grand dinner tonight, Qin Hanchu assured. Following his lead, Tang Siwei and Jin Hailu accompanied Qin Hanhua to the serving window. Moments later, the four found a place to sit. Hanchu, I heard you moved to the city? Qin Hanhua asked. Qin Hanchu nodded. Yes. I rented an apartment right across from the school. What about Xiaoyu? Qin Hanhua continued to inquire. I found her a kindergarten, where she has her meals during the day. Qin Hanchu responded. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanhua expressed admiration. You're quite remarkable, taking care of your sister while starting high school. Qin Hanchu sighed. You are most aware of what my parents are like. If I were to keep a small fish at home, there would hardly be enough to eat. Is there sufficient money? If not, let me know. I still have a little savings. Though it is not much, it should suffice for meals. Qin Han replied, rest assured. We need not worry about finances. Qin Hanchu felt a warmth in his heart at Qin Han's words and smiled, observing the kindness Qin Han showed to Qin Hanchu. Tang Siwei felt a twinge of envy. Jin Hailu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What was the situation at Qin Hanchu's home? Why did he need to bring his sister to school? Despite her curiosity, Jin Hailu refrained from asking directly, demonstrating her emotional intelligence. Chapter 37. Overindulgence. After finishing his lunch, Qin Hanchu departed from the school alone. This evening, he was to host a gathering, necessitating the procurement of various ingredients in advance. Riding the bicycle left by the previous landlord, Qin Hanchu made his way to a nearby farmer's market. Clams, carp, pork ribs, eggplants. An hour later, he returned home, laden with his purchases. After organizing the ingredients, Qin Hanchu allowed himself a brief respite. Upon rising, he began to braise the time-consuming red braised pork before preparing cold dishes. Cucumber with pig's head meat, sugar-coated tomatoes, and mixed bitter chrysanthemum. By the time he completed these 3 appetizers, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Qin Hanchu turned off the gas and stepped outside. At 5:30, the kindergarten dismissed its students. Brother. Upon seeing Qin Hanchu, Qin Xiaoyu joyfully ran toward him. After bidding farewell to her teacher, Qin Hanchu took Qin Xiaoyu's hand and headed toward the school, saying, Many older sisters are coming over for dinner tonight. You must be obedient, understand? Qin Xiaoyu nodded. Understood. As they approached the school gate, Tang Siwei, Qin Han, and 6 others emerged. Hello, big sisters. Qin Xiaoyu greeted with a smile. The sight of Qin Xiaoyu brought delight to the 8 girls, who began playfully engaging with her. Under Qin Hanchu's guidance, the group made their way to his home. Siwei, I bought some snacks. Please entertain them while I prepare the meal, Qin Hanchu instructed. Tang Siwei nodded. Sure. I'll come help you shortly. Returning to the kitchen, Qin Hanchu commenced his culinary endeavors. As he cooked, the sound of melodious laughter resonated from the house. Moments later, Qin Han entered, astonished by the dishes Qin Hanchu was preparing. When did your culinary skills become so impressive? She inquired. Impressive, right? Just don't idolize me too much. Qin Hanchu replied, basking in his pride. Qin Han glanced outside and, picking up a pair of chopsticks, sampled a piece of red braised pork. Delicious, she exclaimed. With this level of skill, you will certainly never lack for a wife. With my looks, that's hardly a concern, Qin Hanchu retorted. At his words, Qin Han scoffed derisively. What are you two discussing? Tang Siwei entered at that moment. Perfect timing. Please take the finished dishes out. The bowls and chopsticks are in the cupboard. Oh. And I also bought drinks. There's fresh milk in the refrigerator. Feel free to help yourselves. All right. Tang Siwei and Qin Han collaborated to serve the dishes. Soon, Jin Hailu and others emerged to lend a hand. Did you prepare all of this yourself? Is your father a chef? These dishes look absolutely delectable. Tang Siwei's roommates were astonished at the spread before them. Many of the dishes were unfamiliar to them, and the fact that Qin Hanchu was merely a high school freshman left them in disbelief. He can cook a wide variety of dishes. These are just a few of his signature creations, Tang Siwei said with a hint of pride. Would you prefer drinks or milk? Qin Han asked. Drinks. The group responded in unison. Soon, beverages such as Sprite were brought out. Qin Hanchu entered, bearing the final dish, and with a smile remarked, Let us begin with the vegetables. I have prepared rice, which I shall serve shortly. Qin Hanchu, you truly are remarkable. Having managed to prepare such an array of dishes in such a brief time, Qin Hailu exclaimed in admiration. Qin Hanchu smiled and replied, I devoted the entire afternoon to this. Let us savor the flavors. At his invitation, everyone commenced their meal. This is delicious. It is my first time tasting such flavorful ribs, exclaimed Tang Siwei's roommate, as she savored a piece of garlic-flavored rib. This braised pork is exquisite as well. Your culinary skills are extraordinary, the girls continued to praise as they relished Qin Hanchu's creations. Hearing their compliments filled Qin Hanchu with joy. He raised his drink and declared, This meal celebrates our fortunate gathering. Let us toast to the next 3 years of growth together. Upon hearing his words, everyone lifted their drinks and cheerfully responded, Cheers. I envy Xiaoyu for having such a talented brother who can cook. She is truly fortunate, Qin Hailu remarked after finishing her drink. Qin Xiaoyu responded with delight. Sister Hailu, you are welcome to come live with us, and my brother will prepare delicious meals for you too. At this, Qin Hailu's face flushed. Tang Siwei quickly placed a piece of meat into Qin Xiaoyu's mouth, saying, Eat some meat. Qin Xiaoyu giggled, lowering her head to enjoy the morsel. Hiki. Someone is getting anxious, Qin Han observed with a glance at Tang Siwei, chuckling. Qin Hailu and the others turned their amused gazes towards Tang Siwei, with her cheeks flushed. Tang Siwei protested, Don't look at me. Just eat. Amidst the laughter and merriment, the meal concluded. The table, once laden with dishes, was now entirely cleared. Each person rubbed their belly, appearing quite full. Let us assist you with the cleanup, Qin Hailu suggested, eyeing the mountain of dishes. Qin Hanchu interjected, No need. I will take care of it later. It is getting late, so I shall escort you back to the school to ensure you can enter the dormitory. The meal had indeed stretched from 6 to 8 o'clock, making it rather late. Had it not been the first day of the new semester, they would not have had the opportunity to dine at Qin Hanchu's place. Accompanied by Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Hanchu led the 8 girls back to school, concerned for their safety on the darkened streets. The county town remained quite chaotic, with local ruffians often harassing girls at night. Chapter 38, Mastering Copyright Awakening from Slumber. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning. Qin Hanchu first prepared a bowl of dumpling soup before rousing Qin Xiaoyu from her rest. Seated upon a small stool, Qin Xiaoyu watched as Qin Hanchu gently combed her hair from behind. Brother, why doesn't his sister Siwei come to live with us? Qin Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. Qin Hanchu paused momentarily, then replied, Only family can reside together. Sister Siwei is merely our friend. How can we become a family? If you marry Sister Siwei, then we would be a family, right? Qin Xiaoyu continued to ask, What are you thinking all day? Be careful not to say such things, lest you make Sister Siwei feel awkward, Qin Hanchu admonished gently. Oh, Qin Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. Setting down the comb, Qin Hanchu said, Go wash your face. I will serve your breakfast. Qin Xiaoyu responded, rising to head to the courtyard for her morning routine, while Qin Hanchu proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the meal. After finishing breakfast, the siblings clasped hands as they departed from their home. Goodbye, brother. Qin Xiaoyu waved at Qin Hanchu before darting into the kindergarten. Once Qin Xiaoyu had entered the building, Qin Hanchu made his way to school. Upon entering the classroom, Tang Siwei waved enthusiastically at Qin Hanchu. You're here. Qin Hanchu approached Tang Siwei and Qin Hailu, smiling as he asked, How has dormitory life been? Quite well, Tang Siwei replied with a smile. Qin Hailu chimed in. When will we have the pleasure of tasting your culinary skills again? I'm indifferent. It depends on when you have the time, Qin Hanchu answered. Qin Hailu sighed. We have evening study sessions, so I fear there won't be time to enjoy your cooking. Do not be so pessimistic. If you desire something, I can pack it up for you to enjoy as lunch, Qin Hanchu suggested. At this, Tang Siwei and Qin Hailu's eyes brightened, nodding in agreement. That works. As class was about to commence, Qin Hanchu returned to his seat. Hanchu, when did you become so familiar with Qin Hailu? Wu Erqi asked curiously upon seeing Qin Hanchu seated. We had dinner together last night, which is why we've become closer, Qin Hanchu explained. Hearing this, Wu Erqi gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Impressive. Just as Qin Hanchu was about to elaborate, a balding middle-aged man entered the classroom. As the teacher arrived, the chatter ceased. Stand up, commanded the class monitor, Xia Qiangwei. Good morning, teacher. All the students chorused as they rose. Good morning, students. The balding teacher gestured for them to sit before beginning his self-introduction. This teacher was the mathematics instructor for Qin Hanchu and his peers, since it was the first class. Attendance was inevitable. After taking attendance, the mathematics teacher had begun to form impressions of the students. Thus commenced the first class of high school. Qin Hanchu's university diploma had been acquired through adult education, and he had not covered many of the high school concepts. For this reason, Qin Hanchu understood that he must strive as diligently as everyone else. In this lifetime, he too wished to experience the essence of university life. The first day of high school passed swiftly. In the afternoon, Qin Hanchu made his way to pick up Qin Xiaoyu on his route home. On the way home, Qin Xiaoyu conversed with Qin Hanchu about events at school. For instance, she shared what delicious food they had that day and mentioned a classmate who misbehaved and was punished by the teacher. Upon returning home, Qin Xiaoyu turned on the television to watch Halua, while Qin Hanchu proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After their meal, Qin Hanchu logged into his online account. Just as he came online, the editor Jian Feng sent him a message. His book had once again made it to the homepage's major recommendation. During the era of web literature on PC platforms, such prominent placement was undoubtedly the pinnacle of promotion. This month's royalties were bound to see another surge. After exchanging a few words with the editor, Qin Hanchu fell into silent contemplation while gazing at the computer screen. The initial contract he signed with a certain platform was relatively fair, lacking clauses on adaptations for film, animation, and other media. At that time, that particular platform had not yet grasped the significance of copyright. In October 2004, it was acquired by Dashing Group, which coincided with its newfound emphasis on copyright issues. Subsequent contracts began to bind authors to adaptation rights. Due to copyright disputes, the renowned author Shinji severed ties with that platform and joined Zongheng Literature. Qin Hanchu was acutely aware that once the platform was acquired by Dashing Group, they would undoubtedly require him to sign a new contract. Given the current success of Invincible War God, this intellectual property would certainly hold considerable value in the future. Qin Hanchu needed to retain control over the adaptation rights. Presently, he possessed some worth, and he believed that the platform would not be overly oppressive. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On Friday afternoon, school began its holiday. Students from outside the city crowded onto buses heading home, while Tang Siwei remained at school. As Qin Hanchu had invited her parents over for a visit. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Tang Siwei's parents arrived at Qin Hanchu's home. At that moment, he was busy preparing dinner. Upon seeing Tang Siwei enter with her parents, he stepped out of the kitchen to greet them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he returned to his cooking. Half an hour later, an array of delectable dishes graced the table. Mr. Tang remarked, "It has been a long time since I've tasted Hanchu's cooking. It truly brings back memories. Eat to your heart's content tonight, after all. Hanchu has prepared a room for you to sleep in," Mrs. Tang added. "Hanchu, care for a drink with me?" Mr. Tang inquired, though he seldom drank. Just as Mr. Tang spoke, he was playfully reprimanded by Mrs. Tang, who said, "If you want a drink, do so yourself. Don't lead Hanchu astray." "I was merely joking, Mr. Tang replied, a hint of disappointment in his tone. After a few rounds of drinks, Mrs. Tang turned to Qin Hanchu and asked, "Hanchu, you mentioned you had something to discuss with us. What is it?" Setting down his chopsticks, Qin Hanchu replied, "And Tang, I wish to start a company." "Ah? What? You want to start a company?" The Tang family looked at Qin Hanchu in astonishment. "Due to my age, I would like to ask for your assistance in becoming the legal representative of the company. Rest assured, the company will engage in no illegal activities. So it will not affect you," he asserted. Qin Hanchu had very few adults he could trust. He could not rely on his own parents. So he sought the counsel of Tang Siwei's family for this matter. "I still believe you should prioritize your studies," Mr. Tang remarked. "Please, hold your thoughts for now." Tang's mother shot a glare at Tang's father, then turned to Qin Hanchu and inquired, "Hanchu, please enlighten us on why you wish to establish a company. What purpose will your company serve?" She continued, "To be candid, my novels have been selling quite well online, and I have garnered a certain degree of influence. With influence comes commercial value. My aim in creating this company is to retain the rights to my novels, which I intend to leverage for future business endeavors." "What is copyright?" Tang's father, despite being an elementary school principal, lacked a proper understanding of this concept. "Indeed, what does copyright entail? Is it truly valuable?" Tang's mother asked. Her curiosity piqued. Tang Siwei held her bowl, waiting eagerly for Qin Hanchu's explanation. Chapter 39. The left hand turns to the right hand. "Have you read Demigods and Semidevils?" inquired Qin Hanchu of the two individuals. "Of course," nodded Tang Fu. Qin Hanchu continued. The series is adapted from the illustrious works of Mr. Jin. To transform it into a television drama, one must procure the adaptation rights from Mr. Jin. I have researched online and discovered that TV acquired the rights to over 10 of Mr. Jin's novels for the sum of 500,000 per title. Although my novel may not yet warrant adaptation, the future remains unpredictable. Should I fail to register my copyright, I risk potential infringement by others, which would not only lead to financial loss but also a silent suffering. Is that so? To adapt a novel into a television series, one must compensate the author? 500,000? Tang Fu was astounded, for such an amount is considerable for an ordinary person. Indeed, affirmed Qin Hanchu. What must I do? Upon hearing Qin Hanchu's explanation, Tang Mu began to comprehend the necessity of his actions. I will engage a lawyer to assist you in registering the company, after which we will sign a comprehensive copyright delegation agreement. Following that, there will be little else to do. When I reach adulthood, the company will be transferred to me. Qin Hanchu stated. Tang Auntie nodded thoughtfully. Very well. I trust your judgment and will adhere to your plan. We shall need to select a weekday for this matter. Agreed. I will adjust my classes with the other teachers once I return, replied Tang Auntie. The following day, Qin Hanchu summoned the lawyer to his residence to provide Tang Auntie with a comprehensive overview of the company registration process. 3 days later, Tang Auntie arrived in the county town early. Accompanied by the lawyer, she registered the company at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. The name was quite simple, Little Fish Media. The scope of business included the production and distribution of television dramas, animation, film investment and distribution, gaming, talent management, and internet services. The company's address was noted as Qin Hanchu's residence. A few days later, the company was officially registered. Concurrently, Qin Hanchu's appointed lawyer drafted a comprehensive copyright delegation agreement per his instructions. In September 2004, Qin Hanchu successfully registered his copyright, which was subsequently transferred to Little Fish Media. By October 2004, a certain online platform officially announced its acquisition by the Dashing Group, becoming a wholly owned subsidiary. Wu Wei of the platform was appointed as the CEO of the subsidiary. Shortly thereafter, editor Jian Feng approached Qin Hanchu, proposing that he sign a supplementary copyright agreement. Qin Hanchu responded directly, the rights to my novel have been acquired by my uncle's company, and I have also signed a delegation agreement with him. All adaptation rights to my works must first be sold to him. Upon sending this information, Qin Hanchu forwarded the previously prepared contract photos. His insistence served to pave the way for reclaiming the company in the future, as he wished to maintain a long-term collaboration with the online platform, taking into consideration their dignity. In the bustling metropolis, at the editorial office of the online platform, Wu Hui noted, the rights to the invincible war god have been acquired by Qin Hanchu's uncle. Upon receiving the response from Qin Hanchu, Jianfeng hastily exclaimed. Wu Hui promptly approached, glancing at the photograph of the contract, and remarked, I did not anticipate that Qin Hanchu's uncle possessed such remarkable commercial foresight, securing Qin Hanchu's copyright so swiftly. The editorial staff were well aware that Qin Hanchu was merely an underage high school student. They did not perceive him as possessing such profound insight. Consequently, they harbored no doubts regarding Qin Hanchu's statements. What should we do now? This book is currently a sensation, and the copyright represents a substantial asset. Most importantly, acquiring the adaptation rights for Qin Hanchu's future works will prove challenging, Wu Hui pondered aloud. We should engage in a conversation with his uncle to see if we can purchase the copyright. Naturally, Qin Hanchu would not sell the copyright to a certain Chinese platform, yet he made some concessions. He agreed to collaborate with the platform on developing the copyright for Unmatched Battle God. The profits derived from the copyright would be divided with a ratio of 60-40 in favor of Qin Hanchu. Qin Hanchu's intention behind this arrangement was to ensure that the platform could still profit. Only in this manner would they continue to promote his novel. If he did not provide them with any substantial benefit, they might redirect their resources to other works. The IP value of a book is determined by its popularity and influence. Should the platform cease to prioritize Qin Hanchu's novel, its popularity and influence would inevitably wane, leading to a diminished commercial value of the IP. It took a full 2 weeks for Qin Hanchu to finalize the collaboration details with the website. Subsequently, he entrusted a law firm to draft the cooperation agreement. After thoroughly confirming that the agreement posed no issues, Qin Hanchu dispatched the lawyer to Shanghai to sign the contract with the platform. This strategic maneuver, known as transferring from one hand to another, is a common tactic employed by many companies in the forthcoming internet era, whether it be a certain Chinese platform or other online literature sites. Each has its own film and comic subsidiaries. They often transfer the copyrights of their authors' works at a low price to these subsidiaries, which then engage in commercial operations. Frequently, the adaptations become immensely popular, yet the original authors receive but a meager royalty. To avoid being exploited, one must act as their own intermediary. In his previous life, the renowned author San Shao adeptly navigated the commercial landscape of online literature. Later, Tado established his own company, synchronously publishing novels across all channels. During this era, the Dashin Group undoubtedly stood as a titan of the internet. Owing to the existence of the legendary game, it established a vast network of point card sales outlets in first- and second-tier cities nationwide. Following its acquisition by the Dashin Group, the certain Chinese platform rapidly attracted a significant number of VIP members, leveraging the sales channels of point cards. As website traffic surged, the sales performance of all paid books also escalated swiftly. In the final month of 2004, Qin Hanchu's average readership reached 8,500. Due to his daily output of 6,000 words, his monthly manuscript fee exceeded 35,000 yuan. This year, Qin Hanchu's total income surpassed 300,000 yuan. After deducting expenses for housing and living, he had already invested 250,000 yuan into the stock market of Penguin. As of now, the stock price of Penguin has surged to 6 yuan, reflecting an increase of over 2 yuan compared to its initial public offering. This modest rise of 2 yuan may not seem significant. Nevertheless, having acquired shares in Penguin, Qin Hanchu intends to hold on to them for the long term. By 2019, the stock price of Penguin is projected to reach 400 yuan per share. As of today, Qin Hanchu's novel has been updated with 3 million words. In the early days of online literature, most novels concluded at just over 1 million words. Authors who debuted alongside Qin Hanchu have long since finished their earlier works and embarked on new projects. In contrast, Qin Hanchu's narrative still requires an additional million words to reach its conclusion. During the Spring Festival, Qin Hanchu returned to his hometown with Qin Xiaoyu. That year, Qin Dalong did not quit drinking. Whether during the New Year's Eve feast or the vigil, he spent those moments in a state of utter inebriation. Chapter 40. Investment in talent. Although young Fong would dine at home, there was little to discuss between Qin Hanchu and her. After the New Year's Eve festivities concluded, Qin Hanchu returned to the county town with Qin Xiaoyu. Seizing the opportunity presented by the holiday, he began to stockpile manuscripts while simultaneously preparing for a new book. Time flew by as he sat at his computer, and before he knew it, the Lantern Festival had arrived. That evening, Qin Hanchu took Qin Xiaoyu to Qianhe Bridge, where a nearby square served as a gathering place for citizens to set off fireworks. Qin Xiaoyu reveled in the joyous atmosphere. When they returned home, it was already past 9 o'clock. Shortly after they entered, Qin Hanchu received a call from Tang Siwei. "Did you go out to see the fireworks?" Tang Siwei inquired as soon as he answered the phone. Qin Hanchu nodded. "Yes, we just got back. I just returned as well, but without you and Xiaoyu." "It felt rather dull," Tang Siwei replied. After a brief silence, Qin Hanchu smiled and asked, "Who did you watch the fireworks with?" "My parents," Tang Siwei replied softly. "Brother, is that Sister Siwei?" Qin Xiaoyu chimed in eagerly. "I want to chat with Sister Siwei." Qin Hanchu smiled and said, "Xiaoyu wants to talk to you. I'm going to boil some water." He then handed the phone to Qin Xiaoyu. Being just a child, Qin Xiaoyu was oblivious to Tang Siwei's thoughts and happily began to converse on the phone. They chatted for 5 or 6 minutes before concluding their call. Mindful that phone bills were still rather steep, "Brother, Sister Siwei asked you to pick her up at the school gate tomorrow afternoon. She has quite a few things to carry," Qin Xiaoyu informed him after hanging up. Qin Hanchu nodded. "Got it." On the 16th day of the new year, Qin Hanchu promptly sent Qin Xiaoyu off to kindergarten. In the afternoon, he made his way to the school. He had not waited long at the entrance when a bus pulled up. Through the window, he spotted Tang Siwei. He approached the rear door of the bus and took the suitcase from her hands. "What did you bring?" "It seems quite heavy," Qin Hanchu remarked. Tang Siwei laughed joyfully. "Drinks, milk, and some pickled pancakes that my mother made. Quite a bounty." As they chatted, they walked into the campus together. First, they dropped off her belongings at the dormitory before heading to class. Hailu had not yet arrived. Upon entering the classroom, Tang Siwei commented, "Hailu isn't here yet." Qin Hanchu nodded. Perhaps the bus station was too crowded. Inside the classroom, students clustered in groups, sharing stories from their winter break. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the start of class, and everyone returned to their seats. Tang Siwei was puzzled that Jin Hailu had still not arrived. Aside from her, all the other classmates were present. Just then, Yujing entered the room. What puzzled Qin Hanchu and the others was that Yujing did not call out Jin Hailu's name. Tang Siwei raised her hand and asked, "Teacher, is there something going on with Jin Hailu?" During this semester, Tang Siwei and Jin Hailu have become the best of friends, sharing everything with one another. When Yujing did not mention Jin Hailu's name, Tang Siwei sensed something amiss. Upon inquiring, Yujing sighed, revealing that Jin Hailu's family wished to withdraw her from school. Why? Everyone was taken aback. Gaining admission to the prestigious No. 1 high school is a dream cherished by many families. Why would Jin Hailu, who has already succeeded in entering, consider dropping out? Yujing replied, "It's a family matter, and I cannot divulge too much." "All right, class is starting." As soon as the class ended, Tang Siwei followed Yujing outside. Qin Hanchu understood that Tang Siwei intended to inquire about Jin Hailu's situation. After a considerable time, Tang Siwei returned with a solemn expression. Qin Hanchu approached her and asked, "What happened?" "Let's talk outside," Tang Siwei replied. The two exited the classroom and found a quieter spot. Once they were alone, Tang Siwei recounted the details regarding Jin Hailu. They want her to withdraw from school to fund her brother's marriage? Qin Hanchu found this utterly astonishing. Jin Hailu had consistently ranked among the top students. Even as a reincarnated individual, Qin Hanchu found himself behind her academically. With proper guidance, Jin Hailu could surely gain admission to a prestigious university. Tang Siwei continued. Her family is not well off. Her parents have already amassed significant debt to finance her brother's wedding. After pondering for a long while, Qin Hanchu declared, "I will speak with the teacher and visit Jin Hailu's home tomorrow." "What for?" Tang Siwei asked. "I intend to support her education." Over these past months, Qin Hanchu had gained a deep understanding of Jin Hailu's character and integrity. Given the opportunity, she would undoubtedly have a bright future ahead. In the future, Qin Hanchu aspired to establish a company and needed a trustworthy individual to assist him. Jin Hailu was an excellent candidate, representing a sound investment in talent. "You don't mean?" Tang Siwei began, but Qin Hanchu interrupted. "What are you thinking? I merely believe she deserves a better future. Moreover, I am not providing a free handout. I am simply lending her money, which she will need to repay in the future. I support you. Go speak with the teacher," Tang Siwei said with a smile. Moments later, Qin Hanchu arrived at Yujing's office. "Teacher, I would like to take a day off tomorrow," Qin Hanchu stated. Chapter 41. What do you seek? Moments ago, Jin Hailu had discerned the voice of Qin Hanchu. Initially, she believed she had misheard, but to her astonishment, it truly was Qin Hanchu who had come to her home. "I came to find you," Qin Hanchu stated. Lowering her head, Jin Hailu inquired, "Do you all know that I am planning to drop out?" Qin Hanchu nodded. "Yes. I came for this matter. It's futile. Even if a teacher comes, it won't make a difference." As she spoke, tears streamed down Jin Hailu's face uncontrollably. She yearned to continue her education, yet reality forced her to submit. Qin Hanchu offered her a tissue, asserting, "The presence of a teacher may not matter. But my presence does." "What do you mean?" Jin Hailu asked, wiping her tears in confusion. "Are your parents home?" Qin Hanchu inquired. Jin Hailu shook her head. "They went out to borrow money." "Borrowing money for your older brother's wedding?" Qin Hanchu questioned. Jin Hailu nodded, "Yes." Qin Hanchu acknowledged her response with a sound but refrained from further probing. "Please, come in and have a seat," Jin Hailu suggested. Qin Hanchu smiled. "It's fine to sit at the door. We can talk once your parents return." "Why?" Jin Hailu asked, puzzled. Qin Hanchu cleared his throat. "I fear your parents might misunderstand." Jin Hailu chuckled through her tears. "You think too much. Come inside. It's cold out here." Just then, a couple in their middle ages approached from a distance. It was Jin Hailu's parents. Soon, her parents arrived at the doorstep. "Hailu, who is this?" "Her father." With a dark complexion, curiously inquired upon seeing Qin Hanchu. "This is my classmate from the first high school, Qin Hanchu," Jin Hailu replied. "Hello, uncle and auntie. I came to discuss Jin Hailu's academic situation with you," Qin Hanchu stated. Upon hearing this, Jin Hailu's mother remarked, "We have already clarified everything with your teacher. There is no need for further discussion. Please, do not rush to oppose. I believe you will agree with my proposal," Qin Hanchu countered. "Mom and Dad, my classmate has come all the way from the county. Shouldn't we at least let him sit for a while?" Jin Hailu suggested. With her urging, her parents finally invited Qin Hanchu inside. Although Jin Hailu's family was not affluent, her parents were diligent farmers, and thus their home appeared tidier than Qin Hanchu's. Once seated, Jin Hailu's father expressed, "We truly have no money at present. If we had the means, we would certainly allow her to continue her studies." If you intend to persuade us to provide funds for Hailu's education, it is unnecessary to even broach the subject. Qin Hanchu smiled. You need not provide any money, nor make any decisions. I only require you to be aware of this matter. What do you mean? The Qin family inquired, puzzled. Qin Hanchu handed Qin Hailu a prepared contract, saying, Here is the contract. Peruse it, and you shall understand. With uncertainty, Qin Hailu took the contract. Upon reading its contents, she exclaimed in astonishment, You intend to lend me money for my education? Qin Hanchu nodded, Yes. We cannot accept a loan. Qin Hailu's father outright rejected the proposal, stating, We cannot afford to bear such a substantial foreign debt. This money does not require repayment from both of you, Qin Hanchu interjected. Qin Hailu's parents furrowed their brows in confusion, wondering if the funds were meant as a gift to their daughter. What does this mean? Qin Hailu's mother inquired. Qin Hailu glanced at the contract and explained, He is currently lending me money for my education, but once I begin working, I will repay him 1/3 of my salary each month until the debt is settled. Isn't that usury? Qin Hailu's mother remarked. Qin Hanchu shook his head, asserting, There is no interest. You need only return the principal. Youth, why are you doing this? As a student, where do you acquire the funds to lend to Hailu? No interest. What is your motive? Surely. Hearing Qin Hailu's father entertain dubious thoughts, Qin Hanchu hastily replied, Uncle, please do not misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives towards Qin Hailu. Her academic performance is exceptional, and she possesses a bright future. By assisting her now, she will also be in a position to assist me later. Even if your intentions are pure, do you possess the means? Tuition and living expenses for a year are no trifling sum, Qin Hailu's mother questioned. Qin Hanchu smiled and replied, I would not have presented the contract if I were not financially capable of supporting Hailu's tuition. As for the source of my funds, I prefer to keep that private. While Qin Hanchu spoke, Qin Hailu contemplated the contract in her hands. Although she too was unaware of the origin of his funds, she recognized this was her only opportunity. Should she abandon her studies now, her future might confine her to a life as an ordinary worker. However, graduating from university would undoubtedly lead her to a vastly different existence. Qin Hailu's parents fell silent, fully aware of her academic prowess. With continued effort, she could secure admission to a prestigious university. Were it not for their son's marriage, they would not consider allowing their daughter to drop out. If Qin Hanchu was truthful, this could indeed be a fortuitous opportunity for Qin Hailu. Qin Hanchu, will your assistance affect your own circumstances? After all, you have a younger sister to care for. Qin Hailu asked. Rest assured, my financial resources are quite substantial, he assured her. Examine the contract thoroughly. If all is in order, please sign. Once you have signed, I will take you back to school. Hailu, you must be cautious. Otherwise, wait for your brother to return and have him review it, Qin Hailu's father advised. I trust Hanchu will not deceive me, Qin Hailu replied. It would be prudent to wait for your brother, her father insisted. Just then, Qin Hailu's elder brother entered the room. Qin Hailu's father recounted the situation, prompting her to pass the contract to her brother for his perusal. The contract was straightforward and clear. Although Qin Hailu's brother had only completed junior high, he discerned that there were no issues. This contract is sound, he declared, looking at Qin Hanchu with astonishment. You are the same age as my sister, yet you possess such wealth? The 24-year-old youth finds himself outmatched in wealth by a mere 17-year-old. Truly, it is a case of comparison breeds discontent. Since you are also in agreement, I shall proceed with the signing. This sum is a debt I owe, and upon my graduation, I shall repay it with my earnings. With that, Qin Hailu took the pen and affixed his signature. Qin Hanchu collected the two contracts and remarked, The documents will be handed over to the lawyer for stamping, after which we shall each retain a copy. Very well, Qin Hailu nodded in affirmation. Then let us tidy up. We shall return to the university, Qin Hanchu declared. Qin Hailu, beaming with joy, dashed back to his room to gather his books and belongings. Young man, is your family quite affluent? Might you lend us 3,000 yuan? My son's wedding is still short of funds. Qin Hailu's father pondered for a long while before addressing Qin Hanchu. Chapter 42. Taking on a disciple in a bid to secure a marriage for their son, Qin Hailu's parents scoured for loans. However, their efforts proved futile, as they returned empty-handed. While they were unaware of Qin Hanchu's background, it was evident that his ability to finance Qin Hailu's education indicated considerable wealth. Upon hearing their request, Qin Hanchu promptly declined, stating, I am afraid I cannot lend you this money. The sum of 3,000 yuan was merely the tuition for Hailu's semester. You can record this as part of Hailu's tuition and repay it when she secures employment, Qin Hailu's mother suggested. Qin Hanchu resolutely replied, "There is no need for you to waste your time. I will absolutely not lend money for your son's wedding, as we are not well acquainted." Faced with Qin Hanchu's firm stance, Qin Hailu's parents fell into an awkward silence. After a little over 10 minutes, Qin Hailu emerged. Her backpack slung over her shoulder and a suitcase in hand. Qin Hanchu took her suitcase and said, "Let us be on our way. Hailu, your brother only needs 3,000 yuan to get married. You might borrow it from your classmates," Qin Hailu's mother whispered as she approached. Torn between her desires and familial obligations, Qin Hailu hesitated to speak up, yet she found it difficult to deny her parents. Even if she mustered the courage, it would be futile as her own finances were limited. With that, Qin Hanchu began to walk away. "Mom, Dad, he is not from a wealthy family. He has a 7-year-old sister to care for and truly does not have much money." Observing Qin Hailu leave with Qin Hanchu, her parents could only sigh in resignation. Qin Hanchu was not a pushover. He would not shoulder the burden of their preference for sons over daughters. They could not repay the money they borrowed for Qin Hailu's education, yet they sought to borrow for their son's wedding, expecting it to be accounted for at Qin Hailu's expense. At the village entrance, Qin Hanchu and Qin Hailu stood waiting for the bus. "Qin Hanchu, may I ask you a question?" Qin Hailu hesitated several times before finally voicing her inquiry. Qin Hanchu smiled. "Are you curious about the source of my income?" Qin Hailu nodded. "Although I have never inquired about your family background, I gathered from your conversations with Qin Han that your family is not particularly affluent. Yet, your living conditions do not resemble those of a destitute household. I write novels online and earn a stable income each month. The money I spend comes from my writing." Qin Hanchu admitted candidly. "To be completely honest, my family is poorer than yours. My father is an alcoholic, perpetually inebriated, and my mother is a gambler, losing all our money at the tables. We do not even own a television." Qin Hailu gazed at Qin Hanchu in astonishment. "Are you saying that all your expenses come from your writing?" she asked. "Indeed," Qin Hanchu affirmed. Qin Hailu quickly responded, "Could you teach me? Can I also earn money through writing novels? If you can ensure it does not interfere with your studies, I can share some writing techniques with you. If you manage to earn money through writing, that would indeed be splendid." Qin Hailu nodded. "Thank you. I promise it will not affect my studies." "Very well. Then I shall accept you as my disciple," Qin Hanchu chuckled. As they were engaged in conversation, a bus approached from a distance, with few passengers aboard. Qin Hanchu paid the fare, and the two settled into the rear seats. During their journey, Qin Hanchu began imparting the art of novel writing to Qin Hailu. Her literary prowess was undeniable. Once she assimilated Qin Hanchu's techniques, earning a modest living should pose no challenge. An hour later, they returned to the county town. Qin Hanchu first treated Qin Hailu to some hand-pulled noodles before making their way to Yu Jing's office. Upon seeing Qin Hanchu with Qin Hailu, Yu Jing expressed surprise. Hadn't Qin Hanchu gone out on an errand? Why was he accompanied by Qin Hailu? "Teacher, Hailu has decided not to drop out," Qin Hanchu said with a smile. "What is the story? Did you visit Qin Hailu's home today?" Yu Jing inquired, astonished. Qin Hanchu nodded affirmatively. "You've done well, my boy. Something the teacher could not achieve, you have accomplished." Yu Jing had spent considerable time on the phone with Qin Hailu's parents, who were resolute in their decision to have her withdraw from school. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Hanchu had succeeded. Qin Hanchu smiled and remarked, "The formalities have likely not been completed yet. Of course, Qin Hailu has yet to sign," he continued, "since she has decided not to drop out. Let us resume classes this afternoon." Yu Jing was now quite pleased, as Qin Hailu was one of the top students in the class. Qin Hanchu first accompanied Qin Hailu to her dormitory to drop off her belongings, and then they proceeded to the classroom together. At that moment, the afternoon break had just ended. As Tang Siwei lifted her head, she spotted Qin Hanchu and Qin Hailu entering. "Hailu!" Tang Siwei exclaimed excitedly, rising to embrace Qin Hailu. Qin Hailu laughed and said, "No need to be so thrilled. I thought." Before Tang Siwei could finish her sentence, Qin Hanchu interjected, "Best not to voice the rest. It sounds ominous." Tang Siwei awkwardly closed her mouth. "All right then, I'm just so happy." As the three conversed, the class bell rang. Just as Qin Hanchu returned to his seat, Wu Erqi curiously asked, "Qin Hanchu, how come you returned with Qin Hailu?" "It's a secret," Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. "I disdain you," Wu Erqi grumbled. In the following 2 days, Qin Hailu devoted her spare time to crafting the opening of her story, amounting to 2,000 words. On this day, as soon as class ended, Qin Hailu approached Qin Hanchu. Chapter 43, Yaya voiced the physical education class concluded, and Qin Hanchu returned to the classroom. As she perused Tang Siwei's novel, Tang Siwei entered alongside Qin Hanchu. Approaching Qin Hanchu, Tang Siwei placed a bottle of Sprite on her desk, saying, "Please have some." Qin Hanchu, without hesitation, twisted the cap open and took a sip. Noticing that Qin Hanchu was reading her novel, Tang Siwei inquired curiously, "How is it coming along? Does it hold promise?" "The writing is quite good, though it tends to be overly verbose. I will make some edits for you to compare later," Qin Hanchu replied. Tang Siwei nodded. "All right, my allowance relies on your efforts. Just a heads up, you must ensure that your grades do not decline. If your studies suffer because of this, I shall not take responsibility." With her arm draped over Qin Hanchu's shoulder, Tang Siwei reassured her, "Rest assured, I will not let you down. I'll keep her in check," Qin Hanchu added. "That works for me," Qin Hanchu responded with a smile. As the three conversed, Wu Erqi returned from outside. "Ladies, shall we have a chat?" He teased upon seeing Tang Siwei and Qin Hanchu huddled beside Qin Hanchu. "Are we discussing how to lose weight?" Tang Siwei quipped. Wu Erqi, feeling disheartened, replied, "Let us not delve into that. We are still good friends." Just then, the class bell rang, prompting Tang Siwei and Qin Hanchu to return to their seats. "Why are you so popular with the girls? Why am I devoid of such charm?" Wu Erqi lamented. Qin Hanchu playfully patted Wu Erqi's belly, stating, "Every plump person is a potential gem. Lose a little weight, and you will look dashing." Wu Erqi resolutely declared, "I gained this weight through skill. How can I possibly shed it?" During the break, Qin Hanchu devoted her time to revising the novels of Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei. Both exhibited exquisite writing styles, yet their inexperience often led them to approach novel writing as if it were an essay. Mastering the art of storytelling is no simple endeavor. After school that evening, Qin Hanchu arrived at the kindergarten entrance. Shortly after, Qin Xiaoyu emerged, pouting. Noticing her expression, Qin Hanchu smiled and asked, "What happened? Did you quarrel with a friend?" "Wang Zhongkai keeps playing with my braid. It's infuriating," Qin Xiaoyu huffed. Children's disputes are as fickle as the weather in June. Today they may vow never to play together again, only to reconcile with fervor the very next day. Engaging in conversation with Qin Xiaoyu, they made their way home together. As usual, Qin Xiaoyu settled down to watch television while Qin Hanchu headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. In addition to making the evening meal, Qin Hanchu also wrapped some wontons. After dinner, she powered on her computer. She first glanced at the data concerning her novel, then navigated to the NetEase portal to catch up on the news. NetEase remains a premier internet portal. While browsing the news, Qin Hanchu unexpectedly encountered a familiar name, Editor-in-Chief Li Shuling. This name was well known to her, as it belonged to the mastermind behind the once popular Yaya voice. To my surprise, Li Shuling is still serving as the chief editor at NetEase. This implies that he is yet to embark on his entrepreneurial journey. If that is indeed the case, it presents a remarkable opportunity for me. With this thought in mind, Qin Hanchu hurriedly located Li Shuling's contact information on the website. Just after sending a friend request, Li Shuling promptly accepted it. "Hello, I am the author of Penniless War God from certain Chinese network. May I converse with you?" Qin Hanchu initially introduced himself as an author. Although he is not yet a prominent figure, Penniless War God has garnered a certain degree of recognition. Through this, Qin Hanchu hopes to capture Li Shuling's attention. "You are the author of Penniless War God? Is that true?" Li Shuling's tone conveyed a hint of surprise. Qin Hanchu then sent a screenshot of a portion of the author's backend. Upon viewing Qin Hanchu's screenshot, Li Shuling exclaimed, "I am actually your fan. I didn't expect you to actively add me as a friend. How may I assist you?" Currently, novels have emerged as a burgeoning form of entertainment. Even some celebrities are fans of online literature. Qin Hanchu's work belongs to the forefront of certain Chinese networks' novels. And although Li Shuling may not have read it in detail, he must have at least encountered the title. As for the authenticity of his fandom, that remains to be seen. "I have read your articles, and they are truly exceptional. I am considering writing an urban-themed novel and would like to seek your advice on a few matters." Qin Hanchu offered a compliment before finding a reason to engage. He certainly could not disclose to Li Shuling, "I am a time traveler, aware of your plans to establish a remarkable company, hence my desire to partake. May I inquire?" Li Shuling responded, "What do you perceive as the current trends in internet development?" As their conversation unfolded, Qin Hanchu and Li Shuling chatted for an hour and a half. As a reborn individual, Qin Hanchu possessed a profound understanding of the developmental trajectory of the internet. Li Shuling felt as though he had found a kindred spirit, and their rapport deepened with each exchange. Seizing the opportune moment, Qin Hanchu asked, "Have you ever contemplated starting your own business?" "To be frank, I am currently preparing for this endeavor," Though I am still short on capital, Li Shuling replied. How much are you lacking? Qin Hanchu inquired. My colleague and I have managed to gather 900,000. We are still 10,000 short. Li Shuling aimed to amass 1 million as startup capital. And Qin Hanchu arrived just in time. Would you mind if I invested in your venture? I could contribute the 10,000, Qin Hanchu proposed. Are you certain? Entrepreneurship carries risks. This 10,000 may very well be lost. Li Shuling expressed his astonishment. They had only conversed for a little over an hour, and Qin Hanchu had the audacity to offer such a sum for their startup. I have faith that the future gaming market will flourish. And the gaming community and voice features you mentioned undoubtedly possess significant potential for development. Qin Hanchu, once an avid user of Yaya, had witnessed its growth firsthand. Prior to the rise of platforms like Byte and Certain Hands, Yaya was indeed a dominant force, and most importantly, it is a publicly traded company. In the present day, a sum of 100,000 yuan could potentially escalate into hundreds of millions, even billions, in the future. When convenient, let us engage in a face-to-face discussion. At this moment, Li Shuling finds himself beset by troubles at work. He had intended to operate the real estate section of an online platform independently. Yet the upper management of the company unexpectedly sold it to another entity. This turn of events has left Li Shuling quite agitated. Previously, he had established a website for images, from which he garnered his first significant earnings. His own 600,000, combined with a colleague's 300,000, allowed them to amass a total of 900,000. Should Qin Hanchu indeed invest this 100,000, he could promptly lead a team to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. I will visit this Sunday. Please provide me with the address so that I can bring my associates and sign the contract directly. Chapter 44. Partners in crime. Since Qin Hanchu aimed to finalize everything in a single day, the details of the collaboration needed to be settled in advance. The initial capital stood at 1 million, with Qin Hanchu's contribution of 100,000 naturally accounting for 10% of the equity. He recalled vividly that Li Shuling's company, shortly after its inception, secured an investment of $1 million from Lei Jun. At that time, Lei Jun was already the CEO of Yingshan Group, and in the future, he would go on to establish the prosperous Dami Group. Although Lei Jun's $1 million would dilute Qin Hanchu's shares, it would also provide Yaya with an opportunity for growth. Even with the dilution, the remaining equity would still be valued in the hundreds of millions. The following evening, Qin Hanchu invited his attorney to his home. Lawyer Wang, would you like something to drink? He inquired. Lawyer Wang, with a smile, replied, no need, I'm not thirsty. Qin Hanchu placed a bottle of mineral water before Wang and continued, on Sunday, I plan to travel to Yangqing to sign an investment agreement and would like to ask you to accompany me. Investment? A look of astonishment washed over Wang's face once more. Qin Hanchu was merely a high school sophomore, who had first purchased a property in the county and subsequently started his own company. Now, he was embarking on an investment venture in Yangqing. Qin Hanchu nodded. There are 3 partners in total. I invested 100,000, making the total investment 1 million. Wang's astonishment deepened. He had not anticipated that Qin Hanchu possessed such wealth. 100,000 was no trifling sum. In this era, being able to produce such an amount at once indicated affluence. Wang had already begun to perceive Qin Hanchu as a scion of wealth. What type of industry are you investing in? I'll need to conduct some research, he stated. Taking Qin Hanchu's endeavor seriously, given the current trend, it was evident that Qin Hanchu was a potential major client. The investment is in the internet sector, focusing on gaming information websites and software development. It is particularly crucial to pay attention to projects related to financing. Should there be any new investments or projects in the future, my interests and rights must be safeguarded. The conversation with Qin Hanchu left Wang somewhat introspective. Was this truly a high school student? There were terms and considerations he had never encountered before. Wang meticulously took notes, planning to thoroughly review the relevant legal provisions upon his return home. At 10 o'clock that evening, Wang finally departed from Qin Hanchu's residence. The ensuing days would be dedicated to preparing for Qin Hanchu's matters. For this collaboration, Qin Hanchu compensated the law firm with $2,000. And he also covered the travel expenses. Time flew by, and soon it was Saturday. That morning, Qin Hanchu arrived at school carrying a thermal container. Ladies, I made you some wontons. Enjoy them while they're hot, he said with a smile, placing the container before Tang Siwei and Jin Hailu. How wonderful! Tang Siwei exclaimed joyfully. Jin Hailu, observing Qin Hanchu's expression, asked, is something going on? Qin Hanchu smiled and nodded. I have a small favor to ask of you. What is it? Tang Siwei inquired curiously. This evening, I shall venture to Yangqing and kindly request your assistance in looking after little fish. Is that all? No problem. Tang Siwei readily agreed. I'll call my mother once I arrive at your home. I have no objections. I shall accompany Siwei, Qin Hailu stated. With both agreeing, Qin Hanchu expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much. I have prepared snacks and beverages for you to enjoy at your leisure. What brings you to Yancheng? It is quite distant, surely. You must take a flight? Qin Hailu inquired curiously. I'll tell you all about it upon my return. You both must study diligently. I intend to recruit you two to work for me in the future, Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. Are you in need of a hostess? Tang Siwei teased. Would you like to take on that role? Qin Hanchu chuckled. You would have to wait in line. Even if there is a queue, I should be first in line. At noon, after classes, Qin Hanchu departed the school with Tang Siwei and Qin Hailu. As they passed by the kindergarten, Qin Hanchu directly picked up Qin Xiaoyu. He had previously informed her that Tang Siwei and Qin Hailu would be coming to keep her company. Sister Siwei, Sister Hailu. Qin Xiaoyu greeted them joyfully, taking their hands as they walked forward. Observing the cheerful trio ahead, Qin Hanchu felt somewhat superfluous. Since Tang Siwei and Qin Hailu had visited his home before, he did not need to offer excessive reminders. An hour later, he arrived at the bus station. As he alighted, Wang Zheng approached with a briefcase in hand. After exchanging pleasantries, they boarded the bus heading to Island City. It took them 2 full hours to reach the airport in Island City. Qin Hanchu first treated Wang Zheng to a meal outside the airport before they proceeded to the waiting area. At 7:30 in the evening, they boarded their flight to Yangqing. The journey from Island City to Yangqing required a 3-hour flight. Upon exiting Yangqing Airport, it was already midnight. Qin Hanchu checked into a hotel with Wang Zheng. And when they awoke, it was 6:30 in the morning. After a simple breakfast, they set off toward their agreed-upon meeting place. As one of the 4 largest cities in Huaguo, Yangqing was exceedingly vibrant. Along the way, Wang Zheng curiously observed the scenery outside the taxi. Not far from the NetEase headquarters was a CAF where Li Shuling had arranged to meet Qin Hanchu. As they entered the CAF, they found Li Shuling seated with a young man, who was her business partner. Are you Li Shuling? I am Qin Hanchu. He approached with a smile, extending his hand. Li Shuling and her partner were taken aback, surprised to discover that Qin Hanchu was merely a high school student. You are so young. Are you in college? Li Shuling exclaimed. Qin Hanchu smiled. I am in my first year of high school. It is hard to believe you possess such insights into the internet at such a young age, Li Shuling remarked in astonishment. Qin Hanchu gestured towards Wang Zheng. This is my entrusted lawyer, Wang Zheng. Hearing this, Li Shuling and her partner shook hands with Wang Zheng. The demeanor and conduct of Qin Hanchu during their interaction left Li Shuling with the impression of conversing with a peer, rendering it difficult to perceive him as a high school student. Once seated, Li Shuling produced the prepared contract. According to the investment amount, Qin Hanchu should hold a 10% equity stake. However, due to his lack of availability to engage in the company's operations, he relinquished 5% of his stake. Consequently, Qin Hanchu retained an 5% share. Wang Zheng examined the contract meticulously, dedicating a full hour to his scrutiny. Finally, he addressed Qin Hanchu, affirming, there are no issues. With that confirmation, the 3 individuals proceeded to sign the contract. Upon completing the signatures, the 4 of them headed to the bank for the transfer of funds. Chapter 45. Left arm and right arm previously. Qin Hanchu did not possess a circulating capital of 100,000 yuan. In preparation for this investment, he had liquidated 100,000 yuan from the stock market the previous Friday. When the Penguin Company first went public, Qin Hanchu had invested 100,000 yuan. During this period, the value of this stock had risen from over 3 yuan to more than 6 yuan, effectively doubling his profit. Qin Hanchu thus extracted this profit and allocated it to Li Shuling's company. In the presence of Wang Zheng, Qin Hanchu transferred the funds to Li Shuling's account, and the 2 of them provided him with a receipt. With this, Qin Hanchu's investment was officially completed. With the funds secured, Li Shuling began preparations for everything, registering the company, seeking rental properties for office space, and so forth. Additionally, their resignations required time for approval. Therefore, the company would not be formally established until April. Qin Hanchu was not in a hurry. This was a long-term investment. By the time ByteDance and another company began to rise, he could cash out without haste. At that point, Yaya would already be on a decline, with its live streaming business even being acquired by Baidu. Not being a professional businessman, Qin Hanchu preferred to keep matters uncomplicated. The depths of capital investment were perilous. Even a reborn individual could face calamity if entangled too deeply. His aspirations were modest: to be an invisible millionaire and to live the life he desired. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Hanchu and Wang Zheng boarded a flight departing from Yanqing. While on the plane, Wang Zheng inquired, "Aren't you afraid of being deceived? The company isn't even registered yet. Although there is a contract, they could easily make your 100,000 yuan vanish in numerous ways. Investment carries risks. Being deceived would merely indicate a flaw in my judgment," Qin Hanchu replied. As a person from the future, he did not fear this possibility. If Li Shuling were to act dishonestly, it would tarnish her reputation for life. Moreover, such actions would be illegal. At present, he lacked the audacity to undertake such actions. Had Qin Hanchu not been a reborn individual, he would never have so casually entrusted 100,000 yuan to a stranger. Upon hearing this, Wang Zheng felt a genuine admiration. At such a young age, you possess such investment audacity. Of course, Wang Zheng also felt a pang of envy. Believing that Qin Hanchu's parents must be wealthy to provide him with such substantial funds to experiment with. By the time they returned to Island City, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The two took a taxi and managed to catch the last bus to the county. Upon arriving in the county, it was already 7 in the evening. Qin Hanchu first escorted Wang Zheng to his residence before instructing the taxi driver to take him home. When he stepped through the door, it was already 8 o'clock at night. As soon as he entered, Qin Xiaoyu joyfully rushed over and leaped into Qin Hanchu's embrace. Tang Siwei and Jin Hailu followed closely behind. "Have you eaten? Shall I cook you a bowl of noodles?" Jin Hailu asked. Indeed, Qin Hanchu had not yet dined, but he felt reluctant to impose on Jin Hailu to prepare a meal for him. "No need, I can just make instant noodles," he replied. After a long day, "Take a moment to rest. I will cook for you," Jin Hailu insisted, heading toward the kitchen. "Go and rest. I will assist Hailu," said Tang Siwei. Before rushing into the kitchen, noticing that the two had entered the kitchen, Qin Hanchu felt no need for further politeness. He took Qin Xiaoyu back to the room and logged into the author's backend. During this period, the data had seen a notable increase, and this month's royalties should rise as well. While responding to readers' comments, a notification from his little penguin chimed. "Hanchu, we would like you to participate in a media interview. Would that be convenient for you?" Jian Feng inquired. Upon reading this message, Qin Hanchu fell into contemplation. Media coverage could significantly enhance visibility for his book, yet it would also thrust him into the public eye. If the media coverage became extensive, those familiar with Qin Hanchu would inevitably discover his venture into writing for profit. Although news travels slowly in rural areas, it is not impossible for the village's youth to catch wind of such developments. However, the benefits of this opportunity for Qin Hanchu were substantial. Besides promoting his novel, it would also elevate his reputation. With greater recognition, managing the copyright of his novel in the future would become considerably easier. With this in mind, Qin Hanchu resolved to accept the offer. "I have no objections, but I need to attend school, so I may not have time to go to the metropolis," Qin Hanchu replied. Jian Feng swiftly responded, "How about waiting until summer vacation?" "That works." Qin Hanchu readily agreed. "Great, we will make arrangements. By the way, how many words are left to finish this book? Any plans for the new one?" Jian Feng asked. Just after finishing his conversation with Jian Feng, Jin Hailu entered carrying instant noodles, which looked appetizing with 2 fried eggs nestled atop. "Dinner is ready," Tang Siwei announced, holding chopsticks. Qin Hanchu stepped away from the computer and took the chopsticks from Tang Siwei's hand. "Thank you, lovely ladies. Would you care to join me?" he inquired. "We are full," Qin Xiaoyu interjected from the side. "Yes, you enjoy," Jin Hailu added. As Qin Hanchu began to eat, Jin Hailu and Tang Siwei settled beside him. "Did everything go smoothly?" Tang Siwei asked. Qin Hanchu nodded. "Yes, everything has been taken care of." "Weren't you supposed to tell us what you were up to when you returned?" Tang Siwei asked curiously. Qin Hanchu smiled. "I invested in an internet company in Yanqing. I believe it has great potential." Chapter 46. Securing domain names. That evening, Qin Xiaoyu shared a room with Tang Siwei and Jin Hailu. The following morning, Qin Hanchu rose early to prepare breakfast. After their meal, the three accompanied Qin Xiaoyu to kindergarten. Their return to school together sparked a flurry of gossip. Despite Qin Hanchu's attempts at clarification, the matter only grew more complicated. In contrast to Qin Hanchu, Jin Hailu and Tang Siwei were considerably more open-minded. As time flew by, April arrived. One day, Qin Hanchu received the shareholder contract sent by Li Shuling. He first asked Wang Zheng to review the document, ensuring it contained no hidden pitfalls before signing and returning it. Although minors cannot register a company, they are permitted to hold shares. Therefore, There was no need for Aunt Tang's involvement in this matter. Before long, the Duo1 gaming network, established by Li Shuling, went live. With its robust guild system and an abundance of gaming strategies, the platform quickly attracted a large following of gaming enthusiasts. It was during this time that Li Shuling called Qin Hanchu, revealing that Lei Jun from Yingshan Group intended to invest $1 million. Qin Hanchu was already aware of this development. With Lei Jun's investment, Qin Hanchu's shares would naturally be diluted, reducing his stake from 8.5 to 6. Qin Hanchu understood that this was not his true equity. In the future, Duo1 would undergo several rounds of financing, further diluting his shares. Ultimately, retaining even 2 would be a significant achievement. One should not underestimate this 2 stake. When Duo1 reaches a market value of 10 billion, it could translate to over 100 million in value for Qin Hanchu. An investment of 100,000 yielding over 100 million is an astounding return. Despite his awareness of the trends in internet development, Qin Hanchu refrained from divulging too much information to Li Shuling. He wished for Duo1 to evolve along its predetermined path. In the subsequent period, Qin Hanchu refrained from further investments. Although 360 was established in 2005, he found himself unable to participate. From its inception, 360 had attracted substantial funding, far exceeding Qin Hanchu's financial capacity. While there were no investment opportunities available, Qin Hanchu did not remain idle. One day, he conceived a new lucrative venture. This method promised substantial profits. He had previously read about numerous domestic enterprises investing heavily in acquiring domain names. In the future, 360 would spend over 100 million to purchase a domain name. The domain for 360 had already been registered, leaving Qin Hanchu with no options there. However, names like Godong and Dami were still available. With this in mind, Qin Hanchu resolved to register these domain names preemptively. Additionally, Xiaoyu Media required a domain of its own. That night, Qin Hanchu dedicated 3 hours to secure registrations for Godong, Dami, 37, Wangda, and other notable domain names, particularly Wangda, which had once made headlines. The domain name was purchased by the esteemed figure known as the national husband, Sikuan. Merely acquiring this domain cost him a staggering 60 million. Securing the domain was merely the initial step. The subsequent task was to establish a corresponding website. To maintain possession long-term, it could potentially be classified as malicious registration. Qin Hanchu certainly wished to avoid embroiling himself in legal disputes. It was high time to recruit a few employees. Since Xiaoyu Media had been founded, it could not remain merely a shell company. Qin Hanchu resolved to hire several staff members to embark on his entrepreneurial journey. Now, he pondered the nature of the company's endeavors and the type of employees required. In the ensuing week, Qin Hanchu frequently contemplated this matter. Short videos, a byproduct of the smartphone revolution, were not presently suitable. After much deliberation, he decided to establish 2 forums and 1 website. The website would serve as the official site for Xiaoyu Media, while the forums would be the Book Lovers Forum and the Penguin Space Forum. The Book Lovers Forum would gather bibliophiles together. Although Qin Hanchu's readership had yet to reach 10,000, when including readers of pirated versions, at least 1 million were following his novels. Once the forum was established, it would undoubtedly attract a substantial number of enthusiasts. As for the Penguin Space Forum, it would be the place to unveil tips on beautifying one's penguin space. In June 2005, the Little Penguin was set to launch the Penguin Space feature, igniting a fervor that would last for years. Countless netizens were contemplating how to adorn their virtual sanctuaries. This phenomenon even gave rise to third-party decoration software such as QQ House and QCC, prompting the Penguin Company to resort to legal action. In his previous life, Qin Hanchu emerged from prison just as Penguin Space reached its zenith. At that time, Penguin Space had even spawned a ranking of 10 prominent families, such as the Bloodless family and the Love Burial family, among others. After his release, Qin Hanchu had also delved into the world of spaces. He even acquired the tutorial for creating stylish space templates from the leader of the Bloodless family, the infamous K-94. During that period, Qin Hanchu self-taught himself Photoshop and Flash through this tutorial. While he may not have mastered them, he could independently create space templates. At that time, he even passed the designer review of the Bloodless family community. Each time he released a template, it garnered tens of thousands of views and thousands of replies. At the peak of its popularity, the Bloodless community boasted a membership of over 1 million. Chapter 47. Journey to the Magic City. Upon hearing that Qin Hanchu was heading to the Magic City, both girls felt a twinge of envy. Throughout their lives, the county town had been the furthest place they had ventured. What about Qin Xiaoyu? Should I bring her to my home? I can take care of her. suggested Tang Siwei. No need, Qin Hanchu replied. I will take her with me, allowing her to experience the grandeur of a metropolis and broaden her horizons. I'm so envious. I wish I could go too, Tang Siwei lamented. There will be opportunities in the future, Qin Hanchu reassured her. Jin Hailu nodded in agreement. Let us go to university in the big city together someday. As time flowed on, summer vacation arrived, eagerly anticipated by the students. On the second day of summer break, Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu boarded a bus destined for Island City. Today, Qin Xiaoyu was brimming with excitement, for she was about to board a plane for the first time. Brother, what does it feel like to fly? Qin Xiaoyu asked curiously, her hand clutching a lollipop. Leaning back in his seat, Qin Hanchu smiled. You'll find out for yourself. Qin Xiaoyu, ever the chatterbox, engaged in lively conversation, and before they knew it, they had arrived at Island City. En route to the airport, she gazed curiously at the scenery, marveling at the vibrancy of the city. After waiting an hour in the terminal, Qin Hanchu finally guided Qin Xiaoyu onto the plane, to ensure she could see the sky during the flight. He had her sit by the window. Fastening their seat belts, the aircraft began its ascent. At takeoff, Qin Xiaoyu appeared slightly anxious, but her excitement quickly took over. Brother, we're flying, she exclaimed joyfully. Qin Hanchu swiftly made a shushing gesture and said, we must remain quiet on the plane so as not to disturb others. Embarrassed, Qin Xiaoyu chuckled softly and whispered, Brother, look, the buildings are getting so small, and the people look like ants. Do you know why that is? Qin Hanchu inquired. Of course, it's because we're flying so high, Qin Xiaoyu replied, nodding eagerly. Her first flight filled her with boundless excitement. She spent the entire journey gazing out the window at the fluffy clouds, captivated by the wonder of it all. In this era, flying was indeed a privilege reserved for the affluent, with a ticket from Island City to the Magic City costing over 500. Fortunately, Qin Hanchu's ticket was reimbursed by the website, and Qin Xiaoyu had a child-s fare, making it acceptable for him. Upon landing, Qin Hanchu exited the airport with a beaming Qin Xiaoyu by his side. It was then that he spotted his pickup sign. Mr. Qin Hanchu? Asked an employee holding the sign. Yes, Qin Hanchu nodded. Please follow me. I will take you to the hotel first, and then show you around the company. Under the guidance of the staff member, the siblings climbed into the vehicle. At this point, the certain Chinese website had become a subsidiary of the Grand Wealth Group, thus exhibiting considerable financial prowess. The hotel arranged for Qin Hanchu was of exceptional quality. After depositing their luggage, the trio made their way to the office building of the certain Chinese website. In the past, the certain Chinese website operated from a rented space, but it has now transitioned into a proper office building. Having a benefactor is indeed a blessing. Within the office, Qin Hanchu encountered Wu Hui, Jianfeng, and others. Who is this? Jianfeng inquired curiously, gazing at Qin Xiaoyu. My sister. I'm introducing her to the world, Qin Hanchu replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jianfeng guided Qin Hanchu on a tour of the office building. This process proved somewhat tedious, yet Qin Hanchu felt compelled to oblige. Once the tour concluded, it was time to clock out. At the invitation of Wu Hui and others, Qin Hanchu took Qin Xiaoyu to a dinner gathering. During the banquet, Wu Hui and the others discussed the content of an upcoming interview with Qin Hanchu. They had prepared answers to several questions, hoping that Qin Hanchu would read them aloud. This interview was essentially a promotional endeavor. Wu Hui had invested in hiring journalists and television stations, naturally to publicize the website. Qin Hanchu had no objections, as he was not required to fabricate any stories. Over the next 2 days, Qin Hanchu participated in interviews with newspapers and television stations at the office of the certain Chinese website. Throughout the interviews, Qin Xiaoyu remained by his side. In her eyes, being featured on television was an extraordinary achievement. Qin Hanchu's appearance on the television further elevated his stature in Qin Xiaoyu's eyes. Once the interviews concluded, Qin Hanchu's obligations were fulfilled. Since he was already there, he had no intention of leaving just yet. The following morning, Qin Hanchu took Qin Xiaoyu to the zoo in the bustling city. At the zoo, Qin Xiaoyu beheld tigers, monkeys, and a myriad of other creatures. She was as joyful as a lively lark, hopping around and chattering away. Seeing Qin Xiaoyu's happiness filled Qin Hanchu with satisfaction. He wished for her joy to persist indefinitely. While they were enjoying their outing, a group arrived at the certain Chinese website. This group consisted of staff from Perfect Online Games, and their purpose was to acquire the game rights for Unmatched War God. Unfortunately, the game rights for Unmatched War God were not held by the certain Chinese website. The agreement Qin Hanchu signed with them only encompassed film, animation, and publishing, excluding games. Upon learning that the gaming company sought to acquire the rights, Wu Hui and the others felt a pang of regret. If they had secured the game rights earlier, they could now be reaping the rewards. Happy moments always seem fleeting. At 5:30 in the evening, Qin Hanchu carried Qin Xiaoyu back to the hotel. After a day of excitement, Qin Xiaoyu had fallen asleep from exhaustion. As they entered the hotel lobby, the front desk attendant pointed towards the lounge area and said, "Mr. Qin, those individuals are here to see you." Qin Hanchu glanced towards the lounge, his expression tinged with curiosity. The gaming company's staff, upon hearing the receptionist's words, displayed astonishment. They had not anticipated that the author of Unmatched War God would be such a young individual. "You are Qin Hanchu, the author of Unmatched War God?" The gaming company's manager whispered, casting a glance at Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Hanchu nodded. "Ah, and who might you be?" "Hello, we are representatives from Perfect Online Games. We have come to discuss the acquisition of the adaptation rights for the game Unparalleled War God." Upon hearing this, Qin Hanchu felt a surge of excitement. It seemed a significant investor had arrived at his doorstep. "Let us proceed to converse," he suggested. Under Qin Hanchu's guidance, the group entered the guest room. He first placed Qin Xiaoyu on the bed before approaching the employees of the game company. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," Qin Hanchu remarked, offering them bottled water with an apologetic tone. "No worries. It is indeed a stroke of luck to meet you here in the magical city." The manager of the game company replied with a smile. Chapter 48. The sale of game copyrights had Qin Hanchu departed from the bustling metropolis. These individuals would have had to journey to the county town to seek him out. Fortunately, the process has become considerably more convenient. Without further ado, Qin Hanchu inquired, "You wish to adapt the Peerless War God into an online game, correct?" "Indeed, we are here to discuss the copyright," replied the manager of the gaming company. "I understand that the copyright is held by your uncle's company. Can you set the price, or must you consult him?" "I possess the authority to make that decision," Qin Hanchu affirmed. "By the way, you are also responsible for the adaptation of Pearl Fairy, am I correct?" At this, the manager of the gaming company appeared somewhat astonished. How could Qin Hanchu be aware of the upcoming release of Pearl Fairy before its public beta? Indeed, I did not anticipate that Mr. Qin would be so well informed. The manager smiled. Pearl Fairy is considered an early online novel. During its serialization, a certain Chinese website had yet to be established. At that time, the work had already been published in Taiwan. This book not only inspired a game adaptation, but would later also be transformed into a web series and an online feature film. Furthermore, Perfect World has garnered substantial profits from this game, even developing mobile games based on Pearl Fairy and more. As an author of online novels, Qin Hanchu was somewhat knowledgeable about the adaptations of Pearl Fairy. He recalled the author mentioning that the game's copyright was sold for 1 million, which left him feeling a twinge of regret, believing he had undersold it. "What is your proposed price?" Qin Hanchu broached the subject of Pearl Fairy to signal to the gaming company representatives that he was privy to some insider information, including the copyright price of Pearl Fairy. The manager pondered for a moment before responding, 110,000. In the future, the adaptation rights for top-tier novels would command prices exceeding 500,000. Presently, however, 100,000 is not an insignificant sum. Investing that 100,000 into Tencent stock market could yield substantial returns in over a decade, Qin Hanchu remarked. After taxes, it would amount to 150,000. The manager found himself in a quandary. Qin Hanchu continued, "You may confer with your superiors, if you agree. I will proceed with the sale." The manager nodded and retrieved a recently released mobile phone. Observing the device, Qin Hanchu contemplated purchasing one for himself, recognizing the convenience of having a mobile phone. After exiting the room for approximately 5 minutes, the manager returned. "We accept your proposed price," he announced. "The copyright resides with my uncle's company, so the contract will need to be signed with the legal representative of the company. I will await you in the county town." "Very well, we shall draft the contract upon our return and then proceed to sign it with you," the manager replied, rising to his feet and handing Qin Hanchu a business card. "By the way, here is my contact information." Once the representatives from the gaming company departed, Qin Hanchu allowed a smile to grace his lips. As he had previously contemplated, he intended to invest 120,000 into Tencent stock market, while the remaining 30,000 would serve as operational funds for his company. The following day, Qin Hanchu spent 700 yuan in the metropolis to purchase a mobile phone. "Brother, what is this?" As Qin Hanchu played with the small communicator, Qin Xiaoyu curiously inquired about it. With a smile, Qin Hanchu replied, "This is called a small communicator, also known as a mobile phone. With it, one can converse with others even while outside." "Is it really that marvelous?" Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Hanchu chuckled. What is this compared to what is to come? Technology is advancing rapidly. There will undoubtedly be more sophisticated communication devices in the future. More sophisticated? What do you mean? Qin Xiaoyu asked. Qin Hanchu opened his mouth to respond, but then said, let's not dwell on that. I will take you to enjoy some delicious food, and we shall play for the day before heading home. All right. Upon hearing about the prospect of delightful cuisine, Qin Xiaoyu promptly discarded the previous topic. Initially, Qin Hanchu provided his contact information to the manager of the game company, and then he took Qin Xiaoyu on a delightful adventure. 2 days later, Qin Hanchu returned to the county town with Qin Xiaoyu. On that very day, the game company called Qin Hanchu, informing him that they would come to sign the contract the following day. Upon learning this, Qin Hanchu called Aunt Tang, as she was the legal representative of the company, and her signature and seal were required for the contract signing. That afternoon, Tang Siwei and her family arrived in the county town. Upon meeting Qin Hanchu, Aunt Tang curiously asked, Hanchu, what made you so eager to summon us? Qin Hanchu explained, I have sold the game rights to my novel, and we need to sign the contract tomorrow. Since you are the legal representative, your signature and seal are necessary. You sold the game rights? How much did you receive? Aunt Tang inquired, astonished. Qin Hanchu did not conceal the truth, as it would be evident in the contract. 1,500,000. He declared. What? Exclaimed Tang father in shock. Tang Siwei and Aunt Tang stood there, equally stunned. 1,500,000. That is an immense sum. They could never earn that much in their lifetime. At that moment, they realized how far-sighted Qin Hanchu truly was. The copyright for an online novel was indeed so valuable. Incredible, truly remarkable. Tang father exclaimed in disbelief. I never imagined that a mere game copyright could be worth so much, Aunt Tang added. Qin Hanchu remarked. The prospects for online novels are quite promising. I too must get published and sell my rights. Tang Siwei expressed with envy. You can sell your rights to me. I will ensure you become a little wealthy lady, Qin Hanchu smiled. Hearing this, Tang Siwei nodded eagerly. You said it. I want to be a little wealthy lady. Chapter 49. Are you the boss? Within the contract of Perfect Company, the matter of game copyrights was addressed. Had Qin Hanchu not included the supplementary agreement, all game copyrights would have rightfully belonged to Perfect Company. However, with the addition of this clause, the adaptation rights for mobile games would remain in the hands of Qin Hanchu. With the future rise of mobile gaming, this copyright could be sold once more, potentially fetching upwards of 5 million at that time. Are you referring to mobile games, the third category of games? The manager inquired. Qin Hanchu nodded in affirmation. The manager then picked up his communicator and contacted his superior. Presently, mobile games were limited to simple offerings like Tetris. The higher-ups at Perfect Company were not inclined to develop such games, thus acquiescing to Qin Hanchu's request. For them, the adaptation rights for mobile games were inconsequential. Their focus lay solely on client-based games and emerging web-based games. Aside from Qin Hanchu, a reborn individual, no one could fathom the terrifying potential of the mobile gaming market. In the future, the market share for client-based games would dwindle alarmingly, with most computers serving merely as decorative items. Mobile devices would claim the majority of people's attention. With his superior's response in hand, the manager nodded in agreement. Following Qin Hanchu's instructions, Wang Zheng appended the supplementary agreement to both contracts. With no further issues, both parties proceeded to sign. Due to the supplementary agreement, both sides also pressed their seals on the appended document. Once the contract was finalized, the manager of the gaming company requested Qin Hanchu's bank account number and informed the finance department to process the payment. Upon receiving confirmation of the successful transaction, Qin Hanchu made his way to a nearby ATM to check his balance. Although he had already become a minor affluent individual, the sight of 1,500,000 still stirred excitement within him. Being a reborn individual certainly had its advantages. Even without a system, one could seize opportunities. Upon returning to the hotel, Qin Hanchu wrote a receipt for Aunt Tang, thus completing the transaction. As the host, he treated both parties to a meal at the hotel. After lunch, the employees of the gaming company hurriedly took their leave. He handed 1,000 yuan to Wang Zheng, who then bid farewell. Once Wang Zheng departed, Qin Hanchu presented the prepared sum of 10,000 yuan to Aunt Tang. Aunt Tang, this is for you. Upon seeing such a substantial amount, Aunt Tang hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, What are you doing? I cannot accept your money. Qin Hanchu smiled and replied, You are the legal representative of the company. As the boss, I must indeed compensate you. No. Aunt Tang attempted to refuse once more, but Qin Hanchu resolutely stated, Aunt Tang, Business is business. I cannot allow you to toil in vain. This sum is my heartfelt gesture, and you must accept it. If you refuse, I shall be compelled to seek assistance elsewhere. Mother, do not be so polite with him, Tang Siwei chimed in with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, Aunt Tang finally accepted the money, saying, just this once. Do not let it happen again. That is not acceptable. As long as you remain the legal representative of the company, I shall continue to provide you with a salary, Qin Hanchu affirmed. Look, this will be my future boss. Quite impressive, Tang Siwei chuckled. Stop mocking me, Qin Hanchu retorted. Hanchu, what do you think we should do with our money? Tang's father inquired, sensing Qin Hanchu's acumen for business. With a smile, Qin Hanchu suggested. We could purchase a house in the city. Once the old town undergoes redevelopment, property values will surely appreciate. How about we also buy a place in Hanchu's village? Tang's father proposed to Aunt Tang. Aunt Tang nodded in agreement. Yes, let us buy one. With the 10,000 yuan provided by Qin Hanchu, Aunt Tang found herself with some discretionary funds. Acquiring a house in the city seemed like a prudent investment. Over the next few days, Aunt Tang and Tang's father searched for a suitable property in the village. After 3 days, they discovered a commendable house. With Wang Zheng's assistance, the paperwork was swiftly completed. The house had originally cost over 40,000 yuan, but now it was listed for over 50,000. Without the 1,000 yuan from Qin Hanchu, Aunt Tang would have been reluctant to deplete their savings for the purchase. When we retire, we'll also move to the city, Tang's father remarked, gazing at the property deed. In response, Qin Hanchu chuckled. Uncle, people generally retire to the countryside, not the city. That's true. Then it shall serve as Siwei's dowry, Tang's father said with a smile. Tang Siwei laughed. That works for me. Aunt Tang, since you aren't living in this house now, would you consider renting it to me? Suddenly, Qin Hanchu recalled something and added. Aunt Tang, puzzled, asked, why do you need to rent a house? I've hired 3 employees and am preparing to establish a few websites as part of my entrepreneurial endeavors. Your house would be perfect for an office, he explained. You're already hiring employees? You truly are a boss now, Aunt Tang remarked. Since the house is idle, feel free to use it. No need for rent, she offered. However, Qin Hanchu insisted, that won't do. I must pay the rent. Listen to your aunt. The rent is waived, Tang's father interjected. Yes, heed my mother. Otherwise, she'll have to return the 10,000 yuan to you, Tang Siwei added with a laugh. Moreover, my mother is not the legal entity, so how could she charge rent for her own company as property? Aunt Tang agreed. Exactly. Seeing Aunt Tang's stance, Qin Hanchu conceded. All right, I will ensure to prepare more delicious meals for Siwei to nourish her. That sounds wonderful, Tang Siwei beamed. The next day, Qin Hanchu installed an internet connection in Aunt Tang's house. Besides the internet, he purchased 3 new computers. With the office supplies sorted, he also acquired bedding and other essentials. The house had 3 rooms. The largest was designated as the office, while the other 2 could serve as dormitories. A salary of 2,500 yuan inclusive of accommodation was quite appealing. Just as he finalized everything, the 3 employees he had recruited arrived. Upon seeing Qin Hanchu, they were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated that their boss would be a high school student. You're the boss? Are you joking with us? One of them questioned, a hint of annoyance in his tone. If Qin Hanchu was playing a prank, the consequences could be significant. Among them, 2 individuals had traveled from other provinces. Qin Hanchu could comprehend their reactions. If he were to see his employer as a mere youth, he too would undoubtedly feel deceived. What could a high school student possibly offer them in terms of salary? Allow me to escort you to the office. Upon arrival, you shall realize I am not jesting, Qin Hanchu remarked. Observing him turn and enter the village, the 3 exchanged glances before following suit. They were all young men in their mid-20s. Would they truly harbor fears regarding a mere boy? Before long, they accompanied Qin Hanchu into Aunt Tang's residence. There, they beheld 3 brand-new computers alongside various household items. To say nothing of the rest, the mere presence of these 3 new computers was already of considerable value. Chapter 50, Sword and Shield Forum with 3 computers. Combined with the necessities of life and office supplies, the investment required is no less than 10,000 yuan. It is inconceivable for an ordinary high school student to possess such a sum. Shouldn't there be any issues now? Qin Hanchu inquired. The 3 remained silent for a moment. And one of them, a bit embarrassed, asked, you can afford our salaries, right? Follow me, Qin Hanchu replied, understanding their apprehension. His youth indeed did not inspire confidence. Under his guidance, the 5 made their way to the bank. Qin Hanchu checked his balance at the ATM and then smiled at the trio. You need not worry about your salaries. Although I am young, I assure you that I will not withhold your pay. At that moment, the three were utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that a high school student possessed over 60,000 yuan in his account. Unbeknownst to them, this card represented the least amount of money Qin Hanchu had. He could not afford to reveal his true balance. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. Should the trio harbor any ill intentions, he would find himself in peril. In this era, one must always remain vigilant against the malice of others. Boss, what does your family do? One of them curiously inquired. That's unrelated to the job. You need not concern yourselves with it, Qin Hanchu replied. The question left the young man feeling somewhat awkward. Prying into someone else's privacy is hardly a polite endeavor. What kind of family background could allow a high school student to wield such financial power? Upon returning to Aunt Tang's residence, Qin Hanchu said, "Please hand me your identification cards. I need to make a record." The three did not refuse, as any job would necessitate a file. First, he opened the computer and found an animated film for Qin Xiaoyu to watch, then proceeded to transcribe the identity information of the trio. "I am sincerely grateful for your willingness to work here. While I cannot promise much, I assure you that your salaries will be paid punctually," Qin Hanchu stated, returning their identification cards and handing them a previously prepared plan document. "Here are the details of your work. Please take a look. Have you purchased the domain and server?" asked Wang Qi, a bespectacled youth clad in a checkered shirt. "The domain is ready. As for the server, I am not well versed in that. Please advise me on your preferences, and I will make the purchase," Qin Hanchu responded. "Is there a requirement for traffic capacity?" inquired Qindong, a plump and somewhat introverted young man. "Smooth operation is paramount," Qin Hanchu contemplated before responding. After conversing for more than 2 hours, the four finally settled on the direction and specifics of their work. Under the guidance of the trio, Qin Hanchu rented a mid-range server. Should the traffic for the three websites prove excessive, they could upgrade to a more advanced server. "Let us conclude for today. I will treat you all to dinner as a gesture of hospitality," Qin Hanchu declared, glancing at the time. Upon hearing that Qin Hanchu would treat them, the trio's faces brightened with joy. "Xiaoyu, shut down the computer. It's time for dinner," Qin Hanchu instructed. At this point, Qin Xiaoyu had already developed a degree of understanding regarding computers. She deftly maneuvered the mouse, swiftly closing the web pages before shutting down the computer. Half an hour later, 5 individuals arrived at a hotel. After placing their orders, they settled into a private room. "Boss, which book is this forum dedicated to?" inquired the long-haired Yang He with curiosity. "The Unrivaled War God," replied Qin Hanchu. "Are you also a fan of The Unrivaled War God, boss?" "I enjoy reading it as well," said Wang Qi, brimming with enthusiasm. "You are truly a devoted fan, boss, to have established a forum specifically for this book," remarked Qindong. Qin Hanchu smiled before responding, "I am not just a devoted fan. In fact, I am the author of The Unrivaled War God." "What?" Wang Qi and the others exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Qin Hanchu in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the author of The Unrivaled War God was a mere youth on the brink of his sophomore year in high school. "Are you serious? You are the author?" Wang Qi asked, his excitement palpable. Qin Hanchu nodded with a smile, "Yes. Well, I absolutely adore your book. I can't believe I am meeting you. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to make this forum thrive," Wang Qi declared excitedly. Upon discovering that Qin Hanchu was the author of The Unrivaled War God, the trio's demeanor towards him underwent a significant transformation. Being young and sharing a common interest allowed them to engage in lively conversation. The meal lasted 3 hours, and it was not until after 9 in the evening that they returned to their village. The following morning, Qindong and the others commenced their work. The forum established by Qin Hanchu was not a mere simple Tieba model. He aspired to incorporate a serialized novel feature. With this functionality, the forum's members could craft their own stories, potentially uncovering several talented writers among them. Thanks to the dedicated efforts of the three, the forum finally launched a month later. Named Sword and Shield, its domain was the JD domain of Dog East. The interface of the forum was refreshingly clean, and the striking sword and shield logo stood out prominently, a design that Yang He had refined through over 10 iterations. Once the forum was live, Qin Hanchu promoted it within the chapters of his novel. Merely 5 minutes after the chapter was released, the Sword and Shield forum welcomed its first wave of registered members. Membership exceeded 100. Qindong's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 51. The Xiaomi Homestead. Many newcomers possess fragile hearts, believing their novels to be unparalleled in quality. When faced with criticism, they often resort to various forms of rebuttal. However, this particular poster is different. He humbly accepted the guidance offered by Qin Hanchu and made the necessary adjustments. Recognizing the potential in this poster, Qin Hanchu requested his contact information through private messaging. After becoming friends, they engaged in conversation for several days. Under Qin Hanchu's mentorship, he began crafting his own novel. A week later, he shared the beginning of his story with Qin Hanchu, which already met the standards for a certain signing point. After considerable contemplation, Qin Hanchu decided to formalize a contract with him. He envisioned serializing this novel on the forum. The contract presented by Qin Hanchu guaranteed a minimum compensation of 10 yuan per 1,000 words, ensuring that as long as he produced content, there would be remuneration. Once the forum's payment system was refined, Qin Hanchu could even list his novel for sale, allowing readers to subscribe for a fee if they enjoyed it. Should the earnings exceed the guaranteed amount, the payment would be distributed according to actual income. Regarding the copyright, it would be divided 70-30, with the author receiving 70% and Qin Hanchu 30. 5 days later, Qin Hanchu sent the contract template to the author. 4 days after that, he received the signed contract. Upon seeing the name and pen name on the document, Qin Hanchu was taken aback. Wang Zhang, the divine machine? Wasn't he this destined to be a top-tier master in the future? According to the normal timeline, the divine machine would begin his writing career in 2006. With his first book achieving notable success at a certain point, was it his early entry into the field that allowed him to attain such potential? In his own forum, he might not achieve such greatness. Wishing not to hinder him, Qin Hanchu initiated a dialogue, indicating that he was free to leave whenever he wished, as long as he provided a conclusion for the novel. With the contract finalized, the Divine Machine's novel commenced serialization on the forum, which had amassed 80,000 members, with thousands engaging in discussions daily. Upon its release, the novel instantly captivated the readers, significantly boosting the forum's activity. Following Qin Hanchu's instructions, Qindong added 2 advertisements to the page of the Divine Machine's novel. The novel consistently garnered over 5,000 clicks each day, resulting in approximately 40 yuan in daily revenue from the ads. This income was sufficient to cover the author's payment, achieving a balance between expenses and income. Amidst the busyness, time flew by swiftly, and soon it was time for school to commence. With the new term, Qin Hanchu officially became a sophomore. As before, he waited at the school gate for Jin Hailu and Tang Siwei. He first assisted them in transporting their luggage to the dormitory before the 3 proceeded to their classroom. "You seem to have lost weight," remarked Jin Hailu as they made their way to class. Qin Hanchu sighed. "How could I not? These past 2 months, I've had to write a novel and engage in various company matters. Is there anything I can do to assist you?" inquired Tang Siwei. "No need. You two should focus on your studies and not be distracted by my affairs." Qin Hanchu pondered. "When will our novel be uploaded?" Jin Hailu inquired curiously. Qin Hanchu hesitated. "How can you guarantee daily uploads without a computer? I currently lack the time to assist you in entering it into the computer. Indeed, what should we do?" Tang Siwei expressed her frustration. "Perhaps we could ask Yang He and the others to help you upload? Once you receive your manuscript payment, you can offer them some benefits." Although Qin Hanchu was the boss, he could not allow Yang He to perform tasks beyond his responsibilities. "All right, please convey our message to him." Tang Siwei nodded with a smile. "No problem, I will speak to them tonight," Qin Hanchu assured. Jin Hailu then suggested, "Should we also publish on a certain Chinese website? Let us go with Xinjiang Chinese Network, as it is a dedicated platform for female readers, attracting a larger audience. It would be wise to grant the site the rights as well, as their operation would enhance the chances of sales." Given that Qin Hanchu was affiliated with a certain Chinese website, it is unlikely that Xinjiang would extend him any favors. If the copyright is not authorized to the site, they may not offer significant recommendations. After all, Jin Hailu and her companion were novices and lacked the standing to negotiate with the website. That evening, Qin Hanchu shared this matter with Qindong and the others. Without hesitation, the 3 readily agreed. As graduates in computer science, their typing speed was impressive. 4,000 words could be entered in just over an hour. With Qin Hanchu's assistance, Jin Hailu and Tang Siwei successfully signed a contract with Xinjiang Chinese Network. Under Qin Hanchu's guidance, they delved into the world of writing. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Qin Hanchu issued the second salary to Qindong and his companions. That afternoon, the Xiaomi Home Forum officially launched. On the very first day of the forum's debut, Yang He unveiled 10 sets of decorations for Penguin Space. In addition to the decoration images, he also crafted a tutorial for customizing Penguin Space. Of course, Qin Hanchu contributed significantly to this tutorial. After the launch of Xiaomi Home, Qin Hanchu placed banner advertisements on the Sword and Shield forum. Soon, a large number of space enthusiasts flocked to Xiaomi home. Upon witnessing the exquisite templates created by Yang He, they were utterly captivated. Chapter 52. The Alcohol Rehabilitation Hospital. As the influence of the Mi family expanded, the number of registered members in the Xiaomi community surged dramatically. By early 2006, the registered membership had reached 600,000. In addition to the gaming area, the Xiaomi community also opened sections for films and emotions. An increasing number of netizens began to surf the Xiaomi community. During this period, Qin Hanchu also placed advertisements for his novels on the homepage of the Xiaomi community. Through this advertisement, the data for Qin Hanchu's novels saw a significant increase once more. His book became the first to consistently achieve over 15,000 copies. Qin Hanchu's monthly royalties stabilized around 40,000 yuan. Furthermore, the Sword and Shield forum introduced a VIP feature, and the novels of Shinji began to charge for access. In the very first month of being available, Shinji's novels surpassed 500 consistent sales. It was from this month onward that Shinji ceased to receive a guaranteed payment and began to earn subscription royalties instead. With the rise in website traffic, Qin Hanchu's company finally ceased to operate at a loss. Although it had yet to turn a profit, it had achieved a balance between income and expenditure. Of course, not everything unfolded smoothly. A month prior, the website had suffered a hacker attack. Fortunately, thanks to the technical skills of Qin Dong and Wang Qi, no significant issues arose. 3 months earlier, Jin Hailu and Tang Siwei received their first payment for writing. While their books may not have become sensational hits, they still earned nearly 2,000 yuan in a month. The two were generous, contributing 1,000 yuan each month to Qin Dong and his companions as a token of appreciation for their hard work. Although the amount was modest, it was indeed an additional source of income. After the Spring Festival, Qin Hanchu contacted an alcohol rehabilitation hospital in Island City. The monthly medical expenses amounted to 4,000 yuan. Though somewhat expensive, Qin Hanchu resolved to admit Qin Dalong into the facility. The longer the delay, the worse Qin Dalong's health became. In his previous life, Qin Dalong had passed away before reaching 50. That fateful night, he had fallen while intoxicated, striking the back of his head. In his inebriated state, he was oblivious to the pain and returned home to sleep, ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. On this particular day, Qin Hanchu brought the staff from the Alcohol Rehabilitation Hospital to his home. Upon seeing the rehabilitation vehicle, curious villagers gathered around. What is this about? Isn't it clearly marked as an alcohol rehabilitation hospital? Are they taking Qin Dalong to the hospital? Does Yang Fong have the means for this? It was indeed likely that, if she had the money, she would prefer to spend it on mahjong. Just then, Yang Fong returned from outside. Upon seeing the alcohol rehabilitation vehicle, she appeared somewhat bewildered. What is going on? What are you doing? As Yang Fong approached the entrance, the hospital staff had already lifted Qin Dalong out. At that moment, Qin Hanchu emerged from the house with Qin Xiaoyu and stated, "I am taking him to the alcohol rehabilitation hospital for treatment." "Where did you get the money?" Yang Fong exclaimed in shock once more. She could hardly believe that this money was borrowed from Tang Siwei's mother. This was irrelevant. My father is going to the alcohol rehabilitation hospital, and your mood might improve a bit. While Qin Hanchu conversed with Yang Fong, the doctors had already placed Qin Dalong into the vehicle. After finishing their conversation, Qin Hanchu led Qin Xiaoyu into the hospital vehicle. How could Yang Fong be unaware of this matter? Was Hanchu using money to help Qin Dalong quit drinking? Where did Hanchu acquire such funds? Not only did he refrain from asking Yang Fong for tuition fees, but he also rented a place to support Xiaoyu alone. It was rumored that he had enrolled Xiaoyu in a primary school in the city, allegedly borrowed from a teacher in the town. I find this hard to believe. How much could a teacher's family afford? The expenses for Hanchu's education, living, and rent must be considerable. It was said that he began writing novels during middle school. Could he have made money from that? Is it even possible to earn a living as a novelist? If he truly became an author, he would have gained recognition by now. Could Hanchu have caught the eye of a wealthy woman? Although Hanchu had been interviewed by a television station, that channel belonged to the metropolis. The rural areas now only receive signals from local cities, leaving them oblivious to Hanchu's appearances on television and in newspapers. The source of Hanchu's income has always piqued the villagers' curiosity, giving rise to various speculations. Some believe he has engaged in illegal activities, while others suggest he is being supported by a wealthy woman. Watching the ambulance fade into the distance, Yang Fong stood frozen in place, feeling utterly alone in the household. A profound sense of loneliness enveloped her. That afternoon, Hanchu completed the hospitalization procedures for Qin Dalong. paying 5 months' worth of treatment fees before taking Xiaoyu away from the rehabilitation center. On the way back to the county, Xiaoyu anxiously inquired, "Brother, will the hospital give Dad injections?" "No, but our father's suffering is far worse than an injection," Hanchu replied. In the rehabilitation hospital, no one would indulge Qin Dalong. For him, the hospital was no different from a prison. In the village, he could still buy alcohol on credit, but in the rehabilitation center, no one would provide him with drinks. Even if he threw tantrums, it would be futile. If he angered the hospital staff, they would certainly confine him, perhaps even restrain him to the bed. Although the methods may seem harsh, they are worthwhile if they can help him overcome his addiction. "Why?" Xiaoyu asked. "When I forbid you from having ice pops in summer, doesn't it make you uncomfortable?" Hanchu responded. Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it does." That's roughly the idea. Chapter 53. The Unparalleled War God concludes public testing? It was only then that Qin Hanchu realized that Youku Video had yet to launch. After a brief contemplation, he stated, "I shall promote your platform for free." Hearing this, Gu Yong was somewhat taken aback. "Free? What do you require in return?" "My company is a media entity, and we may venture into video production in the future. I will assist you in the initial promotion without charge, provided that you support our company's videos later on." Qin Hanchu had long harbored plans for the future. New media, live streaming, and web series were all industries he aspired to explore. As a leading video platform, Youku Video was among the earliest progenitors of self-media. With the emergence of Youku Video, the era of self-media video was imminent. Securing preferential recommendation from Youku Video would place Qin Hanchu ahead of the competition. Thus, he offered to promote Youku Video pro bono as a form of resource exchange. "That sounds agreeable. We are in dire need of quality video content. As long as it complies with regulations, your company's videos will receive priority promotion," Gu Yong promptly acquiesced, recognizing that this arrangement bore no disadvantage for him. "May I inquire about your company's initial funding?" Qin Hanchu asked. $3 million, Gu Yong replied. Upon hearing this figure, Qin Hanchu completely abandoned any ambitions he had. $3 million as startup capital was far beyond what he could offer. Even if they sought financing, it would be alongside financial giants. After ending the call, Qin Hanchu fell into deep contemplation. Youku Video was on the verge of launching, and he needed to prepare accordingly. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, the new semester commenced. It was also on this day that Qin Hanchu's Unparalleled War God, after 2.5 years, finally reached its conclusion. On the very same day, a new book titled Common Immortal was uploaded simultaneously. As soon as the new book was uploaded, it swiftly ascended to the top of the new book rankings, recommendation lists, and click charts. Meanwhile, a certain entity had only acquired the electronic reading and publishing rights. As for animation and other rights, they were still being developed in collaboration with Little Fish Media. The gaming rights remained firmly in Qin Hanchu's possession. By the time Unparalleled War God concluded, Qin Hanchu had amassed nearly 900,000 in subscription fees. Beyond the subscription income, he secured 1,500,000 for gaming rights and 500,000 in publishing royalties. In total, Unparalleled War God generated nearly 3 million in revenue for Qin Hanchu. He invested 100,000 into Yaya, while the remainder was placed in the stock market of Penguin. Penguin's stock price had been on an upward trajectory, thus yielding substantial returns on Qin Hanchu's investments. Initially, he purchased shares at over $3 each, but, due to limited funds, only acquired 100,000 worth. Subsequently, he made additional purchases at $5 and $6 per share. As of today, the price had risen to $8 per share. If Qin Hanchu were to liquidate all his stocks now, he would possess at least 4 million in cash. In class, Qin Hanchu diligently focused on his studies. Although his grades were not the highest in the class, he consistently ranked within the top 10. After school, he was the caring older brother to Qin Xiaoyu, cooking, doing laundry, and teaching Qin Xiaoyu simple mathematics and language. From 7:30 to 11 in the evening, he must seize the time to write his new book. He only comes to the company on Sundays. At this point, the two forums have already gained momentum. Shindong is responsible for maintaining and enhancing the forum's functionality, while Wang Qi manages the daily operations, such as post reviews. As for Yang He, his primary focus remains on space templates. Xiaomi Home has become a hub of talent, with the introduction of the Space Designer title attracting an increasing number of professional designers to become part of the Xiaomi community. With their contributions, the space templates have become increasingly exquisite. Additionally, the online gaming department of Xiaomi Home has also seen significant improvements. Games such as Jindanken, Mayu, Penguin Speed, Bubble Cart, Journey, and Wenda have all showcased the presence of Xiaomi. Notably, drunken has become a hotspot, with numerous players donning Xiaomi avatars across every server. On February 5, 2006, Qin Hanchu logged into Penguin. Upon entering, a message from Shinji popped up. "I've written another book. Can you take a look?" Realizing that Shinji was ready to leave, Qin Hanchu replied, "Sure." Shortly thereafter, Shinji sent over a document titled Buddha's Origin, a title familiar to Qin Hanchu. In his previous life, Qin Hanchu had been a devoted fan of Shinji, having read his earlier novels more than twice. Unfortunately, after Dragon Talisman, there had been no more works from Shinji. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as Shinji had already become a winner in life by that time. "The book is excellent," Qin Hanchu responded. "Can we sign a contract?" "I can write both of these simultaneously," Shinji inquired. After a brief pause, Qin Hanchu suggested, "I recommend signing this book with a certain point. There, you can achieve better results and gain more readers." After a long silence, Shinji replied, "Wouldn't that be inappropriate? You were the one who brought me into this industry, and I find it quite comfortable to write in the forum. There's nothing wrong with it. I also hope for your greater success. When you become a master, remember to bring some popularity to Qidian Network," Qin Hanchu joked. "I will continue writing my old book," Shinji affirmed. Encouraged by Qin Hanchu, Shinji signed a contract for his new book at a certain point. Chapter 54. Renting Land, departing from the Rehabilitation Center. Qin Hanchu took Qin Xiaoyu to the underwater world in Island City. Within this aquatic realm, Qin Xiaoyu marveled at a plethora of marine creatures, her joy evident throughout their journey. However, as is often the case, moments of bliss are fleeting. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the siblings boarded the return bus. Exhausted from their adventures, Qin Xiaoyu soon fell asleep on the ride home. Qin Hanchu, feeling somewhat weary himself, opted for a simple meal of 3 packets of instant noodles upon their return. After dining, Qin Xiaoyu immersed herself in her animated series, while Qin Hanchu turned his attention to writing. Despite his investments in a company, writing remained his primary vocation. In the days that followed, life unfolded in an orderly fashion. Although his previous work had concluded, he continued to receive approximately 30,000 yuan in royalties each month. After a 2-month period of anticipation, Qin Hanchu's new book was finally released. On its inaugural day, it achieved an impressive average rating of over 1,500. By the second day, it surged past 3,000. At this rate, it was poised to exceed 10,000 within the first month. This success could be attributed first to his robust foundation of loyal readers, and second to the substantial promotion from a certain platform. As a prominent figure on this platform, Qin Hanchu was assured of ample resources. However, once the platform acquired numerous esteemed authors, his resources would inevitably diminish. Shortly after Qin Hanchu's release, Shinji's work, Buddha's Origin, also debuted. Supported by the readership from Qidian Network, Shinji's ratings were commendable. Within just a week, his average rating surpassed 2,000, a remarkable feat for a newcomer. Following the success of his book, Shinji began directing his readers towards Qidian Network. In addition, Qin Hanchu established a new section in the Qidian Network forum for Shinji, aptly named Shinji Camp. In contrast, Qin Hanchu's section was renamed Huban Camp, a tribute to his pen name, Han Tenzi, and the legendary Huron army of the Han dynasty. As summer arrived, Qin Han had successfully completed her college entrance examinations, gaining admission to Fuda University in the Magical City. Her success heralded the beginning of Qin Hanchu's own journey into his final year of high school. His aspirations were modest, gaining admission to a 211 university would suffice, and he did not feel compelled to aim for a 985 institution. After several months of treatment, Qin Dalong's condition had significantly improved. The doctor informed Qin Hanchu that with 1 more month of observation, Qin Dalong would be ready for discharge. The doctor also cautioned Qin Hanchu to ensure Qin Dalong's psychological well-being, as any emotional turmoil could lead to a relapse. Determined to uplift Qin Dalong's spirits, Qin Hanchu sought engaging activities for him. As for Yang Fong, he contemplated a potential solution, though its efficacy remained uncertain. During the summer break, Qin Hanchu, along with Qin Xiaoyu and Wang Zheng, journeyed to Fangjia village, a mountain village they had visited previously. Behind this village lay the majestic Ice Stone Gorge, where a small valley concealed a picturesque waterfall deep within its embrace. Every winter, this small waterfall transforms into an icy cascade, a spectacle that endures until after the Qiming festival. This location is regarded as a point of interest among the surrounding villages. Upon arriving at the village branch of Fangjia, Qin Hanchu sought out the village secretary, Mr. Fong. "Greetings, Secretary Fong. I am Qin Hanchu from Qin Village, he said with a smile upon meeting him. Qin Hanchu? Are you the son of Qin Dalong? Secretary Fong inquired, recognizing the young man who had become quite a figure of notoriety in the region. His remarkable transformation from an underachiever to an academic success, coupled with the mystery surrounding his financial circumstances, had made him a frequent topic of conversation. Moreover, Secretary Fong and Qin Dalong were former classmates. Yes, that's me, Qin Hanchu confirmed with a nod. Secretary Fong, intrigued, asked, What brings you to me? Pointing towards the back mountain, Qin Hanchu replied, I wish to rent a piece of land there. Rent land? For what purpose? Secretary Fong queried, puzzled by the request from a high school student. Qin Hanchu was forthright, stating, I want to cultivate a plot for my father to grow vegetables and raise chickens. Has your father successfully overcome his struggles with alcohol? Secretary Fong, aware of the tales surrounding Qin Dalong's rehabilitation, expressed his curiosity. Yes, he has, Qin Hanchu affirmed. His issues are tied to both his mental and psychological state, so I hope to provide him with a tranquil lifestyle. Impressed, Secretary Fong gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Having a son like you is indeed a blessing for Dalong. Very well, let us ascend the mountain and see which plot you desire. As they made their way up, Wang Zheng, a lawyer accompanying them, was filled with curiosity. Wasn't Qin Hanchu a wealthy heir? His father was an alcoholic. Could his mother be exceptionally capable? Despite his intrigue, Wang Zheng refrained from asking questions. As a legal professional, he understood the boundaries of propriety, and he certainly did not wish to jeopardize his association with such a significant client. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the foot of the mountain. Qin Hanchu surveyed the area and pointed to a nearby flat expanse, saying, This plot here, along with the flat land across the stream. That must be around 3 acres. Secretary Fong remarked. Qin Hanchu's selection was indeed excellent. The terrain was level, suitable for constructing a small house, while the flat land on either side of the stream could be cultivated into a garden. Most importantly, the stream itself, with a bit of modification, could be transformed into a small fish pond. Chapter 55. You should divorce my father. The speaker was none other than the village secretary of Fangjia village. Before he could finish his words, he heard the voice of Qin Xiaoyu and hurriedly closed his mouth. Although he had silenced himself, the essence of his message was already conveyed, and Qin Hanchu was well aware of his implications. Unfazed by public opinion, Qin Hanchu knew that with the rise of the internet, his past would no longer remain a secret. The village youth would undoubtedly unearth the chronicles of his upbringing, and when that time came, all rumors would be dispelled. Upon entering the village committee, Qin Hanchu greeted the secretary. Subsequently, Wang Zheng handwrote 2 land rental contracts. Once they confirmed that everything was in order, both parties affixed their signatures, and the secretary stamped it with the official seal of Fangjia village. With the contract signed, the group made their way to the town, as the documents required an official stamp from the local land office. After completing the necessary formalities, Qin Hanchu proceeded to the postal bank to withdraw money. The transaction was executed seamlessly, and thus, the land at the foot of the mountain was rented by Qin Hanchu. At 3 in the afternoon, Wang Zheng took a vehicle back to the county seat. As for Qin Hanchu, he would not return for another couple of days. After purchasing 2 packs of cigarettes, Qin Hanchu, accompanied by Qin Xiaoyu, arrived at Qin Kai's residence. Qin Kai had left home for work after graduating from junior high, so he was not present. Uncle, are you home? Upon hearing Qin Hanchu's call, Qin Kai's mother emerged. Hanchu has come, she remarked with a smile. Aunt, is my uncle at home? Qin Hanchu inquired. He will be back shortly, Qin Kai's mother replied. Qin Hanchu offered the cigarettes to her with a smile, saying, These are for my uncle. Qin Kai's mother hesitated, responding, I cannot accept these. We are from the same village, so please don't, setting the cigarettes aside. Qin Hanchu smiled and said, If you refuse, I shall have to seek assistance from another village. Fine, we shall accept them. You are quite resourceful, my boy. Qin Kai's mother laughed. As the two conversed, the sound of a tractor approached from outside. Soon after, Qin Kai's father entered the room. These are the cigarettes Hanchu bought for you. He mentioned needing your assistance with something, said Qin Kai's mother. Is that so? What do you need help with? I shall ensure it is done efficiently, Qin Kai's father replied with a smile. Qin Hanchu, grinning, said, I have rented a piece of land on the back mountain of Fangjia village and would like to ask you to bring some workers to construct 3 houses. Construct houses? What do you intend to build there? Qin Kai's father asked, astonished. Qin Hanchu candidly shared his thoughts. Are you looking to provide your father with a taste of early comfort? Qin Kai's father remarked with a hint of envy. As the life Qin Hanchu described seemed quite idyllic, provided he steered clear of alcohol that could jeopardize his health. I aspire for Xiaoyu to have a relatively normal family. Qin Hanchu smiled. Qin Kai's mother nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, if your father continues to drink like that, trouble is bound to arise. The construction of 3 houses, including both labor and materials, would require at least 30,000 yuan. Given your intention to attend university, it would be prudent to conserve those funds for now. Your family home is still habitable. With a little tidying up, it can be quite pleasant. For the farmers of today, 30,000 yuan is a substantial sum. In Qin, the number of households capable of producing such an amount is certainly less than 1/3. Qin Kai's father believed that Qin Hanchu was overly simplistic in his approach to building a house. Living in the mountains could indeed elevate one's spirits. Money is not an issue. I can provide you with half upfront, Qin Hanchu declared. Qin Kai's parents stared at Qin Hanchu in shock. Was 30,000 yuan so trivial to him? Where did Qin Hanchu acquire such funds? Hanchu, where did you get this money? Qin Kai's mother began to inquire, but was silenced by a glance from Qin Kai's father. Very well, I will accompany you to inspect the site tomorrow, Qin Kai's father stated. Qin Hanchu said no more and departed with Qin Xiaoyu from Qin Kai's home. Once they left, Qin Kai's mother voiced her astonishment. Aren't you curious about the source of his funds? If he wishes for you to know, you would learn without asking. Since he prefers secrecy, it is likely not a matter of honor, Qin Kai's father replied. To confront him directly would only cause him embarrassment. In this world, there are no impenetrable walls. Secrets eventually unravel, he added. Shortly after, Qin Hanchu returned home with Qin Xiaoyu. Yang Fang was taken aback by their sudden arrival. After a moment of surprise, she smiled and asked, "What brings you back so unexpectedly? Have you eaten? Have you eaten?" Qin Hanchu inquired. "Not yet. I will prepare something right away." Since sending Qin Dalong to a rehabilitation center, Yang Fang had been living alone. During this time, she had felt a profound sense of loneliness. Despite having a husband and children, she felt like an isolated soul. Even her relatives seemed to avoid her. In moments of solitude at home, she reflected on her situation. She recognized that all of this stemmed from gambling, yet she found herself unable to resist. Any addiction, once established, becomes akin to a disease. The sight of her children returning filled Yang Fang with immense joy. She had grown weary of feeling alone. "I will prepare dinner. You keep Xiaoyu entertained," Qin Hanchu suggested. "Xiaoyu, come here for a hug," Yang Fang expressed, realizing she had never felt such a desire to embrace Qin Xiaoyu before. Chapter 56. The pig farm acquires copyright. The separation of her parents has not benefited Xiaoyu's growth. Your father has been a drunkard for so many years. Yet I refrained from seeking a divorce solely to provide you with a complete family. Yang Fang intended to elaborate further, but was interrupted by Qin Hanchu. "Enough. Stop embellishing your own narrative," Qin Hanchu retorted. "Is this truly the reason you chose not to divorce?" Yang Fang attempted to clarify, but Qin Hanchu would not grant her the opportunity, continuing, "Who in this village does not know you as a gambler? Whoever marries you can expect to see their fortune dissipate. Qin Hanchu, do you even remember that I am your mother? Is this how you speak to your elders?" Critiqued so harshly by Qin Hanchu, Yang Fang found herself at a loss, her indignation boiling over. Xiaoyu looked up at Yang Fang with a hint of fear in her eyes. Qin Hanchu gently rubbed Xiaoyu's forehead, smiling as he reassured, "Do not be afraid. I am merely discussing reason with your mother." Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. Once he had calmed Xiaoyu's emotions, Qin Hanchu turned his attention back to Yang Fang. "If you truly care for us siblings, you should quit gambling. Ask yourself, was our previous home a healthy one? Did Xiaoyu ever receive any semblance of affection from you? She has received less love than Xiao Qing, the girl from the village." Xiao Qing, a girl of similar age to Xiaoyu, had lost her mother in childbirth and was raised solely by her father. Despite having only one parent, she received far more affection than Xiaoyu ever did. Xiaoyu could only find solace in the love bestowed by Qin Hanchu, but that could never replace a mother's love or a father's care. Yang Fang was left speechless by Qin Hanchu's reprimands. "Either quit gambling or to divorce my father. Choose one," he declared. At this moment, Yang Fang had lost her temper and fell silent. "In some time, I shall buy you a computer. You can play mahjong on it. If you can rid yourself of this gambling vice, I will not insist on your divorce from my father. However, if you remain unable to quit, it would be best for both you and my father to remain estranged." In a previous life, had it not been for Yang Fang taking her sister to gamble, that tragic incident would never have occurred. Thus, Qin Hanchu harbored lingering resentment towards her. If Yang Fang truly could not abandon her gambling habits, he would indeed facilitate a divorce between Qin Dalong and her. Of course, young Fong was still his biological mother, and Qin Hanchu could not simply disregard her. As she aged, he would ensure she lived a life free from want. As for filial piety, such sentiments are relative. Yang Fong had never shown genuine care for her children, so how could she expect to receive their devotion in return? The relationship between them felt transactional. You raised me, and I will see to your end. With that, Qin Hanchu fell silent, choosing instead to share a meal with Xiaoyu. Yang Fong remained quiet, sensing Qin Hanchu's resolve. Deep inside, she felt a twinge of fear. She did not wish to divorce Qin Dalong. If she were to do so, no one would be willing to accept her as a gambler. As articulated by Qin Hanchu, perhaps only a gambler like her would not disdain her. Yet, is there any joy in two gamblers coming together? Must they not struggle daily over trifling stakes? Yang Fong possesses a profound understanding of Qin Dalong's character. In his sobriety, Qin Dalong undoubtedly makes a commendable husband. Having successfully quit drinking, she finds it even harder to part ways with him. The following day, Qin Hanchu rode her bicycle, carrying Qin Xiaoyu to Fangjia village. It wasn't long before Qin Kai's father arrived. This is the spot where I wish to construct 3 houses, Qin Hanchu said, gesturing towards the flat land. This place is quite splendid, with its clear mountains and pristine waters, Qin Dalong remarked, surveying the surroundings. Approximately how much material will we need? I shall place the order today. I must return to the county tomorrow, so I would appreciate your oversight on the construction, Qin Hanchu added. Will 3 houses suffice? Where will you siblings reside? Inquired Qin Kai's father. We shall not be returning to live here any time soon. These 3 houses are merely temporary, Qin Hanchu replied. What will the layout be? Qin Kai's father continued to question. Qin Hanchu handed him the design she had sketched the previous night. As an experienced builder, Qin Kai's father calculated roughly how much sand and bricks would be required. After descending the mountain, Qin Hanchu promptly arranged for the materials. By noon, she delivered 15,000 yuan to Qin Kai's family. Once these trivial matters were settled, Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu boarded a bus back to the county. Soon, news of Qin Hanchu's plan to build a house for Qin Dalong spread across the surrounding villages. The land alone had cost 12,000, and the construction would require at least 30,000, amounting to over 40,000 in total. In today's rural areas, few families can effortlessly produce such an amount. This piqued the curiosity of many regarding the source of Qin Hanchu's wealth. Could it be that she won the lottery? Due to this development, some distant relatives seized the opportunity to reconcile with Yang Fong. Upon returning to the county, Qin Hanchu dedicated herself to writing. With a demanding study schedule in her final year of high school, she needed to prepare manuscripts in advance to avoid any disruptions in her work. 2 weeks later, Qin Hanchu received a call from a pig farm, which is currently one of the top gaming companies. Whether into Hua or Dream Fantasy, these are among the most popular games today. Chapter 57. Qin Dalong's discharge from hospital as Qin Hanchu was reluctant to sell the Xiaomi garden. Li Shuling had no choice but to settle for a lesser alternative. He purchased an advertising space on the homepage of Xiaomi Garden for 50,000 yuan. Valid for 1 year. As for the 2 million set aside for game adaptation, it remained in the stock market under the auspices of Penguin. After a month of construction, the houses in Fangjia village were finally completed. Confirming there were no quality issues, Qin Hanchu settled the final payment without hesitation. In the ensuing fortnight, he furnished the house with furniture, appliances, and internet wiring, ultimately spending a total of 50,000 yuan on various items. One day, Qin Hanchu accompanied Qin Xiaoyu to the alcohol rehabilitation hospital. At that moment, Qin Dalong was busy packing his belongings and bidding farewell to his fellow patients. On the way home, Qin Hanchu inquired, Dad, do you wish for Mom to quit gambling? Both physically and mentally, Qin Dalong had returned to a state of normalcy. He nodded affirmatively, of course. Then, please adhere to my plan, Qin Hanchu instructed. Qin Dalong agreed. All right, I will follow your lead. Qin Hanchu outlined his strategy to Qin Dalong and then cautioned, if Mom ventures out to gamble, you must take her to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Is that really feasible? Qin Dalong asked. It must be done. If she cannot quit gambling, divorce is the only option, Qin Hanchu replied. What about Xiaoyu? Qin Dalong expressed concern that Qin Xiaoyu might struggle with the thought of her parents' separation. I will listen to my brother, Qin Xiaoyu declared. Seeing her resolve, Qin Dalong nodded. Very well, I will heed your advice. 2 hours later, the trio disembarked in Fangjia village. Standing by the roadside, Qin Dalong pondered aloud. Hanchu, did we get off at the wrong stop? This is the entrance to Fangjia village, is it not? We did not err. I have prepared a surprise for you. Qin Hanchu responded. Qin Dalong, puzzled, asked, "What surprise?" Qin Xiaoyu giggled. "Brother said it must remain a secret." With a smile, Qin Hanchu took Qin Xiaoyu's hand and proceeded toward Fangjia village, with Qin Dalong following in confusion. After walking for over 20 minutes, they arrived at Qin Dalong's new residence. "This is the new house I built for you. From now on, you can enjoy a leisurely life, raising some free-range chickens. Additionally, I have prepared 2 computers for you, so you can play online mahjong with Mom." "You built this for me?" Qin Dalong could scarcely believe it. How much money did Qin Hanchu possess? Just for his treatment, over 30,000 had already been spent. This house must have cost at least 30 or 40,000. Altogether, that amounts to nearly 80,000 yuan. "I have secured the land across the creek for you as well. You can cultivate it, plant vegetables, or grow melons. The small river can be used for fishing. You can spend your leisure time angling. In essence, you may engage in whatever pursuits bring you joy and comfort." Qin Hanchu smiled. After a lengthy moment of astonishment, Qin Dalong finally remarked, "Living here will make it inconvenient to work. You need not labor for money. Your only task is to maintain your health. Consider it an early retirement, where you can enjoy a life of comfort," Qin Hanchu assured him. "If you truly wish to venture out and occupy your time, I shall procure a motorcycle for you. It would facilitate your travels." In this current era, Qin Hanchu is not lacking in wealth. Nor does he expect Qin Dalong to generate income. As long as Qin Dalong behaves as a normal individual, that will suffice. "Hanchu, pray tell me honestly, where does your money originate?" Qin Dalong inquired sternly. "I have established a company, and the funds are all earned through my own efforts. In summary, I neither steal nor commit any illegal acts," Qin Hanchu replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Dalong was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that Qin Hanchu had already established his own enterprise. "You have a company?" This. Noticing Qin Dalong's eagerness for further details, Qin Hanchu cautioned, "It is not something that can be easily explained. You need only to know this matter and ensure that you do not inform my mother, nor let it slip to anyone else." "Why?" Qin Dalong asked, somewhat perplexed. "Isn't it an honorable achievement to stand out? Why does Qin Hanchu wish to conceal it?" Observing Qin Dalong's confusion, Qin Hanchu elucidated, "If others learn that I am running a company, there will certainly be those who might target my mother. She already has a penchant for gambling, and if she were to fall into a trap, no amount of money I earn would suffice to fill that void." "You speak wisely." Qin Dalong nodded repeatedly, recognizing the validity of Qin Hanchu's concerns. Should someone orchestrate a scheme against them, losing tens of thousands in a single night could easily occur. Qin Hanchu first led Qin Dalong on a brief tour, then pointed at the computer, saying, "This device is called a computer. It allows access to the internet. One can watch films and engage in chat or games online. I shall teach you how to use it in the coming days. If you find yourself bored, you can occupy yourself with a game. I have downloaded a game called Magic Domain, and I will instruct you on how to play it tonight. Though gaming can be enjoyable, one must not become overly engrossed. I would prefer not to have to help you overcome an addiction." In response, Qin Dalong chuckled awkwardly, "I want tea." The gaming addiction is manageable. After a period of immersion, one eventually grows weary. As long as Qin Dalong does not go several days without sleep, all should be well. "Brother, mother is here." At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu called from outside. "Exude a semblance of masculine authority. If you assert yourself, mother will undoubtedly be amenable to your guidance. Only a feeble man would choose to evade responsibility." Qin Hanchu began to instill a sense of strength within Qin Dalong. Although Qin Dalong's addiction to alcohol primarily stemmed from Yang Fang's influence, it also related to his own inner fragility. Regarding Yang Fang's gambling, Qin Dalong had only taken one measure, to have a second child. He had believed that with the arrival of a second child, Yang Fang would be less engrossed in mahjong. However, to his dismay, Yang Fang showed no signs of restraint whatsoever. Consequently, the birth of Qin Xiaoyu became a tragic affair. As they exited the house, they spotted Yang Fang approaching with a bicycle. While the residence lay at the foot of a mountain, it is still situated in a hilly area. Ascending the mountain is a continuous incline, making it quite challenging to ride a bicycle uphill. Living here, Yang Fang finds it no easy task to descend for a game of cards. The round trip on the mountain path requires a good 40 minutes. When Yang Fang arrived before the 3 individuals, beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead. "You're back?" Yang Fang inquired, gazing at Qin Dalong. Qin Dalong responded with a grunt, then nodded and stated, "I have already promised Hanchu that if you cannot quit gambling, we shall proceed with the divorce." Upon hearing this, Yang Fang's expression turned desperate. She replied, "Is it not possible for me to quit gambling? For the sake of our child, We cannot divorce. Don't you enjoy playing cards? I've purchased 2 computers for you. I will teach you how to play mahjong on them shortly. Hanchu interjected, can I really learn? Yang Fong asked with a hint of apprehension. If you can learn to play mahjong, surely clicking a mouse will not pose a challenge for you. Even Xiao, you can use a computer to watch cartoons. Can you not surpass a child? Yang Fong felt disheartened by Qin Hanchu's remarks. Chapter 58. Purchasing a home in Kyoto. After more than 3 hours, Qin Hanchu finally taught his parents how to use a computer. Their curiosity about new technology piqued. Qin Dalong and his wife became quite fascinated by the device. At that moment, Yang Fong was already engrossed in an online game of mahjong, while Qin Dalong had taken to playing the wildly popular game, Magic Domain. It seems no man can escape the allure of gaming, and Qin Dalong was no exception. Once he familiarized himself with the gameplay, his interest deepened significantly. That evening, Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu decided to stay overnight at the mountain. The next morning, Qin Hanchu noticed a noticeable closeness developing between Qin Dalong and Yang Fong. Something must have transpired the previous night to bring them closer. Now, Qin Dalong was back to being a normal man, and Yang Fong had been alone for so long. The strengthening of their bond was something Qin Hanchu had longed to see. Xiaoyu, stay at home with mom and dad for a while. I need to attend to some matters. When I return, I will take you back to the county, Qin Hanchu said after lunch. Qin Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. Rising from his seat, Qin Hanchu addressed Qin Dalong and Yang Fong. Though the games are entertaining, do not become overly engrossed. While Xiaoyu is home, make sure to spend time with her. Qin Dalong nodded, assuring, rest assured, I will take good care of Xiaoyu. He added, so many people envy your life. You must cherish it. Although he harbored some reservations about Yang Fong, Qin Hanchu still hoped for a harmonious family dynamic. Qin Dalong had already overcome his drinking addiction, and he wished for Yang Fong to relinquish her gambling habit as well. There were 2 primary reasons for leaving Qin Xiaoyu at home. First, Qin Hanchu wished for her to experience the warmth of family and parental love. Second, with the school year yet to begin, he planned a trip to Kyoto. Qin Hanchu had resolved to apply to Renmin University in Kyoto. If successful, he intended to make Kyoto his home. With property prices still relatively affordable, he aimed to purchase a residence in advance, allowing him to live there with Qin Xiaoyu. Even if he were not admitted, it would be a worthwhile investment. Rest assured, I will never touch alcohol again, Qin Dalong pledged. Yang Fong chimed in, playing mahjong on the computer is quite enjoyable. I will refrain from gambling outside. Qin Hanchu merely smiled at their assurances. Ultimately, actions would speak louder than words, for most promises are akin to empty air. The following day, Qin Hanchu set off for the county with Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng had received a last-minute call from Qin Hanchu and was unaware of the purpose of the trip. Once seated on the bus, he inquired, Hanchu, where are we headed? What do we need to do? We're going to Kyoto to buy a house, Qin Hanchu replied. Buy a house? Wang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in understanding. As Qin Hanchu's trusted lawyer, Wang Zheng had some insight into his finances. Qin Hanchu indeed possessed the means to purchase property in Kyoto. By 3 in the afternoon, the two emerged from the airport in Kyoto. In an era devoid of navigation tools, most newcomers to unfamiliar cities often found themselves disoriented due to the unfamiliarity with the surroundings. Many individuals fall victim to deception and exploitation. Although the bus station and train station are merely separated by a street, taxi drivers can lead you in circles for an hour. Before arriving in Beijing, Qin Hanchu had already prepared a strategy. Under his guidance, the two first took the subway, followed by a bus. After more than an hour, they finally reached Qidian district. At that moment, the property prices in Qidian ranged from 500 to 500. However, a decade later, those prices soared beyond this range. Although the investment return on real estate is substantial, it still pales in comparison to the stock market. The return on property investment is tenfold, while the stock market boasts returns in the hundreds. Had it not been for the necessity of securing an office location for his company, Qin Hanchu would not have chosen to purchase property at this time. They first sought accommodation in a hotel, after which Qin Hanchu took Wang Zheng out for a meal. Following their dinner, the two visited a real estate agency. Are you looking to buy a property? What are your requirements? The agency staff eagerly approached Wang Zheng. Feeling somewhat awkward, Wang Zheng clarified, the buyer is not me. I am merely accompanying my client, who is a lawyer. Upon hearing this, the staff member was taken aback, not expecting that the prospective buyer would be a youth. However, upon reflection, he deemed it unsurprising. After all, in this city, the offspring of affluent families are abundant. For them, 1 million is a daunting figure, yet for the wealthy, It may merely represent a month's allowance. What are your needs? I can certainly make some recommendations, the staff member inquired politely. Near Renmin University. With an area of approximately 100 square meters, Qin Hanchu specified. How about Wangguan Garden? This unit is 143 square meters, with a negotiable total price of 1.35 million. The agent pointed to a listing. The price of 1.35 million caused Qin Hanchu to frown slightly. Is this community really so expensive? I previously checked online. Isn't the price around 7,500 in Qidian? He questioned. Is it a school district property? Qin Hanchu inquired further. The agent nodded with a smile. Indeed, Renmin University. University of Science and Technology and Foreign Language College are all nearby, along with an experimental primary school. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanchu's eyes sparkled with interest, recognizing the higher appreciation potential of school district properties. Chapter 59. Your father can testify in the subsequent 2 days. The real estate agent accompanied Qin Hanchu to view several additional properties. Although these options were reasonably priced, the community amenities and environment paled in comparison to the one they had inspected the previous evening. Ultimately, Qin Hanchu resolved to purchase that particular residence. On the third morning, he liquidated 1,200,000 from the stock market, which, combined with his existing savings, was sufficient to acquire the property. In the afternoon, Qin Hanchu and his companions returned to the homeowner's residence. After thorough discussions, both parties agreed on a price of 1,300,000. The property, measuring 143 square meters, included a parking space and a storage room, which was quite commendable. In the future, this dwelling would undoubtedly appreciate to a value exceeding 20 million. Of course, an additional fee of 13,000 yuan would be owed to the agent. In terms of investment returns, this venture could not compete with the stock market. However, this was to be Qin Hanchu's home during his university years. Most importantly, he wished for Qin Xiaoyu to come to Kyoto for her education. Once an agreement was reached, the agent took the two to verify the mortgage status of the property. After confirming there were no issues, they sat down to sign the contract. Here's the contract. Please review it. If all is satisfactory, we may proceed with the signatures. The agent said, his spirits buoyed by the prospect of earning a substantial commission from this transaction. Wang Zheng reviewed the contract and then turned to Qin Hanchu, stating, no issues here. Upon hearing this, the homeowner's expression brightened a shade. However, Qin Hanchu interjected, please ensure that all included furnishings are explicitly listed. Wang Zheng's demeanor shifted to one of discomfort. As a professional, he had regrettably overlooked this detail. When Qin Hanchu had purchased his first home, he had not been concerned about such matters, as the furniture in the county was of little value, and any loss would not be significant. However, the circumstances were different now. The homeowner's furnishings and appliances were of high quality, even second-hand. They were worth more than 20,000 yuan, without a contract stipulating their inclusion. The homeowner could easily remove them, leaving Qin Hanchu powerless to contest the act. However, if these items were documented in the contract, any removal by the homeowner would be tantamount to illegal appropriation of property, possibly even theft. In his previous life, although Qin Hanchu had never purchased property, he had gathered enough life experience. A colleague of his had once fallen into a similar trap. Prior to the sale, the original owner had promised to include all furnishings and appliances. Yet, after the payment was made, the owner discreetly removed everything. His colleague had been infuriated for days and ended up spending tens of thousands to replace the items, suffering both financial loss and emotional distress. Upon hearing Qin Hanchu's request, the homeowner's expression dimmed considerably. She had indeed contemplated taking advantage of him, but she had not anticipated that this young man would possess a mind more astute than that of a lawyer. Although displeased internally, the homeowner felt reluctant to rescind her agreement. After finalizing the contract, Qin Hanchu provided a deposit of 30,000 yuan, leaving the homeowner's residence. He and his companion sought out a restaurant for a meal. Wang Zheng expressed his apologies, saying, I'm sorry, I forgot about the furnishings. Not a problem. You are not a professional real estate agent, so it's understandable that this might slip your mind, Qin Hanchu reassured him. In the early days of Qin Han's journey, he believed that the real estate agent must have encountered such situations before. The agent's silence suggested a private understanding with the homeowner. Regardless, Qin Han acknowledged his mistake with a sense of regret. The following day, both parties commenced the transfer procedures. After a full day of bustling activity, Qin Han finally obtained the property certificate. In the presence of the agent and Wang Zheng, Qin Han completed the payment. The former owner handed over the keys and provided a receipt. Thus, Qin Han became a homeowner in Kyoto. In his previous life, he had never dared to dream of owning a residence in Kyoto. Now, not only had he purchased a home, but it was also a coveted property within the educational district of the Third Ring. Upon returning to the community, Qin Han promptly changed the locks on his door. With a home of his own, there was no longer a need to reside in a hotel. Observing Qin Han's spacious abode, Wang Zhang's eyes brimmed with envy. Approaching 30, he felt as though he was living a life less fulfilling than that of a mere youth. The next day, Qin Han purchased a return ticket for Wang Zhang. With some matters still to attend to, Qin Han was in no hurry to go back. After Wang Zhang's departure, Qin Han first visited an internet CAF. He uploaded a chapter of his novel, and then proceeded to update the owner information for utilities such as water, electricity, and gas. This task alone consumed 2 days of his time. Once these trivialities were settled, Qin Han returned to the county town. At this point, only 3 days remained before the start of school. After resting for a night in the county, Qin Han finally made his way back to Fangjia village. From a distance, he spotted Qin Dalong playing with Qin Xiaoyu. Beside them frolicked a small puppy, with Qin Xiaoyu running ahead while the puppy chased after her. Qin Han could hear the joyful laughter of Qin Xiaoyu, clearly indicating that she had been enjoying herself these past few days. Brother. Upon seeing Qin Han, Qin Xiaoyu ran towards him with exuberance. As she dashed forward, the little puppy scampered after her, its chubby body wobbling amusingly. With a smile, Qin Han welcomed Qin Xiaoyu. As she leaped into his arms, the puppy barked at Qin Han, perceiving him as a stranger, perhaps attempting to protect Qin Xiaoyu. No barking, milk ball. This is my brother, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed to the little puppy. Chapter 60, MC shouting at noon, the family gathered for lunch. Qin Xiaoyu's joyous laughter enveloped the atmosphere with warmth. This harmonious family dynamic was precisely what Qin Hanchu had longed for. He wished for such tranquility to endure indefinitely. The following morning, Qin Xiaoyu gazed at the pet, reluctant to part with it. She turned to Qin Hanchu and asked, "Brother, can we take the pet home?" "You may take it, but you must take good care of it," he replied. "In addition to bathing and feeding, you will also need to clean up after it. And remember, we must get it vaccinated." Though Qin Hanchu adored Qin Xiaoyu, he was determined not to raise her as a pampered child. Having a pet was acceptable, but he wanted her to shoulder the responsibilities that came with it. "Clean up after it? Brother, could you help me with that?" Qin Xiaoyu pleaded in a charming tone. Qin Hanchu smiled and shook his head. "The pet is yours, so you must be responsible. If you cannot care for it properly, perhaps it would be better to leave it here. Here, it can frolic freely and one tea go hungry." With a conflicted expression, Qin Xiaoyu finally conceded. "All right. Let it play on the mountain. I have school during the day, and it will surely be bored at home." "Are you worried it will be bored? Or do you simply wish to avoid cleaning up?" Qin Hanchu teased. At this, Qin Xiaoyu blushed and laughed shyly. Observing her embarrassment, Qin Dalong and Yang Fong also chuckled. After bidding farewell to their parents, the siblings left Fangjia village hand in hand. As they walked, Qin Hanchu inquired, "Did Mom ask you where my money comes from?" Qin Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes, she asked several times." "And how did you respond?" With a playful grin, she replied, "I told her the 3 words you taught me. I don't know." "Well done." Qin Hanchu smiled approvingly. "Is there a reward?" Qin Xiaoyu chimed, grinning. Qin Hanchu playfully flicked her forehead and teased, "Do you like this reward?" "Bad brother, let me flick you back." Qin Xiaoyu retorted, feigning annoyance. "Catch me, and I'll let you." With that, Qin Hanchu laughed and sprinted ahead. "Brother, wait." Qin Xiaoyu called out, chasing after him. In their playful banter, they soon reached the roadside, where a bus was approaching. Qin Hanchu waved, and the bus came to a stop. Upon returning to the county, they took the opportunity to visit a supermarket, where they purchased snacks and household necessities before finally heading home. Once home, Qin Xiaoyu kicked off her shoes, settled onto the sofa, and indulged in snacks while watching television. Meanwhile, Qin Hanchu uploaded a chapter of his novel before logging into Xiaomi Garden. At that moment, Penguin Space was rapidly gaining popularity, and Xiaomi Garden was experiencing a swift increase in traffic. Qin Hanchu clicked the mouse, browsing casually. Upon entering the online gaming section, several highlighted threads caught his eye. The 9th Legion of Xiaomi has settled in Penguin Sonic, recruiting vigorously. The 10th Legion of Xiaomi is recruiting, entering Huaxia 2 in August. Battle report. The Mi family's 5th Legion achieves a resounding victory over the Prague Guild's Demon Realm Legion. Battle report. The Mi family's 1st Legion successfully occupies Shabak. Upon reading these posts, Qin Hanchu felt a sense of astonishment. The Mi family's online gaming department could actually contend with the Prague Guild? The Prague Online Gaming Guild is indeed the dominant force in this realm. At that moment, an idea suddenly struck Qin Hanchu. Should he compose a family battle anthem for the gaming department? The significance of a family battle anthem is quite substantial. It can elevate the morale of the entire family, instilling a greater sense of belonging among its members. Since 2008, the trend of MC shouting has risen to prominence. Without a family battle anthem, one would feel rather embarrassed to engage socially, especially on QQ Space, where the MC opening tracks were particularly popular. In this current era, it seems that the MC phenomenon has not yet taken off. A spark ignited in Qin Hanchu's mind. He felt he had stumbled upon a key to gaining attention. He understood the process of recording MCs, yet he had never truly engaged in it himself. He was familiar with many renowned MCs, but these masters had not yet begun their journey in the world of MC. Even Hong Lei, the MC, only gained fame in 2008. Currently, Jiujiu is still employed in the railway sector. Must he truly record it himself? The thought of standing before a microphone shouting Kamang Bebe Lacey made him feel profoundly uneasy. He contemplated whether he could locate these individuals. With this in mind, Qin Hanchu opened Baidu. He entered Hong Lei's name, and as expected, no relevant information appeared. Next, he searched for several other well-known MCs. Once again clicking search, his eyes suddenly lit up. MC Jiaya. He was surprised to discover that she debuted so early. This young woman is a leading figure among female MCs. And Qin Hanchu had previously listened to her shouting. Through the information available on the web, he swiftly found MC Jiao's contact on QQ. After sending a friend request, he continued his search. Shortly thereafter, he found another familiar MC. This person was MC Shui Guanyin. At this point, he was still a newcomer to the MC scene. Qin Hanchu searched for Shui Guanyin's QQ account and sent a friend request. Apart from these two, he could not locate any other prominent MCs. However, that was sufficient. In addition to these two, Qin Hanchu also sought the contact information of several renowned DJs. Chapter 61. Family Anthem. After an hour of discussion, Jiaya and Shui Guanyin agreed to sign the contract. Upon receiving their affirmative responses, Qin Hanchu immediately called Wang Zheng. As he noted down Qin Hanchu's requirements, Wang Zheng began drafting the artist contract. This contract not only encompassed the profits from MC performances, but also included artist shows, online videos, and live performances. The term online performance referred to live streaming. However, since the concept of live streaming was not yet prevalent, Qin Hanchu found it inappropriate to explicitly mention it. After concluding the call, Qin Hanchu conversed with several DJs. With an expenditure of merely 10,000 yuan, he secured their authorization. With their consent, Jiaya and Shui Guanyin could utilize their DJ tracks as accompaniment for MC performances. Qin Hanchu was keen to avoid any infringement on the DJ's copyright. The following day, Qin Hanchu brought Qin Xiaoyu to the company. Everyone, let us convene a brief meeting. Please take notes. Qin Hanchu placed the snacks and drinks he had in hand on the table. Qin Dong and the other two took their seats before him with paper and pens. First, enjoy a drink, he said, distributing the beverages among them. Clearing his throat, Qin Hanchu addressed Qin Dong and Wang Qi. I have assigned you a new task. We need to add a music player to the Xiaomi Garden webpage. In addition to the music player, a dedicated section for MC performances must be created, which should support music playback. Furthermore, we need to establish the Xiaomi Mall, which must accommodate online banking and prepaid card payments. This meeting extended for a full hour. The MC performances were poised to become a new revenue stream for Xiaomi Garden, aside from advertising income. Jiaya and Shui Guanyin would emerge as the inaugural live stream celebrities under Qin Hanchu's banner. Days later, as the new academic term commenced, Qin Hanchu faced an intensified workload in his final year of high school. To gain admission to Renmin University, he dedicated greater effort to his studies. His novel continued to update with 2 chapters daily, while he also managed company affairs. On the 3rd day of school, Jiaya and Shui Guanyin's contracts arrived at the company. After signing and stamping the documents, the two officially became contracted artists of Xiaoyu Media. Following the successful signing, Qin Hanchu provided them with 2 sets of lyrics he had written. Jiaya's lyrics embodied a gentle style, while Shui Guanyin's exuded a commanding presence. Although Qin Hanchu was not an MC himself, he had listened to numerous MC performances. Under his guidance, their MC skills improved rapidly. A month later, the revamped Xiaomi Garden was launched. This new version featured a music player, a secondary page for MC categories, and a secondary page for the Xiaomi Mall. The updated music player included the family anthem recorded by Jiayao and Shui Guanyin. Members who accessed the web page would find the browser automatically playing the anthem. In an internet CAF somewhere, a young man opened Xiaomi Garden. As the web page finished loading, powerful music began to play. Soon after, Shui Guanin's assertive tone resonated. Listening to Shui Guanin's passionate family anthem, the young man felt a surge of excitement and pride within him. In this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of belonging to the Mi family. He took immense pride in being a member of Mi. The family anthem embodies the essence of their culture, a means to instill a collective identity amongst its members. To put it plainly, it serves to indoctrinate the family members. Through the melodies and lyrics, each participant develops a unique emotional connection to this digital kinship. Such sentiments evoke a profound sense of unity, where the triumphs and tribulations of one resonate with all. It is only through this bond that they would unhesitatingly defend their family when under siege. In fact, the nascent family culture can be seen as a precursor to the modern fan culture. The moment the family anthem was released, it captured the hearts of countless members. This innovative music spread rapidly across the internet. The forum was abuzz that day. Mi is formidable. Fight for me. Mi marches forth, leaving no blade of grass unturned. Posts of this nature flooded the platform. Qin Hanchu logged into his account and submitted his meticulously crafted message, which included a link to the Mi family anthem. All family members could incorporate it into their personal spaces. Furthermore, the service for custom shoutouts officially commenced. On the first day, Qin Hanchu made available only 200 slots for personalized shoutouts. In less than 10 minutes, these slots were snatched up entirely. Each shoutout was priced at 60 yuan, totaling 12,000 yuan for the 200. Qin Hanchu had a revenue-sharing agreement with Jiaya and Shui Guanin, with a 64-36 split. Jiaya and Shui Guanin would earn 60% of the income. This meant that for each shoutout produced, they would net 36 yuan in profit. A single shoutout required merely 20 minutes to create. Producing 10 in a day would allow them to fulfill these orders in just over 10 days. Earning 600 yuan in such a short time was utterly astonishing for them at this juncture. Jiaya worked as a security guard in reality, earning around 1,000 yuan per month. As for Qin Hanchu, he simply awaited his share. Thanks to the promotional efforts of the Mi family members, the anthem quickly gained immense popularity online. All DJ music platforms began to feature the Mi family anthem. In 2006, mobile phones had started to become ubiquitous, and many downloaded the anthem onto their devices. A month later, on a Sunday, Qin Hanchu took Qin Xiaoyu to the commercial street for shopping. At that moment, the Mi family anthem resonated in his ears. Chapter 62. The end of the college entrance examination. Under the guidance of the two, the number of MCs in Xiaomi Garden increased. All the MCs required the approval of Jiayao, Shui Guanin, and Qin Hanchu. Once they passed the review, Qin Hanchu would sign contracts with them. After signing, they could accept orders through the Xiaomi Mall. Qin Hanchu entrusted the MC division to Jiaya and Shui Guanin, choosing not to intervene further. His primary focus remained on preparing for university. One afternoon, Qin Hanchu, along with the two, was dining in the cafeteria. Tang Siwei placed a piece of meat on a Qin Hanchu's plate, saying, "I'm giving this to you. I have plenty, so eat more." In response, Qin Hanchu returned the favor by placing 2 pieces of meat back onto Tang Siwei's plate. "You need to watch your diet," she teased playfully. Qin Hanchu shivered slightly, feeling a bit awkward as he replied, "Can you please speak properly? I find it hard to handle this. You're so unromantic, you big lug." Tang Siwei pouted. "Siwei is offering you a treat, and you're not even grateful." Jin Hailu chimed in with a laugh. With a sigh, Qin Hanchu shifted the conversation. "So, have you decided which school you want to apply to?" "The same as you," Tang Siwei answered. "Do you know which school I'm aiming for?" Although Qin Hanchu had already made his decision, he had never shared it with Tang Siwei or Jin Hailu. Her response momentarily took him by surprise. "I don't know, but I want to go to the same school as you." "Whatever you choose, I'll choose too," Tang Siwei declared. "If you're always by my side, how would I find a girlfriend?" Qin Hanchu teased. Tang Siwei shot him a glare. "If you can't find one, then just go for the grass by the nest." Jin Hailu turned to Tang Siwei. "Is that a confession?" Tang Siwei's cheeks flushed instantly. Although she had thought it, she felt embarrassed to admit it. "I meant the grass by the nest, not me. Aren't you also the grass by the nest?" Tang Siwei quickly retorted. Jin Hailu chuckled. "I never said I wanted to attend the same university as Hanchu. No way, the 3 of us cannot be separated. We must attend the same university." Tang Siwei insisted with seriousness. Jin Hailu leaned closer to Tang Siwei and whispered, "Are you sure about that?" "What is there to be unsure about?" Tang Siwei replied confidently. Jin Hailu gently patted Tang Siwei's shoulder and said earnestly, "Best friends can be quite dangerous." "Huh. Tang Siwei was momentarily taken aback by the remark. It's nothing. Just watch more idol dramas, and you'll understand, Qin Hanchu teased. Finally realizing, Tang Siwei laughed. I trust you wouldn't do that. You too, stop teasing me. Let us finish our meals quickly. We still need to study afterward. As a reincarnated individual, Qin Hanchu possessed the mindset of an adult. He was well aware of Tang Siwei's feelings. In his previous life, Qin Hanchu harbored a crush on Tang Siwei. Even in prison, her image frequently occupied his thoughts. Initially, he genuinely believed it was love. However, as he matured, he came to understand his mistake. To put it plainly, the heart longs for that which it cannot possess. In this lifetime, he is aware of Tang Siwei's feelings for him. But are they truly suited for each other? The answer to this question can only be revealed through the experience of a relationship. For now, it is best to cherish this innocent affection. You haven't mentioned which university you intend to apply to yet, Tang Siwei inquired. Peking University, I aspire to study business administration, replied Qin Hanchu. Having begun to delve into the world of commerce, he recognizes the necessity of acquiring relevant knowledge to master his future business endeavors. All right, let us both apply to Peking University, suggested Tang Siwei. Qin Hanchu smiled and remarked, I wish to try for Tsinghua. Oh no. Wouldn't it be better if we were together? Tang Siwei exclaimed upon hearing Qin Hanchu's choice. One must forge their own path in life. We should respect Hanchu's decision. Although Qin Hanchu was uncertain about Qin Hanchu's motivations, he firmly believed that her choice was the result of careful consideration. Seeing Qin Hanchu's stance, Tang Siwei nodded in agreement. Very well, since we will all be in Beijing, we can shop together during our breaks. Of course, Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. In the months that followed, the three of them formed a study group, supporting one another, and their academic performance consistently ranked among the top. During this period, a web game based on the online novel Pearl Immortal commenced its public beta test. Prior to the launch, Perfect World invested a substantial sum in advertising on Xiaomi Garden. On June 7, 2007, the long-anticipated college entrance examination began. Each day after the exams, the trio would gather to estimate their scores. Once the exams concluded, they had a relatively accurate assessment of their results. Qin Hanchu reviewed Peking University's historical admission scores and felt confident in his chances. As for Tang Siwei, there were no doubts about her prospects. Among the three, Qin Hanchu boasted the best academic performance, making Tsinghua a mere formality for her. With the exams behind him, Qin Hanchu finally had a moment to relax. He devoted his days to writing and his evenings to watching dramas. In 2007, Soldier Assault was all the rage. This series stands as a pinnacle of military-themed storytelling. Aside from the first 2 seasons of I Am a Special Soldier, subsequent military dramas simply fall short. Enough said. Just as he was engrossed in the show, Qin Hanchu's little penguin notification popped up. Chapter 63, The Annoyance of 7- and 8-year-olds Tang Siwei and Qin Hanchu were unfazed. They remained confident in their ability to manage Qin Xiaoyu. At noon, Qin Hanchu and his companions arrived at the study class. Upon seeing Tang Siwei and Qin Hanchu, Qin Xiaoyu joyfully ran over, exclaiming, Sister Siwei, Sister Hanchu, are you here to take care of me? Indeed, your brother has gone out for business. So we are here to keep you company, Tang Siwei replied with a smile. Wonderful, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, jumping in delight. Since you're here, does that mean I don't have to attend the study class? If you do not wish to come, you need not. We can tutor you at home. Qin Hanchu chuckled. Yay, fantastic. Qin Xiaoyu cheered even more. Qin Hanchu, with a serious expression, interjected, don't celebrate too soon. You are allowed to watch television for no more than 3 hours each day. Sister Siwei, can I watch for 4 hours? Qin Xiaoyu turned to Tang Siwei with hopeful eyes. Perhaps it's best to heed your brother's advice, Tang Siwei responded, somewhat conflicted. If you let me watch for 4 hours, I shall call you sister-in-law, Qin Xiaoyu said with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Tang Siwei's face flushed with embarrassment. Her eyes sparkling with joy. Qin Hanchu couldn't help but laugh. Even Xiaoyu has noticed. Qin Hanchu glared at Qin Xiaoyu and said, I think you are asking for a beating. I think you are the one seeking trouble, Qin Xiaoyu retorted. Still being stubborn, are we? When we get home, we shall engage in a friendly dialogue with the stick, Qin Hanchu said coldly. In response, Qin Xiaoyu hid behind Tang Siwei, calling out, Sister Siwei, Sister Hanchu. Look at my brother. He wants to hit me. Your brother is just trying to scare you, Qin Hanchu remarked. He isn't scaring me. There's a stick at home specifically for hitting me, Qin Xiaoyu countered. Do you not know that hitting children is wrong? Witnessing the exchange between Qin Xiaoyu and Qin Hanchu, Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei were taken aback. How could Qin Xiaoyu's personality have changed so dramatically in such a short time? The adage passed down through generations certainly held true. See, now she behaves like this with me, Qin Hanchu lamented. Stay calm. Isn't she nearly 9 years old? By 9, it will be fine. Tang Siwei smiled reassuringly. Sister Siwei, Sister Hailu, let us go home and ignore my brother. With that, Qin Xiaoyu took Tang Siwei and Jin Hailu's hands and walked ahead. Qin Hanchu felt helpless regarding the current Qin Xiaoyu. Although he possessed the experience of an adult, he had never raised a child. The stick indeed existed. But he had yet to use it on Qin Xiaoyu, for she had not committed any grave misdeeds. In everyday life, the stick served merely as a deterrent. Upon returning home, Qin Xiaoyu rummaged through the snacks. Sister Siwei, Sister Hailu, please help yourselves. When my brother is away, we 3 sisters rely on each other. You must treat me well. Whoever treats me kindly, I shall make that person my sister-in-law. Hastily, Jin Hailu responded, that has nothing to do with me. She said that. Look at you, negotiating with this matter. Tang Siwei remarked in exasperation. Qin Hanchu stated, you see, now she speaks in such an insufferable manner. Qin Xiaoyu huffed at Qin Hanchu, and then continued to greet Tang Siwei and the others. In the evening, Qin Hanchu prepared a nourishing pork rib soup. Although the garlic-flavored ribs were delectable, the soup was undeniably more nutritious. He added several segments of corn to the broth, infusing it with a delightful aroma. While savoring the ribs, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed. Startled, Qin Hanchu quickly inquired, what happened? Qin Xiaoyu opened her mouth and spat out a tooth. I lost a tooth, she exclaimed in astonishment. With the loss of an upper tooth, her speech became slightly lisped, prompting uncontrollable laughter from Qin Hanchu and the others, annoyed by their amusement. Qin Xiaoyu retorted, what are you laughing at? Didn't you lose teeth when you were young? All right, we want to laugh, Qin Hanchu replied, stifling his chuckles. Where did your tooth go? In the gutter, Qin Xiaoyu quickly answered. Qin Hanchu nodded. Well, go dispose of it. With that, Qin Xiaoyu ran outside with her tooth. Before long, she returned, ready to continue gnawing on the ribs. Noticing this, Qin Hanchu asked, can you still eat ribs without a tooth? I only lost one. Of course I can, she replied, comically munching on the ribs, which sent Qin Hanchu and the others into another fit of laughter. The following morning, Qin Hanchu departed the county by car. This trip was merely for a meeting, so he went alone, leaving the county at 8 in the morning. He did not emerge from Yangqing Airport until 2 in the afternoon. Upon exiting, he immediately spotted his pickup sign. The sign was held by a 26-year-old young man, accompanied by an attractive young woman. They were employees of Yaya. In their minds, Qin Hanchu was undoubtedly a man well over 30. Thus, even when he stood before them, they paid him no heed. Shall we go? Qin Hanchu said, feeling slightly awkward since they seemed indifferent to him. Have you mistaken us for someone else? We are here to pick up Qin Hanchu, the young man replied. Qin Hanchu smiled. I am Qin Hanchu. That must be a case of homonymous names. The person we are waiting for cannot be you, the young woman interjected. Are you employees of Yaya? Qin Hanchu asked. The two of them were taken aback by the question. Why yes, the young man stammered, nodding. Then it must be correct. I am here to attend tomorrow's board meeting. Qin Hanchu stated. Why you are our director? The young man and the woman gazed at Qin Hanchu in astonishment. They never expected that their company's director would be so youthful. Should we confirm with Li Shuling? Their shocked expressions provided Qin Hanchu with a sense of vanity. So this is what it feels like to show off. It's quite exhilarating. No need, please follow us. Qin Hanchu was aware of Yaya and its board meetings, so he was certain of his identity. With a sense of astonishment, the two led Qin Hanchu out of the airport. The Yaya company has been flourishing remarkably, even acquiring its own fleet of vehicles. In this era, owning a Jetta is quite an impressive feat, Director Qin. A hotel has already been arranged for you. Would you prefer to go to the hotel first, or take a brief tour of the company? The young woman in the passenger seat inquired politely. Let's visit the company first. I have yet to see it, Qin Hanchu replied. Director Qin, are you one of the founders of the company? The young man at the wheel asked curiously. You could say that. Strictly speaking, I am merely an investor, Qin Hanchu responded. Upon hearing this, the two employees were even more astonished. To begin investing at such a young age, what sort of family background must he have? Chapter 64. The laptop. Since receiving investment from Lei Jun, Yaya has relocated to a new office building, under the guidance of two employees. Qin Hanchu began his tour of Yaya's workspace. The other employees were perplexed by the courteous treatment their colleague extended to a young man. At that moment, Li Shuling emerged from the office. Extending his hand with a smile, he said, Hanchu, it has been quite a while since we last met. Qin Hanchu shook hands with Li Shuling and replied, I truly have no time to spare. After all, I am still a student. You must be preparing for the college entrance examination this year, right? Which university will you attend? Li Shuling inquired. Qin Hanchu responded, Renmin University of China. To study business administration. Li Shuling, surprised, laughed and said, Is that so? Then you should call me senior, as I graduated from the philosophy department there. To study philosophy, yet navigate the business realm so adeptly is indeed impressive, Qin Hanchu remarked with a smile. Li Shuling chuckled, Enough of that. Do not tease me. You are the true genius. Your Xiaomi Home project is no less impressive than our Yaya. I envy the rapid growth of Xiaomi Home. Li Shuling's words left the two employees nearby in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Qin Hanchu was the head of Xiaomi Home. As young individuals, they were also engaged in Penguin Space, and any enthusiast of the platform would surely be aware of Xiaomi Home. Let us refrain from mutual flattery regarding business. Qin Hanchu suggested. Shall we discuss this in the office? Li Shuling proposed. Upon Li Shuling's invitation, Qin Hanchu stepped into his office. Once they departed, several employees approached with curiosity. Xiaoling, who is that young man? The president is treating him with such courtesy. One person asked inquisitively. Xiaoling. The woman who had brought Qin Hanchu to the company responded with astonishment. He is a shareholder of our company and the head of both Xiaomi Home and the Sword and Shield Forum. What? A shareholder? He is so young and already a company shareholder? You mean to say he is the leader of Xiaomi Home? That is astounding. Is he the author of Wushuang Zhanqian Fanqian? Not only is he adept at writing, but his business acumen is exceptional as well. Most of Yaya's employees were young, with several being members of Xiaomi Home. Thus, Qin Hanchu's identity as a web literature author was not a secret. In the office, the two had taken their seats. Li Shuling poured tea for Qin Hanchu and remarked, I truly appreciate you coming all this way. It must have been arduous. There is no need for such formality between us. What significant decisions were made at this board meeting? Qin Hanchu inquired. Li Shuling did not hold back, as he had intended to discuss this with Qin Hanchu in advance. We aim to develop a voice chat software, which is why this meeting was convened, Li Shuling explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanchu smiled subtly. Finally, Yaya Voice was set to make its historical debut. Although he was quite familiar with Yaya Voice, he feigned ignorance and asked, Is it similar to IS? A voice chat software? IS is regarded as one of the earliest voice software applications. Prior to the advent of Yaya, most legendary guilds possessed IS channels. In fact, IS also received investments from Lei Jun, who even invited Li Shuling to join him in this venture, though she ultimately declined. It was only after IS achieved considerable success that Li Shuling recognized the promising prospects of voice chat software. Yaya, leveraging its robust gaming portal, quickly captured the market share from IS upon its launch. This decision proved astute, as Yaya's substantial player base would undoubtedly propel the software to great heights. Qin Hanchu expressed admiration, acknowledging Li Shuling's swift understanding of the underlying connections. Are you hoping for my assistance in promoting it? He inquired. Li Shuling chuckled. Indeed. The influence of your Xiaomi garden is quite significant. If you are willing to promote Yaya, its development will be even smoother. No problem. Once the software undergoes public testing, I will provide you with prime advertising space. Furthermore, our Xiaomi community will also join, Qin Hanchu replied. Upon hearing this, Li Shuling was elated, exclaiming, That's wonderful. I will promote Yaya for free, but you must offer me some benefits in return. Qin Hanchu grinned mischievously. What do you desire? Li Shuling asked curiously. First, I would like 3 short channel IDs, Qin Hanchu stated. 3? Why so many? Li Shuling inquired, puzzled. 1 for the online gaming department, 1 for the Xiaomi entertainment channel, and 1 for the family headquarters. Qin Hanchu explained. All right, provide me with the desired IDs, and I will reserve them for you later. Li Shuling readily agreed. Qin Hanchu pondered, how about 55, 66, and 77? That works. As a board member, you certainly have some privileges, Li Shuling conceded without hesitation. Firstly, Qin Hanchu, being a board member, naturally enjoyed certain privileges. Secondly, he was relying on Xiaomi Garden to promote Yaya, so he had to show respect. Thirdly, the numerous Xiaomi members would inherently boost Yaya's online traffic simply by their association. 3 short channel IDs posed no loss to him at all. Then it's settled. Qin Hanchu declared, Let us dine together tonight. It's my treat. After finalizing the arrangements with Qin Hanchu, Li Shuling smiled. Just to clarify, I do not drink, Qin Hanchu stated. Chapter 65. The board meeting. Qin Hanchu cast a glance at the specifications of the computer. 1 GB of RAM, 120 gigabytes hard drive, and a second-generation dual-core processor. Such a configuration, in the current era, is indeed remarkable. Upon noticing the price, 6,788 yuan, it struck him as rather daunting for an ordinary individual. However, for Qin Hanchu at this moment, it was a trivial matter. Despite his financial means, he still felt the urge to negotiate. Ultimately, he acquired the classic Dell laptop for 6,500 yuan. Upon returning to the hotel with the laptop, Qin Hanchu connected the hotel's Ethernet cable to his new device. With this laptop, he could finally escape the suffocating atmosphere of internet cafes laden with secondhand smoke. Most importantly, he could avoid the plethora of viruses that plagued his home computer, as he had no desire to fall victim to identity theft at an internet CAF. He opened the Xiaomi Home Forum and navigated to the Xiaomi Mall. Beyond the orders for the microphone services, the mall had also launched customizable space templates. Any designer from Xiaomi Home could accept orders through the mall to earn money. Although there were indeed orders for space design, the transaction volume remained modest. This was primarily because designers often included their contact details in their posts, leading many orders to be settled privately between users and designers. Qin Hanchu could easily have restricted designers from sharing their contact information, yet he chose not to. He believed that excessive exploitation was unwise. If he pressured the designers solely for profit, they might very well abandon Xiaomi Home. The absence of skilled designers producing high-quality templates would inevitably lead to a loss of some members. A judicious approach to profit-sharing benefited both parties. The Xiaomi Mall merely provided a safeguard for those wary of being deceived. After closing the mall, Qin Hanchu perused other threads on the forum. It was then that one particular post caught his attention. Fortunate to meet the patriarch offline, I was surprised to discover he is merely a high school student, and furthermore, a director of our company. The title left no doubt that this was a post from an employee at Yaya. Upon reading the comments, he was taken aback. The patriarch was just a high school student? By the timeline, he must have been in middle school when he penned Invincible War God. How impressive! After perusing the replies, Qin Hanchu's vanity received a modest boost. His investment in Yaya was not something to be ashamed of. He felt indifferent to its revelation. After spending some time online, he finally retired to bed. The following morning, Qin Hanchu arrived at the company. As he stepped through the door, a young man greeted him with a smile. Good day. Patriarch, was that post on the forum authored by you? Oh, yes. The young man replied nervously. Do you need me to delete it? Not at all. I was just inquiring, Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. Keep up the hard work. After exchanging a few words with the employee, he proceeded into the conference room. Alongside Li Shuling and other management members, there was a familiar face awaiting him. The individual in question is none other than Yaya's major shareholder, Lei Jun, the president of Yinshan Group. In the future, apart from being the chairman of the Rice Group, he will also emerge as an internet sensation. His fragmented English and somewhat awkward Mandarin have been humorously remixed by netizens into a catchy tune titled Are You OK? Additionally, his billion yuan wager with Chairman Gully has repeatedly dominated online trending topics. President Lei, this is the Qin Hanchu I mentioned to you, Li Shuling introduced. Qin Hanchu smiled, acknowledging, President Lei, it is an honor to meet you. To possess such a formidable business acumen at such a young age is truly impressive. Lei Jun wore his signature smile in response. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Subsequently, Li Shuling commenced her presentation regarding the Yaya Voice project. Following an hour-long meeting, the proposal for Yaya Voice was unanimously approved. After the meeting, the group proceeded to enjoy a luncheon together. Hanchu, do you have any upcoming plans for your Xiaomi home? Lei Jun inquired. Qin Hanchu replied with a smile, we will attempt to delve into entertainment content. That is a commendable choice. Do you require any investment? Lei Jun asked. Qin Hanchu shook his head. Not at the moment. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. I am willing to invest, Lei Jun offered. All right. Qin Hanchu accepted graciously, preserving Lei Jun's dignity. Although he was aware that Lei Jun would become a future titan of the internet, Qin Hanchu refrained from fawning over him. He was, in fact, waiting for Lei Jun to purchase his domain name. Currently, Xiaomi Home boasts considerable traffic, and if Lei Jun desires the domain, he would undoubtedly take advantage of the opportunity. If he were to grow too close, how could he bring himself to negotiate firmly? That evening, Qin Hanchu boarded the return flight. Upon his arrival at the airport in Island City, it was already late at night. After spending a night at a hotel, he took a bus back to the county town. Are you all hidden well? I'm here to find you. As he approached his front door, Qin Hanchu heard Qin Xiaoyu's voice calling out. Were the three of them playing hide and seek at home? Upon pushing open the iron gate and entering the courtyard, he spotted Tang Siwei hiding behind the water tank, holding a bucket lid. Inside the tank swam Xiaohong, the small fish that Qin Xiaoyu adored. To care for it, Qin Hanchu had even purchased a specialized oxygen generator and periodically fed it tiny worms. In winter, he would have to move the fish tank indoors. Chapter 66. Hand in hand, embarking on a journey of happiness, Tang Siwei and Jin Hailu exchanged astonished glances. Utterly unprepared for the extravagant gift that Qin Hanchu had presented, the gift was simply too lavish. Just as Jin Hailu was about to decline, Qin Hanchu interjected. "You can't expect me to fly to Yancheng just to return it, can you? Then I shall reimburse you," Jin Hailu replied. Tang Siwei chuckled. "You should graciously accept it." Even if you offered him money, he wouldn't take it. Qin Hanchu smiled in agreement. Jin Hailu, holding her new phone, nodded. "All right, I will accept it." With the acquisition of the phone, the two became enamored, eagerly exploring its features. Meanwhile, Qin Hanchu busied himself with packing his luggage and turned to Tang Siwei, saying, "Siwei, could you inquire when Aunt Tang is available? I wish to ask her to transfer the company to my name." Now that Qin Hanchu had reached the age of 18, he was eligible to become the legal representative of the company. Since he would be attending school in Kyoto, it was only logical for the company to follow him there. If Aunt Tang remained the legal representative, managing affairs would become quite cumbersome. Tang Siwei acknowledged, then used her phone to call home. When the call connected, Aunt Tang's voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" "Guess who?" Tang Siwei replied with a smile. Recognizing her daughter's voice, Aunt Tang was nonetheless puzzled by the unfamiliar number. "Whose phone are you using?" "It's a new phone that Hanchu gave me," Tang Siwei said, her joy evident. "No wonder you're so cheerful. Is that why you called?" Aunt Tang inquired. Tang Siwei then conveyed Qin Hanchu's request. After hanging up, she informed Qin Hanchu, "My mom said she would come over tomorrow." "Great. You two can enjoy some time at home while I head out to buy groceries. I'll prepare spicy chicken for dinner." As Qin Hanchu prepared to leave, Tang Siwei quickly exclaimed, "I'll accompany you. I want to go too." Qin Xiaoyu chimed in, clutching her doll. "What do you want to do?" "I'll stay home and play games with you," she added. As soon as she finished speaking, Jin Hailu intervened. "Now quite the little rascal," Qin Xiaoyu giggled. "All right. You two go on your date." At this, Tang Siwei felt her cheeks flush. Qin Hanchu noticed her reaction and shot a glare at Qin Xiaoyu before turning to Tang Siwei, saying, "Let us go." She nodded in response and walked out alongside him. As they left the courtyard, Jin Hailu began to play with Qin Xiaoyu's Barbie dolls, a smile adorning her face. Walking down the street, Tang Siwei's lips curled upwards, seemingly still entranced by Qin Xiaoyu's mention of a date. "Siwei, you like me, don't you?" After much contemplation, Qin Hanchu finally spoke. "Ah." Tang Siwei was taken aback by his directness. She hadn't anticipated such a forthright question. Flustered and at a loss for words, she struggled to respond. Although she genuinely harbored feelings for Qin Hanchu, a sense of bashfulness made her hesitant to admit it. "You can say what you wish." Tang Siwei's face burned like fire, and her heart raced wildly like a startled deer. With her head lowered, she shyly inquired, "Do you wish to spend a lifetime with me?" Qin Hanchu continued to probe. Tang Siwei's heart raced even faster. How could Qin Hanchu's topic be so provocative? Who discusses such far-reaching matters before even embarking on a romance? "Of course, I am not an indiscriminate girl," she asserted, clenching her fists in an attempt to steady her emotions. "We are still too young, and our perspectives on relationships and life are not yet mature. If we were to start dating now, the likelihood of separation would be quite high. I hope we can maintain our current relationship and wait until we are more mature before embarking on a romantic journey together. By then, perhaps we will smoothly step into the sacred halls of marriage, hand in hand for a lifetime." Qin Hanchu's thoughts were those of a man in his 30s, while Tang Siwei still possessed the innocent mindset of a young girl. At that moment, they held starkly different worldviews. If Qin Hanchu were an irresponsible man, he could easily accept Tang Siwei's affections now. A few sweet words from him would certainly prompt her to close her eyes and offer her lips. She might even surrender herself entirely to him. Physically, he would find it hard to resist such a youthful physique. However, as a responsible adult, Qin Hanchu could not allow himself to act on those impulses. Gazing at Tang Siwei's delicate features, he found it impossible to proceed. It felt akin to a nefarious uncle deceiving a young girl, leaving him with a vague sense of guilt. His feelings for Tang Siwei were unique, and thus he was even more reluctant to cause her pain. He wished to wait until her mind and thoughts matured further before engaging in a proper relationship with her. Even if they were to eventually part ways, it would still amount to a beautiful memory. Tang Siwei pouted, glaring at Qin Hanchu. "Are you planning to flirt with other girls at university?" "What? Qin Hanchu was taken aback, hastily explaining, "No, how could I think such a thing? I don't believe you. You must be curious if there are better options at the university," Tang Siwei retorted. "Do I seem like that kind of person?" Qin Hanchu replied, half amused, half exasperated. Just then, Tang Siwei suddenly gasped and looked over Qin Hanchu's shoulder. Confused, he turned around, but there was no sign of Qin Xiaoyu behind him. As he turned back, he caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze. Chapter 67. My brother is in love with Sister Siwei, feeling the warmth of his palm. Qin Hanchu experienced a profound sense of satisfaction. In his previous life, such a scene existed only in the realm of fantasy. Observing Tang Siwei's joyful demeanor, Qin Hanchu resolved to cherish this girl wholeheartedly. He would accompany her on her journey of growth. At that moment, Tang Siwei resembled someone who had just toppled a jar of honey, her inner sweetness radiating through her smiles. Hand in hand, they arrived at the market. With a smile, Qin Hanchu inquired, "Well, would you like to eat tonight? A grand feast to celebrate my victory in winning your heart?" Tang Siwei giggled playfully. "Oh, you make it sound as if I have been scheming all along." Qin Hanchu chuckled. "Are you suggesting that I too have feelings for you? How could you tell?" He continued, "Perhaps, I simply cannot refuse your beauty. If Hailu kissed you, would you agree to date her?" Tang Siwei teased with a mischievous grin. Qin Hanchu felt a wave of exasperation. Was this truly a question of life or death? "Hailu is far more rational than you. She would never do such a thing," he replied. Tang Siwei looked at him, a smile gracing her lips as she asked, "Am I not rational?" "You ought to be a bit more emotional," Qin Hanchu responded. "Which personality do you prefer?" "I can attempt to change," Tang Siwei said with a hint of seriousness. Qin Hanchu lifted Tang Siwei's hand, and as she gazed upon their clasped fingers, he declared, "What I cherish is you. Simply be yourself." Upon hearing this, Tang Siwei's smile grew even sweeter. "I didn't know you could be so sentimental. If you dislike it, I shall refrain from such sentiments in the future," Qin Hanchu retorted. "Don't. I enjoy hearing it. Say more," Tang Siwei urged, her laughter ringing with delight. An hour later, the pair returned home, bags of ingredients in tow. At that moment, Tang Siwei, raising their intertwined hands, softly asked, "Are we just going to walk in like this? What? Do you wish to keep our relationship a secret?" Qin Hanchu smiled. Feeling a bit bashful, Tang Siwei's cheeks flushed. "How could you be so bold when you stole a kiss previously?" As he opened the door, he took her hand, leading her into the courtyard. Upon hearing the doors creak, Jin Hailu turned to look. When she spotted Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei holding hands, her expression froze in surprise. She had anticipated this day, yet the speed of its arrival took her aback. As they entered, Jin Hailu's face transformed back into a smile. "So, you two are officially holding hands now? Is this your declaration?" she teased. At her words, Tang Siwei's face flushed anew. "Hailu, you mustn't make fun of me," she protested playfully. "Sister Siwei, are you going to become my brother's wife? Should I start calling you sister-in-law?" Qin Xiaoyu chimed in cheerfully. Tang Siwei, now even more bashful, buried her face against Qin Hanchu's chest. "Is this your way of avoiding the world?" Qin Hanchu teased. "You're joining in on the teasing as well." Tang Siwei playfully punched his chest with her small fist. At the dawn of a new day, Qin Hanchu cheerfully announced, "You all continue to enjoy yourselves. I shall prepare the meal." "I will assist you," Tang Siwei replied gently. Nodding in agreement, Qin Hanchu led the way to the kitchen. Once they departed, Qin Xiaoyu grasped Jin Hailu's hand and comforted her. "Do not be disheartened." Jin Hailu paused momentarily, then smiled. "Why would I feel sorrow?" She began to sing a recently popular song. There is a kind of love called letting go, sacrificing eternity for love. However, her singing was lamentably off-key. Despite her attempts to conceal her emotions, the sadness in Jin Hailu's eyes was unmistakable, even to Qin Xiaoyu. "What thoughts occupy your mind?" Qin Hanchu's feelings for Tang Siwei mirrored those of his previous life, where he harbored a secret affection for her. In Jin Hailu's eyes, Qin Hanchu was nothing short of perfect. She was aware of Tang Siwei's affections for him and recognized the special bond he shared with her. Yet, love continued to blossom within her heart. The only course she felt she could take was to distance herself, striving to avoid becoming ensnared in this tumultuous romance. The love at this tender age is the purest of all. It asks for nothing in return, nor does it seek possession. Her sole wish was for Qin Hanchu's happiness. "What can I say? My brother is simply too exceptional. It is only natural that you are unable to resist," Qin Xiaoyu remarked with a hint of wistfulness. Upon hearing this, Jin Hailu rolled her eyes and replied, "Your transformation is a shared responsibility between Siwei and me. I will never allow you to watch another idle drama again." "No, I must finish Love at the Corner," Qin Xiaoyu stubbornly insisted. "Absolutely not. You have already been led astray. Qin Hailu countered. In that case, I shall call you sister-in-law to make you feel better, Qin Xiaoyu teased with a mischievous grin. Qin Hailu was left speechless by this comment. The following day, at 8 in the morning, Qin Hanchu had just risen when he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Aunt Tang and Father Tang waiting at the threshold. "Aunt, you arrived so early," Qin Hanchu exclaimed in surprise. "There was nothing to occupy my time at home, so I thought I would come over early," Aunt Tang replied with a smile. "Where is Siwei?" she inquired. Qin Hanchu gestured toward Xiaoyu's room, saying, "The three of them have yet to awaken. How lazy." Hearing Aunt Tang's voice, Tang Siwei hurriedly emerged from her room, exclaiming, "I am awake, all right?" Almost immediately, Qin Hailu and Qin Xiaoyu followed suit. Chapter 68. Aunt, she is fierce to me. Qin Hanchu had already anticipated what Father Tang was about to say. While they did not oppose the romance between the two, as parents, they were still apprehensive about their daughter being hurt. Therefore, it was essential to convey certain words. "Please, go ahead," Qin Hanchu said knowingly. Father Tang stated, "You cannot engage in an intimate relationship before your 3rd year. It is crucial to be mindful of boundaries." Mother Tang promptly added, "If you find it impossible to restrain yourselves, ensure you take protective measures and prioritize safety." Father Tang's words were relatively reasonable. But Aunt Tang's remarks left Tang Siwei blushing with embarrassment. How could such things be uttered in front of everyone? "Mom, you..." Tang Siwei was at a loss for words in response to her mother. "You are both too young, and I fear you may act recklessly. So I am merely offering a cautionary reminder." "Hachu, you should understand my meaning," Aunt Tang said, directing her gaze at Qin Hanchu. With an awkward smile, Qin Hanchu replied, "I understand. I assure you, I will not cross any lines before my 3rd year." "But what if it becomes truly unbearable?" Mother Tang inquired. Rubbing the back of his head and glancing at Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Hanchu found it somewhat difficult to articulate. Observing this, Qin Hailu swiftly covered Qin Xiaoyu's ears with her hand, declaring, "She cannot hear." Clearing his throat, Qin Hanchu stated, "Take precautions to spare Siwei any undue suffering." Satisfied with this response, Mother Tang replied, "Yes, exercise restraint. You are both young and need time to adapt. It is wise to wait until you are certain of compatibility before proceeding further. That additional clause is rather unnecessary. I could have held back. But your words have undermined my resolve," Father Tang lamented. Mother Tang immediately retorted, "Do you think such matters are easily suppressed? How did you manage back in your day?" Coughing, Father Tang pulled at Mother Tang's hand and cleared his throat again. Realizing she had overstepped, Mother Tang chuckled awkwardly, "Let us not dwell on that. You two should simply enjoy your time together and communicate openly with us about anything that arises. Hanchu, if Siwei has any shortcomings, do let me know." Father Tang smiled. "Indeed, we shall assist you in correcting her." Mother Tang nodded in agreement. "You must not take advantage of Hanchu. If you let such a wonderful son-in-law slip away, I shall hold you accountable." Tang Siwei cast a glance at Qin Hanchu, who was grinning with pride. "Stop laughing," Tang Siwei retorted with a frown. "Aunt, she is being fierce with me," Qin Hanchu reported to Mother Tang. Mother Tang glared at Tang Siwei. "See, now you are bullying Hanchu." "I am not," Tang Siwei protested, visibly annoyed. "Am I allowed to listen now?" At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu interjected. Qin Hailu removed her hand, smiling. "You may listen now. I am nearly 9 years old. Please do not treat me like a child." "It is perfectly acceptable for me to hear," Qin Xiaoyu declared, adopting an air of maturity. The room erupted in laughter at Qin Xiaoyu's words. Just then, Wang Zheng knocked and entered. Upon Wang Zheng's arrival, Qin Hanchu and Tang Mu departed from home. For the next 2 days, Qin Hanchu was engrossed in matters concerning the company. During this period, Qin Hailu bid farewell to Qin Hanchu and returned home early. Meanwhile, Tang Siwei and her family remained to care for Qin Xiaoyu. It took Qin Hanchu 3 full days to finalize the business license alterations and the company relocation procedures. Once these tasks were accomplished, Qin Hanchu rented a vehicle and packed up the desktop computer in Shaohong. Although the desktop was still functional, it was rather cumbersome. So Qin Hanchu chose not to take it to Kyoto. As Tang Siwei's home lacked a computer, he gifted the desktop to Tang's father. They all took a taxi to Fangjia village. The mountainous roads were difficult to navigate, necessitating that the taxi stop within the village. Qin Hanchu helped Shaohong out of the vehicle before bidding farewell to Tang Siwei's family. "Call me when you head to Kyoto," Tang Siwei said, lowering the car window to address Qin Hanchu. He nodded and smiled. "Rest assured, I won't forget you." "Goodbye, sister-in-law," Qin Xiaoyu chimed in, standing beside Qin Hanchu and waving at Tang Siwei. Tang Siwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled and waved back, "Goodbye." As the taxi pulled away, Qin Hanchu remarked to Qin Xiaoyu, "Your sister-in-law is quite adept at this." Qin Xiaoyu giggled. "It's wise to establish a good rapport with my sister-in-law in the future. If you wish to scold me, at least someone will defend me." "You have quite a few mischievous thoughts," he replied. "Hurry, Xiaohong can barely hold on." The siblings chatted as they ascended the mountain. In the distance, they spotted Qin Daolong working in the vegetable garden, while Nichio lounged beneath a nearby tree, seeking shade. Over the year, Nichio had grown considerably. This household dog was far more charming in its puppyhood. "Dad," Qin Xiaoyu called out to Qin Daolong from afar. Upon hearing her voice, Qin Daolong turned to look. Nichio, having stood up, bounded towards them. Soon, it reached their side, wagging its tail and circling around them. "Why didn't you give us a heads up? We could have gone to buy some meat." Qin Daolong approached with a smile. "No need for such trouble. Just cook this fish," Qin Hanchu mischievously suggested, glancing at Xiaohong. At this, Qin Xiaoyu shot a glare at Qin Hanchu, exclaiming, "I'll stew you instead." Chapter 69. Grandma Lu enters the Grand View Garden at noon. The family gathered together to enjoy a meal of dumplings. While they were eating, Qin Daolong inquired, "Hanchu Chu, which university do you intend to apply to?" "Kyoto People's University," Qin Hanchu replied. "What is the standing of that institution?" Qin Daolong, unfamiliar with the university, asked. "It's comparable to Tsinghua and Peking University," Qin Hanchu explained. In this era, communication in rural areas was still underdeveloped, and most farmers were only aware of Tsinghua and Peking University. The revelation left Qin Daolong and his wife utterly astonished. The once academically challenged Qin Hanchu had not only gained admission to a prestigious high school, but had also qualified for a university of such caliber. "I must have done something virtuous in my past life to deserve such an exceptional son as you. If it weren't for you, I can hardly imagine what our family would have become," Qin Daolong said, his eyes glistening with emotion. Qin Hanchu's accomplishments deepened Qin Daolong's sense of guilt. As a father, he felt he had offered little support to Qin Hanchu and had instead contributed to his troubles. "Let us not dwell on that. Your ability to provide me with a warm and complete home is more than enough," Qin Hanchu replied. "By the way, in a couple of days, you need to accompany me to the county town, and then we'll head to Kyoto." "To Kyoto?" Yang Fong expressed surprise. "I've hardly been to the county town, let alone Kyoto. I need to take Xiaoyu to Kyoto for her schooling, and you must assist her with the transfer procedures," Qin Hanchu clarified. Understanding the superior educational environment in Kyoto, Qin Daolong nodded. "All right, we will follow your lead. We need to find someone to look after the house in the meantime," Yang Fong suggested. "I'll talk to Xiaojun tomorrow. He has been eager to come over and play on the computer. I'm sure he'll be willing to help," Qin Daolong said. Xiaojun was the village secretary of Fangjia village. Since Qin Daolong settled there, he had rekindled his friendship with this old classmate. Now, many envied Qin Daolong's leisurely life, as the village secretary often visited to indulge in gaming at his home. The following morning, Qin Hanchu and Qin Daolong worked together to excavate a section of the small creek in front of their house, transforming it into a small pond. After the pond was completed, Qin Hanchu went to the hardware store to purchase iron and mesh nets. After some arrangements, a miniature fish pond was established. In addition to Xiaohong, Qin Hanchu caught several more fish to populate it. 3 days later, the family arrived in the county town. Without resting, the four of them headed straight to the Education Bureau. After a busy morning, they finally completed the transfer of academic records. At noon, the family returned to their residence in the county town. This was the first visit for Qin Daolong and his wife. After finishing their meal, Qin Hanchu took out paper and pen to draft a rental agreement. Seeing the document, Yang Fong curiously asked, "Have you rented this house for a long time?" "It's not rented. I purchased this house," Qin Hanchu replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Fong was once again taken aback. Even now, she remained unaware of Qin Hanchu's business ventures. Although the price of the house remains unknown, it must surely amount to several tens of thousands. Merely the cost of construction and purchase has exceeded 100,000. To most farmers, 100,000 is undoubtedly a substantial fortune. Yang Fong was eager to inquire about the source of Qin Hanchu's wealth, yet she understood that he would remain silent, thus she suppressed her curiosity. The following day, Qin Hanchu accompanied Qin Daolong and the others to the airport in Island City. By this time, Qin Xiaoyu had grown accustomed to flying. While it was the first experience for Qin Daolong and Yang Fong, their palpable nervousness was evident as they boarded the plane, resembling Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Eyes wide in wonder, Qin Hanchu personally fastened their seatbelts before returning to his own seat. The primary purpose of this trip to Kyoto was twofold. First, to facilitate the transfer procedures for Qin Xiaoyu, and second, to secure an office space for the company. Once the office was established, they would commence the relocation of the company. As the plane ascended, Qin Hanchu's parents gazed in amazement out the window. For them, the experience of flying was truly remarkable. Hanchu, how long will it take us to reach Kyoto? Qin Delong inquired with curiosity. Qin Hanchu smiled and replied, an hour and a half. An hour and a half to Kyoto? Is it really that fast? It takes us an hour just to get from our village to the county. Upon learning that they could reach Kyoto in just an hour and a half, both Qin Dalong and Yang Fong were astonished. Being first-time flyers, they felt time pass swiftly. Even after landing, they continued to marvel at the experience. Upon exiting the airport, they were once again taken aback. The towering skyscrapers and the bustling traffic before them opened their eyes to a world beyond their imagination. Subsequently, Qin Hanchu and his sister led Qin Dalong and Yang Fong towards the subway entrance. Yang Fong, filled with curiosity, asked, Hanchu, why are we going underground? Qin Xiaoyu replied with a smile, we are going to take the subway. What is the subway? Yang Fong felt somewhat disheartened. Realizing that even Qin Xiaoyu possessed more knowledge than she did, Qin Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and explained, the subway is a train that runs underground. Qin Dalong exclaimed in astonishment, a train runs underground? Won't the buildings above collapse? In response, Qin Hanchu chuckled reassuringly, rest assured, it won't. Throughout this journey, Qin Dalong and his wife experienced a broader world. No wonder Qin Hanchu chose to bring Qin Xiaoyu to study in Kyoto. The exposure alone far surpassed anything a rural upbringing could offer. Chapter 70, 1,850,000 in the evening, the family arrived at Quanjude Peking Duck. As a time-honored brand with a history spanning centuries, Quanjude has become a renowned name across the nation. It was Qin Hanchu's first experience dining at Quanjude, and the flavors, while decent, were overshadowed by the restaurant's illustrious reputation. Qin Dalong and Yang Fong, visiting such an upscale establishment for the first time, appeared somewhat uneasy, while Qin Xiaoyu savored her meal with delightful ease. The following day, the family commenced the process of transferring Qin Xiaoyu to a new school. To ensure a smooth transition, it was essential to navigate the intricate web of relationships. The required expenditures for this endeavor needed to remain within reasonable limits. Qin Hanchu withdrew 20,000 yuan from the bank and began to cultivate connections. With financial resources paving the way, obstacles dissipated, and all necessary paperwork was expedited. Often approved on the same day. Such efficiency, while ethically questionable, was a necessity in these times. Without leveraging connections, the paperwork would remain unresolved until the school year commenced. Once the formalities were concluded, Qin Hanchu sought an audience with the school principal. After a cordial exchange, the enrollment was secured, with the principal promising to place Qin Xiaoyu in the finest class available. With the school matters settled, Qin Hanchu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, he set about searching for an office space for his company, leaving Qin Dalong and Yang Fong to supervise Qin Xiaoyu at home. Shortly after his departure, Yang Fong turned to Qin Dalong and remarked, I'll step out for a moment, but I will return shortly. Where are you going? Don't get lost. Qin Dalong replied, I'm just going downstairs for a stroll. I won't venture far, Yang Fong assured him. All right, be careful, Qin Dalong nodded. Moments later, Yang Fong exited the community and entered a real estate agency. In recent days, she had been like a curious cat, eager to discover the price of Qin Hanchu's home. Hello, how may I assist you? The agent inquired. I have a property I wish to sell. I'd like to assess its value, Yang Fong responded. Which community? How large is the property? The agent asked. Wanwan Garden, Building 8, approximately 140 square meters, Yang Fong replied. The agent smiled and said, the current average price in Wanwan Garden is 13,000 per square meter. Your property could be listed at 1,850,000 to gauge the market. 1,850,000. Yang Fong's heart raced wildly. Did you say 1,850,000? She thought she must have misheard. She had initially presumed the house was worth only several hundred thousand. Now, it appeared that such an amount would scarcely cover a restroom. If it includes a parking space and storage room, the price could be even higher, the agent added. Yang Fong's mind went blank. She could hardly fathom the exorbitant prices of real estate in the capital, and the revelation that her son had purchased a property there left her in shock. Upon returning home, Yang Fong sat silently on the sofa. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Qin Dalong inquired, what is the matter with you? Come with me, she replied. After speaking, Yang Fong entered the room, followed curiously by Qin Dalong. Yang Fong closed the door and then whispered, can you guess how much this apartment costs? Qin Delong replied. Perhaps several 100,000? Yang Fong continued in a subdued tone. This place is nearly 1,900,000. What? 1,900,000? Qin Delong exclaimed in shock. Yang Fong quickly slapped him lightly and gestured for silence. Suppressing his astonishment, Qin Delong quietly asked, "How did you find out?" "There is a real estate agent outside the community," I inquired. Yang Fong explained. Qin Delong sat on the bed, taking a long time to calm his emotions. "Our child is capable. We should be pleased. But I must warn you, don't think that just because Hancha is wealthy, you can act recklessly. If you gamble again, I will divorce you immediately." Although Qin Delong was unaware of the origins of Qin Hanchu's wealth, he understood that it was certainly not easily acquired. He feared that Yang Fong's gambling could entangle Qin Hanchu in trouble, so he promptly made his stance clear. "Rest assured, I will not gamble," Yang Fong assured him, now even more anxious about the prospect of Qin Delong leaving her. With such a promising son, her future life would surely be more comfortable. If she divorced Qin Delong, where could she find such a pleasant existence? Furthermore, do not speak of how much Hancha earns. Wealth should remain discreet to avoid envy, Qin Delong continued to advise. At that moment, Qin Hanchu, guided by the real estate agent, arrived at an office building. The environment of this building was quite pleasant, and most importantly, it was not far from Renmin University. "What is the price?" Qin Hanchu inquired. 23,000 per square meter. The agent paused briefly before continuing. "If you wish to rent, it is calculated by area. For 300 square meters, it would be 450 yuan per day." Upon hearing this quote, Qin Hanchu furrowed his brow. The rental price was not exorbitant, but that was only the rate for this year. As housing prices in Kyoto rise, rents would inevitably follow suit. Ultimately, purchasing would be more advantageous. However, this price was somewhat steep, over 6 million for 300 square meters. Throughout the morning, Qin Hanchu visited 3 office buildings, finding little variance in prices. By noon, he strolled along the street. Chapter 71. Selling film and television rights. In truth, at this moment, Qin Hanchu had not resolved to purchase the Sihiyuan. The primary obstacle was a lack of funds. At the beginning of 2007, he possessed 3 million shares of Penguin stock. Following a series of investments over the past 6 months, his holdings had grown to over 5 million. Even when accounting for the property in Wanquan Garden, his total assets barely reached 7 million. Although the Sihiyuan held considerable potential for appreciation, liquidating his stocks was out of the question. Just moments ago, Qin Hanchu had mentally calculated his assets. He currently held over 800,000 shares of Penguin stock, with the expected future price surpassing 400 yuan per share. This meant that his existing stock alone was valued at over 300 million yuan. Not being a professional investor, he was unaware that Penguin would undergo a stock split in 2014, converting each share into 5. Thus, his 800,000 shares would transform into 4 million shares. Multiplying 4 million by the anticipated price of 400 yuan per share would yield nearly 16 billion. Had Qin Hanchu been cognizant of the impending stock split, he would undoubtedly have refrained from purchasing the Wanquan Garden property and invested all his capital into Penguin's stock market instead. However, given that in his previous life he was merely an ordinary individual, he could hardly have anticipated his rebirth. "All right, let us take a look inside," he said. Guided by the real estate agent, Qin Hanchu entered the Sihiyuan. Compared to other Sihiyuan, this one appeared relatively new, having been renovated by the previous owner a decade ago, allowing it to be habitable without further remodeling. Most importantly, it came with complete ownership rights and a property certificate. In Kyoto, Sihiyuan with complete ownership are not particularly common. As the real estate agent spoke, he led Qin Hanchu through the property. To be candid, Qin Hanchu was quite pleased with the Sihiyuan. At 360 square meters, it was ample space for his company's office. Contemplating, Qin Hanchu inquired, "Is it possible to finance the purchase of this Sihiyuan through a loan? Are you of legal age?" The real estate agent asked. Qin Hanchu nodded, "Yes. This Sihiyuan has complete ownership rights, so a loan is feasible. However, you may not meet the requirements," the agent replied. Qin Hanchu probed, "What are the requirements?" "First, you need collateral. In addition to that, you must provide a record of your bank transactions," the real estate agent answered. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanchu's eyes lit up. If he could secure a loan to purchase it, that would be ideal. "I own a 140 square meter residence in Wanquan Garden, paid in full," he stated. The agent's eyes widened at this revelation. Was he truly a wealthy second generation? As a real estate agent, he was well aware of the value of Qin Hanchu's property. "But do you have the necessary bank transaction records?" the agent queried. With a monthly bank flow of nearly 400,000, that should suffice. Qin Hanchu replied. Over the past 6 months, his royalties and the company's revenue had been on the rise, and his current monthly income had stabilized at around 400,000. The real estate agent's eyes widened in astonishment. A monthly revenue of 400,000? Is this the living allowance provided by your family? Although the revenue was sufficient, the agent insisted on having a company verification. I own a media company. This should pose no issue, came the reply. With this assurance, the agent smiled and added, there remains but one final matter. A 30% down payment is required for the second-hand property, which amounts to 2,100,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanchu felt a twinge of dismay, as he did not possess such funds at the moment. I will provide my contact information. I need to discuss this with my family, he stated, pulling out his phone. All right then, the agent replied, aware that Qin Hanchu might ultimately decide against the purchase, yet still left his contact details with him. As he journeyed home, Qin Hanchu pondered where he might procure 2 million. If only this courtyard could wait for me for 5 months. He mused. If it truly came to it, he would have to temporarily relinquish the idea. Should the property still be available in 5 months, he would resolutely secure a loan to acquire it. This particular courtyard could potentially sell for over 300 million in the future, even if he chose not to sell. Residing there would be far more comfortable than living in an apartment. What if I sold the film rights to my novels? Suddenly, the thought struck him. This seemed to be the quickest avenue to financial gain. With this in mind, he hurried home. After greeting his parents in Xiaoyu, Qin Hanchu retreated to his room. Flipping open his notebook, he sent a message to his editor, Jianfeng. Dear sir, is there any interest in acquiring the film rights to my 2 books? At the editorial office of a certain media outlet in the bustling metropolis, Jianfeng quickly called Wu Hui over. Upon learning of Qin Hanchu's intention to sell the film rights to 2 of his books, Wu Hui advised Jianfeng, inquire about the price. Qin Hanchu, observing Jianfeng's message, replied, "4 million for both. 15 years hence, the film rights for online novels typically hovered around 5 million. By selling the rights for 4 million, Qin Hanchu would be sacrificing over 600,000. Yet, on the other hand, the appreciation of the courtyard would undoubtedly compensate for this loss, yielding greater profits." After an extended pause, Jianfeng responded, "That seems a bit steep." Qin Hanchu anticipated this reaction, as the current adaptation market was relatively modest. Chapter 72. Is the company yours now? The following day, Qin Hanchu arrived in the bustling metropolis by plane. After waiting at the airport for half an hour, Wang Zheng finally emerged. The two exchanged brief pleasantries before taking a taxi to a certain point of the Chinese web. Upon entering the company, Jianfeng greeted them warmly. "Hanchu, it's been ages since we last met," Jianfeng remarked with a smile. "Indeed, you seem even more dashing than before," Qin Hanchu replied, engaging in light banter. With laughter, Jianfeng led Qin Hanchu into the conference room, where Wu Hui and the legal department staff were already waiting. The encounter inevitably involved a round of courteous exchanges. Once seated, they finally delved into the main agenda. Wu Hui slid the contract across the table to Qin Hanchu, stating, "Please review the contract. If all is in order, we can proceed with the signing." Qin Hanchu examined the contract thoroughly before passing it to Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng meticulously scrutinized each clause, taking over half an hour before returning the document to Qin Hanchu, affirming, "Everything appears to be in order." Qin Hanchu took up his pen and signed the contract, then handed it back to Wu Hui. "Shouldn't your uncle also sign?" Wu Hui inquired, unaware that Little Fish Media had returned to Qin Hanchu's ownership, mistakenly assuming Wang Zheng was Qin Hanchu's uncle. With a smile, Qin Hanchu responded, "I forgot to mention, I have acquired Little Fish Media, so my signature suffices. This gentleman is not my uncle. He is my lawyer. Is the company truly yours now?" Upon hearing this, Wu Hui suddenly grasped the entire situation. He realized that Little Fish Media had always been Qin Hanchu's own enterprise. The so-called uncle was merely a puppet. He had not anticipated that someone so young could navigate the business landscape with such acuity. The rights, which could have been obtained for free, now required an expenditure exceeding 3 million to acquire. Although Wu Hui discerned Qin Hanchu's strategy, he could only feign ignorance. At present, Qin Hanchu was the face of the certain point Chinese web, possessing a vast following of devoted readers. Forcing him out would undoubtedly impact the site's traffic. Furthermore, Qin Hanchu also managed a Xiaomi garden, which had garnered numerous members for the site. Should their relationship sour? The invaluable resource of free traffic from Xiaomi garden would no longer benefit them. "Good news. Our future collaboration will be even more seamless," Wu Hui said, his smile somewhat strained. "Absolutely. Qin Hanchu affirmed. Wu Hui took the contract, feeling dejected as he signed. Once the signatures were complete, both parties retrieved their company seals and affixed them to the document. The next phase involved the transfer of funds. Once the financial department of the Certain Point Chinese web finalized the transaction, Qin Hanchu opened his laptop to confirm receipt. After verifying that 3,200,000 had been credited, he closed the laptop with a smile, saying, "The funds have arrived." "I heard you were planning to purchase a Yuan in Kyoto?" Wu Hui inquired. Qin Hanchu nodded with a smile. "Yes, the company is relocating to Kyoto. So I intend to acquire a Yuan for our office space." "Using a Yuan as an office? That is quite a unique idea." Jianfeng laughed. Wu Hui then remarked, "It is more appropriate to purchase an office building. The Yuan has merely sentimental value left." His words carried weight, prompting me to reflect further. The hour was late, and I had to return to Kyoto to attend to company matters, so I took my leave. Qin Hanchu suggested, "Stay for a meal, it's on me." Wu Hui replied, "There's no need for the trouble. When you come to Kyoto on business, do be sure to contact me. I shall treat you to a splendid meal." Qin Hanchu chuckled at this, causing the other men to join in laughter. After departing from a certain Chinese website, Qin Hanchu presented a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan to lawyer Wang. "This is your service fee." Wang Zheng and Qin Hanchu were old acquaintances, so there was no need for excessive formality. Accepting the envelope, Wang said, "If you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." "Are you interested in developing your career in Kyoto? My company is expanding its operations, and we require a legal advisor. Should you choose to join us? The base salary is 4,000, with a year-end bonus." Qin Hanchu's offer was indeed tempting for Wang Zheng. In terms of both salary and opportunities for advancement, it was undoubtedly superior to what he could find in the county. However, his family resided in the county, which restrained his ability to leave with ease. "Thank you for your consideration. I will discuss it with my wife," Wang Zheng replied with visible inner conflict. Qin Hanchu nodded. "Yes, take your time to consider." Upon reaching the airport, Qin Hanchu purchased a return ticket for Wang Zheng. With several hours remaining before the flight's departure, he took Wang Zheng out for a meal. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Wang Zheng boarded the flight back to Island City. Although a lawyer would still be necessary for the purchase of the Yuan, Qin Hanchu did not intend to continue employing Wang Zheng. It was not a matter of trust. Rather, acquiring the Yuan would require a loan, and local lawyers would be more familiar with Kyoto's policies, making the process more efficient. At 5 in the afternoon, Qin Hanchu emerged from Kyoto Airport. While on the subway, he called the real estate agent. Upon learning that Qin Hanchu intended to purchase the Yuan, the agent was exceedingly pleased. If the deal went through, the commission from the sale alone would exceed 70,000 yuan. Additionally, since Qin Hanchu would be applying for a loan, the agent could secure another commission from the bank. It was already too late to meet today, so they arranged to convene the following morning. By the time he returned home, it was 6:30. Seeing Qin Hanchu walk in, Qin Xiaoyu joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother, you're back. Have you eaten?" "Not yet. Will you prepare something for me?" Qin Hanchu teased, upon witnessing Qin Xiaoyu's smile. "I cannot cook, but I can share my bread with you," Qin Xiaoyu replied with a grin. Yang Fong then stood up, saying, "No need for bread. I will prepare a bowl of noodles for you." Qin Hanchu nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Mom." Yang Fong cheerfully walked into the kitchen to cook noodles for him. "Was everything smooth?" Qin Delong inquired as he poured a cup of tea for Qin Hanchu. After taking a sip, Qin Hanchu nodded, "Quite smooth." "That is good to hear." Qin Delong responded. "Brother, when shall we go out for a trip?" Qin Xiaoyu asked, wrapping her arms around Qin Hanchu's shoulders with a smile. Qin Hanchu patted her shoulder and replied, "Having spent an entire day on planes, I am quite fatigued. Allow me to give you a massage." As she spoke, Qin Xiaoyu began to massage Qin Hanchu's back. Qin Hanchu chuckled, "I still have some matters to attend to in the next few days. Once I have settled them, I will take you all out for some fun." "Brother, you really work too hard. It pains my heart," Qin Xiaoyu replied with a playful grin. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanchu smiled and said, "As long as I have you to lend me a hand when you grow up, I will be completely satisfied." "What do you mean by that? Do you think I am an ungrateful little wolf?" Qin Xiaoyu retorted, somewhat discontented. "That remains to be seen. It depends on your performance." Ever since their parents returned to normalcy, Qin Xiaoyu's demeanor had grown increasingly cheerful. This is precisely how a young girl ought to be. Chapter 73. Acquiring the Yuan. A moment later, Yang Feng emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of freshly cooked noodles. The dish was adorned with a fried egg and some greens, presenting an appetizing sight. "Mother, Your culinary skills have truly improved. Qin Hanchu remarked with a smile as he received the bowl. How does it taste? Yang Feng inquired. Qin Hanchu took a bite, nodding in approval. Delicious. Let me have a taste, Qin Xiaoyu said, opening her mouth eagerly. Qin Hanchu picked up a piece of the fried egg and placed it in her mouth. She beamed, nodding in delight. So good. Witnessing this scene, Qin Dalong's face radiated with joy. The warmth of family, intangible yet palpable, enveloped each member. A precious sentiment that was hard-earned for Qin Hanchu's family. After the meal, Qin Hanchu retreated to his room to work. He had been busy these past few days, and his reserve of drafts was dwindling. If he did not exert himself to write, he would face interruptions in his updates. By 11 that evening, he had completed 2 chapters. When he emerged from his room, he found that Qin Xiaoyu and their parents had already retired for the night. Upon waking, Qin Dalong had prepared rice porridge. Qin Hanchu hurriedly finished his meal and departed from home. On his way to the Sihiyuan, Qin Hanchu stepped into a law firm. Good day, how may I assist you? Greeted a beautiful young woman at the front desk. I wish to engage a lawyer, Qin Hanchu replied. Please follow me, she said, leading him to the office of the firm's owner. The owner, a man in his 30s, smiled and asked, Sir, what kind of legal assistance do you require? Are you looking to litigate? I intend to purchase a Sihiyuan and need assistance with the loan process to avoid any potential pitfalls, Qin Hanchu explained. Certainly. Our fee is 1,000 yuan per day, the owner stated. Qin Hanchu had no objections to the price and nodded. That works for me. Upon receiving his agreement, the owner instructed the receptionist, please summon lawyer Chen Sai. Shortly thereafter, a woman in a lawyer's uniform entered. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, her ponytail accentuating her striking beauty. This is lawyer Chen Sai. She is not only an exceptional law graduate but also holds a master's degree in finance. She is the most suitable person for your needs, the firm's owner introduced her. Hello, Chen Sai greeted with a professional smile. Qin Hanchu stood to shake her hand and said, Shall we head out? I will explain the details on the way. After bidding farewell to the firm's owner, the two departed together. As they made their way to the Sihiyuan, Qin Hanchu introduced himself and recounted the particulars of the Sihiyuan transaction. Chen Sai was somewhat taken aback to learn that Qin Hanchu intended to spend 7 million on the property. Given that he appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years of age and yet possessed such wealth. Taking the subway, they soon arrived near the Sihiyuan. The property Qin Hanchu had his eye on was merely a 5-minute walk from the subway station. Upon arriving at the Sihiyuan, the real estate agent had not yet arrived. It was not a case of tardiness on the agent's part. Rather, Qin Hanchu had intentionally come early. While waiting, he took the opportunity to gather information from the nearby neighbors to ascertain that the Sihiyuan had no sordid history. The prospect of purchasing a so-called haunted house was utterly unappealing to him. To ensure the authenticity of the information, he even inquired with a neighbor from a distance. Shortly after his inquiries, the real estate agent hurriedly appeared, greeting him. Mr. Qin, I apologize for the wait. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Hanchu suggested, Let us take a closer look inside. Certainly, please follow me, the agent replied with a smile. This time, Qin Hanchu observed every detail meticulously. While inspecting the property, he inquired, Is there any possibility of a lower price? The agent responded, The owner has stated that they will not sell for less than 7 million. Who pays your commission, the seller or I, the buyer? Qin Hanchu pressed. The agent explained, The seller, as they are eager for funds. Qin Hanchu nodded with a smile. Pleased to save some money. Having made the decision to purchase, it was only natural to arrange a meeting with the owner. Within half an hour, the owner arrived with the property deed and necessary documents. Chen Sai reviewed the relevant paperwork, confirming that the property rights of the Sihiyuan were in order. Subsequently, the 3 parties proceeded to the bank together. They submitted applications, underwent bank evaluations, arranged for property collateral, conducted flow checks, and secured loan approvals, an entire process that spanned a fortnight. Aside from the 210,000 yuan down payment, Qin Hanchu also paid a portion of the taxes. In comparison to the 7 million yuan purchase price, these taxes were negligible. Having sold his film rights for 320,000 yuan, he was left with over 100,000 yuan. Qin Hanchu reinvested this amount into the stock market of Tencent, thus acquiring over 90,000 shares. In the future, the value of this mere 1 million in stock could reach 200 million. At long last, the Sihiyuan was officially under Qin Hanchu's name. He secured a loan of 5 million yuan from the bank, which he planned to repay over 30 years. This translated to approximately 25,000 yuan due each month. For Qin Hanchu, This monthly loan payment was quite manageable. Given his current monthly income, he could easily earn 5 million yuan within a year. Chapter 74. Just call me sister-in-law. I am willing to listen during a single meal. Qin Hanchu engaged in extensive conversation with Qin Sai. Through her elucidation, Qin Hanchu acquired a comprehensive understanding of legal outsourcing. After their meal, the two parted ways at the hotel entrance. In the afternoon, Qin Hanchu officially relocated the company to Kyoto. Since he intended to utilize a Yuan as the office space, he naturally needed to enlist the services of a renovation team for the necessary modifications. During this period, the internet connection and office furnishings were also arranged. Once the computers were moved in, operations could commence immediately. Having accomplished these tasks, Qin Hanchu once again took his parents and Qin Xiaoyu out for an excursion. During the days of bank scrutiny, he had already taken the three to witness the flag-raising ceremony and explore the summer palace. The next destinations on their itinerary included Badaling, the Forbidden City, and the Temple of Heaven, among other attractions. Over the course of 5 days, Qin Xiaoyu relished every moment. Qin Dalong and Yang Fong also experienced a broadened perspective. On this day, the family returned to the county town. After leaving Qin Xiaoyu in the care of his parents, Qin Hanchu proceeded to Aunt Tang's residence. Upon his arrival, Chen Dong and the others greeted him with cheerful smiles. With the office space in Kyoto finalized, it was time to begin packing for the move. Qin Hanchu had previously informed the trio about the relocation, so they were well prepared. Following Qin Hanchu's directive, they immediately set about their tasks. The first items to be transported were naturally the computers and other office equipment. While the trio busied themselves with packing, Qin Hanchu ventured out to find a logistics company. Although the cost was not insignificant, it was far less than the expense of purchasing new computers. The following morning, Tang Siwei arrived in the county town with her luggage. Shortly after her arrival, the logistics vehicle pulled up. The four of them loaded all their belongings onto the truck, including Tang Siwei's luggage. Are Uncle and Auntie here? Tang Siwei inquired of Qin Hanchu after the logistics vehicle departed. Qin Hanchu nodded. Yes, they are. Come with me to buy some gifts. Although she had previously met Yang Fong, Tang Siwei still felt a twinge of nervousness, given that she was now Qin Hanchu's girlfriend. Qin Hanchu initially acquiesced to Tang Siwei's request, then turned to Chen Dong and the others, saying, "Prepare yourselves. We will depart for Kyoto at 2 this afternoon." Absolutely. We are already ready. I am looking forward to the new office space, Chen Dong replied with a smile, holding Tang Siwei's delicate hand. The two took a taxi to the supermarket. What should we buy? Qin Hanchu pondered. Aside from cigarettes and alcohol, it seems we can only purchase tea leaves. Knowing that Qin Dalong did not smoke, Tang Siwei dismissed the idea of gifting cigarettes. As for alcohol, it was even less considered. After all, Qin Dalong had only recently quit drinking, and it would be unwise to tempt him. Then let's buy tea leaves. I am certain my parents will appreciate whatever you choose. Qin Hanchu smiled. Hearing this, Tang Siwei's face lit up with joy. How about we also buy Auntie a piece of jewelry? What kind of jewelry? Qin Hanchu inquired. How about a gold bracelet? She suggested. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanchu chuckled. Let us not. I fear she might wear it everywhere and show it off. What should we buy? Tang Siwei asked, her tone laced with a playful pout. Qin Hanchu pondered for a moment before replying. A piece of clothing will suffice. All right. I'll follow your suggestion. Tang Siwei nodded in agreement. The two ventured into the supermarket to purchase some tea leaves before heading to the checkout counter. Just as Qin Hanchu was about to pay, Tang Siwei interjected. What are you doing? I am about to settle the bill, he responded. Tang Siwei then produced her own wallet, declaring, This is a gift for your father. Naturally, I must pay for it. Very well, you may handle the payment. Aware that Tang Siwei was not financially constrained, Qin Hanchu acquiesced to her wishes. After securing the tea, they proceeded to a clothing store. After an hour of careful selection, they finally found a lovely outfit for Yang Fong. With plans to head to Kyoto in the afternoon, they hurried home. Mom and Dad, Sister Siwei is here. As Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei stepped into the courtyard, Qin Xiaoyu's voice echoed from within the house. Shortly thereafter, Qin Dalong and Yang Fong emerged to greet them. Siwei, come in and make yourself comfortable, Yang Fong said with a warm smile. Tang Siwei shyly handed the dress to Yang Fong, beaming as she said, Auntie, this is a gift for you. I hope you will like it. I love it. Anything you give is cherished, Yang Fong responded. Fully aware that Tang Siwei was Qin Hanchu's girlfriend, a fact that Qin Xiaoyu had inadvertently disclosed. Uncle, this tea is for you, Tang Siwei said, presenting the tea leaves to Qin Dalong. He beamed with delight. Thank you. Come inside for dinner. Sister-in-law, what about my gift? Qin Xiaoyu chimed in with a mischievous grin. Tang Siwei took a box of chocolates from Qin Hanchu and handed it to Qin Xiaoyu, saying, "This is for you. You won't be left out." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Qin Xiaoyu, still a child at heart, was not concerned with the value of the gifts. Even a few lollipops would bring her immense joy. Hearing Qin Xiaoyu refer to her as sister-in-law filled Tang Siwei with happiness. "Call me sister, it's not yet time to change your address," Qin Hanchu chided Qin Xiaoyu. Tang Siwei shot him a playful glare and shyly remarked, "I prefer sister-in-law, it pleases me." "Blockhead." Qin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Qin Hanchu before affectionately taking Tang Siwei's hand, saying, "Sister-in-law, let us go eat." Amid laughter and joy, the family made their way into the living room, where Yang Fong had already prepared a delicious lunch. Chapter 75. Is this dessert delicious? Pushing open the grand door, Qin Hanchu illuminated the entrance with a flick of the switch. The first sight that greeted him was a beautifully crafted screen wall, adorned with artistic murals. Under Qin Hanchu's guidance, the 6 individuals stepped into the courtyard. This traditional Sihiyuan, or courtyard house, revealed its main hall directly ahead upon entry. Flanking the main hall were 2 side rooms, which Qin Hanchu had merged for office use. This main hall would serve as the principal workspace. In addition to the main hall, the east wing had also been transformed into an office area, while the west wing was designated as staff accommodations. The dormitory featured 4 sets of bunk beds, capable of housing 8 employees comfortably. Naturally, this arrangement was provisional. Should the office space prove insufficient, the west wing could easily be repurposed. Beside it lay a modest kitchen, allowing staff to procure ingredients and prepare their own meals. Such a delightful working environment left Qin and his companions thoroughly satisfied. "How is it? Are you pleased?" Qin Hanchu inquired with a smile. "Perfect." Wang Qi replied with enthusiasm. With the change in their workspace, it was only fitting that their salaries be adjusted accordingly. "From today onward, your monthly wages will rise to 4,500, with year-end bonuses contingent on the company's performance. Once we hire an accountant, I will ensure you are provided with insurance as well." Previously, Qin and his colleagues had seen their salaries increase to 3,500. Now that they were in Kyoto, where living expenses were higher, Qin Hanchu deemed it necessary to further elevate their compensation. Retaining talent hinges significantly upon salary and benefits. Though 4,500 may not be considered extraordinary in Kyoto, it was more than adequate for Qin Hanchu's establishment. This alone would save Qin and his colleagues a considerable sum. Furthermore, the presence of a kitchen meant that cooking at home would be far more economical than dining out. Upon hearing Qin Hanchu's words, Qin and his companions were filled with joy. As employees, who would ever turn down a salary increase from their employer? "Thank you, boss," they expressed, their gratitude evident. The reason Qin and his colleagues remained loyal to Qin Hanchu was due to his admirable character. Working for him was remarkably effortless, not in terms of the workload, but in the comfort it provided mentally. Qin Hanchu would not impose unpaid overtime, and even when assisting Tang Siwei or Jin Hailu with uploading novels, there were benefits to be gained. As long as they fulfilled their duties, they could afford to take it easy during work hours without fear of reprimand. "Our business is poised for further expansion, and I plan to hire additional staff. With more employees, we will certainly need someone to oversee operations. Who among you is interested in taking on the role of supervisor?" He stated candidly. "Let me be clear, if management abilities fall short, I will seek a replacement." As Qin Hanchu still had academic commitments, the company required an individual to manage affairs. Familiar with the trio, Qin Hanchu trusted them implicitly. Upon hearing his proposal, all 3 felt a stir of interest. Yet, it was Yang He who boldly stepped forward to speak. "I would like to give it a try." "Very well," Qin Hanchu replied. "From today, you shall be the supervisor of the company. After a 3-month probationary period, if you prove your competence, you will receive an additional 300 yuan each month." In fact, Yang He is precisely the most favored candidate by Qin Hanchu. Among the 3, Qin and Wang Qi possess more introverted personalities, while only Yang He exhibits a more cheerful demeanor. Furthermore, Yang He possesses a commendable emotional intelligence. Although Qin Hanchu appears to encourage the 3 to recommend themselves, he is acutely aware that Qin and Wang Qi are too shy to speak up. As a manager, if one lacks the ability to advocate for oneself and communicate effectively, how can one assign tasks to other colleagues? "I will strive to do my best," Yang He declared. Qin Hanchu nodded and then addressed the 3, saying, "You are the esteemed veterans of this company. As the company expands, each of you has the opportunity to ascend to management positions. Take the time to read more literature on management, so that I can confidently appoint you to lead a department. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Qin Dong and Wang Qi brightened once more. Though they may not be eloquent, who does not aspire to climb the social ladder? The grand vision presented by Qin Hanchu filled the trio with hope for the future. We will work diligently. Wang Qi adjusted his glasses and replied, "Let us tidy up and rest. We have much to attend to tomorrow." With that, Qin Hanchu and the others departed from the courtyard. As they sat in the taxi heading home, Tang Siwei inquired of Qin Hanchu, "Is this courtyard rented?" "It was purchased with a loan," Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. "A loan? What is the total price?" Tang Siwei asked curiously. 7 million, with 5 million financed. Qin Hanchu explained. Upon learning that Qin Hanchu had taken out a 5 million yuan loan, Tang Siwei applauded. "You truly have courage. I wouldn't dare to make such a purchase." "Brother, does this mean we are in debt?" Qin Xiaoyu asked. "You could say that," Qin Hanchu smiled. "Then I won't eat snacks in order to save money for you," Qin Xiaoyu declared. Qin Hanchu chuckled and ruffled Qin Xiaoyu's hair. "It's not that serious. Your brother is not destitute just yet. However, you certainly ought to limit your snack intake. I do not wish for you to become a little chubby." "Chubby is so cute," Qin Xiaoyu giggled. "Gaining weight means you won't fit into beautiful clothes. Just look at how slim Sister Siwei is. She can wear any lovely outfit." Qin Hanchu remarked. Qin Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. I will certainly eat fewer snacks." Hearing Qin Hanchu praise her figure, Tang Siwei beamed with delight. Engaging in conversation, the trio alighted from the taxi at Wangquan Garden. Chapter 76. The well-fed know not the hunger of the starving. As Tang Siwei turned around, Qin Xiaoyu emerged from her room. "Sister-in-law, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" Qin Xiaoyu inquired, gazing at Tang Siwei. At her words, Tang Siwei's cheeks grew even warmer, and she stammered, "It's just the heat." Qin Xiaoyu glanced outside, perplexed. "Is it really that hot? Come on. Let us go brush our teeth," Tang Siwei replied. Qin Xiaoyu nodded and followed Tang Siwei into the bathroom to freshen up. Tang Siwei's reaction elicited a chuckle from Qin Hanchu, who smiled to himself before returning to the kitchen to resume cooking. Just as he placed the dishes on the table, Tang Siwei emerged from the bathroom with Qin Xiaoyu. After taking their seats, Tang Siwei shot a shy glare at Qin Hanchu. The kiss they had shared earlier left her heart racing, yet it felt somewhat unsatisfying. After finishing their meal, the three of them headed to the courtyard. At that moment, Qin Dong and the others had already risen, and under Yang He's guidance, they were tidying up. The group exchanged greetings. And soon Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei joined in the cleanup. While they were working, Qin Hanchu received a phone call. Their luggage had arrived at the logistics center. Due to restrictions in the city center of Kyoto, he would need to retrieve it himself. "Dongzi, we're going to get the luggage," he announced to Qin Dong after hanging up. "All right," Qin Dong replied, setting down his cloth. Once outside, the two hailed a taxi to the logistics center. They presented their pickup slip to obtain their belongings and subsequently rented a small truck. The round trip consumed over 2 hours, and by the time they returned, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Even the computer had been set up, ready for work. "Let us go out for a meal. After eating, you can rest. And we'll officially start tomorrow," Qin Hanchu suggested. "Brother, what shall we eat?" Qin Xiaoyu perked up at the mention of dining out. "What do you think?" Qin Hanchu asked. "Barbecue," Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed without hesitation. Qin Hanchu turned to Yang He and the others. "Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely." The trio responded with enthusiasm at the thought of barbecue. "Then let us be off," Qin Hanchu said, taking Tang Siwei's hand. Not far from the courtyard, there was a barbecue restaurant. Once seated, Qin Hanchu ordered a few dishes before telling Yang He and the others, "Feel free to order whatever skewers you fancy." Having worked diligently throughout the morning, the 6 were already ravenous. When the food arrived, Qin Hanchu encouraged everyone to dig in. "Do you 3 drink? Since you're off work this afternoon, you could indulge a little," he remarked. Though he abstained from alcohol, he did not wish to impose his preferences on others. Eating barbecue without a drink seemed devoid of spirit. Seeing Qin Hanchu's stance, the 3 did not hold back. "Would you like to drink? Soft drinks or mineral water?" he asked Tang Siwei. Before she could respond, Qin Xiaoyu chimed in, "I want a soft drink. Just stick to plain water. Why bother with soft drinks?" Qin Hanchu replied, "You are currently undergoing the process of losing your baby teeth. It is imperative to take good care of your dental health," remarked Qin Hanchu. Qin Xiaoyu hurried over to Tang Siwei's side, playfully clinging to her arm and saying, "Sister-in-law, I wish to have a drink." The utterance of sister-in-law effortlessly dismantled Tang Siwei's defenses. She turned to Qin Hanchu and said, "Let her have a bottle. After she finishes, she can rinse her mouth. And she can brush her teeth at home." Sister-in-law is so good to me, Qin Xiaoyu giggled. Qin Hanchu shot a glare at Qin Xiaoyu before requesting 2 bottles of beverages from the waiter. It's quite disheartening. The boss has even entered university yet has a girlfriend. Here we are, 3 of us still single. Wang Qi sighed. Boss, aren't you looking to hire new employees? Could you perhaps bring in a few female colleagues to balance the dynamics? Qin Dong chuckled. Yang He's eyes lit up at this prospect. That's a brilliant idea. If female employees join, I fear you all may lose focus on your work. With all sorts of programming bugs arising, it would be unjust not to deduct your salaries. Listen to the boss. Women can only impede your coding efficiency, Qin Hanchu jested. Tang Siwei laughed at this remark, responding, you speak as one who has never known hunger. The boss's wife speaks wisely, Yang He added. Upon hearing the title of boss's wife, Tang Siwei beamed with joy and suggested, I believe we should hire 2 female employees. It would make work far more enjoyable. Long live the boss's wife. Qin Dong exclaimed, tears of gratitude in his eyes. Qin Hanchu chuckled, are there any female programmers? Though they are scarce, they do exist. Aren't there plenty of women in accounting? Yang He replied, 1 female accountant among you men would surely lead to quarrels. Qin Hanchu noted, it's a matter of fair competition, Qin Dong remarked. Though generally reticent, Qin Dong became animated when discussing women. Qin Hanchu smiled at him. You seem quite engaged when the topic turns to women. Qin Dong, feeling bashful, scratched his head. Isn't it only natural to contribute to the continuation of humanity? I was hesitant to make that explicit. After a brief pause, Qin Hanchu resumed, on a more serious note, I wish to develop a mobile application for Xiaomi Garden. What kind of talent do you think I should recruit? As a reborn individual, Qin Hanchu was acutely aware of the significance of mobile applications in the future. This foresight prompted him to strategize early in the realm of mobile software. Lacking expertise in programming, Qin Hanchu sought counsel from Qin Dong and the others. Within the span of their meal, he gleaned some insights into software development. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qin Hanchu printed a recruitment notice and affixed it to the entrance of the courtyard before the 3 made their way home. After a busy morning, both Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei felt a bit fatigued. Upon arriving home, the trio retreated to their respective rooms for a midday nap. Just 40 minutes into his slumber, Qin Hanchu's phone rang. Answering the call, a woman's voice emerged. Hello, are you the one hiring an accountant? Indeed. May I ask how old you are? Qin Hanchu inquired. 27. And I previously worked at a company for 2 years, the woman replied. If you are not in a hurry, please wait for me at the entrance of the courtyard. I will be there shortly. Qin Hanchu replied. All right. Receiving the response from across the room, Qin Hanchu rose and departed. With Tang Siwei at home, he felt no concern for Qin Xiaoyu. 20 minutes later, Qin Hanchu arrived at the courtyard. From a distance, he spotted a tall young woman standing at the entrance. As he drew nearer, he discerned her features more clearly. On a scale of 10, she would likely score a 7.5, indicating a beauty that is above average. Hello, are you here to apply for the accounting position? Qin Hanchu inquired as he approached her. And you are? The young woman furrowed her brow in response to Qin Hanchu's question. I am the owner of the company. Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. Chapter 77. The deceptive words of men. Are you the owner of the company? The girl's astonishment was entirely anticipated by Qin Hanchu. After all, at his age, being a business owner was quite rare. While some second-generation wealthy individuals might establish their own companies at a similar age, most of them treat it as a mere pastime. Come in, let us discuss in detail. If it suits you, you may stay. If not, you can continue your search. As he spoke, Qin Hanchu pushed open the gate of the courtyard. Your company is located in a courtyard? The girl initially thought Qin Hanchu was merely posting an advertisement. She was surprised to discover that the office was indeed situated within a traditional courtyard. Qin Hanchu nodded. We were previously based in the county town and just moved to Kyoto yesterday. After contemplating for a moment, the girl followed him inside. The main room in the east wing served as the office space, while the west wing was designated as the dormitory for male employees. We just finished tidying up today, so we haven't officially commenced operations yet. The 3 of them had a bit to drink at noon and should be sleeping now. Qin Hanchu remarked in a lowered voice. Boss, who is this? Just as Qin Hanchu finished speaking, Yang He emerged. Upon seeing the girl beside Qin Hanchu, his eyes immediately brightened. This boss knows how to manage. He is already recruiting female staff, he thought, noting her admirable figure and appearance. Did you not sleep? Qin Hanchu inquired. I did, but I heard someone opening the door, and I was concerned it might be a thief, Yang He replied with a smile. Your vigilance is commendable. Go back to sleep, Qin Hanchu suggested. Yang He turned to the girl and asked, "And you are here for an interview?" Qin Hanchu answered, "I won't sleep. I'll stay and introduce you to our new colleague," Yang He declared, disinterested in Yang He's antics. Qin Hanchu turned to the girl and asked, "Do you have any questions? What does the company do?" She inquired. "We are an internet media company, primarily focused on products such as the Sword and Shield Forum and Xiaomi Garden," Qin Hanchu replied. Upon hearing this, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the Xiaomi Garden associated with the Penguin Space?" "Indeed," Yang He smiled. "By the way, I am still a member of Xiaomi Garden. Your space designs are truly beautiful." The girl smiled back. "This is Yang He. He is our company's designer. The original space templates were all created by him," Qin Hanchu pointed out. Upon hearing his introduction, Yang He puffed out his chest, assuming a proud demeanor. The girl had initially thought that Qin Hanchu's venture was merely a hobby, but upon learning that Xiaomi Garden was his website, she dismissed that notion. Given its current impressive development, the prospects appeared quite promising. "I have no further questions about the company. Here is my resume," she said, handing her resume to Qin Hanchu. Taking the resume, Qin Hanchu examined it carefully. The girl's name was Wang Lu, a graduate from the School of Economics and Management at Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications. She had interned in the finance department of a foreign trade company for 2 years. As a key institution in the country, Wang Lu could be considered a high-achieving student from a prestigious university. Most importantly, she is currently pursuing a graduate degree in economic management. In Qin Hanchu's eyes, this undoubtedly marks her as a talented individual. Compiling her resume, Qin Hanchu inquired, "What is your ideal salary?" Wang Lu pondered for a moment before responding. "Is 4,000 acceptable?" Qin Hanchu replied, "Let us do this. The first month will be 4,000. After the internship, it will be 4,005 plus 5 insurances." Despite Wang Lu being a graduate of Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications, her previous internship salary was only around 2,000. The compensation that Qin Hanchu offered left her exceedingly satisfied. "All right," Wang Lu nodded in agreement. "You are a local, correct?" Qin Hanchu, having reviewed Wang Lu's resume, was aware that her family resided in Qidian District. Whoever could win her affection would undoubtedly have the fortune of their ancestors smiling down upon them. There was no need to mention housing. Merely possessing a household registration in the capital was a coveted asset. Whosoever marries her would allow their child to inherit the capital's household registration. And while both attended Tsinghua University, out-of-province students required over 600 points for admission, whereas a local could be accepted with just 500. "Yes," Wang Lu smiled. "I can reach the company in 5 minutes by bicycle. Then it's settled. You will officially start tomorrow. I have some matters I would like to discuss with you," Qin Hanchu stated. "See you tomorrow," Wang Lu replied, bidding farewell to Qin Hanchu and offering a gentle smile to Yang He. Once Wang Lu departed, Yang He remarked with a grin, "Boss, you truly are something. If you're going to discuss matters, do it properly. Anyone causing chaos with romantic entanglements in the office will have to face my wrath." As he spoke, Qin Hanchu's tone was quite serious. He had no objections to office romances, but would not condone anyone mistreating a young woman. "Understood," Yang He nodded. Upon returning home, Tang Siwei and Qin Xiaoyu lounged on the sofa engrossed in an idle drama. Noticing Qin Hanchu's arrival, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Brother, where have you been running off to again? Don't you know you should spend more time with your girlfriend at home?" Qin Hanchu raised the plastic bag in his hand and asked, "How about some candied hawthorn?" At the mention of candied hawthorn, Qin Xiaoyu immediately leapt off the sofa, exclaiming, "Yes. This bunch is for Siwei," Qin Hanchu said, handing a skewer to Qin Xiaoyu. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu sighed. "Indeed, having a girlfriend means forgetting about your sister. I used to be your priority. You're lucky I didn't kick you out." Qin Hanchu teased. Qin Xiaoyu huffed at him, and then turned to Tang Siwei with a smile. "Sister-in-law, you go ahead and eat first." Witnessing the rapid shift in Qin Xiaoyu's demeanor, Qin Hanchu felt a sense of admiration. Tang Siwei was also amused by Qin Xiaoyu's antics. Her laughter was like a flower blooming, captivatingly beautiful. After giving Qin Xiaoyu a skewer of candied hawthorn, Qin Hanchu finally took out his own. Sitting on the sofa, he munched on the glutinous rice paper covering the candied hawthorn and remarked, "I just recruited an accountant, a top student from Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications." "Is it a male or female?" Tang Siwei inquired. "A female, and quite attractive," Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. "Didn't your eyes widen?" Tang Siwei teased. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hanchu declared, "My heart belongs solely to you. No matter how beautiful other women may be, they hold no significance for me." Yet, despite such declarations, Tang Siwei's lips curled into a joyful smile. Girls often lament that men are smooth talkers, yet they cannot resist such sweet words. A man who lacks the art of flattery is likely destined for solitude. How nauseating! Qin Xiaoyu scoffed. Enjoy your candied hawthorn, Qin Hanchu replied. Qin Xiaoyu sighed in frustration. Should I return to my room? I feel rather superfluous. Go ahead, but remember to close the door, Qin Hanchu said with a smile. No, I shall remain as the third wheel, Qin Xiaoyu replied, tilting her head with a sense of pride. Chapter 78, Comic Platform in the Evening. Qin Hanchu prepared a plate of fried sauce noodles for the two. After satisfying their appetites, Tang Siwei cheerfully suggested, I feel a bit stuffed. Let us go for a stroll. Qin Hanchu nodded in agreement. All right, let us meander through the park. Brother, please pour me some water. Upon hearing of the outing, Qin Xiaoyu handed her water bottle to Qin Hanchu. After filling it, he returned the bottle to her. Qin Xiaoyu then playfully slung the cup over her shoulder like a bag. Once they descended the stairs, Qin Hanchu took Qin Xiaoyu's hand on his left while holding Tang Siwei's hand on his right. After a short distance, Qin Xiaoyu remarked, You two should hold hands. Standing between you feels a bit awkward. With that, she moved to Qin Hanchu's left side. A perceptive choice, Qin Hanchu thought, as he held Qin Xiaoyu's hand with his left while naturally clasping Tang Siwei's delicate hand with his right. Qin Xiaoyu chuckled, considering how considerate I am. You must treat me to an old popsicle later. Not today, perhaps in a few days, Qin Hanchu replied. Qin Xiaoyu pouted. Why must it be a few days? Sister Siwei can't eat. What if you crave her food? She is unwell, Qin Hanchu explained. Qin Xiaoyu, puzzled, inquired, What do you mean she can't eat? She is feeling unwell, Qin Hanchu reiterated. Tang Siwei blushed and asked, How did you know? I noticed the large band-aid during your bathroom visit, Qin Hanchu answered. You are quite observant, Tang Siwei said, her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyu looked bewildered, asking, Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Should we see a doctor? No need. I just can't eat anything cold for now, Tang Siwei replied. Qin Xiaoyu didn't press further and simply stated, All right, let us skip it today. Once you feel better, we'll enjoy it together. Sounds good, Tang Siwei responded with a smile. As they chatted joyfully, the trio arrived at the park, where a group of older women were dancing in the square, though it wasn't particularly popular at that moment. Alongside them, youth were skating on skateboards and rollerblades, a trend that was particularly in vogue. Many shopping malls featured dedicated skating rinks, filled with dynamic music and exhilarating thrills, accompanied by envious glances from girls. During this time, proficiency in rollerblading undoubtedly conferred a distinct advantage in the realm of romance. It is no exaggeration to say that skating rinks were prime hunting grounds for young men seeking affection. Do you want to learn how to rollerblade? Qin Hanchu inquired of Qin Xiaoyu. She nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I'll buy you a pair when I have time, and I'll teach you how to skate. Qin Hanchu promised. Can you skate? Tang Siwei asked. Qin Hanchu grinned. Brother is versatile in all skills. Such bravado. Tang Siwei laughed. After circling the square, the trio returned home. Both Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei needed to write, leaving Qin Xiaoyu to enjoy her animated series in the living room. The following day, the three returned to the courtyard, where Wang Lu was already engaged in conversation with Chen Dong and his companions. With the addition of a female employee, Chen Dong and his friends appeared particularly spirited. After their meeting, Qin Hanchu introduced Tang Siwei and Wang Lu. Once the two exchanged greetings, Qin Hanchu suggested, Let us convene a brief meeting. Tang Siwei took Qin Xiaoyu to play on the computer, while the five of them proceeded to the adjacent room. This room had already been arranged by Qin Hanchu as a small conference area, capable of accommodating 10 individuals for a meeting. Once seated, Qin Hanchu declared, First, let us extend a warm welcome to Sister Lu. Before he could initiate applause, Yang He and the others had already erupted into enthusiastic clapping. In response to their fervor, Wang Lu smiled and nodded appreciatively. Qin Hanchu glanced at Chen Dong and the others, who offered embarrassed smiles in return. Sister Lu. Later we shall go out to purchase a few computers. From this day forth, my personal accounts will be separate from the company's finances. You will oversee the accounts. Qin Hanchu stated to Wang Lu. Wang Lu inquired, Do you have any specific arrangements in mind? Perhaps concerning taxation? What do you mean? Qin Hanchu asked. Generally speaking, business owners tend to operate two companies. One serves as the main entity, while the other is designated for investment. This approach allows for legal tax reductions, Wang Lu explained. No need for that. All taxes will be paid in accordance with the law. We should take the time to enroll Chen Dong and the others in the 5 insurances. If you decide to remain with our company, you may enroll as well. As a reborn individual, Qin Hanchu was acutely aware of the stringent taxation policies that lay ahead. Operating two companies to evade taxes was an unspoken rule in the industry, yet such actions could easily lead to violations. In this life, Qin Hanchu had already amassed considerable wealth. Thus, he saw no reason to engage in potentially illegal activities for the sake of tax savings. While paying more taxes was indeed painful, it at least spared him the anxiety of legal troubles. Wang Lu nodded, indicating her understanding. Qindong, Wang Qi. Your upcoming task is to establish a comic website. Our company will launch a comic platform. As for the operational model, you may refer to a certain Chinese online literature site. In the future, we will also introduce a membership system and a paid subscription model. At that moment, Wang Lu gazed at Qin Hanchu in astonishment. Could this truly be just a high school student? His business acumen and eloquence were remarkably mature for his age. At such a young age, he was planning to create a comic platform and adapt his novels into comics. Chapter 79, The Start of University at Noon. Qin Hanchu personally took to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Wang Lu, a native of Kyoto, had savored many exquisite dishes throughout her life. Nevertheless, she was thoroughly impressed by Qin Hanchu's culinary skills. Not only did he possess a remarkable business acumen at such a young age, but he also excelled in the culinary arts. It was no wonder he had garnered the affection of a girlfriend at such an early stage. With such attributes, how could any girl resist his charm? If he weren't so youthful, she might have found herself smitten. As they enjoyed their meal, Qin Hanchu received a job inquiry over the phone. The voice on the line belonged to a young woman, which surprised him, as she was applying for a position as a software programmer. In this era, female programmers were still a rarity. Moments later, he entered with a girl in tow. Although she was not particularly tall, her features were strikingly delicate, her face round and possessing a hint of baby fat. Upon seeing this adorable girl, Qindong and Wang Qi's eyes sparkled with interest once more. The girl's name was Ding Xuejia, and upon learning that Xiaomi Garden was Qin Hanchu's website, she was equally astonished. To Qin Hanchu's surprise, Ding Xuejia was also a registered member of Xiaomi Garden. It dawned on him that there were hidden gems within the community. If that were the case, why bother posting a job advertisement? He could simply announce a recruitment notice on his own site. After a fruitful conversation, Ding Xuejia accepted Qin Hanchu's terms and officially joined Xiaoyu Media. In the afternoon, he instructed Qindong to post a recruitment announcement on Xiaomi Garden. In addition to hiring mobile software engineers, he also sought copywriters and comic artists. In 2007, U17 Comics had already been established. Although it had yet to commence commercial operations, Qin Hanchu was not inclined to invest in it. With the traffic support from Xiaomi Garden, he could easily create a comic platform of his own. His recruitment of artists was aimed at producing the comic adaptation of Invincible War God. Beyond the comic division, he also intended to establish an animation department. This was what he referred to as a pan-entertainment strategy. Once the framework was in place, Qin Hanchu could cultivate and develop intellectual properties. In the ensuing days, the trio arrived at the office punctually, as though they were already on a work schedule. Within a mere 3 days, Qin Hanchu received over 1,000 job applications. After meticulous selection, he ultimately hired 6 individuals. Among them were 3 software engineers, 2 artists, and 1 copywriter. With these new hires, Xiaoyu Media now boasted a total of 11 employees. At that moment, the company possessed only 9 computers, prompting Qin Hanchu to procure 2 additional units. Under his direction, software development and web development were consolidated into a technical department. The main building served as their office space, while the eastern wing housed the comic and accounting departments. The 4 individuals in the eastern wing were all female, whereas Ding Xuejia was the sole woman in the technical department. To celebrate the arrival of the new staff, Qin Hanchu organized a team-building event on Sunday evening. All the employees in the company are young individuals under the age of 30, which allowed them to quickly become familiar with one another. After the team-building activities concluded, everyone returned to their respective duties, embarking on a busy schedule. As time swiftly passed, the commencement of the new school term approached. Coincidentally, the start date for Renmin University aligned with that of Qin Xiaoyu School. Establish good relationships with your classmates, avoid causing trouble, and focus on your studies, advised Qin Hanchu as he and Tang Siwei escorted Qin Xiaoyu to school. Rest assured, I will interact well with my peers, Qin Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Qin Hanchu nodded, saying, Go on in. I will come to pick you up after school. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Qin Xiaoyu waved and turned to enter the classroom. Watching her walk away, Qin Hanchu turned to Tang Siwei and said, "Let us proceed to our registration as well." Since Tang Siwei would be residing on campus, she had a considerable amount of luggage. Naturally, Qin Hanchu, as her boyfriend, felt compelled to demonstrate his supportive nature. The campus was bustling with excitement that day, resembling a grand market from a distance. Accompanied by Qin Hanchu, the two arrived at the registration area for the law department. After a series of procedures, filling out forms, making payments, and taking photographs, Tang Siwei finally received her student ID. "I will find my dormitory on my own. You go ahead with your registration," she stated. "It won't take long. Let me help you carry your things downstairs so you don't tire yourself out." Qin Hanchu smiled in response. Tang Siwei grinned and said, "It's great to have a boyfriend. Establish good relations with your roommates. You will be living together for 4 years," Qin Hanchu advised. Tang Siwei laughed. "Your tone is just like when you were advising Xiaoyu. In my heart, there is little distinction between you and Xiaoyu. I worry for both of you," Qin Hanchu confessed. "But I am an adult now," Tang Siwei protested. "Yet to me, you still appear as a little woman in need of care." Upon hearing this, Tang Siwei beamed with joy, saying, "Then you shall take care of me for a lifetime. I intend to remain a little woman forever. I can care for you for eternity, but you cannot remain a little woman forever. I look forward to you educating our children," Qin Hanchu remarked. "You rascal. Who said anything about having children with you?" Tang Siwei responded playfully. "If you want to have children with me, I shall seek someone else." Qin Hanchu teased with a laugh. Immediately, Tang Siwei pouted and huffed. "You wouldn't dare." "So, will you?" Qin Hanchu chuckled. Chapter 80. Do you already have a boyfriend? The first class of university was quite relaxed. It began with the homeroom teacher introducing themselves, followed by introductions from the students. After establishing a preliminary understanding, the election for temporary class officers commenced. Once these matters were settled, the class came to an end. After class, Qin Hanchu called Tang Siwei. 10 minutes later, the two met at the school square. "Where are we headed now?" Tang Siwei inquired, naturally taking Qin Hanchu's hand as she approached him. "I'm taking you to buy sunscreen, a water bottle, and some wet wipes," Qin Hanchu replied. "Aren't we starting military training in a few days?" Tang Siwei asked curiously. "Better to be prepared in advance," Qin Hanchu stated. Nodding in agreement, Tang Siwei replied, "That makes sense. Let us go." After a brief conversation, they walked hand in hand towards the campus exit. Though Tang Siwei hailed from a small town, her beauty was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Even in university, she remained a strong contender for the title of campus beauty. As they strolled, Tang Siwei's stunning looks attracted numerous admiring glances from the opposite sex. The sight of her holding hands with Qin Hanchu left many boys feeling somewhat disheartened. "Isn't that a new freshman? Already has a boyfriend?" One of the second-year students murmured. "She must have been taken in high school. That guy sure moves fast." In university, it had become commonplace for upperclassmen to pursue younger students, leading to a ritual each academic year where seniors sought out their preferred targets. With her tall figure and delicate features, Tang Siwei was certainly a favored choice among the campus beauties, capturing the attention of many seniors. Upon leaving the campus, Qin Hanchu took Tang Siwei to the supermarket. After a shopping spree, it was already noon. Carrying a large bag of items, Qin Hanchu escorted Tang Siwei to the dormitory entrance. "I'll wait for you here. Let us go to the cafeteria together and see what's on offer," Qin Hanchu suggested. Tang Siwei smiled and nodded. "Wait for me. I'll be down shortly." Taking the plastic bag from Qin Hanchu, she hurried into the dormitory. Inside, she found 3 girls engaged in conversation. "Siwei, you're already done shopping? We were hoping to invite you along," one of them said. The girl speaking was Wenrong, sporting short hair and a very outgoing personality. Feeling a bit shy, Tang Siwei replied, "My boyfriend took me shopping. When are you all going? If I have time, I'd love to join you for more shopping." "Boyfriend? You already have a boyfriend?" exclaimed another girl named Dai Xiaoqi, who had long, slightly blonde hair and features that hinted at a mixed heritage. It must be noted that the overall attractiveness of Tang Siwei's dormitory was quite high. She had chosen a 4-person room, ensuring a pleasant environment and ample space. "Yes, we've been classmates since middle school," Tang Siwei said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "So enviable." Ma Qianwen is Tang Siwei's 3rd roommate. Her appearance may not be conventionally beautiful, yet she exudes a serene aura. When Rome smiled and inquired, "Where is she? Let her come out and meet us." Tang Siwei, feeling a bit shy, replied, "She's downstairs. We were just about to go for a meal." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go together." Dai Xiaoqi's curiosity was piqued. She was eager to see what Tang Siwei's boyfriend looked like. Accompanied by the three, Tang Siwei exited the dormitory building. Upon seeing the trio, Qin Hanchu immediately surmised they were Tang Siwei's roommates. She has a pleasing appearance, Wen Rong whispered. Although her voice was hushed, Qin Hanchu caught her words and teased. Are you subtly suggesting that I am unattractive? No, absolutely not. I merely meant that while you may not be handsome, your demeanor is quite commendable, Wen Rong hurriedly clarified. Slightly embarrassed, Qin Hanchu smiled and replied, I see. Your boyfriend is rather charming, Ma Qianwen remarked with a smile. How did you win over our Siwei? Dai Xiaoqi asked curiously. I captivated her with my charm, Qin Hanchu replied with a grin. The exchange left Tang Siwei blushing, feeling shy. Please, don't tease me, she said bashfully. You're embarrassed. The trio laughed. Qin Hanchu then pulled Tang Siwei closer to him and said, now that everyone is here, allow me to treat you all to dinner. No need. We just came to meet Siwei's boyfriend, not to mooch a meal, Wen Rong quickly responded. Qin Hanchu chuckled. Don't be polite. I will need your help in looking after my girlfriend in the future. Indeed, no need to be formal. Let's dine together, Tang Siwei said. In that case, we shall not hold back, Dai Xiaoqi added. Under Qin Hanchu's guidance, the five made their way to a restaurant named Dongxi Mingfang. After being seated, Qin Hanchu encouraged Wen Rong and the others to order their meals. Not wanting to impose on Qin Hanchu, they opted for the most economical dishes. After receiving the menu, Qin Hanchu added 2 signature dishes from Kyoto. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Qin Hanchu, Tang Siwei's boyfriend. On the way to the restaurant, the 4 girls had been whispering, leaving Qin Hanchu without a chance to introduce himself. Upon hearing this, Dai Xiaoqi and the others followed suit with their introductions. Thus, a preliminary acquaintance was established between the 2 groups. As they dined, the conversation among the 5 became increasingly natural. Just then, Qin Hanchu's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered, Sister Lu, what is it? The Rolling Stone nightclub in Kyoto wants to invite Jiaya and Shui Guanyin for a commercial performance, with a fee of 50,000 each. Sister Lu replied. Qin Hanchu was taken aback. This was the first commercial performance order he had received. The Rolling Stone nightclub is considered one of the finest in Kyoto. I'll contact Jiayao and Shui Guanyin and get back to you shortly. After hanging up, Qin Hanchu informed the group, please continue eating. I need to make a phone call. With that, he stood up and walked outside. He inquired whether Jiyo and Shui Guanyin were the 2 popular figures from Xiaomi Home. In this era, how many young people do not engage with QQ space? Although Xiaomi Home has only a few million registered members, the number of individuals familiar with it exceeds 10 million. Wenrong also enjoys exploring spaces. She has listened to Jiyo and Shui Guanyin as performances in the spaces of her high school classmates. While she does not particularly favor this musical style, she is nonetheless well acquainted with these names. Tang Siwei nodded and responded, yes. Wenrong, intrigued, asked, does your boyfriend know them? Tang Siwei replied nonchalantly, yes. He's the administrator of Xiaomi Home. Jiyo and Shui Guanyin are both signed artists under him. The trio exclaimed in astonishment, Qin Hanchu is the administrator of Xiaomi Home? Chapter 81. The pioneer of internet fame at this moment, the Xiaomi Home was truly renowned across the internet, boasting over 4.5 million registered members. The trio was astonished to discover that Qin Hanchu was the administrator of Xiaomi Home. At just 18 years old, Tang Siwei was unable to exhibit the restraint typical of adults. Their expressions of surprise greatly satisfied her vanity, prompting her to nod with a hint of pride. Yes. I heard that the administrator of Xiaomi Home is also a novelist on a certain Chinese website, and it seems his works are quite famous. Ma Qianwen responded with astonishment. How impressive to achieve so much as a freshman. To which Dai Xiaoqi remarked, no wonder you would pledge yourself to him. Meanwhile, Qin Hanchu had already concluded a phone call with Jiaya and Shui Guanyin. Although a performance fee of 50,000 yuan might not seem substantial in this era, it was certainly not a trifling amount. Even after Qin Hanchu's cut of 40%, they would still earn a profit of 30,000 yuan. Earning 30,000 in a single night was an opportunity they could hardly refuse. Upon receiving their affirmative responses, Qin Hanchu requested the contact number of the Rolling Stone representative. Despite it being just a one-night performance, Qin Hanchu deemed it necessary to sign a contract with the other party. Additionally, the cost of their travel would need to be reimbursed by Rolling Stone. With their considerable resources, Rolling Stone was unconcerned about a few thousand yuan in transportation costs. Readily agreeing to the arrangement, they set a time for the meeting before concluding the call. Upon returning to the restaurant, Qin Hanchu apologized. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Who would have thought you were an internet celebrity? When Rong chuckled. Qin Hanchu smiled nonchalantly. I merely had a stroke of good fortune. Speaking of which, we have a local internet celebrity too, Dai Xiaoqi remarked. Who is it? Qin Hanchu inquired with curiosity. Dai Xiaoqi, slightly embarrassed, replied, I'm not sure of her name, but her photos are ubiquitous in many people's profiles, frequently appearing on Xiaomi Home as well. Qin Hanchu pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing, could it be Cheng Lin? This name had once been heralded as the progenitor of internet fame. In this era, her selfies were revered by countless young men as the epitome of beauty. Her images were plastered across platforms like QQ Space and adorned countless avatars, etching her into the youthful memories of numerous netizens. Although Qin Hanchu had encountered her introduction before, she was not a figure that lingered in his memory. During her peak, he had been in prison, laboriously working at a sewing machine. Opening his phone, Qin Hanchu searched for Cheng Lin's photograph. In the image, Cheng Lin appeared slender, with a pair of remarkably bright eyes. Her fashionable attire, coupled with her pure and stunning visage, rendered her no less captivating than film stars. Is this her? Qin Hanchu inquired as he presented the photo to Dai Xiaoqi. Dai Xiaoqi glanced at it and nodded. Yes, that's her. Qin Hanchu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She represented a promising asset. Securing her would undoubtedly strengthen his media company with another formidable talent. When the phenomenon of live streaming emerged, Cheng Lin's popularity could undoubtedly have made her a top internet celebrity. In Qin Hanchu's recollection, Cheng Lin had only shone brightly for a few years before fading into obscurity. Rumors circulated online suggesting that numerous individuals had exploited her images for deceitful purposes, leading her to fear being associated with fraud. It appeared that this was indeed the reason for her withdrawal from the digital realm. Upon her eventual return, she was already a divorced single mother, and by then, live streaming had gained immense popularity. Although she garnered some attention due to her past fame, she ultimately missed the most opportune moment. Do you know how I can get in touch with her? Qin Hanchu inquired. Dai Xiaoqi replied, I only know that she studies at Wuhan University. Qin Hanchu smiled. Thank you, I appreciate it. Are you looking to sign her? Tang Siwei asked. Indeed, Xiaomi Home needs a brand ambassador. She has a significant following online. Making her a fitting choice, Qin Hanchu nodded. Are you one of her admirers? Tang Siwei scrutinized Qin Hanchu. Tang Siwei's expression made Qin Hanchu chuckle. Are you feeling jealous? No, how could I be jealous? Tang Siwei retorted, though her denial was insincere. Qin Hanchu reassured her, rest assured, my interest in her is purely professional. Trust me, I shall remain steadfast. Of course I trust you, Tang Siwei admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed as Qin Hanchu saw through her thoughts. Her youthful nature led her to exhibit a typical jealousy, which was entirely normal. After their meal, the five of them departed from the restaurant. Standing at the entrance, Tang Siwei said to Qin Hanchu, I'll accompany them shopping. You can amuse yourself. All right, let us video chat tonight, Qin Hanchu replied. Don't worry. I'll return your girlfriend to you by evening, Dai Xiaoqi joked. Goodbye, esteemed celebrity, she added, and with that, the four of them walked away, laughing. After they had walked a distance, Tang Siwei turned and waved to Qin Hanchu with a smile. Bye-bye. Qin Hanchu smiled and waved back. Once the four had vanished from sight, he logged into his mobile QQ. Xiaomi Home had a management group that included all moderators, Legion leaders, and gaming guild administrators. Are there any brothers studying at Wuhan University? Qin Hanchu sent a message in the group. Boss, what are you up to? The boss actually spoke up. I'm from Wuhan University. What plans does the boss have? The captain of the gaming division's Zhu Xian branch inquired. Qin Hanchu responded. There is someone named Cheng Lin at your school, right? Yes, she is our university's belle and quite renowned online, they affirmed. Please find her and give her my phone number, mentioning that I wish to discuss something with her, Qin Hanchu continued. Boss, you're not thinking of pursuing her. Are you? I believe you two would make a great match, both being internet celebrities. The group began to tease him upon hearing his intention to contact Cheng Lin. Stop joking. I have a girlfriend, Qin Hanchu clarified. Rest assured, even if I have to break into the girls' dormitory, I will fulfill the task you've assigned, someone pledged. There is no need for such concern. Did you invade the girls' dormitory on my behalf? I refuse to shoulder this blame. Qin Hanchu hurriedly sent a message. His words elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. After engaging in conversation with several administrators, Qin Hanchu finally disabled his data connection. In this era of 2G networks, data is indeed quite costly. In the afternoon, Qin Hanchu purchased an electric bicycle. Although he now possesses wealth, he has yet to obtain a driver's license. Thus he opted for an electric bike for his transportation needs. The distance from school to Wanwan Garden is rather considerable, making an electric bicycle quite convenient, particularly for picking up Qin Xiaoyu. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Qin Hanchu arrived at the elementary school in trance on his newly acquired electric bicycle. Shortly thereafter, students began to emerge in an orderly fashion. Xiaoyu. Qin Hanchu spotted Qin Xiaoyu from a distance and waved, calling out to her. Chapter 82. The voice of Qin Hanchu was quite loud, yet the entrance of the school was overwhelmingly noisy, so Qin Xiaoyu failed to hear his call. However, as she glanced around, she quickly spotted Qin Hanchu. She first exchanged a few words with her teacher, then dashed to his side, gazing at his newly purchased electric scooter and inquiring, "Brother, is this your recent acquisition?" Qin Hanchu nodded with a smile. "Isn't it nice? It looks splendid. Take me out for a ride." Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully. "After all, isn't the journey home just a delightful excursion? Come here and put on the helmet," he instructed, retrieving the pink helmet he had prepared in advance. Most girls are fond of the color pink, and upon seeing the helmet, Qin Xiaoyu was thrilled as she donned it. Once the helmet was securely in place, she took her seat on the back of the scooter. "Hold on to my clothes," Qin Hanchu reminded her. "All set. Driver. Hit the road." Qin Xiaoyu laughed, gripping Qin Hanchu's attire. He chuckled in response, and then drove away from the elementary school. As the flow of traffic diminished, Qin Hanchu inquired, "How was your day? Are you keeping up with your studies?" "Not too bad. I made several new friends today," Qin Xiaoyu replied with a smile. "If there's anything bothering you, don't hesitate to share it with me, all right?" Qin Hanchu said. Qin Xiaoyu nodded. "Got it. Let's eat first when we get home. Then you can sit beside me to do your homework. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll help you," he added, as they chatted amiably. The siblings made their way home. While Qin Hanchu prepared dinner, Qin Xiaoyu opened her computer to converse with her parents for a while. "Xiaoyu, dinner's ready," Qin Hanchu called out. In her room, Qin Xiaoyu smiled at the camera, saying, "We're about to eat. Goodbye, Dad." "Goodbye," came Qin Dalong's voice from the speakers. After ending the call, Qin Xiaoyu washed her hands and sat down for dinner. "Brother, when will you take me to skate?" she asked between bites. "I'll take you on Sunday. Just remind me, as I have quite a lot on my plate. Don't hold it against me if I forget," Qin Hanchu replied. "Don't worry. I'll remind you every evening during dinner," Qin Xiaoyu reassured him. After their meal, the two siblings entered their room together. While Qin Hanchu typed away, Qin Xiaoyu sat beside him, diligently working on her homework. Supervising a child with their studies can be quite exhausting. Back in the county town, Qin Hanchu often found himself exasperated with Qin Xiaoyu. The small stick he used for discipline was born out of necessity to ensure she completed her assignments. An hour later, Qin Hanchu finished a chapter of his novel. He removed his headphones and turned to Qin Xiaoyu, asking, "Have you completed your math homework?" Qin Xiaoyu handed him her math assignment. "Yes, I've finished." As he opened her workbook, Qin Hanchu meticulously reviewed her math problems. Shortly after, his expression turned serious. "Xiaoyu, please double-check your work. I believe you missed a few questions," he said. "Oh." Qin Xiaoyu sighed in frustration as she reclaimed her notebook. While Qin Xiaoyu was busy searching for the wrong questions, Qin Hanchu opened a website to listen to music. He clicked on a site named Qidian Network and chose to listen randomly. At that moment, he was taken aback. The melody flowing through his headphones was astonishingly familiar. Could it be? Was the Funeral of the Rose already available? Qin Hanchu glanced at the webpage, which indeed displayed the Funeral of the Rose. As for the song's author, it was credited to V. In Qin Hanchu's recollection, Su's song seemed to have only risen to fame a decade later. He never anticipated that he would release music this early. He opened a search engine and looked up Su's song and V. Through his search, he stumbled upon a private forum. Within the forum, Qin Hanchu discovered numerous familiar songs, including If You Become the Wind, which had already been released. At that moment, the V forum boasted around 70 to 80,000 registered members. Qin Hanchu even saw a group photo of fans from Huizhou celebrating Su's song's birthday. It dawned on him that Su's song had already garnered a modest degree of fame, although he had yet to release an official album. Qin Hanchu registered as a member of the V forum and sent a private message to Su's song, hoping it would catch his attention. After dispatching the message, he turned to Qin Xiaoyu and asked, "Have you figured it out?" Qin Xiaoyu, with a disgruntled expression, shook her head and replied, "No, brother, can you please help me?" Qin Hanchu took her notebook and pointed to one of the questions, saying, "Fill in the appropriate unit in the parentheses." It's correct that the blackboard is 4 meters long. But why is Xiaoming's height listed as 135 millimeters? Can you tell me how tall 135 millimeters is? Qin Xiaoyu, with a stern face, responded, "I just wrote it wrong. I meant centimeters." Carelessness, and you still have a reason? Qin Hanchu inquired. Qin Xiaoyu fell silent, taking back her notebook to erase the incorrect answer. However, after erasing the mistake, she hesitated to write anything down. Noticing this, Qin Hanchu asked, "Why aren't you writing? How do you write Li in centimeters?" Qin Xiaoyu queried. Qin Hanchu felt a headache coming on and said, "I sent how in millimeters no more difficult to write than Li in centimeters? You can write how, yet you can't manage Li? Why would knowing how to write how guarantee you can write Li?" Qin Xiaoyu retorted, leaving Qin Hanchu at a loss for words. Chapter 83. The Unjust Decibel Network. When Qin Hanchu inquired, Su Song recounted the entire affair. It turned out that Su Song had merely signed a standard singer's contract with Decibel Network. His obligation was simply to upload songs to his personal page at regular intervals, while Decibel Network retained only the right to play them. Initially, Su Song was motivated by a desire for more people to appreciate his music, thus he did not demand any remuneration. In his mind, the website was promoting him, and in return, he was driving traffic to the site, an equitable exchange. However, he was blindsided when he discovered that Decibel Network had clandestinely sold his songs to a ringtone company. By the end of 2006, Su Song performed at a promotional event for Lenovo phones, with his song Pink Note becoming the default ringtone for the device. Unbeknownst to him, Decibel Network profited handsomely from this event, earning 150,000, while he, as the original artist, remained completely unaware. As the saying goes, Buddha contends over a stick of incense. While humans fight for a breath, Decibel Network, without possessing the copyright to Su Song's music, profited from it in the shadows, a grievous transgression. Would you like to premiere your song at our Xiaomi garden? You would retain the copyright. I would only use it as opening music with no other commercial exploitation. If you are concerned, we can formalize our agreement, Qin Hanchu proposed. Xiaomi Garden boasts nearly 5 million members and wields significant online influence. Why would they promote me? Su Song expressed his doubts. Qin Hanchu candidly replied, "I wish to sign you to a performance contract, with you retaining 70% of the earnings. Our agreement will be limited to performance-related activities and will not restrict your ability to seek a record label. Moreover, the decision to accept performance invitations will rest solely with you." "Are you certain?" Su Song questioned, skeptical of such generous terms. No copyright demands, only a share of performance earnings, and that remarkable 70-30 split. What truly captivated him was the final point. The autonomy to accept performance opportunities lay with him. "Of course, if you fear my contract harbors pitfalls, you are free to draft your own. Even the duration of the contract can be determined by you," Qin Hanchu stated, fully aware of Su Song's commercial potential. If it were someone else, they might attempt to bind Su Song by any means necessary. Yet, Qin Hanchu had no desire to do so. The reason was simple: self-awareness. He was utterly unfamiliar with the workings of record companies, and even if he secured Su Song, he lacked the channels to facilitate his commercial endeavors. Why then should he constrain Su Song's growth? By offering the most favorable conditions, he sought merely to cultivate a positive relationship. Even if Su Song chose not to renew the performance contract, they could still emerge as friends. Connections can often prove to be the most invaluable and tangible asset. Qin Hanchu's proposal left Su Song with no grounds for refusal. After a lengthy pause, Su Song finally responded, "I will have someone draft the contract and send it to you for review." Upon receiving this message, Qin Hanchu chuckled, simultaneously sharing his company's information with Su Song. "Brother, are you foolish?" Seeing Qin Hanchu smiling foolishly at the computer, Qin Xiaoyu expressed her confusion. "Complete your homework." Qin Hanchu replied irritably. With a disgruntled hum, Qin Xiaoyu chose to ignore him. Once Qin Hanchu calmed himself, he concluded his call with Su Song, having finished his novel. It was already past 9 in the evening. At that moment, Tang Siwei initiated a video call. "Sister-in-law, my brother was just smiling at the computer. It's so unusual." As soon as the video connected, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed. In response, Qin Hanchu playfully flicked Qin Xiaoyu on the head, saying, "Go watch your television. If you don't want to watch, then wash up and go to bed. You hurt me, you big bad wolf." Qin Xiaoyu huffed, quickly leaving to watch cartoons. Once Qin Xiaoyu departed, Tang Siwei adopted a serious expression and asked, "So, who were you chatting with?" "Why the silly grin?" "I was conversing with a musical genius who has agreed to join Xiaoyu Media, hence my joy," Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. "Musical genius?" "I can't help but think it's that Cheng Lin," Tang Siwei remarked. Qin Hanchu quickly insisted, "I swear on the light bulb, it's definitely not her." "No need to swear. I was just teasing you." I believe you would never betray me, Tang Siwei chuckled. Have you finished your novel? Qin Hanchu inquired. Tang Siwei sighed. I hit a writer-s block, so I won't write any more today. I still have several thousand words saved. Did you write any intimate scenes? Qin Hanchu asked quietly. Get lost. How could I write such things? My writing is pure love, Tang Siwei replied, her face flushed. Qin Hanchu smiled. It's been a while since I read your novels. I should make time to see if I can catch a glimpse of your thoughts within. You're not allowed to read, Tang Siwei quickly retorted. After chatting for half an hour, Tang Siwei softly said, It's time to turn off the lights. See you tomorrow. Bye. After ending the video call, Qin Hanchu walked to the living room. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu was leaning against a plush teddy bear. Engrossed in the cartoon. Xiaoyu, it's time to wash up and sleep, Qin Hanchu suggested. Qin Xiaoyu glanced at the clock and replied, Just 10 more minutes. You said that, so just 10 minutes it is, Qin Hanchu affirmed. Okay, Qin Xiaoyu nodded, her eyes fixed on the television. Qin Hanchu settled onto the sofa and quietly watched the clock. The 10 minutes passed swiftly. Chapter 84. If you become the wind the following day. Qin Hanchu was roused from his slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. What is it? He murmured, blinking his bleary eyes. Brother, my alarm has gone off. Why haven't you gotten up to prepare breakfast yet? Qin Xiaoyu shouted from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanchu abruptly sat up. The alarm he had set for Qin Xiaoyu was meant to signal breakfast time, and yet, he had not yet risen. He had conversed with Tang Siwei late into the night, resulting in his oversleeping. Hurry, I'll brush my teeth and wash my face. I'll take you out for breakfast, Qin Hanchu called out as he hurriedly dressed. Got it, Qin Xiaoyu responded before proceeding with her morning routine. 10 minutes later, Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu departed the neighborhood. Upon arriving at the breakfast shop, Qin Hanchu ordered fried dough sticks and soy milk. They devoured their meal in haste before racing off to school. Fortunately, they arrived in time, and Qin Xiaoyu was not late. As for Qin Hanchu, he had ample time. Apart from the mandatory courses for credits, he could afford to skip other classes occasionally. While attending a lecture, Qin Hanchu's phone vibrated. He glanced at the lecturer before retrieving his phone. Noticing it was an unfamiliar number, he initially declined the call but then sent a message. In class. I will call you back shortly. At this time, nuisance calls were not yet prevalent. As long as it was not a wrong number, it must pertain to something important. After class, Qin Hanchu dialed the unfamiliar number. The call connected, and a woman's voice greeted him. Hello. Is this Cheng Lin? Qin Hanchu inquired cautiously. Yes, it is. What can I do for you? Cheng Lin asked. Forgoing pleasantries, Qin Hanchu stated directly, I would like to invite you to join my media company as a signed artist. Me? An artist? Cheng Lin questioned, puzzled. What would I need to do? Singing and dancing are not my specialties. The company is preparing a web drama. And I would like you to be the female lead, Qin Hanchu explained. At this, Cheng Lin chuckled, the female lead? Shouldn't I be getting an understanding of your intentions? What do you mean by that? Qin Hanchu was momentarily taken aback. Stop pretending. I've seen enough news to know better, Cheng Lin retorted. I have no interest in being a star, and do not think you can scheme with me. Only then did Qin Hanchu realize her misunderstanding. He laughed. You've misinterpreted my intentions. I am in a relationship and would never engage in such behavior. Who says being in a relationship prevents infidelity? There are plenty of mistresses with husbands, Cheng Lin shot back. You do make a valid point. However, I truly have no ulterior motives. How about we discuss this in detail over a video call this afternoon? Qin Hanchu suggested, surprised to be perceived as a scheming individual. Nevertheless, he held no resentment. It was prudent for a young woman to protect herself. To trust too easily would inevitably lead to deception. Cheng Lin fell silent for a moment before replying, all right. I will add your QQ number shortly. Just as Qin Hanchu concluded his conversation with Cheng Lin, a call from Tang Siwei came through. Have you finished your class? Tang Siwei inquired gently. As Qin Hanchu nodded, he inquired, and you? Just as they exited the teaching building, Tang Siwei suggested, shall we take a stroll around the playground? All right. See you at the square, Qin Hanchu responded, making his way there directly. After waiting for 5 minutes at the square, Tang Siwei joyfully sprinted towards him. Upon reaching his side, she linked her arm with his and exclaimed, let's go. Qin Hanchu smiled in agreement and followed her towards the playground. While walking, Qin Hanchu recounted the incident involving Cheng Lin. Upon learning that he was perceived as the villain, Tang Siwei laughed and remarked, if I were in her shoes, I would also suspect your intentions. Qin Hanchu reassured her, it's all right. Once she sees my face, she will undoubtedly believe I am a good person. Would you like me to facilitate a conversation with her? Communication among girls tends to be more effective, Tang Siwei offered. After pondering, Qin Hanchu nodded. Sure. Let's have a video chat with her at the company this afternoon. Although it was still morning, numerous young couples had already gathered on the playground. Some were even engaged in affectionate displays of affection in plain view. Whenever Tang Siwei glimpsed such scenes, she would lower her head and steal glances. Shall we find a place to share a kiss? Qin Hanchu teased, catching the glint in Tang Siwei's eyes. Instantly blushing at his words, she huffed, "You naughty boy. I wouldn't he do such a thing in public?" With a knowing smile, Qin Hanchu replied, "Understood, then we shall save that for home." "Naughty boy," Tang Siwei retorted. Her cheeks flushed as she quickened her pace ahead. As a reborn individual, Qin Hanchu was well aware of Tang Siwei's thoughts at that moment. Her playful accusation of him being a naughty boy was, in truth, a reflection of her own shyness. She had not outright refused, which implicitly accepted his insinuation. At such a moment, a man must take initiative. "I'll give you a chance. You must seize it. Let us have lunch at home today. I will prepare some tiger skin chicken feet for you," Qin Hanchu said, hastily catching up to her with a smile. Tang Siwei responded with a cheerful and then took hold of his hand once more. After strolling around the playground, they arrived at the parking shed together. As Qin Hanchu pulled out the electric scooter, he cheerfully announced, "Hop on, we're going grocery shopping." With a grin, Tang Siwei settled onto the back seat, wrapping her arms around his waist. Amidst the envious glances from other boys, Qin Hanchu rode off with Tang Siwei, leaving the campus behind. Chapter 85. The beauty pageant sweet and tender. The fragrance of youth lingers in the air. "I knew you would bully me." Moments later, Tang Siwei, blushing, playfully protested. At that moment, Qin Hanchu had just managed to bring his impulses under control. Continuing further would undoubtedly lead to a reckless situation, although he felt a lingering desire to proceed. He knew that going any further would mean exceeding the limits. "I shall bully you for a lifetime," he quipped as he returned to his seat with a mischievous grin. "How annoying. I'm eating, so I won't pay you any mind," Tang Siwei retorted, her shyness evident in her demeanor, prompting Qin Hanchu to chuckle with delight. As they enjoyed their meal, the couple nestled together, sharing a moment of television. Those in the throes of romance often find themselves drawn to one another, blissfully entangled. After some time, Qin Hanchu suggested, "Perhaps we should head back to the office. If we linger any longer, I fear I might succumb to my desires." "You are such a wolf," Tang Siwei replied, her lips glistening and her cheeks as crimson as an apple. "I am indeed the wolf, and you, my dear, are the little lamb," Qin Hanchu countered. In the afternoon, with no significant classes to attend, Qin Hanchu drove Tang Siwei to the courtyard. There, Yang He and others were diligently attending to their respective tasks. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Qin Hanchu placed the snacks he had brought on the table. "How's the progress, Ding Jie?" he inquired, approaching Ding Xuejia. Ding Xuejia smiled and replied, "We will be ready for testing next month. As long as there are no bugs, we can go live." Qin Hanchu nodded in understanding and then turned to Chen Dong, asking, "What about the comic website?" "The basic functionalities are complete, and we are currently working on the membership payment features. It should take about another 2 weeks," Chen Dong responded. Upon receiving Chen Dong's update, Qin Hanchu instructed Tang Siwei, "Please share the snacks with them while I check if Chang Lin is online." As Tang Siwei distributed the snacks, Qin Hanchu logged into his notebook and accessed QQ. As soon as he was online, a friend request popped up. It was from Cheng Lin. After accepting her request, he initiated a video call. Soon, Cheng Lin appeared on the screen. To Qin Hanchu's surprise, Cheng Lin exclaimed, "You are the administrator of Xiaomi Home?" Qin Hanchu nodded with a smile. "What do you think? I don't look like a villain, do I?" "That's hard to say," Cheng Lin replied. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Hanchu asked, "What can I do to convince you that I am not a bad person?" "That seems to be your dilemma," Cheng Lin remarked. Just as Qin Hanchu was left speechless, Tang Siwei approached from behind and smiled at the camera. "Hello, Cheng Lin. I'm Hanchu's girlfriend. My name is Tang Siwei." "Hello," Cheng Lin said, her guard lowered upon hearing Tang Siwei's introduction. "Hanchu means you no harm. He merely wishes to engage in a business collaboration," Tang Siwei added with a warm smile. Cheng Lin pondered and asked, "How do you intend to collaborate? By the way, what is this web drama you mentioned earlier?" There is no concept of web dramas in this era, though she could surmise it involved filming a television series. She found it peculiar that it was referred to as a web drama. The web drama is a form of audiovisual storytelling that circulates online, eschewing traditional television broadcasts. As explained by Qin Hanchu, such productions exist? How are compensations determined? Chang Lin displays a willingness to share her selfies, clearly yearning for attention and validation from others. Despite her verbal claims of disinterest in stardom, who among us does not harbor dreams of celebrity? Indeed, we could even venture into creating films for online distribution. These productions require minimal investment, yet can facilitate the realization of our aspirations for fame. As for compensation, I cannot provide an accurate answer at this juncture, as the web drama project has yet to officially commence. Prior to the project's initiation, I intend to arrange for a professional instructor to guide you in acting. Additionally, I must promote you to ensure that a broader audience becomes acquainted with your talent. You should be aware that many individuals are exploiting your images for deceitful purposes. Thus, my promotional efforts also serve to establish your credibility and prevent further victimization. Although Chang Lin exhibits commendable vigilance, she remains a naive university student. Under Qin Hanchu's nearly hypnotic persuasion, she ultimately agrees to sign an artist contract. Following the signing, all her selfies will be exclusively premiered on Xiaomi Home, where the space designers can readily utilize them as promotional material. After concluding the video call, Qin Hanchu forwarded the artist contract to Chang Lin. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days had elapsed. On this day, Qin Hanchu received the contract sent by Chang Lin, with his signature affixed. Chang Lin officially became a signed artist of Little Fish Media. That afternoon, Chen Dong introduced a dedicated section for Chang Lin and a subsection for the competition within Xiaomi Home. Immediately upon the establishment of the subsection, Qin Hanchu published 3 posts through the administrator backend. The first post was an announcement welcoming Chang Lin to Xiaomi Home. The second post featured a personal profile crafted by Qin Hanchu for Chang Lin, wherein he disclosed her exclusive QQ number. Any number not matching this would belong to an imposter. Naturally, this QQ account is not operated by Chang Lin herself. It functions similarly to a celebrity's Weibo, merely serving as a tool to cultivate a fan base. The final post announced the inaugural beauty pageant of Xiaomi Home, set to commence public testing in 2008. Chapter 86, Company Development. The following day, Qin Hanchu's military training life finally commenced. On the playground, new students from various departments stood in formation, their posture immaculate. At this moment, Qin Hanchu felt a profound sense of joy. In his previous life, although he had attained a university diploma through adult higher education, he had never truly experienced the essence of university life. In this incarnation, he felt he had finally realized his dream of attending university. Stand straight. The instructor's stern voice echoed in his ears. Positioned in the front row, Qin Hanchu's gaze fell upon Tang Siwei. Despite donning military training attire, Tang Siwei's beauty remained strikingly apparent. Once the posture training concluded, Qin Hanchu's class began practicing the march. Under the instructor's command, the first row, which included Qin Hanchu, commenced their forward movement. While most students managed well, Chun Bin beside him marched awkwardly, stepping in unison with the wrong foot. His clumsy antics turned him into the class's source of amusement, drawing laughter from all his classmates. Each year during military training, a few students inevitably emerged as the comedic relief, and even with the wisdom of an adult soul, Qin Hanchu found himself laughing until his sides ached. In addition to basic training, the university also offered training in stick and shield techniques as well as military body exercises. Although military training was exhausting, it was also filled with joyful moments. During breaks, the instructor engaged students in various entertaining games, fostering camaraderie among the classmates. Amidst the sweat and laughter, the 2 weeks of military training eventually came to an end. During this fortnight, Su Song had finally become a featured artist for Xiaomi Home, which consequently secured the rights to broadcast and disseminate Su Song's songs. On this particular day, Su Song's tracks, Political Acumen, Funeral of the Rose, and If You Become the Wind were added to the homepage player. Anyone who visited Xiaomi Home could listen to these 3 songs. Additionally, Qin Hanchu established a subsection for VAE and disclosed the external links for the 3 songs. Anyone who appreciated these tracks could copy the links and add them to their QQ space. To further enhance the promotion, Yang Yi specially designed a themed space template for Funeral of the Rose. Following Chang Lin's involvement, Xiaomi Home's registered members had already reached 5 million. With Su Song's addition, Xiaomi Home once again broke through its previous boundaries. Seizing the momentum, Qin Hanchu opened a collaboration section for musicians, offering free promotion and publicity for any original music. The launch of this section immediately attracted numerous original music enthusiasts, including 15-year-old Bunchi and Xiaojian. In May 2007, Xiaojian had released his own song, but due to a lack of promotional avenues, it had garnered little attention. With the promotion from Xiaomi Home, Su Song's song swiftly surged in popularity online. Learning from this experience, Xiao Jian and other internet singers naturally aspired to receive promotion from Xiaomi Home. However, not everyone was guaranteed promotion. Each week, the section would conduct a member vote, and the 3 songs with the highest votes would be featured on the homepage the following week. During this period, Qin Hanchu established an original singer collective. Any artist recommended for homepage play would receive an invitation to join. Under Qin Hanchu's guidance, these singers incorporated a phrase into their music. This song premiered on Xiaomi Home, where you can find more enchanting original songs. This initiative by Qin Hanchu was entirely in accordance with the principles of musical studies of heaven, earth, and humanity. In this era, such a strategy was an exceptional means of attracting attention. As the song circulated, Xiaomi Home garnered an increasing number of registered members. With fame comes envy, and the popularity of Xiaomi Home inevitably incited jealousy among many. In October 2007, Xiaomi Home faced a series of hacker attacks. Although the website suffered minimal damage, the member experience was adversely affected. Programmers like Chun Dong worked tirelessly, monitoring the website's backend around the clock to counteract the hacker assaults. To enhance the site's security, Qin Hanchu hired 2 dedicated security specialists. With the expertise of these professionals, the hackers gradually ceased their attacks. Even when faced with attempts to breach security, Xiaomi Home proved resilient. By mid-October, the mobile version of Xiaomi Home was officially launched. Within just one day, the mobile application amassed 300,000 downloads. By mid-December, Su Song's new song, Broken Bridge and Melting Snow, was released. As a reborn individual, Qin Hanchu recognized the significance of this song. On the day of its premiere, he devoted himself entirely to its promotion. In addition to the Jindan Forum and Xiaomi Home, Qin Hanchu also advertised at the end of the novel's chapters. Within 24 hours, Broken Bridge and Melting Snow achieved over 1 million downloads on Xiaomi Home. Although the downloads were free, the download page featured 3 advertisements, indicating that Qin Hanchu still profited. In the following 2 weeks, Xiaomi Home experienced an explosive surge in traffic. By the end of December, the number of registered members exceeded 7 million. The total downloads of Broken Bridge and Melting Snow on the site alone reached 6 million. Including unauthorized downloads from external sites, the figure undoubtedly surpassed 20 million. In 2007, the total number of internet users was only 200 million. In no time, Su Song became a sought-after online singer, with an increasing number of record companies approaching him to produce albums. However, Su Song declined their offers. Chapter 87. 3 days without a strike of the 300,000 in pure profit. 150,000 will be transferred to Qin Hanchu's personal account, while the remaining 150,000 will be retained as developmental funds for the company. After 6 months of accumulation, the company's account now boasts over 900,000 in liquid assets. Aside from the company's profits, Qin Hanchu earns approximately 150,000 each month in royalties. Although Jindan Forum has over 1 million book enthusiasts, the majority are students and individuals from low-income backgrounds. In reality, only a few tens of thousands possess the financial means to indulge in novels. Consequently, Qin Hanchu's monthly royalties have stabilized. The true surge in royalties will occur in the wireless era of mobile reading. For instance, Dopa from Tido once generated monthly earnings in the millions through mobile reading, highlighting the immense revenue potential of that time. However, this era is still 2 years away. Until then, Qin Hanchu's monthly royalties will hover around 150,000. As for the occasional royalties received, they are directly deposited into his mortgage account, rendering them negligible for the time being. Combining his royalties with the company's profits, Qin Hanchu has earned over 1,800,000 in just half a year. During this period, the stock price of Penguin has risen to around 8 yuan. With this capital, Qin Hanchu has purchased an additional 230,000 shares. Together with the previous holdings of over 900,000 shares, his total stock ownership has surpassed 1,130,000 shares. At this point, Qin Hanchu can be considered a significant retail investor in the Penguin stock market. In mid-January 2008, on a Saturday, Kyoto is blanketed in snow. Pedestrians tread carefully to avoid slipping, and despite their caution, one can often observe individuals tumbling to the ground. In the park, Qin Xiaoyu, clad in a thick cotton coat and a warm hat, squats in the snow. Are you ready? Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei grasp her hands on either side. All set. Qin Xiaoyu exclaims joyfully. Let us go. Tang Siwei and Qin Hanchu call out, pulling Qin Xiaoyu along as they glide across the snowy expanse. The delight of sliding in the snow brings forth gleeful laughter from Qin Xiaoyu. Just then, Tang Siwei accidentally tumbles, causing Qin Xiaoyu to fall as well. Naturally, Qin Hanchu, holding on to Qin Xiaoyu, cannot avoid the fall and joins them on the ground. Despite their predicament, the trio burst into laughter, their spirits undampened. As Qin Hanchu helps the two back up, a snowball suddenly flies toward them. "Sorry," shouts a girl engaged in a snowball fight. Qin Hanchu responds with a smile, "No need to apologize. We shall seek revenge." Thus, the three of them join the fray. And the park resonates with laughter and joy as they play in the snow. After more than an hour, the trio bids farewell to their snowball fighting companions. "Shall we dine at home or out?" Qin Hanchu inquires, turning to Tang Siwei and Qin Xiaoyu. Rubbing her hands together, Tang Siwei declares, "I'll treat you both to hot pot." "Wonderful. Hot pot it is," Qin Xiaoyu exclaims with delight. Qin Hanchu looks at Tang Siwei and asks, "Are your hands cold?" To which Tang Siwei nods with a smile, "A little." As Qin Hanchu approached Tang Siwei, he gently enveloped her hand with his own. He exhaled warmth onto her chilly fingers, attempting to alleviate the cold. Though the effect was minimal, his gesture ignited a comforting warmth within Tang Siwei's heart. "Brother, my hands are cold too," piped up Qin Xiaoyu, raising her small hand. "Put your hands in your pockets to warm them," Qin Hanchu suggested. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu sighed in dismay. "You've forgotten your sister now that you have a wife. It's quite disheartening." Qin Xiaoyu's expression elicited a chuckle from Tang Siwei. Qin Hanchu then remarked, "Disheartened? Perhaps we should skip the hot pot, lest we experience the extremes of ice and fire." "That won't he do. The hot pot is treated by my sister-in-law, and it has nothing to do with you," Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly retorted. "All right, let us proceed to dinner," Tang Siwei smiled. Qin Hanchu took Tang Siwei's right hand and extended his other hand to Qin Xiaoyu, saying, "Let us go." Joyfully, Qin Xiaoyu grasped Qin Hanchu's hand, and the trio strolled towards the hot pot restaurant, sharing laughter along the way. Winter was indeed the peak season for hot pot establishments. After a brief wait, they finally secured a table. Once seated, Tang Siwei inquired of Qin Xiaoyu, "Would you like to eat?" Qin Xiaoyu replied with a smile, "Fat beef rolls and beef balls. Sounds good." With that, Tang Siwei began to order the side dishes. "I will prepare the dipping sauce for you both," Qin Hanchu announced as he stood up. "I want to help too," Qin Xiaoyu chimed in. Under Qin Hanchu's guidance, the two made their way to the condiment station. "I know what flavors my sister-in-law enjoys," Qin Xiaoyu declared as she began to craft the dipping sauce for Tang Siwei. Qin Hanchu smiled. "But do you know what I like?" "Of course," Qin Xiaoyu replied. "Pray tell." With a playful grin, Qin Xiaoyu responded, "As long as I make it, you love it." Qin Hanchu rolled his eyes at her with mock annoyance. "Who gave you such confidence?" They chuckled as they returned to their seats, carrying the prepared dipping sauces. Qin Xiaoyu handed hers to Tang Siwei, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is specially made by me." "Thank you," Tang Siwei replied with a smile. As they dined, Tang Siwei remarked, "The holidays are approaching. When shall we return home? Should we book tickets in advance?" "We'll head back the day after the holiday begins." "I will secure the tickets online ahead of time," Qin Hanchu replied. "All right," Tang Siwei nodded with a smile. After taking a bite of the greens, Qin Hanchu added, "In a few days, I'll buy 2 bottles of Maotai for your father. Just get some inexpensive wine. If you buy such fine spirits, my mother will surely take them to give as gifts," Tang Siwei advised. "Gifts must be given. If your father is pleased, I will be able to marry you," Qin Hanchu said. Hearing this, Tang Siwei beamed. "Very well, I'll leave it to your discretion." "Sister-in-law, are you happy?" Qin Xiaoyu asked at that moment. Tang Siwei nodded. "Of course I am. Since you're so happy, shall we celebrate with a drink?" Qin Xiaoyu suggested quietly. Qin Hanchu playfully flicked her forehead and said sternly, "In the dead of winter, what need is there for beverages? Aren't you worried about a stomachache?" Qin Xiaoyu pouted and grumbled, "If you won't let me drink, fine. But why hit me on the head? Don't you know that hitting the head can make one dull?" She was quite stubborn, and Qin Hanchu sighed in frustration. "Birds of a feather flock together. Your stubbornness is a reflection of your company," he retorted. After that, Qin Xiaoyu cheekily stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. 3 days without discipline, and the roof would be blown off. "Tonight, I shall grant you a complete childhood," Qin Hanchu declared ominously. Observing his fierce demeanor, Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly approached Tang Siwei and sweetly implored, "Sister-in-law, my brother wants to hit me. Please stay over at my house tonight. Your brother is just trying to scare you." "He would actually hit you over something so trivial," Tang Siwei replied with a smile. Just as Qin Xiaoyu was about to respond, she suddenly exclaimed joyfully, "Sister Hailu." Chapter 88. Who let you peek? As Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei turned their heads, they indeed spotted Jin Hailu. At that moment, Jin Hailu had also heard Qin Xiaoyu's voice. Upon seeing the three of them, she approached with delight. What a coincidence to encounter you all here. Jin Hailu exclaimed with a smile. Why didn't you give us a call when you came this way? Tang Siwei inquired. Jin Hailu replied, I came with my roommate. So I didn't reach out to you. Invite your roommate over to join us. I'll treat, Tang Siwei cheerfully suggested. No need. We wouldn't want to be third wheels. I'll come find you to hang out another time, Jin Hailu graciously declined. All right, do come find me when you have time. It's been 2 months since we last went shopping together, Tang Siwei remarked. Jin Hailu nodded. Sure, I'll head off to have dinner with my roommate now. After bidding farewell to Qin Hanchu and the others, she returned to her friends. I wish Hailu could attend Renmin University as well, Tang Siwei sighed. Qin Hanchu smiled. Distance creates beauty. Being together every day isn't necessarily a good thing. In response, Tang Siwei shot him a glare and huffed. Are you annoyed with me? Want to keep your distance? Qin Hanchu looked bewildered. Seeing his astonished expression, Tang Siwei laughed heartily. I was just joking. I wouldn't make such a fuss. You nearly startled me. Women can be quite formidable when they get serious, Qin Hanchu thought to himself, hoping his girlfriend wasn't of that nature. After finishing their meal, the three approached Jin Hailu to bid her farewell. Once they departed, one of Jin Hailu's roommates curiously asked, Hailu, who were they? My high school classmates and good friends. Jin Hailu replied with a smile. They study at Renmin University. What about that little girl? Surely, she isn't their daughter? Another female roommate exclaimed in surprise. Jin Hailu laughed. What are you thinking? How could you come up with that? She is Hanchu's younger sister. Younger sister? Isn't your hometown on the island? Did he bring her along for school? Yes, he found a school for her in Kyoto, Jin Hailu explained. What a wonderful brother, treating his sister like a daughter. Your classmate must come from a well-off family. Studying in Kyoto isn't cheap, her roommate remarked. Jin Hailu smiled. Don't you all adore Su Song's song Broken Bridge and Melting Snow? That song was promoted from his website. What? He asked the webmaster of Xiaomi Garden. Why didn't you mention this earlier? He must know Su Song, right? Hailu, since we're good friends, could you help us get a signed photo of Su Song? Upon learning that Qin Hanchu was the webmaster of Xiaomi Garden, Jin Hailu's roommates became excited. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu first escorted Tang Siwei back to her school. At the foot of the girls' dormitory, Tang Siwei said, I'm heading back now. You two be careful on your way. Qin Hanchu nodded. See you tomorrow. With a smile, Tang Siwei turned to leave. Just then, Qin Xiaoyu asked, Are you leaving just like that? In idol dramas, isn't it always the case that a kiss precedes a reluctant parting? Qin Hanchu gently patted Qin Xiaoyu's head and declared, From now on, you are forbidden from watching idol dramas. I believe your brother is absolutely right, Tang Siwei chimed in. Qin Xiaoyu, covering her eyes, chuckled. I can't see anything. You all should carry on with whatever you were doing. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei couldn't help but laugh. Qin Hanchu stepped closer and softly kissed Tang Siwei on her rosy lips. At that moment, a sliver of light peeked through Qin Xiaoyu's fingers, and she couldn't suppress a giggle at the sight of the kiss. Who told you to peek? Qin Hanchu glared at Qin Xiaoyu. I didn't see anything. She quickly waved her hands in protest. Feeling a bit shy, Tang Siwei said, I'll take my leave now, goodbye. After watching Tang Siwei depart, Qin Hanchu took Qin Xiaoyu's hand and remarked, I'm quite concerned about you. What do you mean? Qin Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. You're small yet cunning. And you seem to know too much. Starting tomorrow, you are only allowed to watch Journey to the West and Haya Brothers, Qin Hanchu instructed. Don't do that. I still want to watch Home with Kids, Qin Xiaoyu protested eagerly. The two siblings returned home, bantering as usual. As was their routine, Qin Hanchu typed away, while Qin Xiaoyu sat beside him, diligently working on her homework. Once Qin Hanchu finished checking her assignments, Qin Xiaoyu eagerly dashed out to turn on the television. At that moment, Home with Kids Season 3 was airing. Qin Hanchu preferred the first 2 seasons. Season 3, lacking Yangzi, felt somewhat lacking in flavor. At 9:30 p.m., having completed 2 chapters, Qin Hanchu entered the living room and said to Qin Xiaoyu, It's time for bed. Qin Xiaoyu quickly jumped up, remote control in hand, and replied, Just 10 more minutes. Qin Hanchu approached the television, placing his hand on the power strip. Will you turn it off yourself, or shall I do it for you? Qin Xiaoyu had thought that holding the remote would grant her the upper hand, but she was taken aback by Qin Hanchu's intention to cut the power directly. Can't I turn it off myself? Can't you, as an older brother, show a bit more affection for your sister? She pouted, reluctantly switching off the television. If I indulge you further, you might develop a princess complex. After washing up, it's straight to bed. No sneaking peeks at comic books, Qin Hanchu asserted sternly. I know, Qin Xiaoyu grumbled as she trudged into the bathroom. Back in his own room, Qin Hanchu exchanged messages with Tang Siwei while browsing the music section of the Xiaomi home. Chapter 89. The Gathering of Musicians. Initially, Qin Hanchu had no intention of establishing a music company. However, possessing such valuable resources made neglecting them a tremendous waste. He could effortlessly leverage these resources to create a mutually beneficial venture. Whether or not this endeavor would thrive depended largely on the attitudes of musicians like Su Song. Even in the event of their refusal, Qin Hanchu would incur no losses. He could simply regard it as organizing a casual gathering. At present, there were a total of 15 original songwriters in the group. With each requiring 2,000 yuan for travel expenses, the total amounted to 30,000 yuan, including meals. A budget of 50,000 yuan should suffice. On Sunday, Qin Hanchu and his companions continued their explorations, while he entrusted the arrangements for the gathering to Wang Lu. The expenses for flights, dining, and accommodations would all be charged to the company. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Saturday arrived. Qin Hanchu entrusted Qin Xiaoyu to Tang Siwei and proceeded to the airport alone. Su Song and the others were all adults and did not require Qin Hanchu to pick them up. However, Bunchi was only 15, and Qin Hanchu was reluctant to let her take a taxi by herself. At the arrival hall, Qin Hanchu held a sign to welcome Bunchi. 10 minutes later, passengers began to emerge, and at that moment, he spotted a charming young girl stepping out. Upon noticing Qin Hanchu's welcoming sign, Bunchi approached him. Her curiosity evident as she inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Qin Hanchu," he replied with a smile. "Hello, big brother," Bunchi greeted cheerfully. Seeing Bunchi at that moment stirred a plethora of emotions within Qin Hanchu. Although she was no longer the epitome of innocence, she remained a bright and cheerful girl. Who would have predicted that in the prime of her life, she would choose to end it all? The circumstances surrounding her demise sparked rampant speculation online. Some claimed she succumbed to depression due to the pressures of the record label and online bullying, while others expressed skepticism regarding the record company's announcements. Qin Hanchu was unaware of the full story, yet it was evident that Bunchi had been dreadfully exploited by two employers. Thus, the rumors circulating online could very well hold some truth. He pondered whether this butterfly, flitting about, could indeed influence Bunchi's life. Xiao Jian's flight will be arriving shortly. Once he arrives, we shall head to the company together, Qin Hanchu stated. All right, Bunchi nodded in agreement. By the way, do you have a mobile phone? Call your family to let them know you've arrived safely, Qin Hanchu suggested. Bunchi nodded and proceeded to call her mother. After she ended the call, Qin Hanchu smiled and asked, "Did your mother feel at ease with you coming alone?" "Not really, but I wanted to come," she replied. Her rebellious spirit characteristic of her teenage years. Qin Hanchu frequently chatted with Bunchi and the others in the group, so they had grown somewhat familiar with each other. While they engaged in light conversation, a young man emerged. It was Xiao Jian. The three exchanged brief pleasantries before hailing a taxi. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Bunchi exclaimed, "Wow, I never imagined that Xiaomi Jiayuan would have its office in such a traditional courtyard. It's simply wonderful. This old courtyard indeed possesses a unique charm." Xiao Jian added, "I'll give you a tour," Qin Hanchu offered. Under the guidance of Qin Hanchu, the two visitors toured the company's comic and technology departments. Upon the conclusion of the tour, Qin Hanchu escorted them to the conference room for tea and conversation. An hour later, Su Song entered the courtyard. Su Song, deeply intrigued by antiquity, found great pleasure in the courtyard's classical ambience. Throughout the day, musicians from the group arrived at the courtyard in succession. What was once a spacious setting had now grown somewhat cramped. After a period of lively discussion within the courtyard, the group, under Qin Hanchu's direction, proceeded to a restaurant. Given their previous interactions in the group, they were not unfamiliar with one another. Once seated, the atmosphere was filled with joyful chatter, predominantly revolving around music. Although Qin Hanchu lacked musical expertise, he was more than willing to assume the role of an attentive listener. As the dishes were served, they continued their discussions while enjoying their meal. After several rounds of drinks, Su Song turned to Qin Hanchu and inquired, "Hanchu, your invitation must entail more than just dining and socializing, correct?" The group, aware of the underlying significance, shifted their attention to Qin Hanchu. Through their online interactions, they had developed a degree of trust in his character. Qin Hanchu set down his chopsticks and declared, "I wish to establish a music department at Xiaoyu Media and hope you will consider joining. What will be required of us, and what can we expect in return?" Xiao Jian asked. "You will need to authorize the copyright of your songs to the company, with a revenue split of 70-30. Should any infringement occur, I will engage a lawyer to protect our rights. While you will grant me the copyright, you will retain decision-making authority over its use. This means every instance of copyright usage will require your consent. If you wish to sign with another record company, I will permit you to take your copyrights with you. There will be no binding agreements. The authorization contract should be drafted by your lawyer to prevent any potential pitfalls. Qin Hanchu explained. I will join, Su Song stated. Qin Hanchu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Song would be the first to agree. Have you considered it thoroughly? Qin Hanchu asked. Su Song replied with a smile, what is there to ponder with such favorable terms? Although we grant you authorization, the power to decide on the copyright remains with us, does it not? My song Broken Bridge is already facing infringement as a ringtone. You must assist me in defending my rights. I also agree, Frenchie added. Chapter 90, No Comparison, No Harm. At 9:30 in the evening, Qin Hanchu returned home. At that moment, Tang Siwei was watching Home with Children with Qin Xiaoyu. Both were indulging in snacks while enjoying the television show, creating a truly delightful atmosphere. Brother, you're back. Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Qin Hanchu. Qin Hanchu nodded in acknowledgement and then pointed to the clock, saying, it's time for you to sleep. You can watch more tomorrow. Just as Qin Xiaoyu was about to plead for 10 more minutes, she remembered yesterday's events and reluctantly replied, all right, I'll go to bed. As Qin Xiaoyu got up, Qin Hanchu took a seat beside Tang Siwei. Like a little kitten, Tang Siwei nestled herself into Qin Hanchu's embrace, offering him her snacks. Would you like some? Qin Hanchu shook his head, responding, it's late. Eating snacks now will make you gain weight. Hearing this, Tang Siwei sealed the snack bag and placed it on the coffee table, saying, fine, I won't eat either. What did you have for dinner tonight? Qin Hanchu inquired. Tomato scrambled eggs over rice, Tang Siwei replied proudly. Xiaoyu said it was delicious. Make it for me sometime, Qin Hanchu chuckled. Tang Siwei shook her head, with you around. I want tea cook. I prefer your cooking. Is this your excuse for being lazy? Qin Hanchu said, somewhat exasperated. Tang Siwei giggled and then asked, did the negotiations go well? Yes, they all agreed to sign the contract, Qin Hanchu nodded. Tang Siwei remarked, your terms are so lenient. Won't they be able to leave at any time? Qin Hanchu affirmed, indeed. Then what is your purpose in doing this? Elevating them only serves to benefit others. Tang Siwei questioned, puzzled. There is no harm without comparison. It is precisely because my contract is lenient that other companies seem stringent. Unless they establish their own companies, no other firm can offer them such favorable conditions, Qin Hanchu elucidated. Playing hard to get? Tang Siwei was surprised to discover Qin Hanchu harbored such thoughts. Not exactly playing hard to get. Primarily, I am still unfamiliar with the music industry, so there is no need to obstruct others' paths to success. If they can earn something, that's great. If not, it will simply serve to foster our relationship. Although I am engaged in business, I do not harbor grand ambitions. I do not wish to criticize capitalists for their lack of conscience while turning into a despicable capitalist myself. That is a valid point. Tang Siwei nodded in agreement. How about you? Have you begun writing your new book? Qin Hanchu asked, holding Tang Siwei close. I've just started outlining. I'll write more after some time. Although Tang Siwei's writing was commendable, her grasp of plot development remained somewhat immature. Her first book consistently generated an income of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. While not substantial, it was sufficient for her to enjoy a comfortable university life. Despite Qin Hanchu's wealth, Tang Siwei had never spent his money. As they continued their conversation, Qin Xiaoyu emerged from the bathroom. Good night, brother. Good night, sister-in-law, she smiled. Good night, Tang Siwei replied with a smile. As Qin Xiaoyu closed the door behind her, Qin Hanchu gazed at Tang Siwei in his embrace and softly remarked, today, I savored honey-glazed roast duck. My lips bear sweetness. Do you believe me? Not a chance. I must taste it myself, Tang Siwei replied, wrapping her arms around Qin Hanchu's neck. With her embrace, Qin Hanchu found the placement of his hands a matter of consideration. There are but a few favored positions for a man, so why not alternate them? After a brief moment of tender affection, Qin Hanchu suggested, let us call a truce, lest we find ourselves in peril. Blushing, Tang Siwei responded, I concur, I shall take a shower. Upon awakening, it was already 8 in the morning. When Qin Hanchu rose, both Tang Siwei and Qin Xiaoyu were still asleep. He entered the kitchen and began preparing breakfast. 20 minutes later, Tang Siwei emerged clad in her pajamas. Although it was winter, the warmth of the house rendered the chilly season inconsequential. Even in her summer sleepwear, she felt no discomfort. He stepped into the kitchen and cheerfully inquired, what are our plans for today? After breakfast, I must first take Bunshi to the airport. Upon returning, I will take you both to Lingshan to admire the snowy scenery, Qin Hanchu replied. Tang Siwei nodded. Very well, we shall await your return at home. Qin Hanchu glanced towards Qin Xiaoyu's room, then pointed to his lips and said, a good morning kiss, if you please. With a smile, Tang Siwei leaned against him and bestowed a delicate peck before heading off to freshen up. Once breakfast was ready, Qin Hanchu called out to Qin Xiaoyu's room, Xiaoyu, rise and shine, breakfast awaits. Moments later, Qin Xiaoyu appeared, her hair tousled. Come, let me fix your hair, Tang Siwei said to her. Just as Qin Hanchu presented the meal, both women emerged. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu sported a simple ponytail. After breakfast, Tang Siwei planned to style her hair into a lovely braid. By 9:30, Qin Hanchu arrived at the hotel. Bunshi and the others had already enjoyed the breakfast provided by the establishment and were engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing Qin Hanchu, they greeted one another warmly. Bunshi, I shall take you to the airport, he announced. Due to varying flight schedules, the departure times for these individuals differed, which is why Qin Hanchu had come personally to see Bunshi off. Chapter 91. Year-end bonus. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Qin Hanchu returned home, equipped with a camera. The trio departed from the community together. After enjoying lunch at a restaurant across the street, they boarded a bus heading to Lingshan Scenic Area. Although the scenic area was closed to the public in winter, one could still admire the snow-capped landscape from the foot of the mountain and capture its beauty in photographs. For Qin Xiaoyu, the mere opportunity to venture outdoors was a source of great joy. Upon reaching the scenic area, Qin Hanchu took on the role of photographer for Tang Siwei and her companion. Along the way, he even requested a passerby to take a group photo of them. This was not their first group picture. Over the past 6 months, they had often ventured out together and accumulated numerous snapshots. Time spent in happiness always seemed to pass swiftly, and before they realized it, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Reluctantly, Qin Xiaoyu followed the two back onto the bus home. While seated, Qin Xiaoyu inquired, Brother, what are we having for dinner? I'll prepare roasted chicken wings for you. Qin Hanchu pondered aloud. That sounds wonderful. I want to eat 5 wings, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, her spirits lifting at the prospect of the meal. Upon returning home, Qin Hanchu began marinating the chicken wings, while Tang Siwei and her friend engaged in a game of hide-and-seek. Listening to the laughter and joy resonating from the living room, Qin Hanchu couldn't help but envision the future. When they eventually had children, such a warm scene would surely unfold again. At 8:30 in the evening, Qin Hanchu left Qin Xiaoyu at home. After locking the door, he rode his electric bike to drop Tang Siwei off at her school dormitory. With Monday approaching, staying at the dorm would allow her to sleep in. Furthermore, the electric bike could only accommodate one passenger. Had she not returned early, she would have needed to take a taxi to school. At the dormitory entrance, Tang Siwei bestowed a farewell kiss upon Qin Hanchu before joyfully dashing inside. Riding home on his little electric bike, Qin Hanchu felt elated. Upon entering the living room, he found Qin Xiaoyu in a gloomy mood. You're back so soon? She lamented. What? Do you not want me back? Qin Hanchu replied, equally disheartened. Qin Xiaoyu sighed and switched off the television, declaring, I'm going to sleep. So obedient. Qin Hanchu chuckled. Given my high level of enlightenment, may I watch a little longer? Qin Xiaoyu asked hopefully. Qin Hanchu nodded. All right, 5 more minutes. Great. Beamed Qin Xiaoyu as she turned the television back on. You really don't mind watching just 5 minutes? Qin Hanchu remarked, feeling exasperated. A mosquito's leg is still meat. Qin Xiaoyu giggled. 5 minutes, just keep track of the time. With that, Qin Hanchu retreated to his room to change clothes. 6 minutes later, he noticed the television had fallen silent, followed by the sound of Qin Xiaoyu closing the bathroom door. At that moment, Qin Hanchu was busy typing. After a day of outings, he needed to seize the time to write some drafts. Half a month later, Qin Hanchu finally received the contract from Su Song and others. The contents of the contract were indeed the terms that Qin Hanchu had previously promised, making it acceptable to him. Upon receiving the response from Qin Hanchu, the others commenced the process of printing the contract, subsequently signing and mailing it back. At this juncture, the company's music licensing had also been approved. As the year drew to a close, Qin Hanchu contemplated expanding the business in the coming year. In addition to the professional management of music copyrights, he intended to establish an editorial department. Both Xiaomi Comics and the Sword and Shield Forum necessitated the oversight of skilled editors. Consequently, the company would need to augment its workforce by at least 6 employees. The current office space in the East Wing proved insufficient, necessitating the organization of the West Wing to serve as the editorial office. As for Qin Dong and others, they would have to seek external accommodations. Qin Hanchu had previously informed them of this development, so they were mentally prepared. The most he could offer was a rental subsidy of 400 yuan for each of them. Unbeknownst to them, the year had swiftly come to a close. Qin Hanchu had procured 3 plane tickets back to Island City through the internet. On that day, he returned to the courtyard in a van. At his invitation, Qin Dong and the others emerged to unload the vehicle. Qin Hanchu gestured towards the van, which was filled to the brim with cigarettes, alcohol, and gift boxes, New Year presents he had prepared for his employees. While Qin Dong and the others busied themselves with the unloading, Qin Hanchu, accompanied by Wang Lu, made a trip to the bank. Upon his return, Qin Dong and the others had resumed their work. "Come, let's convene a brief meeting," he called out, leading everyone to the conference room. Due to the limited seating, a few individuals had to stand by the door with chairs in hand. Once everyone had gathered, Qin Hanchu cleared his throat and announced, "First, I would like to declare that our company will officially commence its New Year holiday in 2 days. You have all seen the holiday gifts. Do not forget to take them home." He continued, "I must express my gratitude to each of you for your contributions to the company. I want to say much more. Everything is contained within these red envelopes." With that, Qin Hanchu opened his laptop bag and produced 13 red envelopes, distributing them among the attendees. "Each of you will receive 10,000 yuan as a token of my appreciation." The employees were taken aback, their astonishment evident as they gazed at Qin Hanchu. No one had anticipated such generosity. In this day and age, 10,000 yuan was indeed a significant sum. Chapter 92. Domestic affairs. In this era, the number of private vehicles is still quite limited. Consequently, buses and coaches are the indispensable means of transportation for all those returning home. The current public transport is undoubtedly overcrowded. Qin Hanchu, now considered a small wealthy individual, pondered why he should subject his girlfriend and sister to such discomfort. He thought, why not simply hire a car and return home comfortably? There's no need to endure the bus. The 3 of us can hire a vehicle to go home. If money must be spent, let it be on our convenience rather than causing you to distress, Qin Hanchu said with a smile. "Isn't that going to be too expensive?" Tang Siwei expressed a twinge of concern over the cost. "It's only once a year. If it costs a bit more, so be it. Money is meant to be spent," he replied. In his past life, Qin Hanchu had worked tirelessly to save money, only to meet an untimely demise. What good had all that saved money done him? Moreover, he was now a millionaire. Did he truly need to worry about a few hundred yuan for a car hire? While your reasoning is sound, I can't help but think that you've become somewhat inflated with wealth, Tang Siwei remarked with a smile. Qin Hanchu chuckled and waved down a taxi. After a bit of haggling, they settled on a fare of 350 yuan. At this time, taking a coach would have cost over 100. Thus, they were merely spending an additional 200 yuan. Riding the bus was simply unbearable, not to mention the potential encounters with pickpockets and inappropriate behavior. During the journey, Qin Hanchu engaged the taxi driver in light conversation. In less than 2 hours, they arrived in town. As they disembarked, Tang's father and mother came out to greet them. "Uncle, this is a gift for you." Qin Hanchu presented the Mao liquor he had purchased to Tang's father. Seeing the bottle, Tang's father's eyes lit up. Although a man of the countryside, he was well aware of the high value of Mao Tai. "Hanchu, what kind of wine have you brought? You really didn't need to go to such lengths," Tang's mother said. "Aunt, please don't be so formal with me. The taxi driver has to return, and we shouldn't waste time," Qin Hanchu replied. He placed the wine by the door and quickly got back into the taxi. "Do come to visit when you have the time," Tang's mother said. "Certainly, I will come in a few days," Qin Hanchu assured her. "I'll join you," called Qin Xiaoyu. Tang's mother smiled. "All right, I will be waiting for you at home." Waving goodbye to Tang Siwei's family, the taxi departed from the town. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at Fangjia village. After paying the fare, Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu exited the vehicle. Just as they retrieved their luggage, the taxi drove away. "Dad." As they walked, Qin Xiaoyu called out towards the mountain. Upon hearing her voice, Qin Dalong and his wife quickly emerged. Noticing that Qin Hanchu was burdened with various items, they hurried over to greet him. "You're back so soon?" Qin Dalong had expected Qin Hanchu to take at least another hour to return, surprised by their prompt arrival. "We hired a car to come back," Qin Hanchu smiled. Exchanging pleasantries, the family entered the house. The room was warm, thanks to the stove that was lit. Upon noticing sweet potatoes nearby, Qin Hanchu smiled at Qin Xiaoyu and asked, "Would you like to have some roasted sweet potatoes?" "Yes," Qin Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. "You all take a break. I shall prepare some for you," Qin Dalong said with a grin. Qin Hanchu did not decline. He merely acknowledged with a sound and then placed his suitcase into the room. Meanwhile, Qin Dalong washed the sweet potatoes and set them on the stove. "Would you like some peanuts?" he inquired. Qin Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively, yes. Qin Dalong then grabbed a handful of peanuts and placed them on the stove to roast. "Are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you?" Yang Fong asked. Qin Hanchu shook his head. "No need. A roasted sweet potato will suffice for now. And we can cook later in the evening." "All right," Yang Fong replied. "Stay away from the stove. Don't get burned." Noticing Qin Xiaoyu gazing intently at the roasting sweet potatoes, Qin Hanchu earnestly cautioned. "I understand," Qin Xiaoyu responded. Qin Hanchu nodded and then took his notebook and keyboard into the room. Once back in the room, Qin Hanchu perused the forum for a while before beginning to type. Before long, Qin Xiaoyu's voice echoed from the living room. "Brother, the roasted sweet potatoes are ready." After composing another sentence, Qin Hanchu finally made his way to the living room. Peeling the sweet potato skin, he remarked to Qin Dalong, "Later, we shall return to Qinjiakan and tidy up the old house. It has already been cleaned. I even repaired the floor," Qin Dalong replied. Previously, Qin Dalong had worked in renovations, so he was quite capable of such tasks himself. "Then we shall return to stay in a couple of days. Is there a stove at the old place? We must return to pay respects to our ancestors during the new year, so naturally, we need to go back to our hometown." "Yes, it has been installed. We can use it as soon as we return." Nodding in agreement, Qin Hanchu listened attentively. "Hanchu, there's something I need to discuss with you," Qin Dalong said, somewhat hesitantly. "What is it?" Qin Hanchu inquired. "Your uncle came to see me. He wishes to rekindle connections. Would it be possible for your grandparents to spend the new year at our home?" Qin Dalong proposed. "What about the previous agreement? Since we are beginning to support our grandparents, shouldn't the family estate be divided with you?" At that moment, Qin Hanchu was already a multimillionaire, indifferent to the meager inheritance of his grandparents. Yet, life sometimes hinges on principles. As the eldest son, his father deserved to inherit from his parents. Chapter 93. The earnings from my novels, although the villagers of Shirley Botsuan remained oblivious to the source of Qin Hanchu's newfound wealth. They were acutely aware that he had attained prosperity. Initially, Qin Hanchu expended a sum of 40 to 50,000 in Fangjia village to construct a new residence for Qin Dalong. Subsequently, he devoted several more thousand to assist Qin Dalong in overcoming his alcoholism. He even facilitated Qin Xiaoyu's education in the esteemed capital city of Kyoto. What is Kyoto, you may ask? It is the illustrious capital. Even the schools in the county require several thousand in tuition each year, and those in Kyoto are undoubtedly even more exorbitant. As the saying goes, when one is poor, no one in the bustling market pays heed, yet when one is affluent, distant relatives come forth from the mountains. Not only did Qin Xiaolong seek to mend relations with Qin Dalong, but even the relatives from Yang Fong's side expressed a desire to reconnect. It is only fitting to care for our grandparents. There is no need to ponder over other matters. If it is a trivial issue, I will assist as I can. However, for matters of principle, I shall refuse outright without any sense of embarrassment. If they hold a grudge against me for it, so be it. I shall simply refrain from further contact, Qin Hanchu asserted, his reasoning sound. Qin Dalong nodded in agreement. The following day, Qin Hanchu rode his bicycle to the town's supermarket, where he procured a case of liquor, a pack of cigarettes, biscuits, and milk. Upon returning home, he found Qin Dalong and the others engaged in tidying up. Seeing Qin Hanchu arrive, the family gathered gifts to visit their uncle. "Hanchu is back. Look how grown-up Xiaoyu has become." Along the way, they encountered several villagers, and naturally, greetings were exchanged. Qin Hanchu maintained a warm smile, graciously conversing with the elders of the village. Before long, they arrived at Qin Xiaolong's residence. "Xiaolong." Upon entering, Qin Dalong called out, "Woof woof." The large wolf dog, confined in the pig pen, barked at the sound of visitors. Just then, Qin Xiaolong's family emerged, accompanied by Qin Hanchu's grandparents. The elderly couple, now in their 60s, remained quite vigorous. "Brother, sister-in-law, come in and sit," Qin Xiaolong's wife greeted them with a smile. "Mom and Dad," Qin Dalong addressed his parents. "Grandpa and Grandma." Qin Hanchu and Qin Xiaoyu also offered their salutations in turn. In truth, Qin Xiaoyu harbored a certain affection for her grandparents. During the time when Qin Dalong struggled with alcoholism, the elderly couple would occasionally bring food for Qin Xiaoyu when Yang Fong was not at home, to prevent any gossip from Qin Xiaolong's wife. They had instructed Qin Xiaoyu to keep this matter a secret. Even now, only Qin Hanchu was privy to this information. Despite the families having resumed contact, Qin Hanchu had no intention of disclosing it. If Qin Xiaolong's wife were to learn of the grandparents surreptitiously providing food for Qin Xiaoyu, she would undoubtedly take umbrage. Qin Xiaolong's wife was known for her meticulous nature, earning her the reputation of being quite frugal in the village. It was precisely for this reason that Yang Fong suspected Qin Xiaolong's family sought to ingratiate themselves with Qin Hanchu now that he had achieved success. Otherwise, why would they willingly allow Qin Xiaolong to return and share in the couple's assets? After some amiable exchanges, they finally stepped inside the house. In the early days of the Han Dynasty, when did you return? Qin Xiaolong's wife, Lin Shufan, asked with a warm smile. I returned yesterday. Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. I truly did not expect that you would be admitted to such a prestigious university. You are the first college student in our family. And a distinguished one at that, Lin Shufan remarked. Hammings, you should learn more from your cousin. Qin Hanchu merely smiled in response, offering no words. Well done, Hanchu. Qin Hanchu's grandfather said, grasping his hand, tears welling in his eyes. This family has attained its current prosperity largely due to you. Although the grandfather had severed ties with Qin Xiaolong, Qin Hanchu harbored no resentment towards the elders. Most individuals must yield to the realities of life. As one ages, it is inevitable that someone must provide care in their twilight years, in an attempt to help Qin Xiaolong quit drinking. The old man had tied him up and had even resorted to physical reprimands, yet to no avail. With the elders' hopes dashed, he could only place his aspirations on the younger generation, to ensure that the younger one would willingly provide care in his old age. He had to sever ties with Qin Xiaolong. Whether in rural or urban settings, countless families find themselves embroiled in disputes over the care of aging parents. Some even resort to vehement arguments over mere hundreds of yuan in medical expenses. The past is behind us, Qin Hanchu remarked with a smile. Indeed. The past is behind us. We must live well moving forward, Qin Hanchu's grandmother said, glancing at Yang Fong. Yang Fong felt a twinge of discomfort, as the previous troubles had stemmed from her gambling. Hanchu, your aunt has a question for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong quickly signaled to Lin Shufan. But she remained oblivious. What is it? Qin Hanchu feigned ignorance. Where did you earn so much money? We must not engage in illegal activities, Lin Shufan insisted. I earn my money by writing online novels. It is entirely legitimate. I had refrained from mentioning it due to Yang Fong's gambling issues. Now that she has quit, there is no need for further concealment. Moreover, I no longer rely solely on writing for income. In any case, Qin Hanchu would not disclose his secrets to anyone. Is it truly from writing novels? Qin Kai had previously mentioned that Qin Hanchu wrote online, yet the villagers remained skeptical that one could earn a living through such means. Chapter 94. In the early Qin and Han dynasties, I killed you. Qin Xiaolong was a decent person, though his overly gentle nature had allowed his wife to gain the upper hand. Little did he expect that writing novels could indeed be lucrative. You must have earned quite a bit, haven't you? Lin Shufan inquired with a smile. Not too bad, just enough to cover my expenses in the capital. Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. Why keep secrets from your own family? Lin Shufan continued to pry. Qin Hanchu chuckled and chose to remain silent. Noticing this, Lin Shufan's expression turned somewhat awkward. How much you earn is your business. Why are you so curious? Qin Xiaolong shot an exasperated glance at Lin Shufan and then said, Go prepare dinner. Let us have a good family gathering today. All right, I'll go cook. You all continue your conversation. Seeing that Qin Hanchu was unwilling to divulge further, Lin Shufan decided to drop the matter. I'll help you, Yang Fong said with a smile as she followed Lin Shufan. Once the two women had left, Qin Xiaolong turned to Qin Hanchu and said, Hanchu, don't mind your aunt. She is just inquisitive. Qin Hanchu nodded with understanding. Brother, do you think I can write novels? At that moment, Qin Hanjing exclaimed excitedly. Qin Xiaolong shot a stern look at Qin Hanjing. What? You want to write too? If my brother can write, why can't I? Qin Hanjing retorted. Qin Xiaolong scoffed. Your brother got into Renmin University. If you have the ability, then aim for a prestigious university as well. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanjing fell silent. If you can't get into a good high school, you might as well work at Fangao. Qin Xiaolong referred to Fangao as a foreign-owned garment factory where many junior high school graduates found employment. As soon as Qin Hanchu heard the name Fangao, his eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. A new avenue for income blossomed in his mind. He could utilize the traffic from Xiaomi Home to establish an online store. In fact, he could even create his own clothing brand. With the support of Xiaomi Home's traffic, the chances of success would be significantly heightened. Though Qin Hanchu had not studied fashion, he possessed basic knowledge. Even without a factory, he could still establish his clothing brand. He could create a company, register a brand, and then hire designers to collaborate with manufacturers for production. Selling online would mean he wouldn't even need to worry about rent. For now, he decided to keep this idea close to his heart, planning to devise a thorough strategy upon returning to the capital. At noon, both families enjoyed a hearty lunch together. During the meal, Qin Dalong informed their grandparents, inviting them to celebrate the new year at their home. Naturally, their grandparents joyfully accepted. In the afternoon, the family returned to their residence in Fangjia village. Brother, the pond is frozen. My little Hongwen tea freeze to death, will it? As they passed the stream, Xiaoyu suddenly remembered her little fish. Seeing the pond covered with a thick layer of ice, Qin Xiaoyu asked anxiously. Qin Hanchu smiled reassuringly. The pond is quite deep. It shouldn't freeze over so easily. All right. I hope it survives this winter, Qin Xiaoyu said, still a bit worried. If it dies, I will prepare the best culinary tribute for it, Qin Hanchu joked. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu immediately retorted, Brother, you are so mean. Qin Hanchu chuckled and said, Let me take you to Ice Stone Gorge to see the ice waterfall. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu burst into laughter, exclaiming, Bring the camera and take my picture. Certainly, Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. After informing their parents, the two siblings ascended the mountain with their camera in hand. The mountain was blanketed in pristine snow, and the trees adorned with snow resembled exquisite works of art. Arriving beneath a tree, Qin Xiaoyu struck a pose with her fingers forming a peace sign and said, Brother, take a picture of me. Qin Hanchu first captured a photo of her, then suggested, Change your pose. Qin Xiaoyu twisted her waist, switching her peace sign from the right hand to the left, akin to a graceful pirouette. Qin Hanchu approached her and instructed, You should do it like this. As he spoke, he playfully kicked the nearby pine tree. After his swift kick, he darted away. Before Qin Xiaoyu could react, the snow from the tree cascaded down, landing squarely on her head. In that moment, she instinctively closed her eyes and gaped in surprise, her neck retracting in a comical fashion. The scene was hilariously amusing. After jumping aside, Qin Hanchu aimed the camera at Qin Xiaoyu, who had not yet regained her composure, and captured the moment. Qin Hanchu, I will get you for this. Qin Xiaoyu shouted angrily as she chased after him. Qin Hanchu laughed heartily and sprinted ahead. You big bully. I'm telling sister-in-law. Qin Xiaoyu yelled as she pursued him. The siblings bantered joyfully as they ventured deeper into the gorge. There, they beheld a magnificent ice waterfall cascading from the cliff. At this time of year, the waterfall would remain intact until the Qingming festival. However, due to global warming, the ice was melting at an accelerated rate. In 15 years, by the time of Qingming, only a small amount of ice and snow would linger at the base. Qin Xiaoyu stood inside an ice cave while Qin Hanchu snapped several photos of her. After playing for a while, the siblings finally made their way back home. Upon entering, Qin Xiaoyu rushed to Yang Fong, saying, Mom, my brother bullied me. He let snow fall down my neck, and if I catch a cold, it's his fault. Your brother was just teasing you, Yang Fong replied with a smile. I have to go to work now, Qin Hanchu said, flashing a smug expression at Qin Xiaoyu before retreating to his room. Once inside, he began to formulate a plan for his clothing brand. Chapter 95. Your little cotton-padded jacket is a bit drafty. Seeing the expression on Tang's father's face, Qin Hanchu found it somewhat amusing. What is it? Pray tell, he inquired. Tang's father, visibly awkward, replied, The wine you purchased has been locked away by your aunt. Qin Hanchu chuckled. Do you wish to taste it? Well, a little, Tang's father admitted. With Mutai being hailed as the national liquor, how many individuals in this era's rural towns could boast of having savored it? It was not so much that Tang's father craved it, but rather that he was curious about the flavor of this esteemed spirit. I find it quite challenging, Qin Hanchu sighed. Once I propose a toast, Aunt Tang will surely suspect something, considering I do not indulge in alcohol. Tang's father expressed his frustration. You have a point. Fear not. I shall speak directly to Aunt Tang shortly. I assure you, you will have the chance to drink today. Qin Hanchu smiled. Very well. I shall leave it in your capable hands, Tang's father replied with a grin. At that moment, Aunt Tang's voice rang out. Old Tang, please bring me the oil. Upon hearing this, the two men proceeded into the house. Aunt, Qin Hanchu greeted as he entered. Where's little fish? Aunt Tang inquired. Why didn't you bring her along? I left her at home with my parents, Qin Hanchu explained. She should have come to play with us, Aunt Tang chided gently. I wanted her to stay home and entertain her grandparents, Qin Hanchu clarified. Next time, bring her along for a few days of fun, Aunt Tang suggested. Absolutely. Qin Hanchu responded with a smile. Now, allow me to assist you with dinner. Very well, Aunt Tang accepted without reservation, nodding in agreement. As they prepared the meal, Aunt Tang asked, "Is everything going smoothly at the company?" Qin Hanchu nodded, "Quite well. It remains stable for now. Remember, the pursuit of profit is endless. But do not overexert yourself. Your health is your greatest asset," Aunt Tang advised. "I understand, and I shall take care," Qin Hanchu replied, touched by her concern. "Why don't you speak to me in such a manner? I am your daughter, after all," Tang Siwei playfully interjected from the side. "I do have something to say to you," Aunt Tang responded. "What is it?" Tang Siwei asked with curiosity. "Be a little more considerate and do not add to Hanchu's troubles," Aunt Tang advised. Upon hearing this, Tang Siwei felt somewhat disheartened. Indeed, a son-in-law is half a son. Such matters are truly significant. Of course, Aunt Tang laughed. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanchu wore a proud expression. At noon, the four of them sat down together. Qin Hanchu then asked, "Aunt, where is the wine I bought? I heard there might be a prize inside. I would like to check." "Is that so? I shall fetch it for you," Aunt Tang said without suspicion, rising to enter the inner room. Tang's father, witnessing this, could not help but beam with delight. Soon, Aunt Tang emerged holding a bottle of mitai and handed it to Qin Hanchu. Qin Hanchu examined the bottle and, feeling disappointed, remarked, "It does not indicate any price. One cannot trust what is said online." "Then I will put it back," Aunt Tang said. "There is no need to return it. Let my uncle sample this wine. Should it not be to his liking, we can choose another brand next time," Qin Hanchu suggested. "Such an expensive wine. It would be a waste to let him drink it," Aunt Tang replied. "Isn't the purpose of purchasing it to enjoy? Dispose of the remaining bottle as you see fit." "But this one must be tasted by my uncle," Qin Hanchu insisted. In the early days of the Qin and Han dynasties, Qin Hanchu, chuckling softly, had already torn open the packaging. "After all, it was purchased merely for drinking," remarked Tang Fu with a smile. "Father, did you keep Hanchu just for this wine?" Tang Siwei inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Upon hearing this, Tang Fu's smile instantly froze. Aunt Tang glared at him, demanding, "Is that true?" I merely wanted to ask Hanchu if the wine was good," Tang Fu replied awkwardly. "Aunt, please don't intimidate my uncle. This is my heartfelt gesture. How could you deny him a taste? Just let him have a glass, and the rest can be saved for other guests in a few days," Qin Hanchu suggested. "Very well, for your sake, let him have a glass. But remember, just one. The remainder can be brought out for the relatives to savor later." In 2008, a bottle of mitai already held a value of 680 yuan. Even if unsealed, Tang Fu's relatives would certainly not turn it down. They would relish it even if it were taken from the banquet table. "All right, just one glass," Tang Fu nodded with a smile. After opening the wine, Qin Hanchu poured a glass for Tang Fu. He capped the bottle and returned it to the packaging. Tang Mu took it and locked it away once more. "Give it a taste," Qin Hanchu encouraged with a smile. Tang Fu carefully lifted the glass and took a sip. "This wine is indeed different from what we have here. The flavor is considerably stronger," he noted. Qin Hanchu smiled. "Some people enjoy it, while others may not appreciate it. The high price is largely due to its brand value." After lunch, Tang Siwei said to Qin Hanchu, "Let us take a stroll. My mother has something to discuss with my father." Tang Fu wore a resigned expression, clearly aware of his impending fate. "Aunt," before Qin Hanchu could finish his sentence, Aunt Tang chuckled, "Don't worry. I'm merely going to have a chat with him." "Then let us take a walk," Qin Hanchu said, casting a sympathetic glance at Tang Fu. Once outside, he turned to Tang Siwei. "They say daughters are their father's little cotton jackets, but yours seems to have a few drafts." Tang Siwei laughed shyly. "It's nothing. My mother will only nag a bit. It's not a big issue." As they conversed, the two headed towards the school. Just as they neared the vicinity of the school, Qin Hanchu spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 96. Childhood memories. As they strolled through the familiar campus, the two reminisced about their past amusing experiences. After an hour of wandering, they finally returned home. After bidding farewell to Aunt Tang and her husband, Qin Hanchu rode his bicycle back to Qinjiakan. Upon entering the house, Qin Xiaoyu emerged with a smile, teasingly asking if he was happy to see his sister-in-law. Qin Hanchu removed the snacks from his bicycle handle and replied, "Aunt Tang bought these for you. Are you pleased?" Upon seeing the treats, Qin Xiaoyu eagerly took them, exclaiming, "Aunt Tang is so kind to me. Such low aspirations." Qin Hanchu scoffed. Qin Xiaoyu huffed and retreated to her room with the snacks. In the following days, Qin Hanchu immersed himself in writing. Before he realized it, New Year's Eve had arrived. Early in the morning, the three generations of the family hung scrolls together. That afternoon, Qin Hanchu cooked an elaborate feast. His grandparents were astonished by the spread, never having anticipated that their grandson possessed such culinary skills. The entire family celebrated joyfully that year. It was also the first time Qin Xiaoyu received a red envelope from her grandparents. Though it contained only a modest sum, her delight was evident. That evening, Qin Hanchu logged into Xiaomi Garden on his mobile device. As the site administrator and clan leader, he posted a New Year's greeting. Beyond the website's congratulations, he engaged in lengthy discussions within various groups, including employees, musicians, signed artists, and site moderators. He only set his phone down when Qin Han and Qin Kai arrived to visit. The following morning, Qin Hanchu accompanied Qin Dalong and Qin Xiaolong to pay New Year's respects to the elders of their clan. As the most accomplished descendant in the family, he naturally garnered significant attention from the older generation, many of whom were curious about his income. Qin Hanchu adhered to his usual approach, stating that he earned a living through writing novels, but refrained from disclosing the exact amount. If pressed, he would simply say it was sufficient for his needs. Observing his evasiveness, the others ceased their inquiries, intrigued by how composed such a young man could be. In contrast, many youths his age would eagerly proclaim their achievements to garner attention. At 18 or 19, one is often eager for recognition and validation. However, as an adult, Qin Hanchu understood the wisdom of discretion regarding financial matters. While the local customs remained relatively unpretentious, there were always those who might harbor envy. After paying his respects, Qin Hanchu brought gifts to his uncle Qin Xiaolong's home, as he was his only uncle, making it customary to extend New Year greetings. On this day, Qin Xiaoyu received yet another red envelope. During their conversation, Lin Shufan continually remarked about how, should he find success in the future, he ought to assist his younger brother. Qin Hanchu assented verbally, but internally he harbored different sentiments. If Qin Hamming proved to be a worthy candidate for support, Qin Hanchu would certainly lend a hand. However, if he sought to exploit the situation, Qin Hanchu would not allow himself to be taken advantage of. Despite his amiable demeanor, remnants of his rebellious past lingered within him. Those who played games with him would only find themselves in deeper trouble. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the siblings returned home. After an hour's slumber, Qin Hanchu picked up his notebook and began to write. Unfortunately, the old house lacked internet access, so he could only save his work locally for the time being. While engrossed in his novel, he heard Qin Xiaoyu call out, "Sister Han, you're here? Where's your brother?" Qin Han's voice followed. Upon hearing that Qin Han had arrived, Qin Hanchu stepped outside. "You're back out so early?" he inquired. With a smile, Qin Han replied, "I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Qin Hanchu asked, curiosity piqued. Qin Han gave him a knowing glance, and he understood, following her outside. "Brother, aren't you taking me with you?" Qin Xiaoyu pouted as she saw Qin Hanchu preparing to leave. "This is adult business. You should stay behind," Qin Hanchu stated. Qin Xiaoyu retorted, "If you don't let me come, I'll tell sister-in-law that you're on a date with Sister Han." Hearing this, Qin Han quickly interjected, "You mustn't say such things. I certainly don't wish to be on the receiving end of Siwei's wrath." "Fine, if you wish to tag along, come along. We're merely going out for a stroll and some conversation," Qin Hanchu replied, feeling somewhat vexed by the child's antics. Once they departed from the village, Qin Xiaoyu gleefully played in the snow, while Qin Hanchu walked alongside Qin Han. "You and Su Song seem to have a good relationship, right?" In this village, Qin Han undoubtedly possessed the most profound understanding of Qin Hanchu. She was also aware of the situation regarding Xiaomi Jiayuan. Knowing that Qin Hanchu preferred to keep such matters private, she had never shared this information with anyone, not even her own parents, who remained oblivious to his entrepreneurial endeavors. Qin Hanchu nodded. "Yes, it's acceptable. I just joined the publicity department of the student union before the new year. I am likely to plan this year's freshman welcome event. I'd like to invite Su Song to perform a song, but I fear I won't be able to afford much for the appearance fee. As you know, the student union's budget is quite limited. Could you help me inquire whether he might consider a charity performance?" At this point, Qin Han felt a bit embarrassed. "I'll ask for you. Whether he agrees is up to Su Song." As she spoke, Qin Hanchu took out his phone. "Thank you," Qin Han said, her face brightening with joy. Qin Hanchu chuckled. "No need for formality between us. We've shared mud together." "How can you say that? You're the one who peed in it and tricked me into thinking it was water," she retorted. Chapter 97. Do you think we would believe? Reflecting upon childhood invariably brings forth a plethora of amusing anecdotes. As one matures, the nostalgia for those carefree days intensifies. After circling the village, the two finally escorted Qin Xiaoyu back home. Within the village, numerous young boys were engaged in playing with firecrackers. In addition to the traditional firecrackers and those that crack upon impact, there were also small red firecrackers. Qin Hanchu had once experienced the misfortune of being injured by a small red firecracker during his youth. Fortunately, the potency of these firecrackers was not particularly formidable. Do you wish to play with firecrackers? Qin Hanchu inquired of Qin Xiaoyu. She eagerly nodded, yes. He handed her 2 yuan, saying, go buy some crackling firecrackers. But do not play with anything else. Comparatively, the crackling firecrackers were somewhat safer, as they only made a sound upon being struck with force. With the money in hand, Qin Xiaoyu joyfully dashed into the small shop. Shortly thereafter, she emerged with several boxes of firecrackers. She set aside one box and handed the rest to Qin Hanchu. As Qin Xiaoyu opened the box, Qin Hanchu took a firecracker from within and, without warning, tossed it at Qin Han's feet. With a resounding pop, it startled Qin Han, who let out a shriek. Qin Hanchu, are you seeking death? Qin Han bellowed, kicking towards him, while the latter laughed heartily and made his escape. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Qin Xiaolong and his family visited Qin Hanchu's home. At that moment, Qin Hanchu was busy in the kitchen. Observing him cooking, Lin Shufan smiled. Hanchu can cook? The dishes he prepares are quite delectable, his grandmother remarked with a grin. Is that so? Today, I must sample Hanchu's culinary skills, Qin Xiaolong declared. Please, help yourselves to some tea. Soon you shall savor my cooking, Qin Hanchu replied as he busied himself. Qin Xiaolong turned to Qin Hamming, saying, take a cue from your cousin. Observe how impressive he has become. Qin Hamming scratched his head, feeling somewhat dejected. At noon, a variety of dishes were laid out on the dining table. Qin Hanchu called out, please, start eating. I will prepare a few more dishes. Hanchu, no need to make too much. We cannot finish it all, Qin Xiaolong urged. Understood. It will be ready shortly. Qin Hanchu responded before returning to the kitchen. Let him be. We should eat first, Qin Daolong suggested. Lin Shufan gazed at the dishes on the table, exclaiming, these look absolutely delicious. I have never seen such meals before. This is called Mao Shui Wang. I have seen it on television. Qin Hamming pointed to one of the dishes. At Yang Fang's invitation, everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. The flavor of this dish is truly delightful. Had I not known better, I might have thought Hanchu had trained as a chef, Lin Shufan praised while savoring the food. Qin Xiaolong nodded in agreement as he ate. Indeed, this is exquisite. Young people should venture to big cities and broaden their horizons. Look at us. We have lived for over half our lives and still remain unaware of such delectable offerings. Qin Hamming, too captivated by the culinary delights, could hardly speak. Moments later, dishes such as spicy mountain chicken, braised pork, tomato beef brisket, and oil-splashed fish graced the table. Hanchu, do you have tomatoes in this? Where did you procure these tomatoes? Upon gazing at the tomato soup simmering in the clay pot, Lin Shufan was utterly astonished. Where could tomatoes possibly have come from in the midst of winter? In this era, one typically consumes seasonal vegetables. Tomatoes should not be available during winter. Qin Hanchu explained. Tomatoes from summer can be preserved in the freezer, allowing them to be utilized in winter. Is that truly possible? Qin Xiaolong inquired with amazement. Qin Hanchu nodded in affirmation. In addition to tomatoes, kidney beans, peas, and fresh peanuts can also be frozen. Just remember, do not wash them with water before freezing. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong's family unlocked a new realm of knowledge. That day, Qin Hanchu prepared 12 dishes. In the future, such an abundance would be impossible to consume. Yet in this era, rural folk possess hearty appetites. Usually, they are reluctant to indulge, hence during the new year, they feast more generously. Coupled with Qin Hanchu's innovative and delectable cuisine, they found themselves eating even more. By the end of the meal, most of the dishes had been devoured, leaving the family feeling delightfully stuffed, unable even to sip tea. After the 3rd day of the new year, guests began to arrive to pay their respects to the grandfather. Naturally, Qin Hanchu's culinary skills garnered much praise from the visitors. Holidays always pass swiftly, and before long, it was the 15th day of the 1st month. During the day, Qin Hanchu, Qin Xiaoyu, and Qin Han ventured into town to attend the bustling market. They rode their bicycles directly to Tang Siwei's home. After securing their bicycles, the 4 set off together to the market. The marketplace was alive with fireworks and firecrackers. Despite being a millionaire, Qin Hanchu refrained from purchasing extravagant fireworks. He opted for 5 skyrockets, 3 boxes of small bees, 4 packets of DD and a few magic pops. Tang Siwei and Qin Han made similar purchases. Upon returning to Tang Siwei's home, the 4 of them began to play with the skyrockets. Qin Hanchu boldly grasped the stick of a skyrocket and lit the fuse. Whoosh bang! The rocket soared into the air and exploded. The 3 girls, including Tang Siwei, dared not play in such a manner. Instead, Tang Siwei procured 3 beer bottles and placed them on the ground. They inserted the sky rockets into the bottles and ignited the fuses. With a whoosh, the sky rocket ascended into the sky. "Dinner is ready," called in Tang, prompting the four to return to Tang Siwei's home for their meal. After dining, Qin Xiaoyu settled in front of the computer to watch Dragon Ball. Chapter 98. Earning 90,000 effortlessly on the afternoon of the 16th day of the first lunar month, Qin Hanchu and his companions finally returned to the capital. Although weary, they could not afford to rest. Tang Siwei was tidying up the house with Qin Xiaoyu, while he himself rode away on his electric scooter. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the company. As the owner, he could resume work on the 16th day, but the employees had already commenced their duties on the 8th. Upon entering the East Wing, Qin Hanchu greeted Wang Lu and others. "Boss, here you go." After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Lu handed Qin Hanchu the prepared red envelopes to mark the beginning of work. The moment for Qin Hanchu to distribute the envelopes had arrived. After finishing with the East Wing, he proceeded to the technical department's office. After a round of greetings, Qin Hanchu presented a red envelope to each employee. Just as he completed the distribution, Wang Lu entered and said, "Boss, the Shohu company just called, requesting to hire Su Song to compose a theme song for their game. I will first consult with Su Song and then return their call." Although Qin Hanchu was a reborn individual, he was not omniscient. He was unaware of Shohu's request for Su Song. Taking out his phone, he called Su Song. In reality, Shohu company had already approached Su Song. Although he had agreed to create a song for them, all copyright for Su Song's works resided with Qin Hanchu, hence negotiations must go through him. After discussing the intended price with Su Song, Qin Hanchu called Shohu company. Once connected, he introduced himself. Upon learning that Qin Hanchu was the owner of Xiaoyu Media, the other party's tone became exceedingly polite. "Hello, Mr. Qin. Our company would like to hire Mr. Su Song to compose a song for our online game, Sword Immortal. What is the price?" Qin Hanchu cut straight to the chase. "We are willing to offer 200,000. In this era, 200,000 was considered a commendable price, especially since they only required the usage rights and not the copyright. After tax, that amounts to 300,000. The song will be released on Xiaomi Garden, which will serve as a promotion for your game," Qin Hanchu added. His pricing left the other party momentarily silent. Lacking decision-making authority, the employee temporarily hung up the call. A moment later, the other party called back and agreed to Qin Hanchu's terms. With the price settled, the next step involved discussions between Su Song and the game company. Xiaoyu Media acted merely as an intermediary, awaiting payment. At the end of 2007, Su Song composed a song titled Nashani, which had yet to be released. He felt that the song's essence resonated perfectly with the game Sword Immortal, so he forwarded it. The game company was exceedingly pleased with the composition and promptly decided to proceed with it. On the third day after the school reopened, employees from Shohu company arrived at the courtyard. With the assistance of Chen Sai, Qin Hanchu signed a music usage agreement with Shohu company. That afternoon, 300,000 was transferred to Xiaoyu Media's account, of which 210,000 was Su Song's remuneration, leaving 90,000 as profit for Xiaoyu Media. Earning 90,000 yuan was indeed effortless. Qin Hanchu merely needed to make 2 phone calls and then summon a lawyer to oversee the signing of the contract. Aside from the 500 yuan service fee paid to Chen Sai, there were no further expenses. It is no wonder that music companies diligently maintain control over the copyrights of their artists. These rights are akin to a goose that lays golden eggs. Copyright firms can negotiate and reap substantial rewards with minimal effort. Just after sending off the employees of the Shohu company, it began to rain mixed with snow in Kyoto. The weather was utterly dreadful. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Qin Hanchu arrived at the elementary school clad in a raincoat. As soon as Qin Xiaoyu emerged, he hurriedly helped her into a small raincoat. "Is it cold?" Qin Hanchu inquired. "Not really," Qin Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Once donned in their raincoats, they finally boarded the electric scooter. In the brief time they waited, the seat had already become damp. Qin Hanchu used his sleeve to wipe the seat for Qin Xiaoyu before transporting her home. On the way there, the cold did not feel particularly bothersome. But on the return journey, it became unbearable. The icy rain and snow pelted his face, nearly numbing it. Most painfully, the small snowballs stung his cheeks, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. Reluctantly, Qin Hanchu had to slow his pace. "Bury your head in my raincoat. Don't freeze," he advised. Qin Xiaoyu responded with an okay, promptly tucking her head inside his raincoat. "Brother, don't fart. I'd rather not suffocate," she exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanchu's previously stiff face broke into an involuntary smile. "You've made me want to fart now," he teased. Then I'll just stick my head out, Qin Xiaoyu declared, attempting to pull her head away. Fearing she might get cold, Qin Hanchu quickly interjected, I was just joking, keep your head in, or you might freeze your face. Previously, Qin Hanchu had not considered purchasing a vehicle. After all, an electric scooter avoids traffic jams. Yet, at this moment, the thought of acquiring a car blossomed in his mind. In such inclement weather, having a car would certainly lessen their hardships. He had the means. Why should he and Qin Xiaoyu endure discomfort? With this resolve, Qin Hanchu decided to buy a car. As for obtaining a driver's license, he had no worries. In this era, a little money could secure a license effortlessly. In large cities, one might need to find someone to take the test for them, while in small counties, one might not even need to sit for the exam. Upon entering the house, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, It's so warm inside. I nearly froze outside. First, let us have some hot water, and I'll cook later. Oh, and don't rush to watch TV. Finish your homework first. After speaking, Qin Hanchu returned to his room. He opened his computer and researched the currently popular car models. In 2008, the number of private vehicles was still quite scant, and car prices were exorbitant. Purchasing an Audi A4 would cost at least 300,000 yuan, an enormous sum in that era. Although Qin Hanchu had a fondness for cars, he prioritized practicality and value for money. Unlike houses, which appreciate over time, cars are mere consumables. For this reason, Qin Hanchu decided to purchase a modestly priced vehicle for the time being. Once he truly became affluent, he would fulfill his dream of owning a sports car. After much contemplation, Qin Hanchu resolved to buy a Cherry QQ, a car that costs approximately 40,000 yuan, making it the perfect transitional vehicle. Having made his decision, he shut his computer and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Brother, there's something I forgot to tell you. Qin Xiaoyu entered the kitchen while Qin Hanchu was cooking. As he stir-fried the vegetables, he inquired, What is it? Tomorrow evening, our homeroom teacher will be visiting our home. Upon hearing this, Qin Hanchu asked with a hint of seriousness, A home visit? You haven't done anything wrong, have you? Chapter 99. Is it time to unleash the big move already? Upon noticing Qin Hanchu's grave demeanor, Qin Xiaoyu quickly shook her head, exclaiming, How could I, your gentle and kind sister, ever commit a wrongdoing? Who taught you to be so self-absorbed? Qin Hanchu scoffed, Of course, it was you who learned from me. Pfft. When have I ever been self-absorbed? Qin Xiaoyu giggled. I must be off to do my homework now. I have no time for idle chatter. Perhaps it is the abundance of your sunshine that renders you so radiant, Qin Hanchu remarked with a serious tone. Aware that Qin Hanchu was merely feigning seriousness, Qin Xiaoyu felt unfazed and proudly retreated to her room. A short while later, Qin Hanchu finished preparing dinner. Let us dine. What are you staring at? He said with a smile as he took a seat. Qin Xiaoyu pointed at the 2 sausages in Qin Hanchu's bowl and asked, Are you going to eat both of those yourself? Qin Hanchu nodded with a grin. I originally had one for you, but your earlier attitude left me quite disheartened. So I've decided to consume them all. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu's earlier pride dissipated. In a coaxing tone, she said, Brother, you're the best. Will you please give me one of those sausages? Qin Hanchu chuckled. So now you know how to be charming? However, I must admit I preferred your haughty demeanor from before. Good brother. At the sound of Qin Xiaoyu's sultry voice, Qin Hanchu felt a shiver run down his spine. He replied sternly, Speak properly. If you don't give me one to eat, I'll report you to Dad, Qin Xiaoyu threatened, attempting to take a softer approach. Do you think Dad can do anything about it? Can he fly over here? Qin Hanchu boasted. You rascal. Qin Xiaoyu pouted, her eyes glistening as if she might cry. Qin Hanchu promptly placed the sausage onto Qin Xiaoyu's plate. Are you resorting to such tactics already? Qin Xiaoyu huffed, You wicked brat. All you know is how to make me cry. Should I reclaim the sausage? Will you give it back if I cry? As he spoke, Qin Hanchu raised his chopsticks. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoyu swiftly picked up the sausage and took a bite. As she chewed, she huffed, I'll forgive you this time. Qin Hanchu couldn't help but laugh. She certainly knew how to find her way out of trouble. The playful banter between the siblings was commonplace, ensuring that neither took offense. As they enjoyed their meal, laughter soon filled the air. The following day at noon, in the school cafeteria, Qin Hanchu was dining with Tang Siwei and her roommates when his phone rang. Boss, there is someone named Wang Yuan looking for you. He claims to be the owner of Magic City Haisong Cultural Media and wishes to rent an advertisement space at Xiaomi Garden. Upon answering the call, Wang Lu's voice echoed through the receiver. Although Wang Lu was an accountant, she also served as Qin Hanchu's assistant. Wang Yuan? That name sounds quite familiar. Qin Hanchu mused, though he couldn't immediately recall who this person was. The owner of a media company? What does he want to rent an advertisement space for? Qin Hanchu inquired, puzzled. To promote his campus film, Reversal of Stars. At the outset, Qin Hanchu expressed a lack of familiarity with the film, stating, "Please have him send the film materials to my QQ mailbox. I shall review the content to determine its suitability for promotion." Upon ending the call, Tang Siwei, intrigued, inquired, "What film materials?" "A media company wishes to promote its film through Xiaomi Home," Qin Hanchu replied. "Have you begun to engage with film producers? You must assist us in obtaining autographs from the big stars in the future," when Rome jested. "We are but small figures now and cannot access any prominent celebrities." Qin Hanchu chuckled. After their meal, Tang Siwei took Qin Hanchu's hand and addressed when Rome and the others, "We are going for a stroll. Go relish the sweetness of your romance," Dai Xiaoqi teased. Departing the cafeteria, Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei walked hand in hand across the campus. "Are you free tonight? Shall we go watch a movie together?" Tang Siwei asked. Qin Hanchu, with a tone of regret, replied, "I cannot tonight. Xiaoyu's homeroom teacher is coming for a home visit." "Then let us arrange another time," Tang Siwei responded, her smile tinged with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Understanding her desire to spend time together, Qin Hanchu reassured her, "Tomorrow night works." Upon hearing this, Tang Siwei gleefully exclaimed, "Excellent. I will find a film suitable for Xiaoyu as well." After wandering the campus for a while, Qin Hanchu escorted Tang Siwei back to her dormitory. With no classes in the afternoon, he rode his electric scooter to the driving school. After paying 800 yuan, Qin Hanchu officially enrolled. In his previous life, he had diligently obtained a driver's license, yet since then, he had not touched a steering wheel and had long forgotten the skills. For safety's sake, he deemed it necessary to refresh his knowledge at the driving school. He certainly did not wish to become a reckless driver. Tang Siwei had initially intended to learn to drive alongside Qin Hanchu, but he declined her company. Although driving lessons were relatively easy now, mastering the art of driving was a different matter altogether. For the safety of both Tang Siwei and pedestrians, Qin Hanchu hoped she would approach driving with seriousness. The stringent regulations at the driving school were a positive development. After leaving, Qin Hanchu proceeded to the company, greeting the employees before addressing Wang Lu, Sister Lu. "May I use your computer?" "Of course," Wang Lu replied, saving her report before standing up. Qin Hanchu logged into Wang Lu's computer and opened the materials sent by Wang Yuan. Upon seeing the poster, he suddenly realized who Wang Yuan was. Although he had no recollection of the film Reversal of Stars, he distinctly remembered one of the actresses. This actress, Zhao Ji, had portrayed Lin Wanyu in Love Community. It was through her that Qin Hanchu recalled Wang Yuan's identity. Wang Yuan was the screenwriter and producer of Love Community. As the production had not yet commenced, Wang Yuan remained relatively unknown. Despite the accusations of plagiarism surrounding Love Community, its commercial potential and influence were undeniable. Investing in the first season of Love Community was a surefire profitable venture. With this in mind, Qin Hanchu accepted Wang Yuan's friend request. "I have reviewed the details of the film and am prepared to assist in its promotion." Qin Hanchu sent a message, and a few minutes later, Wang Yuan replied, "What is the advertising fee? We are a low-budget film, so our promotional expenses are limited. What is your budget?" Wang Yuan responded, 20,000 yuan. "With that, I can feature your advertisement on the homepage of Xiaomi Home for a week. However, I have one condition." Initially, Wang Yuan replied with a question mark. Then inquired, "What condition?" Qin Hanchu stated, "From now on, I will invest in all the film and television projects your company undertakes. As for the share of the investment, it will be decided by our company." Qin Hanchu's terms left Wang Yuan perplexed. Is this a benefactor arriving at their doorstep? They are currently in dire need of an investor. Qin Hanchu's proposal felt more like a generous gift to him. Chapter 100. The reward for Qin Xiaoyu. Wang Yuan was acutely aware of the traffic in the Xiaomi garden. Spending 20,000 yuan to advertise for 7 days was undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity. However, Wang Yuan was not foolish. He would never allow Qin Hanchu to truly dominate the investment amount. If Qin Hanchu claimed 90%, what profit would he garner? Wang Yuan pondered and remarked, "The investment share cannot exceed 50%. Very well, I shall draft a contract, and we can sign it offline." Even if Wang Yuan did not impose restrictions on Qin Hanchu, it was unlikely that Qin Hanchu would wholly finance the filming of the movie. At present, his funds were best placed in the stock market of Penguin for maximum benefit. Once the stock price reached over 200 yuan, Qin Hanchu would cease investing in Penguin shares. In memory, the highest price for Penguin shares had been around 650 yuan. Purchasing at 200 yuan per share would yield a mere threefold return, should developments proceed smoothly. Whatever Qin Hanchu engaged in at the time would yield far more than threefold. After conversing with Wang Yuan, Qin Hanchu rose and proceeded to Qin Sai's office. Whether it was the drafting of the contract or the journey to sign it in Modu, Qin Hanchu would entrust Qin Sai with the task. At 5 in the afternoon, Qin Hanchu hurriedly departed from the law firm. Upon arriving at the elementary school, he found students streaming out of the building. Moments later, Qin Xiaoyu approached his side. "What time will your teacher come for a home visit?" Qin Hanchu inquired. 7:30, Qin Xiaoyu replied. Once Qin Xiaoyu mounted her small electric scooter, Qin Hanchu asked, "Shall we wait for your teacher to have dinner together?" The teacher said it's not necessary. She will visit 3 classmates' homes tonight, and time is limited, Qin Xiaoyu responded. Understanding Qin Xiaoyu's answer, Qin Hanchu nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning home, Qin Hanchu prepared dinner while Qin Xiaoyu attended to her homework. By 6:30, they had finished their meal. "I'll tidy up the living room. Can you wash the dishes?" Qin Hanchu suggested, knowing he was not particularly industrious and that the living room was in disarray. With the teacher visiting, it was imperative to clean up. Qin Xiaoyu, no longer a small child, was capable of handling household chores such as washing dishes. "I will ensure the task is completed," she assured, donning her little apron and skillfully proceeding to wash the dishes. Qin Hanchu first gathered the clothes from the sofa before beginning to wipe the table, sweep the floor, and mop. Each time he engaged in cleaning, he regretted purchasing such a spacious house. Merely tidying the living room took him over half an hour. After a flurry of activity, he finally completed the cleaning just before the teacher's arrival. As he arranged the fruit on the coffee table, they heard a knock at the door. Qin Xiaoyu hurried over to open it. "Please come in, Teacher Wang," she said with a smile. "Thank you," responded Teacher Wang, a woman of approximately 27 years. She possessed above-average looks and exuded a tranquil demeanor. "Hello, Teacher Wang," Qin Hanchu greeted warmly as he approached with a smile. "Hello." Teacher Wang replied with a smile of her own. "Please, take a seat," Qin Hanchu invited. Teacher Wang stood at the door and inquired, "Would you like to change into slippers?" "No need," Qin Hanchu replied. Upon Qin Hanchu's invitation, Teacher Wang settled onto the sofa. After taking a sip of water, Qin Hanchu placed a cup of warm tea before her. Expressing gratitude, Teacher Wang curiously asked, "Aren't your parents home?" It was often Qin Hanchu who attended parent-teacher meetings on behalf of his sister, Qin Xiaoyu. Teacher Wang had come for a home visit primarily to meet Qin Xiaoyu as parents. "My parents are back in our hometown. It's just the 2 of us siblings in Kyoto," Qin Hanchu responded. "No wonder you attend all the meetings," Teacher Wang remarked, pausing briefly before continuing. "What do your parents do for a living?" "They are ordinary farmers," Qin Hanchu replied. Teacher Wang was taken aback. "Ordinary farmers can afford to send their child to study in Kyoto? Is this place rented?" "The house is mine," Qin Hanchu stated. "You bought it?" Teacher Wang asked in astonishment. "Aren't you still in university? How could you possibly have enough money to buy a house?" "Indeed, I am a university student. But I currently own my own company," Qin Hanchu explained. Teacher Wang's visit was to understand Qin Xiaoyu's family situation, so Qin Hanchu felt no need to conceal the truth. In larger cities, a conspicuous hierarchy often exists, where a student's family background can significantly influence a teacher's perception. Students with affluent or influential parents tend to receive more attention and care. Qin Hanchu merely wished for his sister not to be looked down upon, and that was enough for him. "May I ask what your company does?" Teacher Wang inquired, her surprise deepening upon learning of Qin Hanchu's entrepreneurial success. "Currently, we primarily operate 2 websites, Xiaomi Home and Xiaomi Comics, along with some ventures in music," Qin Hanchu replied. "Xiaomi Home. Is it the platform that promotes Su Song's music?" Teacher Wang, though not fond of social media, had developed a strong liking for Su Song's songs. She had even registered as a member of Xiaomi Home to download his music, never imagining that Qin Xiaoyu's brother was the owner of the site. "Yes, Su Song will soon release 2 new songs," Qin Hanchu added. "Really? When?" Teacher Wang, an avid fan of Su Song, eagerly inquired upon hearing this insider information. "By the end of the month, they will be uploaded to Xiaomi Home," Qin Hanchu assured her. "I'm surprised to see such remarkable achievements at your young age. Xiaomi Home has a significant influence online. When will Xiaoyu's parents come to Kyoto?" "I would love to meet them," Teacher Wang expressed. Qin Hanchu pondered. "I can't say for certain, but when they do come, I will invite you over." He then inquired about Qin Xiaoyu's performance in school. Qin Xiaoyu has a wonderful personality and gets along well with her classmates. Additionally, she consistently ranks within the top 5 in her class. Upon hearing the teacher's praise, Qin Xiaoyu wore a proud expression. "I told you, my dear brother, I am beloved by all." "Silence does not imply you are mute," The teacher is merely being courteous. Qin Hanchu retorted. Indeed, Qin Xiaoyu's performance at school was commendable. This was not merely favoritism on my part, Wang Laoshe remarked. Qin Xiaoyu beamed with delight. Did you hear that? All right. Are you aware of your excellence now? Tomorrow, I shall take you to the movies as a reward. Qin Hanchu. A brother who is fair in rewards and punishments, felt it only fitting to offer a reward given Wang Laoshe's high praise for Qin Xiaoyu. Hooray! We can go out to watch a movie. Seeing Qin Xiaoyu's joyful demeanor made Qin Hanchu feel a tad guilty. After conversing for a while longer, Wang Laoshe finally prepared to take her leave. Qin Hanchu first discreetly sent Qin Xiaoyu away before presenting an envelope filled with money to Wang Laoshe. Chapter 101. The launch of the ring act tone business. Though certain trends may be deemed inappropriate, they nonetheless represent the unspoken rules of the industry in this era. Should one choose to swim against the current, they will inevitably attract scrutiny. Qin Hanchu was uncertain whether teacher Wang would accept the token of appreciation. Yet preparations must be made regardless. If the recipient insists on declining, the visit will remain a mere familial call. However, if the envelope is graciously accepted, it indicates that the visit's intentions are not entirely genuine. Upon noticing the token in Qin Hanchu's hand, teacher Wang resolutely stated, "Little fish's brother. Let's not engage in this charade. I must take my leave." Observing the unwavering expression on teacher Wang's face, Qin Hanchu tucked the envelope away, replying, "It is an honor for little fish to have you as her homeroom teacher. Do not flatter me. I must be on my way. If possible, please procure a signed photo of Su Song for me," she added with a smile as she departed. As soon as Qin Hanchu closed the door, Qin Xiaoyu approached. Beaming as she exclaimed, "Our teacher is quite wonderful, isn't she?" When encountering a good teacher, one must strive to learn diligently. Indeed, Qin Hanchu responded. "I understand. I won't bring you any shame," Qin Xiaoyu replied, picking up the remote control to ask, "May I watch television?" With an affirmative grunt, Qin Hanchu inquired, "Are there any extracurricular classes you are interested in? Perhaps dance or art?" "I wish to study art," Qin Xiaoyu answered promptly. Qin Hanchu had no intention of forcing her into activities she did not enjoy. Should she have a passion for art, he would be more than willing to support her, as he had the means to do so. "Very well, I shall find you an art class when time permits," he assured her. "Okay," Qin Xiaoyu replied, as she settled down in the living room to watch television while Qin Hanchu retreated to his room to work. By 9 in the evening, Qin Xiaoyu turned off the television of her own accord. "Brother, I am going to sleep now. You should rest early as well," she called out after finishing her nightly routine. "Understood," Qin Hanchu replied. Qin Xiaoyu extinguished the living room lights before retiring to her room. At 10:30 that night, Qin Hanchu finally powered down his computer, washed up, and went to bed. The following afternoon, he accompanied Tang Siwei to the elementary school. Sister-in-law. As soon as they exited the school gates, Qin Xiaoyu spotted Tang Siwei and joyfully called out. Tang Siwei approached, taking Qin Xiaoyu's hand, saying, "Let us go eat at KFC first, and then we shall watch a movie." "Great," Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, her happiness amplified at the mention of KFC. While the food may not be particularly exceptional, it possesses a certain magical allure in the eyes of children. Upon entering KFC, the trio found a place to sit. Qin Hanchu inquired, "Well, what would you like to eat?" "French fries, mashed potatoes, and fried chicken," Qin Xiaoyu replied with glee. "And what about you?" he asked Tang Siwei. "I will have a hamburger and a cup of cola," she responded. "In the dead of winter, why opt for cola? A hot coffee would be more suitable," Qin Hanchu suggested. "Very well, I shall follow your advice," Tang Siwei smiled. Moments later, Qin Hanchu returned with their meals. "You have something on your lips. Allow me to wipe it for you." Upon noticing a smear of salad dressing at the corner of Tang Siwei's mouth, Qin Hanchu picked up a tissue and remarked. Tang Siwei beamed with happiness, leaning slightly toward Qin Hanchu. Observing Qin Hanchu wiping the dressing from Tang Siwei's mouth, Qin Xiaoyu pointed to her own lips and said, "Brother, mine is dirty too." Qin Hanchu placed the tissue in front of Qin Xiaoyu and replied, "Do it yourself." Instantly, Qin Xiaoyu felt a sense of dismay, sighing, "Brother, you have changed." "How have I changed?" Qin Hanchu teased. "You wipe sister-in-law's mouth, but not mine. Once you have a girlfriend, you forget your sister. When you have children in the future, will I not have even less standing?" Qin Xiaoyu lamented. With a smile, Qin Hanchu reassured her, "You are mistaken. When we have children, your status will actually rise." Qin Xiaoyu, intrigued, inquired, "Why is that?" Qin Hanchu grinned mischievously, "Because you will be tasked with caring for the children, like wiping their bottoms and changing diapers. Just pretend I said nothing." With that, Qin Xiaoyu took the tissue and wiped her mouth. After their meal, The trio made their way to the cinema. Tang Siwei had purchased tickets for CJ7, this year's festive film by director Zhou. This movie was suitable for couples as well as for family viewing. "Brother, I'll sit beside you, so I won't disturb your date," Qin Xiaoyu declared. Though she had already settled in the middle, she sensed an awkward atmosphere. It dawned on her that she seemed to be an unwanted third wheel. To avoid hindering her brother's romantic outing, Qin Xiaoyu resolved to be a self-aware light bulb. Qin Hanchu felt a sense of relief at Qin Xiaoyu's reaction. Her emotional intelligence was indeed commendable. After switching seats, he handed a bucket of popcorn to Qin Xiaoyu, saying, "You can have one bucket for yourself, while your sister-in-law and I will share another." "All right," Qin Xiaoyu replied, eagerly gazing at the large screen. Soon, the film began. Tang Siwei nestled against Qin Hanchu's arm, the two whispering sweet nothings as they watched. As for Qin Xiaoyu, she had long grown accustomed to watching movies alone. Initially, Tang Siwei maintained a proper posture. But as time passed, she leaned her head upon Qin Hanchu's shoulder. He offered her popcorn, which she gladly accepted. At each comedic moment in the film, Tang Siwei erupted into delightful laughter. Chapter 102, The Culture of Fortuitous Luck in the Blink of an Eye. A month had passed since the collaboration with the Ringone Company began. On the 10th of the following month, Wang Lu, accompanied by Chen Sai, arrived at the Ringone Company. According to the contract, the company was obligated to provide download data from the three major telecommunications operators. With this data, the most accurate revenue share could be calculated. Without it, there was a significant risk that the company might underreport the download figures. The data revealed that merely Su Song's songs had amassed over 3 million downloads, while the songs of Bunshi and others also garnered more than 1 million downloads. In total, the downloads reached approximately 4.5 million. Upon verification, Wang Lu confirmed that Xiaoyu Media had earned nearly 4.5 million from the ringtones. After deducting the artist's shares and taxes, Qin Hanchu pocketed over 1 million. Following the payment of personal income taxes, Su Song's profit soared to around 180,000, despite already being a millionaire. The sight of that additional 1 million still stirred excitement within Qin Hanchu. The speed at which business could generate wealth was astonishing. Earning over 1 million from a 70-30 split made one ponder the possibilities of a 50-50 division, though he felt a twinge of regret. Qin Hanchu had no intention of exploiting the artists. Currently, he needed no creativity. Merely negotiating yielded him a monthly income in the hundreds of thousands. What more could he desire? During this month, Qin Hanchu had also accomplished a great deal. In pursuit of refining the company, Yang He and others vacated the courtyard residence. The West Wing, once serving as accommodation, was transformed into the editorial department. In recent days, Qin Hanchu had been recruiting literary editors, comic editors, music operators, and fashion designers. Just as he laid down the report, Wang Lu entered the conference room, announcing, "Boss, the staff from Qidian Culture are here to see you." Qidian Culture? Qin Hanchu had some familiarity with this company. In his previous life, Brinchi, Qiao, and Kiki were all signed artists of this firm. Brinchi's unfortunate demise had thrust the company into the spotlight. Rumors circulated that the company had a hand in Brinchi's death. Such rumors, though only whispers online, suggested the company's ruthless exploitation of artists. A company of this nature likely conducted its affairs in a similarly questionable manner. "Let them in," Qin Hanchu commanded, tearing the report into shreds and tossing it into the bin. Moments later, two men entered the room. The leading figure smiled and said, "You must be Mr. Qin. I have long heard of your talents. Seeing you today truly affirms your reputation." In response to this flattery, Qin Hanchu offered a calm smile. "Please, have a seat." Noticing Qin Hanchu's indifferent demeanor, the speaker felt a touch of awkwardness. He had anticipated that at such a young age, Qin Hanchu would relish the compliments. Yet he remained remarkably composed. As the two men settled into their seats, Wang Lu served them tea. "What brings you here?" Qin Hanchu inquired. "Well, our company wishes to discuss a potential collaboration with yours." The man paused, gauging the atmosphere. Qin Hanchu lifted his teacup and smiled. "Please, continue." The man was perplexed. Why was Qin Hanchu's reaction so different from that of an ordinary person? Although feeling somewhat awkward, he managed to smile and said, "Our company is eager to sign artists like Su Song and Bunshi. If your esteemed company is willing, we can offer a transfer fee of 5 million. While 5 million sounds substantial, it is, in reality, a meager sum, with the support of Su Song and others." Qin Hanchu's monthly revenue from ringtones had already reached 1 million. Why would he jeopardize his own interests? "Please leave. There is no need for further discussion on this matter." Qin Hanchu firmly declined. Seeing Qin Hanchu's resolute refusal, the man hastily replied, "Mr. Qin, If you have any conditions, please feel free to propose them, and we can negotiate. I have no conditions. This matter is not open for negotiation, Qin Hanchu stated. His steadfastness left the employees of Qidian culture feeling quite frustrated. The previously polite man now wore a serious expression and said, Mr. Qin, although your Xiaomi garden enjoys decent traffic, it remains a relatively insignificant website. With your company's resources, you cannot provide these artists with substantial opportunities for growth. Qin Hanchu chuckled lightly. And then what? Since you cannot offer them a vast stage, why obstruct others' pathways to success? Even if you refuse this 5 million, we will still find a way to sign these artists to our own company. If I were you, I would accept this 5 million to avoid losing everything. As he spoke, the young man's tone turned ominous, imbued with an undercurrent of threat. I refuse to agree. Can you ensure their signing? Qin Hanchu remained unperturbed, maintaining his smile. Your contracts are so lenient. They can leave at any time, can't they? If our terms are sufficiently advantageous, do you think they would decline? The man boasted. Indeed, the contract was flexible, but to terminate it, they would need to consult with him. As long as he did not consent, the contract could not be dissolved. Such clauses commonly appear in most contracts. While they may not be overly oppressive, they possess considerable binding power. If one party remains steadfast, termination becomes quite challenging. Were it another music company, Qin Hanchu would inquire about the artist's intentions, but Qidian culture would not be able to poach any of his talents. Upon hearing this, the two men fell silent, for they understood the rationale behind it, which is precisely why they had approached Qin Hanchu with 5 million. Let us conduct our negotiations amicably and refrain from adopting such a threatening demeanor. I am rather timid. Please do not intimidate me, Qin Hanchu scoffed. We shall see. Upon realizing that Qin Hanchu was impervious to threats or persuasion, the two men rose in anger and departed. Are these two company employees? Their demeanor resembles that of thugs. Wang Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Hanchu disdainfully remarked, some companies embody a culture reminiscent of thuggery, and their employees naturally reflect that ethos. Boss, do you think they might resort to underhanded tactics against you? Wang Lu asked, somewhat concerned. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit apprehensive. I must hasten to earn money and perhaps hire a few bodyguards for my protection. Despite his words, Qin Hanchu displayed no semblance of fear. Having once been the school bully, would he truly be intimidated by a fight? In the second year of junior high, he had already engaged in combat training with the local vagrants alongside his schoolmates. Several ruffians from the town had felt the brunt of his prowess. When Qidian culture dared to play hardball with him, Qin Hanchu would not simply acquiesce. However, the current Qin Hanchu was no longer the reckless youth of the past. He refrained from taking matters into his own hands, as he had no desire to revisit the confines of a prison for reformation. I believe it is better to exercise caution. Wang Lu expressed her concern. Yes, I understand, Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. I will have a word with Su Song and the others. You may carry on with your tasks. Wang Lu nodded and exited the conference room. Once she departed, Qin Hanchu recounted the earlier events to Su Song and the others. Chapter 103, The Contest for Singers in Kyoto, a Qidian culture company. Knock, knock. Two employees rapped lightly on the door before stepping into the general manager's office, their expressions gloomy. How did it go? In the office, a woman in her 30s was comfortably petting a cat. Managerly, that fellow is quite obstinate. He stated unequivocally that he would not agree to allow his artists to transfer their contracts. The leading man said, somewhat apprehensively. Still a tough nut to crack. Li Shui's face darkened with annoyance as she replied coldly, go directly to the artists. As long as they agree to the transfer, it will suffice. Regarding their contracts with Xiaoyu Media, I will have a lawyer assist them in safeguarding their rights. Managerly, the conditions offered by Xiaoyu Media are exceptionally favorable. I fear our terms lack appeal. Although Li Shui held the position of general manager, she had not inquired into the specifics of the situation and was oblivious to the terms Xiaoyu Media had presented to Su Song and others. Upon hearing her employees' remarks, Li Shui raised an eyebrow. How favorable are the conditions? A 70-30 split on copyright profits, with all artists retaining the right to be informed and to make decisions regarding any copyright operations. Additionally, if an artist leaves the company, they can directly take their copyrights with them. The company does not impose a binding copyright duration. Upon hearing this, Li Shui straightened in her seat, her fury igniting. Is this fellow out of his mind? Is he running a company or a charity? Just a brat trying to play the emotional card, one employee scoffed. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shui declared, inform those singers that if they join Qidian culture, we will offer them an 80-20 split on ringtones. Furthermore, we will produce their albums, with a 50-50 split on album sales. 80-20? Are you certain, Manager Li? The employee could hardly believe it. When had their boss become so generous? Li Shui smirked, as long as I do not disclose the download data for the ringtones. Even a 90-10 split will still profit me. Manager Li is indeed shrewd. The two employees chimed in with smiles. Enough chatter, get to work. With Li Shui's command, the two employees hurriedly exited the office to begin contacting Su Song and others. However, Su Song and his associates had already received notice from Qin Hanchu. As soon as the identity of the caller was revealed, Su Song and his group promptly blocked them. This encounter left the employees of Qidian culture quite frustrated. Though irritated, they had no choice but to muster their courage and contact them again using different numbers. This time, they presented the advantageous terms offered by Qidian culture outright. Su Song had little interest in releasing albums. He simply wished to indulge in music online. He felt quite content within Xiaomi Garden and thus disregarded the representatives from Qidian culture. While Su Song was indifferent to album releases, others were somewhat tempted. After all, they all harbored dreams of becoming stars. No matter how well they performed online, they remained mere internet singers without a stage presence. Only by releasing their own albums could they truly debut. Qidian Culture was a dedicated music company, equipped with professional recording studios and established album distribution channels. Most importantly, Qidian Culture promised an 80% share of ringtone revenues. At this juncture, they had already tasted the sweetness of the ringtone market. If they could secure 80% of the profits, they would undoubtedly earn even more. Beneath the grand aspirations of Qidian culture, 6 original singers were tempted. The following morning, these 6 individuals privately messaged Qin Hanchu, subtly expressing their desire to terminate their contracts. After inquiring further, Qin Hanchu discerned the generous conditions offered by Qidian culture. He was well aware that such benevolence was unlikely. Beneath these advantageous terms lay an inevitable pitfall. Qin Hanchu created a separate group for the 6 individuals and began to communicate. I have previously informed you about the true nature of Qidian culture. Since you wish to dissolve our agreement, I shall not hold you back, lest you think I am obstructing your paths to wealth. Please come to Kyoto to sign a termination agreement, and upon its completion, you may depart from Little Fish Media with your works. Before this, I shall offer you a few words of caution. Whether you heed my advice is entirely your choice. First, insist that Qidian culture publicly disclose the ring-owned download data, with original documents stamped by the 3 major telecom operators. Without this data being made public, even if you secure a 91% profit share, you will receive very little. Second, do not sign for an excessively long duration during the initial contract, nor authorize the copyright for too long. If this company proves to be worth your while, renewing the contract can wait. There are other assorted matters. Exercise vigilance. Qin Hanchu was strategically retreating to advance, effectively blocking Qidian culture's path. Upon reading Qin Hanchu's message, the 6 individuals fell into silence. They subsequently contacted representatives of Qidian culture, demanding the inclusion of supplementary clauses in the contract, one of which entailed the public disclosure of the ringtone download data. Should Qidian culture fail to disclose this data, it would be considered a breach of contract, at which point they could countersue Qidian culture. Within the confines of Qidian culture, a former employee once again entered Li Shui's office. Wearing a composed expression as he reported, General Manager Li, the 6 singers are requesting the addition of several supplementary clauses. They not only require us to disclose the ring-owned download data from the 3 major telecom operators, but also wish to limit the initial contract to just 2 years. Upon hearing this, Li Shui responded with indignation. It must be that scoundrel Qin who incited them to do this. I did not expect this young man to possess such cunning. Shall we acquiesce to their demands? The employee inquired. Chapter 104. Please don't treat me like a fool. In the subsequent days, the 6 individuals refrained from mentioning the contract termination. Their silence allowed Qin Hanchu to act as though their words had never been spoken. As long as the quality of their songs remained high, he would continue to recommend them. Who would dare to oppose financial gain? One afternoon, Tang Siwei cheerfully made her way to the cafeteria, having arranged to meet Qin Hanchu at its entrance. As she walked, a youthful figure approached her briskly. Tang, is that you? Turning her head, Tang Siwei realized she did not recognize the person. Is there something you need? She inquired, puzzled. The young man, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, was quite handsome. He flashed a smile and introduced himself. I'm Wang Qin. Can we be friends? Being a novelist herself, Tang Siwei was not oblivious to Wang Qin's intentions. I already have a boyfriend. Perhaps you should pursue other interests, she replied, preparing to leave. Wang Qin hurriedly followed her, exclaiming, You've misunderstood. I merely wish to be friends, not a boyfriend. Tang Siwei chuckled lightly at his words. Please don't take me for a fool. I cannot believe that a young man would approach a young woman solely for friendship. I truly don't, Wang Qin began. But she interrupted him. First, you want to be friends, then you'll try to undermine my relationship with my boyfriend, and once we're broken up, you'll swoop in? Wang Chun was rendered speechless, taken aback that his intentions had been so easily discerned by her. Regardless of your thoughts, please maintain your distance. I do not wish for my boyfriend to misunderstand. With that, Tang Siwei hastily made her way to the cafeteria. 5 minutes later, she spotted Qin Hanchu waiting at the entrance. She approached him joyfully, resembling a lark in flight. Were you anxious waiting? She asked, linking her arm with his. You were indeed late. However, a girlfriend is entitled to a bit of tardiness, Qin Hanchu replied with a smile. Do you want to know why I was delayed? Tang Siwei asked. Well, since you've brought it up, wouldn't it be discourteous of me not to inquire? He responded. Tang Siwei playfully tapped him and said, You're insufferable. Please, enlighten me. What caused your delay? He inquired, his tone lighthearted. Tang Siwei lowered her voice. A boy just now wanted to be friends with me. With your beauty, such attention should not be surprising, Qin Hanchu remarked, causing her to beam with pride. Of course, I am quite sought after. So you must hold on tight. Very well, I shall hold on tight, he affirmed, embracing her at the waist. Shall we eat? Tang Siwei suggested, wrapping her arm around his waist. Did you share your contact information with that young man? Yes, as they chatted, they entered the cafeteria. While enjoying their meal, Tang Siwei asked, Is the company quite busy these days? Mainly recruiting new employees. There is not much else, Qin Hanchu replied. Has Qidian culture given up on poaching talent? Qin Hanchu shook his head and remarked, On the surface, there appears to be no activity. However, there may be subtle maneuvers occurring behind the scenes. Noticing Qin Hanchu's calm demeanor, Tang Siwei inquired, You seem unconcerned. Worrying does not resolve issues. I shall counter whatever they throw at me. Such incidents will become more frequent. Qidian culture is merely providing me with a lesson, Qin Hanchu replied. Tang Siwei gave him a thumbs up and laughed. You truly are the man I admire. Qin Hanchu took a sip of water and playfully asked, Are you praising my excellence or your good judgment? Tang Siwei chuckled. That is a double entendre. If you had acted quickly, you wouldn't even be in line. Flattering me has certainly made your tail stand upright, Qin Hanchu teased. I have no tail behind me, but I do have one in front. And it truly will stand up, Tang Siwei retorted, her face turning crimson as she playfully kicked his leg, exclaiming, Rogue. That afternoon, neither Qin Hanchu nor Tang Siwei had classes. Under Qin Hanchu's lead, they ventured off campus. Standing by the roadside, Tang Siwei curiously asked, Where are we headed? You will find out shortly, he replied. No sooner had he spoken than he hailed a taxi. Once inside, Qin Hanchu instructed the driver to the Cherry 4S store. Surprised, Tang Siwei asked, Have you gotten your driver's license? Qin Hanchu nodded, Yes. It arrived the day before yesterday. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the Cherry dealership, where, in addition to the QQ model, there were other vehicles like the Qiyun and A3. Among them, the QQ was the most affordable. Qin Hanchu was merely in need of a practical vehicle, making the QQ the perfect choice. Buying such an economical car lacked any pretentious flair. After selecting the model and color, Qin Hanchu promptly paid the deposit. He would return in a few days to settle the balance and register the vehicle. Exiting the dealership, Tang Siwei remarked with a smile. You're now part of the car-owning crowd. I'll take you for a drive soon. Indeed, Qin Hanchu replied. Tang Siwei nodded with a grin and continued. Boys our age typically fancy sports cars, don't they? If anyone else had your circumstances, they would undoubtedly purchase a flashy sports car, at the very least. A BMW or Audi. We are in our striving phase. Once we achieve true financial freedom, I too shall indulge in a few sports cars. Just remember to prioritize safety, Tang Siwei advised. As they conversed, a call from Wang Lu interrupted them. 2 employees from Qidian culture had arrived, and to Qin Hanchu's surprise, even Bunshi was present. Sensing something amiss, he ended the call and told Tang Siwei, Please go fetch Xiaoyu. I need to handle some matters at the company. Tang Siwei nodded. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Half an hour later, Qin Hanchu returned to the company. Arriving at the meeting room's entrance, he activated his phone's recording function. Satisfied that the recording was operational, he stepped inside. Within the meeting room, the 2 Qidian culture employees displayed smug expressions. However, Bunshi appeared visibly anxious, resembling a child who had committed a transgression. Brother Qin, Bunshi murmured, lowering her head. Qin Hanchu acknowledged her with a grunt, then settled into his seat. Casually placing his phone aside, He turned to the employees of Qidian Culture and inquired, "What brings you here?" The leading man produced a contract, sliding it across the table towards Qin Hanchu. "This is the artist collaboration agreement signed by Binshi. She is now a contracted artist of our company. We have come today to represent Miss Binshi in proposing a termination of her contract with your esteemed company." Qin Hanchu glanced at the document, then turned to Binshi and asked, "Did you sign this voluntarily?" Binshi hurriedly replied, "They said it was merely a record deal and posed no conflict with our existing contract, which is why I signed it." Chapter 105. Bunshi's predicament this year. Bunshi is merely 16 years old. Her naivety pales in comparison to these two seasoned schemers. Their relentless manipulation could easily leave her bewildered. Before she could even grasp the situation, she had already affixed her signature. "Our contract remains in effect. Does your agreement hold any validity?" Qin Hanchu tossed her contract back onto the table, inquiring, "You may sue her for breach of contract. That is of no concern to us. I've heard you are a decent man. If you are willing to make things difficult for a young girl, feel free to pursue that course." The lead man chuckled with satisfaction. "Did you inform her that this contract does not conflict with ours?" Qin Hanchu asked with a stern expression. Seeing Qin Hanchu's anger, the lead man felt a sense of triumph and replied, "We merely suggested you could, but we never claimed it was unrelated to us." A subordinate, realizing their superior was about to concede, hurriedly interjected. At that moment, the lead man recognized he had nearly divulged too much. "Deceiving an underage girl, do you not feel any pangs of conscience?" Qin Hanchu scorned. "We have not deceived anyone." Refrain from making baseless accusations, the lead man retorted. With tears glistening in her eyes, Binshi indignantly asserted, "You did say it. The contract is signed. You are now an artist under our company. Rest assured, we shall deliver on our promises. Our company offers far greater prospects than that small agency." Another man spoke kindly. "Mr. Qin, you presently have two choices. First, you may terminate the contract with Binshi, allowing her to pursue her fortune unhindered. Second, you may sue her, placing this young girl in the defendant's seat. Naturally, we are prepared to cover the breach fee." Listening to their words, Qin Hanchu's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. After a brief pause, he stated, "If you wish for me to sign a termination agreement, I will do so, but I require an honest answer first." "What truth?" the lead man asked, frowning. With a hint of melancholy, Qin Hanchu replied, "I regard Binshi as a sister. I cannot believe she would willingly depart from Little Fish Media. Tell me, did you deceive her?" The lead man pondered for a moment, glancing outside before lowering his voice. "What we did cannot be classified as deceit. We merely withheld certain details." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Qin Hanchu's face. He picked up his phone and paused the recording. Admitting to the concealment of details suffices. Qin Hanchu turned to Binshi, asking, "Was your mother present when you signed the contract with them?" Binshi shook her head, replying, "They made me sign it outside the school." Hearing this, Qin Hanchu smiled at the two employees from Qidian Culture and stated, "Binshi is a minor. Without the presence of a lawyer or guardian, her signature on that contract holds no legal weight. Furthermore, you have both confessed to concealing the contract's details, which constitutes fraud. Engaging in fraudulent practices to obtain a signature is illegal, and perpetrating such deceit against a minor is an even graver offense." Although Qin Hanchu was not a law student, he possessed an extensive familiarity with various legal codes. In his previous life, he spent a decade in prison for committing murder. During those 10 years, his life was marked by strict routine, 5 days of labor reform each week, Saturdays for rest, and Sundays dedicated to study. Criminal law, constitutional law, and civil law were mandatory subjects within the prison curriculum. Only by passing examinations could one hope to be released. Naturally, the requirements varied from one prison to another. The words of Qin Hanchu instilled a sense of panic in the two individuals present. One of them hurriedly exclaimed, "Do not speak nonsense. When did we ever admit to concealing the truth? Without evidence, do not make baseless accusations." Qin Hanchu, with a sense of triumph, revealed, "I had already begun recording upon my arrival. Our conversation has been entirely documented." Upon hearing this, the two realized they had been outmaneuvered. Qin Hanchu proceeded to open his phone and dial the police. "Brother, we were wrong. There is no need to involve the authorities. Let us discuss this calmly." Witnessing Qin Hanchu's intent to call the police, they quickly begged for mercy, not wishing to spend time in jail. Ignoring their pleas, Qin Hanchu believed they must face the consequences of their actions. Before long, 2 police officers arrived at the company. Qin Hanchu recounted the events in detail and provided the recorded conversation to the officers. As he watched the 2 individuals being escorted into the police vehicle, he waved goodbye with a smile. Although their deceit had not resulted in significant consequences, their actions were indeed illegal. Ordinarily, they would be subjected to criticism and a 2-day detention. However, with a little monetary influence, their detention could be waived. Brother Qin, I am sorry. Bunshi murmured once the police car had departed. The tricks of society run deep. Communicate more with your mother regarding any issues, Qin Hanchu advised. Bunshi replied softly. My mother is busy with work and has no time to manage me. If it becomes too difficult, do not hesitate to speak to me. Although I cannot assist in every way, I can certainly offer advice, Qin Hanchu reassured. Bunshi nodded in agreement. Yes, I will definitely inform you of any future matters. First, let us call your mother to reassure her, and then I will treat you to a meal, Qin Hanchu suggested. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Qin Hanchu took Bunshi to a hot pot restaurant located across from the university, where Tang Siwei and Qin Xiaoyu were already seated. Hello, Sister Bunshi, greeted Qin Xiaoyu, who had met Bunshi once before. Hello, Bunshi replied. The resolution of the contract had uplifted Bunshi's spirits somewhat, though Tang Siwei was curious about the events that transpired. She refrained from inquiring in front of Bunshi. Should I book a hotel for you, or would you prefer to stay at my home? Qin Hanchu asked. He was not unwilling to pay for a hotel. Rather, he was concerned for Bunshi's safety if she were to stay alone. Since Tang Siwei needed to return to her dormitory that night, her room was available. Let us stay at home. A hotel can be quite unsafe for a young lady such as yourself, Tang Siwei advised. Bunshi felt the concern emanating from Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei, and she nodded appreciatively. Okay, I will follow your advice. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, the three companions first escorted Tang Siwei back to her dormitory. Upon returning home, they settled on the sofa to watch television. At that moment, Qin Hanchu inquired of Bunshi, Are you contemplating producing a record? Bunshi replied, I merely wish to have my own album. Devote yourself to studying music. I shall explore the intricacies of record production. Once I have comprehended the process, I will assist in releasing your albums. Although Qin Hanchu was not well versed in the realm of record distribution, he was eager to learn. Once he had mastered the knowledge, producing records for artists would certainly be within his grasp. Indeed, I shall focus intently on songwriting and refrain from dwelling on other matters. This experience profoundly enlightened Bunshi to the treachery of human nature. Yet, Qin Hanchu proved to be a true friend, not only steering clear of deceit but also offering his unwavering support. Chapter 106. Acquaintances. The following midday, Qin Hanchu accompanied Bunshi to the airport. Prior to this, Bunshi had recounted the events of the previous day in their group chat. By now, Jiyun culture had completely tarnished its reputation within this small circle. In contrast to its peers, Qin Hanchu's Little Fish Media stood out as a refreshing presence. 3 days later, early in the morning, Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei returned to the Cherry 4S dealership. In the parking lot, Qin Hanchu laid his eyes upon his new vehicle, a vibrant yellow car that had yet to shed its protective film. After inspecting the car, he proceeded to complete the necessary paperwork. Just after paying, the insurance agent he had previously contacted arrived. Although a millionaire, Qin Hanchu was keen to avoid being overcharged by the dealership. Having paid in full for the car, he opted to arrange his own insurance. Once the insurance was secured, he drove Tang Siwei to the vehicle management office. Qin Hanchu had purchased an automatic QQ, making it quite simple to navigate. After a brief acclimatization, he adeptly maneuvered through the traffic. This little car was delightful to drive, offering an effortless experience. Although it was priced under 40,000, it represented Qin Hanchu's inaugural vehicle. In a bustling city like Kyoto, this compact car exhibited remarkable agility. Its modest interior was spacious enough to ensure comfort, especially for a child like Qin Xiaoyu in the backseat. With this acquisition, the days of hailing taxis were over. Seated in the passenger seat, Tang Siwei joyfully remarked, From now on, you'll be my personal chauffeur. Just tell me where you'd like to go. As they conversed, they arrived at the vehicle management office. Thankfully, the office was not overly busy today, and just before closing for lunch, Qin Hanchu finally obtained his temporary license plate. With the license plate in hand, he felt reassured about driving without fear of traffic enforcement. What would you like to eat? I'll drive you to lunch, Qin Hanchu said with a smile while fastening his seatbelt. Tang Siwei also secured her seatbelt and replied, How about Western cuisine? We've never dined on Western food together. All right, a date for Western cuisine it is, Qin Hanchu grinned. Half an hour later, they arrived at a Western restaurant. To be honest, this was Qin Hanchu's first experience with Western dining. In his previous life, he had lived over 30 years without properly enjoying such a meal. Even his steak had been consumed at a buffet. "You order," he said, handing the menu to Tang Siwei as they settled at their table. "Sure." Tang Siwei replied with a smile, beginning to select their dishes. At that moment, Qin Hanchu's eyes lit up. He seemed to recognize someone familiar. Without makeup, he hesitated to be certain, but the facial features unmistakably belonged to Jing Tian. Gazing at the beauty not far away, he mused to himself. "What degree of doneness would you like for your steak?" Tang Siwei inquired, noticing Qin Hanchu's distracted gaze. Following his line of sight, she too spotted Jing Tian. "Qin Hanchu, what are you doing?" Seeing him so engrossed and staring at the beauty, Tang Siwei immediately felt a pang of jealousy, huffing in response. Upon hearing Tang Siwei call his name, Qin Hanchu finally came to his senses. Noticing Tang Siwei's stern expression, he realized she had misunderstood him. "That girl seems to be an actress. I merely found her somewhat familiar, nothing more," Qin Hanchu explained. Tang Siwei questioned, "Really? You are far more beautiful than she is. Would I really be so captivated by her? I was just trying to recall her name," Qin Hanchu clarified. Seeing that Qin Hanchu did not appear to be lying, the anger on Tang Siwei's face began to dissipate. "Are you thinking of inviting her to star in a film?" Tang Siwei inquired. Qin Hanchu quickly shook his head. "I could never afford her." As a reborn individual, Qin Hanchu was well aware of Jing Tian's formidable resources. The roles she undertook were all major productions, collaborating either with acclaimed actors or superstars. "Is she really that famous?" "I have no recollection of her," Tang Siwei remarked, glancing once more at Jing Tian with curiosity. "Let us not dwell on that. What were you asking me earlier?" Qin Hanchu said. "How well done do you prefer your steak?" Qin Hanchu responded, naturally. "I prefer it well done. I cannot stomach anything with traces of blood." Following this, Qin Hanchu devoted his attention to enjoying the meal with Tang Siwei. Disregarding Jing Tian entirely, he had no intention of engaging with her. At his current status, Qin Hanchu remained a small fry in the eyes of those large investors. As they savored their meal while listening to soothing music, the two enjoyed a leisurely conversation, relishing the ambience of their date. Just as they finished their meal, Qin Hanchu's phone rang. Once he concluded the call, Tang Siwei asked, "Is there something at the company?" Qin Hanchu nodded. "A fashion designer is here for an interview." "Then let us return to the company. We can go out another time," Tang Siwei suggested. 20 minutes later, Qin Hanchu parked the car in the alley of the courtyard. Upon entering the company, he spotted a long-haired woman standing gracefully in the courtyard. Her appearance was above average, yet her demeanor was quite impressive. She appeared to be around 28 years of age. "You are here for the fashion designer position, correct?" Qin Hanchu smiled. "Yes, my name is Wang Qinghan." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Hanchu invited Wang Qinghan to take a seat in the conference room. Meanwhile, Tang Siwei prepared tea for the two. "Miss Wang, are you interested in the designer position?" Qin Hanchu inquired. Chapter 107. Strategizing in the fashion industry. The design department of the clothing company is of paramount importance. Qin Hanchu requires a professional to lead this department. Wang Qinghan possesses an impressive resume, making her an excellent candidate. However, ultimately, the market sales figures will be the true testament to her capabilities. If Wang Qinghan indeed has the talent, then the 5% equity stake would serve as a binding tether, greatly benefiting the company's development. Naturally, this equity will come with restrictions. Qin Hanchu will not permit Wang Qinghan to sell it. Upon her departure, she must return this 5% stake. Wang Qinghan felt a stir of interest and inquired, "What is your development plan?" "We primarily focus on online sales, specifically through our e-commerce platform. Our goal is to establish a brand via this digital sales strategy. As for production, we will outsource it to factories," Qin Hanchu replied. "Online sales? Initially, it must be challenging to generate traffic," Wang Qinghan remarked. Qin Hanchu responded, "My Xiaomi community has nearly 10 million registered members, who represent potential customers." "Nearly 10 million registered members?" Wang Qinghan exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Having just returned from abroad, she was unfamiliar with the Xiaomi community's significance. However, the prospect of such a vast membership was indeed formidable. Even with a mere 1% conversion rate, the sales figures would be substantial. In addition to these members, we will have other traffic channels in the future. As long as our clothing styles and quality meet expectations, I believe we can achieve success, Qin Hanchu asserted. After pondering for a moment, Wang Qinghan asked, "May I take a look at your website?" Of course, Qin Hanchu gestured, and Chun Dong proceeded to open the Xiaomi community webpage. Upon seeing the registered and online members, Wang Qinghan finally believed Qin Hanchu's claims. "I am willing to join. Wang Qinghan declared after careful consideration. Qin Hanchu stated, "Tomorrow, I will register the company, and our clothing brand will be named Xiaomi Fashion." Initially, Qin Hanchu had merely intended to create a website to occupy a domain name, never anticipating it would evolve into such a significant venture. The Xiaomi community has now become a brand, making the domain name unlikely to be sold. Given this, it is time to expand the Xiaomi brand. After Wang Qinghan departed, Qin Hanchu drove Tang Siwei to the elementary school. After a brief wait, Qin Xiaoyu joyfully emerged from the school. "Big brother, sister-in-law, where is our little car?" Qin Xiaoyu inquired, knowing that Qin Hanchu was picking up a new vehicle today. Qin Hanchu pointed to a nearby yellow QQ car and said, "It's right there." Upon seeing the car, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, "What a cute little car. In rainy or snowy weather, we can use it to pick you up. On nice days, I'd prefer riding the electric scooter to avoid traffic," Qin Hanchu remarked. "All right. Let us take it for a spin." Qin Xiaoyu eagerly headed toward the car. After helping her into the back seat and fastening her seatbelt, Qin Hanchu drove them back home. The next day, today's compulsory class is scheduled for the afternoon. Thus, Qin Hanchu arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau early in the morning. Despite his early arrival, several individuals were already queued ahead of him. After taking a number, Qin Hanchu settled into the waiting area. Hardly had he taken his seat when a man and a woman sat down beside him, having also taken numbers. Qin Hanchu glanced over, his gaze infused with surprise. "Are you Wu Jing?" Despite Wu Jing's cap and sunglasses, Qin Hanchu recognized him. At this juncture, Wu Jing was relatively well known, though not yet a top-tier action star. Acknowledging his recognition, Wu Jing smiled and greeted, "Hello." Qin Hanchu returned the smile, his mind racing to recall Wu Jing's activities since 2008. After much contemplation, it seemed the only notable event was the release of a self-written and directed film. This film, titled Wolf Tooth, marked Wu Jing's directorial debut. Qin Hanchu had watched the film, appreciating both its action sequences and performances, though it lacked a certain urgency in its narrative. Following Wu Jing's rise to fame, numerous marketing accounts had commented on this film. Qin Hanchu remembered that it had a budget of over 10 million, yet ultimately garnered only a few million in box office revenue. Curiosity piqued. He wondered about Wu Jing's purpose at the bureau. "Could I have your contact information? I might consider inviting you as a spokesperson in the future," Qin Hanchu suggested with a smile. "What field are you in?" Wu Jing, wary of potential deception regarding the contact exchange, responded cautiously. "I currently own a media company and am planning to venture into the fashion industry," Qin Hanchu explained. "A media company? Which one?" Wu Jing inquired further. "Little Fish Media. We primarily focus on websites and music," Qin Hanchu replied. Wu Jing, taken aback by Qin Hanchu's youth, expressed skepticism. After a moment of thought, he said, "I will give you my sister's number. She can reach me." Qin Hanchu did not perceive Wu Jing's demeanor as pretentious. He regarded the desire for privacy as a commendable instinct. "That works," Qin Hanchu nodded. Subsequently, the woman beside Wu Jing exchanged contact details with Qin Hanchu. Just then, it was Qin Hanchu's turn to attend to his business. Approaching the counter, he submitted the prepared documents to the staff. After a brief wait of over 10 minutes, his new company's application was successfully completed. Now, he merely awaited approval for processing. Chapter 108. Understanding the pain for brother. Although the registered address of the clothing company is a courtyard house, a new office location must be secured. The clothing company requires not only a design department, but also an e-commerce division, a business unit, warehouse staff, accountants, and other essential departments. In total, a team of at least 10 individuals is necessary. Qin Hanchu first negotiated the details of collaboration with Wang Qinghan and Honghu Trading, and then he found a factory space of over 300 square meters near Honghu Trading. This arrangement not only facilitates the transportation of garments, but also enhances communication within the workplace. The annual rent for the factory amounts to 120,000. With the processing factory settled, the designer appointed, and the workspace established, the next step is recruitment. Qin Hanchu promptly published a job notice on Xiaomi Home, ensuring a swift process. A week later, all 7 employees of the clothing factory were in place. In addition to the design director Wang Qinghan, there was a design assistant, an accountant, a salesperson, and 3 e-commerce sales representatives. Of course, this is merely the initial structure. Once production begins, an additional 10 employees will need to be hired for shipping and packaging duties. These workers, classified as general laborers, can be recruited a few days in advance. Having accomplished all this, Qin Hanchu can finally breathe a little easier. The past few weeks have been exhausting. Thankfully, Tang Siwei has been helping him care for Qin Xiaoyu. Otherwise, Qin Hanchu would truly be overwhelmed. At 6:30 in the evening, Qin Hanchu returned home. As he stepped into the living room, the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. "You're back," he heard Tang Siwei say as she emerged from the kitchen. Qin Hanchu smiled and nodded. "What smells so delightful? Your sister is concerned for you, so I made a nourishing chicken stew," Tang Siwei replied with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Hanchu beamed. "Really?" "Of course," she affirmed. Qin Hanchu chuckled. It's clear my efforts to dote on her were not in vain. As they conversed, Qin Xiaoyu emerged from her room, grinning. "Brother, you're back. Would you like some water? I can pour it for you." With heartfelt joy, Qin Hanchu remarked. "The child has grown up and knows to care for her brother." "Of course. You are my dear brother, so I must treat you well," Qin Xiaoyu responded, albeit with a somewhat stiff smile. "What does that smile mean? Why do I feel something is amiss?" Qin Hanchu questioned. "By the way, did the results of the monthly mock exam come out today?" The warmth he had felt moments ago dissipated swiftly. It seemed Qin Xiaoyu was playing tricks on him. Lowering her head, Qin Xiaoyu murmured, "I did quite well, except for math, which was a bit off." "What does a bit off mean in terms of scores?" Qin Hanchu asked sternly. Cautiously stepping behind Tang Siwei, Qin Xiaoyu replied, 38 points. "What?" Upon hearing the score, Qin Hanchu erupted with fury. Qin Xiaoyu had always performed well academically. How could she have scored only 38 points this time? Such a drastic decline was simply unacceptable. Seeing Qin Hanchu's furious demeanor, Qin Xiaoyu shrank behind Tang Siwei in fear. "Do not be angry just yet. A decline in grades should not be so severe, especially after just one monthly examination." Upon witnessing Qin Hanchu's growing frustration, Tang Siwei quickly interjected. Qin Hanchu took a few deep breaths to calm himself, then spoke in a somber tone. "Give me one reason why you scored so low." Tang Siwei stepped aside and placed her hand on Qin Xiaoyu's shoulder, encouraging her to explain. With her head bowed and fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, Qin Xiaoyu admitted, "I fell asleep during the math exam because the sun was so warm." Hearing this, Qin Hanchu's anger dissipated considerably. Indeed, the warmth could easily induce drowsiness. "We'll let this slide this time, but I am eager to see your next results. If they are still lacking, you shall stand in punishment," he declared. "Understood," Qin Xiaoyu replied softly. "Now, go to your homework," Qin Hanchu instructed. "I'll write it later. Dinner is about to be served," Tang Siwei added. "Then wash your hands for dinner," she advised. Qin Xiaoyu responded with an "oh" and proceeded to the bathroom. Once Qin Xiaoyu entered the restroom, Tang Siwei remarked, "Xiaoyu genuinely cares for you, not just because of her poor performance." Qin Hanchu smiled and replied, "I am aware, but one must maintain a degree of seriousness. If I do not express my anger, how would she recognize the importance of this matter? You should wash your hands as well. I will bring out the food. I will serve the chicken soup. Don't burn yourself," he cautioned before heading toward the restroom. Inside, Qin Xiaoyu was washing her hands. When she saw Qin Hanchu enter, she lowered her head. He playfully flicked her forehead and chuckled. "What's wrong? Are you frightened of me?" At his words, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly burst into tears. "Brother, I didn't mean to. I promise I won't do it again. I'm so sorry." Startled by her reaction, Qin Hanchu quickly asked, "Why are you crying? I wasn't scolding you." Qin Xiaoyu clung to him, burying her face in his abdomen as she sobbed. "You've been working so hard to earn money. I shouldn't have upset you. I'm sorry." Hearing this touched Qin Hanchu deeply. Qin Xiaoyu's tears were born from her own sense of guilt. He gently ruffled her hair and reassured her, "It's all right. Just be more mindful in the future. Brother is not angry with you." Chapter 109. Am I disturbing you? After dinner, Qin Hanchu hurried back to his room to write his novel. Meanwhile, Tang Siwei stayed with Qin Xiaoyu to assist her with her homework. At 8:30, Qin Hanchu heard the sound of the television emanating from the living room. He opened the Xiaomi Home webpage and donned his headphones. An hour later, he finally completed 4,000 words. Setting his previous drafts to be published at scheduled intervals, he then exited his room. Upon seeing Qin Hanchu emerge, Qin Xiaoyu promptly sat up from the sofa and announced, "I'm off to wash up and sleep." "Make sure to brush your teeth thoroughly," Qin Hanchu advised. Qin Xiaoyu acknowledged with a simple "oh" before retreating to the bathroom and closing the door. Qin Hanchu settled beside Tang Siwei, casually pulling her into his embrace. Tang Siwei glared at him and whispered, "What are you trying to do? Having asked you this already, wouldn't it be remiss of me not to act?" Qin Hanchu replied softly, "You rascal, let's wait until Xiaoyu is back in her room," Tang Siwei retorted, her cheeks flushing as she leaned against him. Moments later, Qin Xiaoyu emerged from the bathroom. Observing the pair nestled together, She remarked, "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm going to bed." "All right, sleep well," Qin Hanchu replied. Qin Xiaoyu turned and retreated to her room, shutting the door behind her. With her departure, Qin Hanchu smirked. "Now that Xiaoyu is gone, we can indulge." "You're the pig," Tang Siwei playfully punched him, her face still tinged with embarrassment. Qin Hanchu gazed affectionately at Tang Siwei, who, with a blush, closed her eyes. The atmosphere had reached a fervent peak, and he certainly would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Leaning closer to her, he was just about to kiss her when suddenly, a knock resonated from Qin Xiaoyu's room. Startled, Qin Hanchu straightened his posture, while Tang Siwei coughed lightly, her face flushed. Qin Xiaoyu emerged, exclaiming, "I'm thirsty. I'm going to get a drink." "Go ahead," Qin Hanchu replied. Observing the expressions on their faces, Qin Xiaoyu chuckled. "Am I interrupting something?" "Not at all," Tang Siwei hastily responded. "I'll drink and then return. I promise I won't come out again." With that, she quickly took a sip of water and dashed back to her room. "Should we go to your room?" Qin Hanchu whispered. Tang Siwei retorted, "Once we enter, can you guarantee you'll come out again?" Qin Hanchu awkwardly scratched his head. Indeed, the flames of desire were difficult to control. The following morning, Qin Hanchu took Tang Siwei and Qin Xiaoyu to the supermarket, where they purchased an assortment of snacks and beverages before heading to Xiangshan. As the weather warmed, the mountain was alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. After finding a suitable parking spot, the trio commenced their ascent. Despite her young age, Qin Xiaoyu exhibited boundless energy. The most fatigued was Qin Hanchu, who bore a full backpack of snacks and drinks. Along the way, Qin Xiaoyu and Tang Siwei reveled in their playfulness, while Qin Hanchu acted as their dedicated photographer. "Brother, I'm tired," Qin Xiaoyu declared. Qin Xiaoyu feigned exhaustion, yet her demeanor betrayed no signs of fatigue. Clearly, she craved a snack. "Let us find a place to eat," suggested Tang Siwei. "All right," Qin Xiaoyu replied with cheerful enthusiasm. After a few more minutes of walking, the trio settled upon a flat stone to rest. Qin Hanchu, sipping on his drink, remarked, "Please place your trash in the garbage bag. Do not litter. Understood?" Qin Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "Got it." At that moment, Qin Hanchu's phone rang. Upon answering, Wang Lu informed him, "Boss, a Mr. Zhang Fan is looking for you." "Zhang Fan? I'm at Xiangshan with Xiaoyu. If it's not urgent, I can meet him later this evening." Qin Hanchu was acquainted with only one Zhang Fan, a senior executive from Yaya Company. "All right, I'll let him know," Wang Lu replied. After hanging up, Qin Hanchu fell into contemplation. What could Zhang Fan want? Li Shuling hadn't mentioned any matters to discuss. "Are you busy?" Tang Siwei inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu's expression turned anxious. "Let us play for now. I'll meet him later this afternoon," Qin Hanchu assured her. At his words, Qin Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy. She had feared her delightful time would swiftly come to an end. "I'm refreshed. Let us continue walking," Qin Xiaoyu declared, clutching her unfinished snack. "What about you?" Qin Hanchu asked Tang Siwei. "Of course, I'm ready," she responded with a smile. Qin Hanchu extended his hand, and she took it, rising to her feet. Qin Xiaoyu frolicked ahead, while Qin Hanchu and Tang Siwei strolled arm in arm, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Time flew by in their joyous company. Before they knew it, afternoon had arrived. Upon descending the mountain, the trio sought a restaurant for their meal. Emerging from the establishment, it was already past 4 o'clock. Qin Hanchu first escorted the two ladies home to rest before calling Zhang Fan to arrange their meeting place. 20 minutes later, Qin Hanchu entered a coffee shop where Zhang Fan was already waiting. After exchanging greetings, they took their seats. After ordering a cup of coffee, Qin Hanchu inquired, "What brings you to Kyoto on behalf of Yaya Company?" Zhang Fan replied awkwardly, "I have already resigned from Yaya." Qin Hanchu was momentarily taken aback before asking, "Why?" Chapter 110, Will you accompany me? Thus far, Qin Hanchu had yet to receive any return on investment from Yaya Company. However, Duo1 Gaming Network was one of the financial backers of Xiaomi Garden. There, it perpetually displayed advertisements in the online gaming section. In fact, even at this moment, Li Shuling was merely receiving a fixed monthly salary. The majority of Duo1's revenue was reinvested into research and development operations. Zhang Fan had long anticipated such an outcome and nodded in understanding. "What differences have arisen between you and Li Shuling?" Qin Hanchu inquired. Shuling wants to develop games, which essentially means competing with her own benefactor for resources. This could potentially incite discontent among the game developers, Zhang Fan replied. "Your considerations are valid. The primary financiers of Duo1 Gaming Network are the various game developers. They provide funding to sustain Yuan with the expectation that it will channel players to their games. Now that Yuan is also venturing into game development, it indeed risks encroaching upon the profits of these developers. However, Shuling simply seeks to explore alternative revenue streams, which is not inherently wrong, Zhang Fan continued. Qin Hanchu was not particularly familiar with Zhang Fan. After exchanging a few brief words, he excused himself. Although he was aware of Zhang Fan's resignation, he chose not to contact Li Shuling. Qin Hanchu intended to refrain from interfering in Yaya's management, allowing it to develop organically. As time progressed, Yaya Voice had reached its final development stage. Once Yaya Voice went live, Yaya Company would begin to turn a profit. In the ensuing years, Qin Hanchu should expect to receive a fair share of dividends as a shareholder. Nevertheless, what truly mattered to him were Yaya Live and its stock price. Through Yaya Live, he could further attract traffic and perhaps even position his own streamers as pioneers in the realm of live commerce. Just as he exited the CAF, Qin Hanchu received a phone call. Upon answering, a woman's voice greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Qin. This is Xia Qin from the investment department of Perfect Online Games." "Hello. What can I do for you?" Qin Hanchu responded, puzzled. "Do you have time tomorrow? We would like to discuss some matters with you," Xia Qin said. "After 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon," Qin Hanchu replied. It was Sunday, and he planned to accompany Tang Siwei and Qin Xiaoyu, hence the arrangement for a meeting after 3. "Very well, we shall connect again tomorrow," she concluded before ending the call. Qin Hanchu felt a twinge of curiosity. What could the investment department of Perfect Online Games want with him? Was it possible that the online game adapted from a novel was about to launch? The online game's release held little relevance for him. He merely sold the rights and did not partake in profit sharing. Suppressing his curiosity for the moment, Qin Hanchu drove to the market. After purchasing some ingredients, he returned home. At that time, Tang Siwei and Qin Xiaoyu were still asleep in their room. Upon hearing the door open, Tang Siwei sleepily emerged. "Are you done?" she asked, clad in pajamas that accentuated her alluring figure, stirring a warmth in his heart. Qin Hanchu stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her waist and planting a gentle kiss. "I'll prepare a delicious meal for you tonight. Aren't you tired? Would you like to rest for a while?" Tang Siwei inquired. "Will you accompany me?" Qin Hanchu replied with a broad smile. Tang Siwei said with a mischievous smile, "I'll keep you company. Do you think you can sleep? Just one more kiss." With that, Qin Hanchu pressed Tang Siwei against the wall, initiating a playful wall slam. After a moment of indulgence, Qin Hanchu remarked, "I truly need to get some rest. Otherwise, I want to have the energy to write my novel tonight." "Go ahead. I'll wash the vegetables for you first." Tang Siwei responded with a look of bliss. Qin Hanchu, with a playful grin, pinched her, to which she retorted coyly, "How shameless. If it weren't for the promise I made to uncle and aunt, I would certainly show you what true shamelessness looks like." Qin Hanchu replied, "You should hurry and get some sleep. If we keep chatting, you won't get any rest." Tang Siwei blushed and insisted. Qin Hanchu acknowledged her and then retreated to his room to sleep. After a brief nap, he awoke over 40 minutes later. Though his slumber was short, he felt revitalized. Exiting his room, he found Qin Xiaoyu engaged in drawing. "You didn't watch television?" Qin Hanchu asked in surprise. Qin Xiaoyu picked up the remote and explained, "I didn't want to disturb my dear brother's sleep. Now that you're awake, I can watch TV. See, as long as you finish your homework, you can indulge a little," Qin Hanchu said, not wanting to impose too strict a discipline on Qin Xiaoyu, wishing for her to enjoy life without excessive burdens. "Can we go out tomorrow?" she inquired eagerly. Qin Hanchu nodded. "Tomorrow, the 3 of us will go to the amusement park." "Yay, you're the best, brother," Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully. Not wanting to engage further with Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Hanchu entered the kitchen, where he found Tang Siwei cleaning the countertop and the range hood. Upon seeing him, she asked, "Are we cooking now?" Qin Hanchu replied, "You've cleaned so well that I feel embarrassed to mess it up." "A quick wipe after cooking will keep it tidy," Tang Siwei said. "Leave these chores to me. You must take good care of your delicate hands." Qin Hanchu wrapped his arms around Tang Siwei's waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Tang Siwei couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't whisper in my ear. It tickles." In response, Qin Hanchu playfully nibbled her earlobe. Tang Siwei let out a soft hum. Her cheeks flushed as she declared, "I won't talk to you anymore, you naughty boy."